Chapter 1. Encounter. Xiaoyu, wait for me. The young man panted heavily, calling out to the lively figure in the distance. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoyu turned her head back, playfully sticking out her tongue at him, and chided, "How high? Why are you so slow?" At that moment, they found themselves in an expansive expanse of snow, surrounded by an immaculate white landscape, where the brilliance reflected by the pristine snow appeared particularly dazzling. This spirit beast is incredibly difficult to handle, even with a martial soul. We are at a loss. Xiaoyu frowned and complained, and no sooner had she spoken than the ferocious spirit beast launched an attack. The young man hastily raised his weapon, attempting to fend off its fierce assault, yet ultimately found himself overwhelmed. The spirit beast leapt with ferocity, evading his defense and pouncing upon him with lightning speed. Seeing this, the young man dared not hesitate for a moment, swiftly wielding his weapon and thrusting it fiercely towards the spirit beast. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed, followed by the sudden emergence of a radiant, lightened, ethereal 100-year spirit ring. Confronted with such a rare and precious opportunity, the young man did not hesitate to kneel and began to absorb the immense power contained within the spirit ring. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. "How high? Look! There's a person over there." How High followed the direction of her finger, puzzled. Who would be out here in such cold weather? Xiaoyu blinked and said, "Look, he's absorbing a spirit ring." How High nodded and stepped towards the focused young man engaged in his meditation. As How High approached, he scrutinized the figure and remarked, "He looks familiar. He must have just broken through in his cultivation." Just then, Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to the corpse of the long-dead spirit beast on the ground, and she exclaimed, "How High, look!" How High focused his gaze and was instantly struck with awe. Wow, a 100-year spirit beast. He actually killed it all by himself, and it's a 100-year crimson feathered golden armor. The young man slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, his vision clearing to reveal two unfamiliar faces before him. Xiaoyu gently waved her hand, smiling. "You've finally woken up." The young man, looking bewildered, asked nervously, "Who are you?" Xiaoyu quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. I am Jinyu, and this is Jiang Hao. What is your name?" The young man relaxed slightly and replied, "My name is Tang Xing. It's Tang Xing. How did you come to this place, all alone?" Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. Tang Xing took a deep breath and explained, "I've just become a soul master and heard there might be a suitable spirit ring for me here, so I took the risk to come and search." Jiang Hao furrowed his brow and expressed concern, "But that's too dangerous, isn't it? Aren't you worried about encountering any unforeseen dangers?" Tang Xing, however, shook his head nonchalantly, resolutely stating, "It's all right, I believe I can handle any challenges that come my way." Jinyu gazed at Tang Xing and gently inquired, "What about your family? Are they aware of your presence here?" A fleeting shadow of desolation crossed Tang Xing's eyes as she quietly replied, "I have no family. I have lived alone since childhood." Hearing this, Jinyu felt a pang of sympathy and hastily apologized. "I am so sorry, I did not mean to bring this up. I hope I haven't saddened you." Tang Xing delicately wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down her rosy cheeks. Observing this, Jinyu's heart ached, and with a tender and caring voice, she consoled, "Why do you weep? Please do not cry, you are still just a child. Come, I have some delicious candies, a sweet treat will surely lift your spirits." Standing nearby, Jiang Haoyan felt an overwhelming surge of affection as he witnessed the scene. He approached gently, speaking softly to Jinyu. "Let me comfort her, Jinyu." Tang Xing, "It must be quite challenging for you to be here alone. If that is the case, why not join us? We will take good care of you." Jinyu and Jiang Hao led Tang Xing to a quaint little restaurant. Jinyu remarked, "You must be hungry. Boss, we'll have 3 portions of fragrant fish rice." "Certainly," Jiang Hao chimed in, crossing his arms. "Jinyu, why don't you ask her what she wishes to eat?" Tang Xing quickly waved her hand, her expression somewhat embarrassed. "Anything is fine, I am not picky." She then hesitated, adding, "But I have no money." Jinyu crossed her arms and smiled lightly. "Well, look at you, appearing so impoverished. I shall cover it." The proprietor brought over the meals, saying, "Here are your fragrant fish rice dishes. Enjoy your meal." Jinyu flashed a slight smile at Jiang Hao before turning to Tang Xing and softly inquired, "By the way, Tang Xing, why do you hunt spirit beasts alone? Even if you have just awakened, it seems rather reckless to seek spirit rings. Has something transpired?" A flicker of pain crossed Tang Xing's gaze as she responded, 2 days ago, a group of villains stormed my home, slaughtering everyone, including my mother. I am the sole survivor, and I vowed that once I become a soul master, I will avenge this blood-soaked tragedy." Upon hearing this, Jinyu could not help but sigh. Alas, the dead cannot be revived. Please take heart and do not grieve too deeply. Allow me to provide you with something good. Let us eat first. After their meal, Jinyu led them to a small grove. Turning to Tang Xing, she spoke with earnestness. You are now without a home, are you not? Tang Xing nodet silenti. Jinyu continued, then join the Yun family. This way, you will have a place to stay. Moreover, it will aid in your growth. Additionally, you'll have the opportunity to learn about the purple extreme magic eyes and the illusory soul shadow. Upon hearing these terms, Tang Xing's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, absolutely, I will join. I have nowhere else to stay. Jinyu replied, that's the spirit. Come along, Jiang Hao. She then called out loudly, Aunt Jiang, are you there? Jiang Yu warmly responded, ah, Jinyu has come. Please sit down. Jiang Hao, you should have given me a heads up. Who is this? As she looked at Tang Xing, Jiang Yu thought to herself, this young one bears a striking resemblance to brother Tang Yun. Jinyu spoke, Aunt Jiang, this is Tang Xing. His family's door was Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, affectionately said, child, why don't you stay with us? Jiang Hao, you must take good care of Tang Xing, understand? Jiang Hao patted his chest and replied, Mother, you can rest assured. Jiang Yu, with a warm demeanor, asked, Tang Xing, would you like to attend school with Jiang Hao? Tang Xing exclaimed with excitement, is that really possible? Jiang Yu smiled and replied, of course. If you wish, I will take you to school tomorrow. By the way, if it's agreeable, I would like to adopt you as my godson. What do you think? Tang Xing, overwhelmed with joy, knelt down with a thud and said, thank you, godmother. Jiang Yu hurriedly helped him up, saying, please rise. There's no need for such formality. Jiang Yu held Tang Xing's hand tightly, and suddenly, a mysterious yet familiar aura surged within him that he couldn't help but show a look of suspicion, murmuring, this aura feels so familiar. Tang Xing, what exactly is your martial soul? Tang Xing paused slightly, observing Jiang Yu's puzzled expression, and replied calmly, my martial soul is the spirit eye. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? A hint of curiosity sparkled in her clear eyes. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering thoughtfully, is it merely the spirit eye? I have an inkling that there's another force concealed within you. After saying this, he gazed intently at Tang Xing, tried to uncover more clues from her. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing decided to reveal her true power. She gently raised her right hand, and a radiant light burst forth, followed by the appearance of a dazzling golden soul ring. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he fixated on the golden soul ring. In that instant, it felt as though he traversed through time, glimpsing a familiar figure who had once wielded a similar soul ring. That a flicker of astonishment crossed his expression, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Tang Xing, you must never easily display this soul ring in public, unless you are faced with life and death circumstances. Tang Xing, bewildered, urgently asked, why? What is so special about this soul ring? She truly could not comprehend why Jiang Yu placed such importance on it. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. It is not yet the time to reveal everything. When you eventually break through to the Soul Emperor realm, I shall disclose the entire truth to you. Until then, you need only focus on your cultivation. His tone was particularly grave, as if bearing a significant responsibility. Though Tang Xing still harbored many questions, seeing Jiang Yu's seriousness made her refrain from further inquiries. She nodded resolutely and said, all right, I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently and become a Soul Emperor as soon as possible. With that, she turned to leave, leaving Jiang Yu standing alone, lost in contemplation. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, a tumult of emotions surged within Tang Xing, igniting an unnamed fire that left her restless. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Jiang Yu stood quietly alone on the balcony, his gaze wandering and profound as he stared into the distant horizon, the echoes of his conversation with Tang Xing resonating in his mind. Tang Xing, Tang Yun, she whispered softly, as if imprinting the name deeply within her heart. It is quite a coincidence that they both share the surname Tang, or could it be that there exists some intricate connection between them? Recalling the moment during the day when Jinyu had revealed Tang Xing's lineage, Jiang Yu couldn't help but furrow her brow, lost in contemplation. According to Jinyu, Tang Xing was the sole survivor of a tragic massacre that had befallen her family. What secrets and stories lay concealed behind such a harrowing fate? The more Jiang Yu pondered, the more she felt that this matter was of great significance, harboring many undisclosed truths waiting to be uncovered. Resolutely, she vowed to unravel the connection between Tang Xing and the Tang family, as well as the true cause behind that horrific massacre. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended the horizon, resembling a vast golden disk suspended in the sky. Sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating the entire world. In this splendid moment, Jinyu, accompanied by Tang Xing, embarked on their journey to Haishur. Upon reaching the seaside, Tang Xing was awestruck by the boundless ocean before her and exclaimed, "Sister Jinyu, are we really going to travel by boat?" With a gentle smile, Jinyu replied, "Indeed, we shall traverse the ocean aboard this shuttle, destined for Linghai Academy." She pointed toward a uniquely designed vessel in the distance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Tang Xing still harbored doubts and pressed on, "But I recall it was Aunt Jiangyu who was supposed to go to Linghai Academy. How did it change to us?" Just then, a voice interjected. It was Jiang Hao, who approached to clarify. "The situation is as follows. My mother initially intended to go herself, but an unforeseen matter arose, preventing her from doing so. Consequently, she entrusted me with an important card to deliver to you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, I cannot accept such a precious card." She understood the significance and value of this gift and felt unworthy of receiving it. However, Jiang Hao's expression grew serious as he stated earnestly, "If you do not accept this card, you will not be able to enter Linghai Academy smoothly. Moreover, as long as you possess this card, even the principal will show you the utmost respect." Tang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, "Is it truly that powerful? Does that mean you hold a high status at school, commanding respect even from the principal?" With a smile, Jinyu chimed in, "Indeed, Jiang Hao is quite a notable figure at school." Tang Xing blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Jinyu and asked, "Sister Jinyu, what exactly is your relationship with brother Jiang Hao?" A faint blush appeared on Jinyu's cheeks, her eyes brimming with sweetness as she softly replied, "Jiang Hao and I are lovers." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing immediately understood, her face breaking into a knowing smile. Jinyu smiled gently and continued, "By the way, Tang Xing, this book contains the secrets of the purple extreme demon eye and the soul enchantment mirage. You must take good care of it. As for the Yin family's techniques, let Hao Hao impart them to you personally." "All right." Tang Xing nodded obediently. At that moment, Jiang Hao spoke up, "Tang Xing, pay close attention." Yes, soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hao's hands moved with the swiftness of a phantom, executing movements that were at once delicate and fierce, leaving onlookers in a daze. His palms appeared to become transparent in an instant, as if they could traverse the air itself. While demonstrating, Jiang Hao explained, "This is the invisible hand." He then proceeded to showcase the Yun family's unique skill, the formless fist, along with the 10 directions mysterious needle from the hand techniques unraveled. Each punch and palm strike was imbued with immense power and variation, flowing seamlessly like clouds and water, devoid of any sense of delay. Tang Xing's eyes were fixed on Jiang Hao's every movement, as if he wished to engrave each subtle action deeply into his memory. His gaze revealed an unprecedented focus and admiration, seemingly filled with an insatiable longing for Jiang Hao's skills. As Jiang Hao's actions unfolded, Tang Xing unhesitatingly began to move in tandem with him. Although they were on a boat, Tang Xing, relying on his unique comprehension, cultivated an invisible yet formidable aura within the limited space. Surrounding tourists were taken aback by this sudden display, some unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Jinyu observed the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction as he softly remarked, "Not bad, quite a high level of talent. To learn so much in such a short time is indeed impressive." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's face turned crimson as he bashfully scratched his head. Jinyu, noticing his shyness, couldn't help but chuckle. You're even blushing," but a faint smile graced Jinyu's lips. At that moment, Jiang Hao added, "Very well, brother Tang Xing, you have already grasped half of the techniques in such a brief period. If you continue to strive, you will surely surpass me in the future." Tang Xing excitedly grasped Jiang Hao's hand, gratefully exclaiming, "This is all thanks to you, brother Jiang Hao. Without your personal guidance, how could I have learned so much?" Jiang Hao smiled and replied, "No need for thanks." Just then, Jinyu interjected, "Look, we are about to reach our destination." Chapter 2, Linghai Academy. Jinyu gazed at the building before them and softly remarked, "We have arrived, Tang Xing. You must have heard something about Linghai Academy, right?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Linghai Academy? I seem to have some recollection, but it's not very clear." Jinyu nodded with a smile and continued, "Indeed, that is the Linghai Academy. It is not merely an ordinary institution, it is steeped in many legendary tales. So, brother Tang Xing, are you interested in hearing more?" A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Tang Xing's eyes as he eagerly responded, "Of course. Brother Jinyu, please tell me all about it." Jinyu inhaled deeply, his voice gradually deepening, as if to transport his listeners to a distant era. At the inception of Linghai Academy, the conditions were indeed arduous. and the institution's finances were exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, they unhesitatingly dispatched personnel to assist those afflicted with illness. However, no one could have anticipated that a pivotal turn of fate would emerge during that year's enrollment. Pausing momentarily to build suspense, Jin Yu continued. Tang Xing, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on. And then, what transpired? Satisfaction gleamed in Jin Yu's eyes as he resumed his tale. Among the fresh cohort of students, there was a prodigious young talent named Tang Yun. He courageously led his class to participate in a prestigious elite competition. In that contest, they seemed to be favored by the gods of war, advancing with relentless determination and invincibility. After a series of fierce contests, they ultimately claimed victory in the elite competition. From that moment forth, Linghai Academy underwent a profound transformation, garnering widespread acclaim, and that senior, Tang, ascended to the status of a legendary figure in the annals of the Academy's history. The voice of Jin Yu began to rise in pitch, his emotions growing increasingly fervent as he continued. Who could have anticipated that? Just as they were basking in the glory of victory, the 5 great families would send their minions to forcibly abduct Senior Tang's girlfriend? In the face of such despicable acts, the esteemed mentors of Linghai Academy displayed no fear, resolutely stepping forward to engage in a cataclysmic and breathtaking battle against the 5 families. Thus, Linghai Academy unwittingly attracted the ire of this formidable entity, the 5 families. With their ulterior motives, sought to annihilate Linghai Academy completely. However, given that Linghai Academy had just claimed the championship title and was renowned far and wide, instilling admiration and trepidation in all, the 5 families were wary, ultimately refraining from making a reckless move against the Academy. Yet, as time swiftly passed, when Senior Tang and his companions completed their studies and stepped beyond the gates of their alma mater, they scattered like stars across the sky, embarking on their individual journeys. During this interval, a mysterious and elusive force quietly emerged, the spies from the 5 families. Their origins remain unknown. Yet they successfully ignited the flames of war between the Ling-Do Empire and the Tianqian Empire. This heart-stopping conflict swept in like a tempest, inflicting grievous wounds upon both mighty empires, leaving them severely weakened. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the 5 families audaciously seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In this critical moment, the valiant Senior Tang fearlessly led 7 exceptionally skilled spirit practitioners into the fray. They were akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, shattering the enemy's defenses with overwhelming force. Like a blazing sun casting its radiant light upon the darkness, they dispelled the ominous shadows of the 5 families. Regrettably, in that life and death struggle, Senior Tang's beloved girlfriend tragically lost her life, departing this world forever. Yet, under Senior Tang's tireless efforts, the smoke of war that lingered between the 2 empires gradually dissipated. Ultimately, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, they achieved unification, establishing a vast and powerful empire, now celebrated as the illustrious Tianling Empire. Due to the profound loss of his beloved, Senior Tang ultimately chose to follow his love into the abyss, concluding his illustrious and magnificent life in a tragic manner. His remarkable achievements shine like the most resplendent stars in the night sky, gleaming brightly and forever etched in the annals of history. The splendid accomplishments of Linghai Academy are undeniably attributed to Senior Tang Yun's tireless dedication and selfless contributions in the past. Jin Yu inquired, "How about it, Junior Tang Xing?" To which Tang Xing replied, "I too have heard of Senior Tang Yun's legendary exploits." Jin Yu then remarked, "Jiang Hao, please escort Tang Xing to register." Jiang Hao nodded and led Tang Xing to the registration hall. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, the students respectfully bowed and said, "Senior Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao responded, "I am here to assist my junior brother with registration." The students replied, "Very well, Senior Jiang, please hold on for a moment." Jiang Hao continued, "Tang Xing, let us proceed. Your dormitory is in Building 2, Room 202. Remember this. Here's the key. Take good care of it." Tang Xing accepted the key and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Jiang." Jiang Hao replied, "No need for such formality. We are like family, so let us not be so distant." Jin Yu expressed her astonishment, saying, "Junior brother, your homeroom teacher is actually Su Qi, that strict old woman. I lament for you, little star." Tang Xing inquired, "Why is that?" Jin Yu explained, "Su Yi is the most formidable teacher in the external class. It is said that no student in her class has ever met with a favorable outcome. May fortune be with you, little Tang Xing." As Tang Xing approached the dormitory entrance, he noticed an elderly man shielding his face with a fan. Hastening towards the old man, Tang Xing asked, "Good day, sir. Could you please direct me to Building 2, Room 202? The old man lowered his fan, revealing his weathered visage, and replied, "Just walk to the right and head upstairs." Tang Xing responded, "Thank you, sir." As Tang Xing stepped through the threshold of the dormitory, he beheld an impressively spacious arrangement. 2 large beds and a private bathroom. "Wow, is every dormitory like this?" he exclaimed, with his roommates yet to arrive. He took it upon himself to tidy up. Without delay, Tang Xing commenced a thorough cleaning, ensuring that every corner gleamed with immaculate precision. Subsequently, he began to cultivate his soul force, murmuring, under the influence of the purple extreme magic I sense a breakthrough in my soul force. I am truly grateful to Sister Jinyu. However, at that moment, his stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting him to head to the cafeteria. The moment Tang Xing stepped into the cafeteria, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The spacious and luminous hall featured rows of tables and chairs arranged in perfect order, resembling a grand banquet hall. Exquisite chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space. The walls were adorned with intricate murals, vividly lifelike, transporting one into a realm of artistic splendor. This cafeteria was nothing short of a palace. Tang Xing couldn't help but marvel at it. He was profoundly impressed by the grandeur of the place, silently appreciating the school's emphasis on the well-being and comfort of its students. Subsequently, Tang Xing approached the ordering window and addressed the lady inside. "Auntie, may I have 2 portions of chicken feet, please?" The lady smiled gently as she carefully retrieved 2 perfectly cooked chicken legs from the warming box. The chicken legs, with their golden hue and enticing aroma, appeared utterly delectable. Her movements were soft and graceful, as if she were presenting 2 precious pearls, and she delicately placed them before Tang Xing. Tang Xing gazed at the delectable feast before him, saliva nearly escaping his lips. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the auntie with a simple thank you, and then, unable to contain his eagerness, seized a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. The meat was tender and succulent, its exquisite flavor lingering on his palate, leaving him yearning for more. Tang Xing approached the table, eagerly devouring the food before him like a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey. After finishing his meal, he took a leisurely stroll through the academy's park before returning to his dormitory. Upon arriving, he noticed the dorm light shining brightly like a dazzling star and exclaimed, "My roommate has arrived." He hastened to the dormitory door, only to be taken aback to discover that his roommate was a girl, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment as he stammered, "Did you perhaps take a wrong turn?" The girl calmly replied, "Are you not aware that the dormitory accommodates both a male and a female?" A look of confusion washed over Tang Xing's face as he muttered to himself, "Oh, is it truly like that?" Unperturbed by his bewilderment, she continued with poise, "Listen carefully. I have 3 conditions. If you wish to reside in this dormitory, you must agree to all of them. First, bringing any pets into the dormitory is strictly forbidden, as those little creatures would only create chaos. Second, undressing within the dormitory is prohibited. Otherwise, I shall regard you as a rogue without hesitation. Lastly, you shall be responsible for all cleaning duties moving forward. Is that acceptable?" After hearing her conditions, Tang Xing instinctively scratched his head and retorted, "What if I refuse to accept these terms?" "What then?" Suddenly, the girl's gaze shifted dramatically. Her previously gentle eyes turned sharp and fierce, resembling a formidable tiger. She fixed her threatening stare upon Tang Xing and said, "What is this? Do you harbor discontent or wish to provoke me? Or do you truly intend to engage in a fight?" In the face of her fierce inquiry, Tang Xing displayed no hint of fear. On the contrary, he straightened his neck defiantly and replied, "If it comes to a fight, then let it be. I am not afraid of you." The two stood outside the dormitory, locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as if a storm were about to break. At last, the call to battle sounded, and they embarked on an exhilarating contest. Lan Qiu, with unwavering resolve, exuded confidence and determination in her gaze. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a lark emerging from the valley. "Before we engage, let us first get to know one another. My name is Lan Qiu, a level 20 strong attack system soul master." Tang Xing gave a slight nod, indicating his acknowledgement. His demeanor was composed and serene, exuding an aura of steadfastness akin to a mountain. Then, in a deep and resonant voice, he declared, "I am Tang Xing, currently a level 12 control system soul master." Upon hearing Tang Xing announce his rank, Lan Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a canvas of astonishment. She gasped, "What? You've actually reached level 12? However, before her exclamation had fully dissipated, Lan Qiu unhesitatingly launched her attack. Her movements were as swift as lightning, her fist striking with formidable ferocity. Imbued with an unparalleled might as she pounced upon Tang Xing, faced with such an unexpected onslaught, Tang Xing appeared somewhat caught off guard. Lan Qiu's fist rained down upon him like a tempest, each blow brimming with tremendous power. Tang Xing was forced to retreat repeatedly, his body involuntarily propelled backward. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man with silvery hair and a gentle visage sat quietly on a worn chair, observing the unfolding scene. He murmured to himself, "This child's physical prowess is astonishingly inadequate. Nevertheless, the Cloud Sect's technique, the illusory phantom, does possess a certain intrigue." Tang Xing was acutely aware that engaging in close combat with his opponent would place him at a significant disadvantage. After considerable reflection, he resolutely decided to alter his battle strategy. Suddenly, Lan Qiu lunged at Tang Xing with the ferocity of a formidable tiger, exuding an overwhelming presence. In the face of such a fierce assault, Tang Xing did not hesitate to unleash his most powerful skill, the mental gaze. However, to his astonishment, Lan Qiu effortlessly countered Tang Xing's mental onslaught. He swiftly summoned the formidable power inherent in his martial spirit, effortlessly neutralizing the tumultuous waves of Tang Xing's psychic barrage. A profound sense of defeat and desolation surged within Tang Xing. Could it be true that this endeavor would end in failure? Absolutely not. I must exert every ounce of my strength to rise up and retaliate. Surrender is not an option, for once I concede, my dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, a miracle transpired. An exquisite golden light suddenly radiated from his forehead, and a mysterious, yet powerful eye gradually manifested. Concurrently, his already formidable spiritual eye martial soul erupted with an unprecedented wave of energy, creating an overwhelming visual impact that was nothing short of terrifying. This sudden and indomitable force surged towards Lan Qiu like a tidal wave, leaving her utterly defenseless as she was violently pushed back into the corner of the dormitory wall. The abruptness and ferocity of the encounter caused Lan Qiu to falter, her feet losing balance, making her sway precariously as if she could fall from great heights at any moment. In that critical instant, Tang Xing unhesitatingly reached out his hands, summoning all his strength to grasp Lan Qiu's frail, helpless hand firmly. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Lan Qiu, gasping for breath, asked, "Why did you save me?" With unwavering resolve, Tang Xing replied, "We are classmates, not enemies. The 3 conditions I promised you are not insurmountable. Please respect me. We are both students, and mutual respect is the foundation of our interactions." Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Lan Qiu felt as if she had been enlightened, and her temper gradually subsided as she softly admitted, "All right, I was wrong earlier. I apologize." Witnessing Lan Qiu's acknowledgement of her mistake, Tang Xing refrained from further words and quietly returned to his dormitory, collapsing onto his bed in slumber. The following day, the dormitory alarm rang. It's 7 o'clock. And there's but an hour until class begins. It was only when class was imminent that Tang Xing hurried towards the classroom, and upon spotting his designated seat, he promptly sat down. At that moment, a slender figure with a narrow waist and long legs, her demeanor icy, approached the podium and announced, "I am your homeroom teacher. Sui, those who have fought, please stand up." Upon her command, only 2 individuals rose. She inquired, "Only 2? The rest of you will run 100 laps on the playground." A perplexed male student questioned, "Teacher, we didn't fight. Why must we run?" Sui responded with authority, "Because in my class, I am in charge." With that, a series of soul rings shone brilliantly from Sui, revealing a 10,000-year black soul ring. She was a soul sage. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the classroom as students hurriedly exited. Sui summoned Tang Xing and Lan Qiu to inquire about the cause of their altercation. Tang Xing reported, "Teacher, we are roommates, and we quarreled over a trivial matter." Sui remarked, "Roommates fighting, how delightful. Now, off you go to run." Initially, Lan Qiu intended to confront her, but Tang Xing pulled her away. Confused, Lan Qiu asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Xing advised, "Do you truly believe you can defeat her? I think you're being reckless." After contemplating, Lan Qiu conceded, "You were right. I was too impulsive." As Lan Qiu continued, she declared, "In the future, should anyone bully you, invoke my name. Few at this level can rival me." Tang Xing chuckled, "Yet you recently faced defeat at my hands." Unable to counter, Lan Qiu dashed ahead. The footsteps of their classmates gradually slowed, and Lan Qiu was no exception. Tang Xing found himself struggling to keep pace with his peers, at which point the Jade Heart technique within him began to take effect, restoring his stamina. However, in a sudden misstep, Tang Xing stumbled, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. This unexpected turn left all present in stunned silence. Nevertheless, Tang Xing remained undeterred, displaying remarkable resolve as he swiftly rose, gritting his teeth and pushing onward. Just as he was about to falter again, Lan Qiu, quick-witted and responsive, reached out to steady him, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, I am here with you. We shall advance together." Gratefully, Tang Xing nodded, and they continued side by side. Inspired by Tang Xing's indomitable spirit, the other classmates summoned their courage and followed suit, completing the remaining distance together. Time passed swiftly, moments slipping away, as some classmates, less endowed with stamina, exerted every effort to keep pace with the front. Just when Tang Xing felt utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse, Lan Qiu unhesitatingly activated her martial soul, firmly grasping his arm, bestowing upon him strength and support. Witnessing this, Su Yi wore a satisfied smile, softly exclaiming, "Indeed, the mightiest golden dragon of this continent lives up to its reputation." Following this, Su Yi eliminated several of the lagging students. Upon entering the classroom, Su Yi approached Tang Xing, her tone grave as she commanded, "Stand up and report your soul power level." Tang Xing complied, rising with an erect posture, and declared with clarity, "Yes, teacher, my soul power is at level 12. Chapter 3. Fever. Su Yi stated solemnly, "Indeed. Though he is a specially admitted student of the academy, failure to pass my assessment will result in his elimination. Understood?" Class dismissed. As the bell rang, students rose from their seats and exited the classroom. Tang Xing silently followed Su Yi to her office. Once inside, Su Yi gestured for Tang Xing to sit before saying, "Tang Xing, release your martial soul." Nodding, Tang Xing closed his eyes and focused. Suddenly, his eyes shifted from their original black bronze hue to a brilliant blue gold, emanating a formidable aura. However, at that moment, he sensed his martial soul was under some form of suppression, invoking an impulse to worship. Alarmed, he pondered the implications of this sensation. Su Yi observed Tang Xing's transformation keenly, acutely aware of the anomaly in the aura. Shortly thereafter, a dazzling yellow light radiated from her, and a yellow soul ring materialized before her. Gazing at the soul ring, Su Yi contemplated, "This century-old soul ring appears rather extraordinary. The power it harbors surpasses that of an ordinary soul ring. Could it be that Tang Xing's martial soul possesses a unique ability that can elicit such a profound reaction?" Contemplating this, Su Yi resolved to delve deeper. She took a deep breath and gently instructed Tang Xing, "Attempt to control your martial soul and see if you can resonate with this soul ring." Upon hearing her words, Tang Xing focused intently, striving to establish a connection with the yellow soul ring. Moments later, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He discovered that when his martial soul came into contact with the soul ring, an extraordinary resonance truly manifested between the two. This resonance filled him with a sense of formidable power surging within, as if with just a little guidance, he could unleash tremendous might. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su Yi's eyes, and she realized that Tang Xing's martial soul likely harbored immense potential. Perhaps, through careful nurturing and training, he could one day blossom into an exceptional soul master. "Well done, Tang Xing," Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. "From today onward, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous practice to enhance your strength. I believe you will undoubtedly become the pride of the academy." Inspired by Su Yi's words, Tang Xing felt a surge of determination. He understood the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders and recognized that relentless effort was the only path to realizing his dreams. From that day forth, Tang Xing devoted himself to intense training, consistently pushing his limits. Meanwhile, Su Yi invested greater effort in guiding him on how to wield the power of his martial soul and master various combat techniques. Through their joint endeavors, Tang Xing's strength flourished, and he gradually emerged as a standout within the academy, garnering significant attention. All of this was made possible by Su Yi's discerning eye and her dedicated mentorship. In the days to come, Tang Xing would continue to forge ahead, striving for even greater heights. He anticipated the day when he could stand atop the pinnacle, showcasing his true prowess. The color of his martial soul, though yellow, bore a faint golden hue. Could it be? "Tang Xing, your martial soul is quite extraordinary. It must be a mutated martial soul, and your spirit eyes are not singular." Tang Xing exclaimed in shock. "Not singular? Could it be dual?" Su Yi confirmed. "Indeed, spirit eyes are already rare, especially considering your own constitution is not particularly robust." Tang Xing replied, "Teacher Su, I will strive to improve." Su Yi added, Do not disclose this matter to anyone, understood? Tang Xing nodded slightly, understood. Tang Xing thought to himself, class is over. I shall seek out Lan Qiu for some fun. At that moment, Cheng'an approached Lan Qiu with a grin, saying, hey. Beautiful, could I have your contact information? Lan Qiu shot him a deadly glare, her tone icy as she retorted, get lost. Despite her demeanor, Cheng'an attempted to engage her further. Just then a male figure appeared before Lan Qiu. She remarked, you finally emerged. What did the teacher want with you? Tang Xing recalled Su Yi's words, do not inform anyone of this matter. He snapped back to reality, replying, the teacher mentioned something about the election of class officers. Lan Qiu expressed her disappointment. Oh, those matters? I thought it was something fun. Tang Xing gazed at Lan Qiu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lan Qiu, sensing Tang Xing's scrutiny, playfully remarked, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? Tang Xing replied with an air of nonchalance. What thoughts could I possibly have? Lan Qiu chuckled softly and said, you truly are a fool. No, that's not quite right. You should be called a blockhead, indeed. Her tone carried a hint of teasing affection. However, Cheng'an, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate the exchange. He suddenly shouted, hey, kid. Who do you think you are? How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Do you not value your life? Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing could not help but let out a cold snort. He turned his gaze toward Cheng'an, his eyes ablaze with fury as he demanded, your woman? Lan Qiu, pray tell, when did you become his? Lan Qiu was taken aback by Tang Xing's inquiry and hastily waved her hands in denial. Tang Xing, please do not misunderstand. I do not know him at all. He is spouting nonsense. You must believe me. Cheng'an, noticing Lan Qiu's lack of support, felt his anger intensify. He shouted once more, you brat, you truly seek death. How dare you oppose me? Do you even know who I am? As he spoke, he advanced towards Tang Xing, seemingly intent on confrontation. However, a commanding aura emanated from Tang Xing, rendering Cheng'an's martial spirit powerless and immobile. Cheng'an, astonished, exclaimed, why can I not summon my martial spirit? After Tang Xing and Lan Qiu departed from the teaching building, Tang Xing inquired, why are the dormitories arranged with one male and one female? Lan Qiu replied, it is because the academy is divided into inner and outer gates. The outer dormitories accommodate one male and one female, while the inner gate allows for male-male and female-female arrangements. You should be content with that. Tang Xing pondered this for a moment and then asked, since the academy is categorized into inner and outer gates, there must be many skilled individuals. Where did you hear about this? Lan Qiu, taken aback, responded, I heard it from the senior students. Are there any requirements to enter the inner gate? Tang Xing continued. Lan Qiu answered, you must become a soul emperor before the age of 20 and achieve the rank of soul master by 13. By the way, how old are you? Tang Xing replied, I am 9 years old. Upon hearing his age, Lan Qiu revealed her own soul rings, 2 yellow ones, and said, I am 10, and you're older than you. I am already a level 23 soul master. In addition to soul power, there are other prerequisites. You must attain the status of a core disciple in the outer gate and win the freshman competition to enjoy special privileges. Time is running short for you. Make haste in your training so that we may enter the inner court together. By the way, there is a theoretical class tonight. Would you be interested in attending? Tang Xing nodded and then proceeded to his training. Tang Xing's consciousness suddenly expanded like a balloon being inflated, and he felt an intense heat surging through his head, as if it were about to ignite. He bore the searing sensation with great fortitude, gritting his teeth to endure. Lan Qiu, keenly aware of the unusual temperature in the dormitory, felt an urgent pang of anxiety and rushed to Tang Xing's side. Upon seeing him in meditation, she realized the gravity of the situation. She reached out to touch his forehead and gasped in shock. Why is it so hot? This fellow always causes her such worry. There was no choice but to inconvenience herself. Without hesitation, Lan Qiu immobilized Tang Xing and carefully carried him back to bed. She pondered silently. If I attend class now, who will look after him? Resolutely, she murmured to herself, it's just one class. For a genius like me, missing it is inconsequential. I must first help this boy cool down. Hastily, she stepped into the courtyard and approached the well, lowering a bamboo basket to fetch water. As she felt strength in her hands, she effortlessly drew the basket back up. With hurried steps, she made her way back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. Lan Qiu, what are you doing? With a hint of exasperation, she replied, do I need to report my actions to you? The person quickly retorted, I don't care what you're doing. Have you forgotten about tonight's theory class? Lan Qiu regarded him with an unhurried demeanor. I have other matters to attend to. Tonight's class will have to be skipped. His eyes widened in disbelief. Skipped? You dare to stand up, my master. Today, I will teach you a lesson. With unwavering confidence, Lan Xiu responded. You? Teach me a lesson? Even if your master were here, he would have to show me some respect. You are not worthy. Leave before I lose my temper. How arrogant. Then I shall test your mettle tonight. Manifest your martial spirit. He shouted in anger. Lan Xiu merely snorted in disdain. Isn't that courting death? With that, she conjured a spear in her hand, thrusting it toward him. A tremendous explosion ensued, capturing the attention of everyone in the academy. He gazed at the weapon in her hand, astonished. That's the golden dragon spear. No wonder. Hua Xian, alerted by the commotion, hurried over and said, Miss Lan, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in discipline. Please, show mercy and do not hold this against him. Unruly disciple, come here and apologize to Miss Lan. Hua Xian's apprentice said respectfully, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively just now. Please forgive me. Lan Xiu glanced at Tang Xing's handsome yet pale face, shaking her head with resignation, softly stating, All right, let this matter rest here. After, she picked up the bamboo basket filled with various herbs and ingredients and walked toward the dormitory. Upon reaching her room, she gently placed the basket on the floor. Then, she carefully retrieved a soft handkerchief from within and soaked it in a basin of clear water for a while. Once the cloth was thoroughly wet, Lan Xiu gently lifted it and cautiously pressed it against Tang Xing's forehead. She sat quietly by his bedside, silently watching over him, her eyes betraying a flicker of worry and concern. She murmured softly, Tang Xing, oh Tang Xing, you truly know how to create trouble for me. Each time, you leave me in a state of constant worry, yet I understand you are also a victim of circumstances. I hope you recover swiftly this time. Lan Xiu's voice was barely above a whisper, as if only she could hear it. Her gaze remained fixated on Tang Xing's face, seemingly trying to decipher the thoughts concealed within his heart. As moments passed, Lan Xiu sat motionless, her heart silently praying for Tang Xing's prompt recovery. Yet, he truly seemed like a solitary figure. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. How could he possibly be of noble lineage? The teacher had spoken of the extraordinary nature of the spirit control system, noting its remarkable mental prowess. This individual's martial soul must be exceptional. That night, when I awakened my martial soul, he was able to push me back several meters. My martial soul is the golden dragon. What could possibly intimidate a dragon's essence? It shouldn't be so. He is so young. How could he be divine? This person harbors many secrets. Nevertheless, pondering will yield no results. I should check on his recovery instead. With her right hand clutching a white handkerchief, Lan Xiu gently pressed it against her forehead, only to retract it instantly, exclaiming, So hot. The temperature seemed to rise even further. She furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, This is bad. I cannot let this continue. I must hurry to the inner courtyard to seek the teacher's assistance. With that, she stood up, her steps somewhat unsteady as she made her way toward the inner courtyard. With each step, her head felt heavy, and her feet light, as if the entire world were spinning. Yet, she summoned her strength and quickened her pace. At last, upon reaching the entrance of the inner courtyard, she spotted her busy teacher. Just then, a woman dressed in a red dress, with an oval face and cold eyes, remarked, Lin Xing, what brings you here tonight? Lin Xing replied, Is my presence unwelcome, Yi Yusin? Do not always wear such a stern expression. As they began to converse, a voice suddenly interjected, Teacher, please help my friend. Lan Xiu implored urgently. Lin Xing stepped forward to assess the situation, exclaiming, So hot? What on earth is happening? Lan Xiu recounted the entire incident to Lin Xing, who pondered for a moment before declaring, This appears to be a case of overexertion in cultivation. However, he will need to stay here for a while for observation. With that, Lin Xing activated her spirit ring to administer treatment. To her astonishment, Lin Xing thought, What a surprise. Is he absorbing my spirit power? How peculiar. Why do I feel as if my spirit energy is being drawn away by an invisible force? Completely beyond my control? Lin Xing hastily summoned her martial soul, attempting to break free from the binding force, only to discover that the mysterious power continued to entwine her tightly. What a remarkable technique. Lin Xing could not help but exclaim, This individual is certainly no ordinary person. Despite my strength, I cannot easily extricate myself from his grasp. It appears he possesses an extraordinary background or has undergone remarkable experiences. No, I cannot remain passive. I must devise a way to counterattack. Upon reaching this point, Lin Qing focused his mind and summoned all the soul power within him, preparing for an intense confrontation with his opponent. Chapter 4. Healing. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yusin's eyes sparkled with insight as she proposed. What if we place him in the Spirit Sea Lake to see if it helps? Upon hearing her suggestion, Lin Qing reacted explosively, akin to a powder keg ignited, vehemently retorting, "What? You actually want to throw him into the Spirit Sea Lake? Have you lost your mind? We cannot jump to conclusions before we ascertain the facts." Yi Yusin, undeterred by Lin Qing's reaction, calmly shifted her gaze to the side, addressing Jian Qiu. "Lan Qiu, please return to school for now. Also, kindly request a leave of absence for your classmate from the teacher. If necessary, I can personally visit your class." She inquired, "By the way, who is your homeroom teacher?" Lan Qiu responded softly, "It's Teacher Sui." Upon hearing this name, Yi Yusin's face brightened with a smile, nodding in satisfaction as she remarked, "Ah, so it's Teacher Sui. That makes things much easier." It was evident that Yi Yusin held a degree of familiarity and trust towards Teacher Sui, perhaps due to her understanding of the teacher's character, which allowed her to feel at ease in sending Lan Qiu to request the leave. Lin Qing, with a look of resignation, lamented, "He truly is a peculiar individual. I am utterly intrigued by how he has cultivated himself to the point of compelling me to seek assistance." Yi Yusin, astonished, inquired, "How many people did you call? Who are they?" Lin Qing, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Hee, I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out soon enough." Before long, two figures gradually approached and eventually stopped at Lin Qing's location. Together, they entered the room. Upon recognizing the visitors, Yi Yusin exclaimed in surprise, "The individuals who have come are from the Spirit Sea Pavilion. It's Elder Shu and Ling Jia." Lin Qing, noticing their arrival, quickly called out, "Teacher, please come and take a look at this young man." Upon hearing Lin Qing's call, Elder Shu promptly walked over and swiftly utilized his soul power to examine Tang Xing's condition. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Tang Xing began to absorb Elder Shu's soul power. Elder Shu immediately sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "This lad is still absorbing my soul power. He is indeed remarkable." Consequently, Elder Shu decisively halted the outflow of his soul power, and Tang Xing ceased his absorption. Lin Qing, anxious, inquired, "Teacher, what is happening? What is going on?" Elder Shu, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "This young man is no ordinary case. His condition stems from an excessively turbulent state of mind during cultivation, akin to being scorched by flames, which has generated internal heat, rendering him unconscious. Yet, subconsciously, to protect himself, he has entered this state of coma. In essence, he has overexerted himself in his cultivation. However, since I have encountered him, I naturally possess the means to resolve this." Elder Shu continued, "Qing'er, prepare to place him in the Spirit Sea Lake." Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback, and Ling Shi exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder Tree, is this truly wise?" Elder Tree resolutely replied, "I have made my decision." They gathered at Linghai Lake, where Elder Tree spoke, "Place him upon the water." Tang Xing was gently set upon the lake by Yi Yusin, and the waters of Linghai Lake, sensing the presence of prey, surged forth like a famished tiger pouncing on its meal. Lin Qing, bewildered, inquired, "Elder Tree, what is happening?" Elder Tree, equally perplexed, replied, "I am at a loss as well. I have not activated the formation." The waters of Linghai Lake enveloped Tang Xing with the tenderness of a mother's embrace, gradually cleansing his form. Yi Yusin, taken aback, noticed a peculiar surge in Tang Yun's soul power and shouted, "His soul power is rising 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Has it halted at level 18? Immediately, the ancient Lingjin tree above the lake awakened as if from slumber, unleashing its vitality and continuously nurturing Tang Xing. Elder Tree could no longer remain composed, exclaiming with excitement, "The Lingjin tree has taken action. This individual merits special cultivation." Lan Qiu returned to the classroom, and after scanning the surroundings, Sui remarked, "Lan Qiu, where has Tang Xing gone?" Lan Qiu stood and responded, "Teacher Su, Tang Xing has fallen ill and gone to the inner courtyard for treatment." Hardly had the words left her lips when the department head entered class 1, declaring loudly, "Teacher Sui, your student Tang Xing is receiving treatment in the inner courtyard. I have come specifically to inform you. Furthermore, the dean has decided to grant him the status of a core disciple ahead of schedule." At this announcement, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a flurry of excitement, with students chattering, "Core disciple? Isn't that akin to the core disciples from the outer courtyard? What? How can this be?" Another student sighed in disbelief. Suddenly, The department head released a powerful aura, akin to a mountain pressing down upon an egg, silencing the noisy students. They gasped, 7 rings. Soul Sage. The department head continued. I am aware of your thoughts, and Tang Xing has been personally appointed by Elder Tree. I trust everyone knows who Elder Tree is. The attendees were left in utter shock. Even Sui was rendered speechless, asking, Qindong, what is going on? Elder Tree personally appointed him? Wasn't Tang Xing ill? Lan Xiu, please elucidate clearly. In front of her classmates, Lan Xiu recounted vividly. That day, I waited until Tang Xing returned to the dormitory before he began his cultivation. I went to take a shower. When I finished, he was still cultivating, so I sat on the bed for a while. Suddenly, the entire dormitory felt like a massive steam chamber, the temperature rising rapidly. Sensing something was amiss, I touched his forehead, only to discover he was burning with fever. And it was severe. I intended to cool him down with cold water, but to my surprise, that only exacerbated his fever. In a hurry, I rushed to the inner courtyard to seek help. By chance, I encountered teacher Lin Qing on my way back. Sui, hearing that someone had fallen ill due to cultivation, realized she had never before encountered such a situation in all her years. Even the department head, Qindong, wore a look of astonishment. Tang Xing was absorbing the life fruit of the spirit gold ancient tree when, suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from his forehead. Resembling a brilliant star, a peculiar soul bone slowly materialized, as if it were sprouting from his brow. Elder Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the soul bone atop Tang Xing's head, murmuring to himself, a soul bone? How could this be? He is merely 10 years old. The soul bone, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly merged with Tang Xing's body. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Elder Shu was profoundly astonished. Even as a super Douluo, he found himself momentarily entranced, unsure of how to respond. It was indeed a rarity to encounter someone he could not subdue. An elderly man, fanning himself with a feathered fan and holding a gourd, remarked, Elder Shu, it seems you have company. Elder Shu respectfully replied, You have arrived, Elder Su. I did not expect this boy to possess a soul bone. That familiar aura. I feel as though I have encountered it before. With that, Elder Su tossed the gourd above Tang Yun's head, from which 3 drops of water fell, nourishing Tang Xing's entire being like celestial nectar. Tang Xing felt the searing sensation within him recede like the ebbing tide, and now it would depend on his own fortune. Su Lao remarked in a calm tone. In an instant, Tang Xing merged with the soul bone, experiencing immense comfort during this process. You have been visiting him almost every day for the past 4 days. Tree Elder commented. Lan Xiu interjected, I am merely concerned for him. Tree Elder, seeing through her thoughts, chuckled, Ah. Little Lan Xiu has grown up and learned to care for others. I believe this lad would make a splendid son-in-law. Lan Xiu immediately understood, her cheeks flushing like ripened apples as she retorted, Tree Grandpa, how rude. I simply have feelings for him. Tree Elder continued to tease, then you should be with him. Don't worry, with me as your backing, and the support of the Linghai Pavilion, you will be just fine. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted like a volcano, splashing the lake's waters as a figure emerged. Lan Xiu focused intently and exclaimed in surprise, Tang Xing? As Tang Xing emerged from Linghai Lake, Lan Xiu immediately embraced him tightly, like a koala bear. Noticing this, Tree Elder could not help but jest, Young ones, you certainly play with fervor. Tang Xing turned to the elder and politely greeted, Hello, Grandpa. Lan Xiu playfully scolded, Lan Xiu, what has gotten into you? You made it seem as if I were on the brink of death. With a pout, Lan Xiu replied, Isn't it because of you? Why did you practice like a madman and end up burning yourself out? Tang Xing suddenly recalled, Right, while I was cultivating. It felt as if my head were on fire, making it quite unbearable. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside Linghai Lake, prompting Tang Yunxing and Lan Xiu to investigate. Jiang Hao shouted, Move aside, or I shall create a disturbance at Linghai Pavilion. The guards responded, No one is permitted to enter Linghai Lake without Tree Elder's command. Just as Jiang Hao prepared to act, Tang Xing and Lan Xiu emerged. Seeing Tang Xing, Jiang Hao exclaimed, Tang Shitty, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would have caused an uproar at Linghai. Jin Yu added, As long as you are safe, you can participate in the freshman competition. Tang Xing inquired, What is the freshman competition? Chapter 5. The arrival of Su Yin. Jin Yu explained, The freshman competition is exclusively organized for newcomers. This time, it's also an examination for the outer sect. If you perform well, you could become a core disciple of the outer academy. Tang Xing expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Sister Jin Yu. Jin Yu replied, You're welcome. I hope you all achieve excellent results in the freshman competition. By the way, Jiang Hao might be facing disciplinary action today. Farewell. Tang Xing and Lan Xiu returned to their classroom, where Su Yi was conducting a lesson. Tang Xing interrupted her with a cheerful exclamation, reporting in. Su Yi glanced at Tang Xing and replied, "Take your seat quickly. The freshman competition is just a few days away. Tang Xing, make sure you are well prepared. And you too, Lan Xiu. I still have 3 spots available. Anyone interested may come forth. As long as you pass my test, the spot is yours." At that moment, a young woman stood up and declared, "Teacher Su, I would like to give it a try." Su Yi, observing her determined demeanor, responded, "Very well. But I must remind you, there is only one opportunity." The young woman replied, "I understand, Teacher Su." Su Yi promptly escorted her into the simulation chamber, stating, "This time, I will project the visuals onto the classroom screen. Su Yin, you must think carefully." Su Yin flicked her hair and dashed towards the first challenge. Upon reaching the entrance of the first trial, Su Yin closed her eyes slightly and attuned herself to the flow of the air. Suddenly, a flurry of flying daggers struck like a tempest. With a swift turn, Su Yin deftly evaded the onslaught. Tang Xing, watching the display on the screen, was astounded by Su Yan's lightning-fast reflexes. Following this, countless daggers rained down upon her, yet Su Yin executed her exquisite footwork, gracefully dodging every attack like a phantom. A prompt sounded, indicating she had passed the first trial. Tang Xing marveled at Su Yan's agility, exclaiming, "Could this be the illusory phantom? No, it is a soul technique. How formidable she is, integrating soul techniques into her movements, truly terrifying." As Su Yin approached the second challenge, she observed a small orb flitting about like a sprite in the air. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the task at hand. With a sudden leap, she lunged for the orb, only for it to evade her grasp. The timer on the wall ticked down rapidly. When it reached the halfway mark, Su Yin composed herself, attuning her senses to the orb's trajectory. With the keen instincts of a hunter, she pivoted and successfully captured the orb, thereby advancing past the second challenge. In the third challenge, Su Yin charged in with determination. However, she soon sensed that something was amiss. Despite her efforts to break through the obstacles, each attempt ended in failure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she calmed her mind and meticulously observed her surroundings. Su Yi remarked, "What a promising talent. She simply has a rather impatient disposition." In a moment of clarity, Su Yin summoned her martial soul and began to weave a melody. Her notes sliced through the surrounding energy barriers like a sword, gradually revealing an exit. The classmates gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "She has passed all 3 challenges. How incredible!" Emerging unscathed, Su Yin was greeted by Su Yi's warm smile. "Congratulations, Su Yin. You have successfully passed the trial. This spot belongs to you. Su Yin, Lan Xiu, and Tang Xing will represent our class in the competition. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. Do you understand? Tang Xing will serve as the team leader. Take the time to get to know one another." Class dismissed. Upon meeting Tang Xing, Su Yin cheerfully introduced herself. "Hello, I am Su Yin, with a soul power level of 21, and my martial soul is the Emerald Jade Harp." Hearing her soul power, Tang Xing smiled and replied, "Hello, I am Tang Xing. My martial soul is the Spirit Eye, and my soul power is approximately 18. Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment. 18 levels? Tang Xing continued, "Indeed, I just broke through yesterday." Su Yin pondered. Teacher Su, that formidable figure, has appointed Tang Xing, an 18-level expert, as captain for a reason. I shall observe your prowess. Tang Xing, curious, inquired, "Su Yin, what are your first and second soul skills?" Su Yin obediently replied, "My first soul skill is the Emerald Melody, which enhances the frequency of my string pulling and boosts my teammates' attack power. My second soul skill is the Emerald Soul Tune, which not only augments my own attributes but also doubles the effect of the soul tune for my allies." Tang Xing praised, "Your soul skills are remarkable. They will aid Lan Xiu splendidly. My role will be to control the battlefield. Tomorrow, we shall prepare accordingly and proceed as planned." Su Yin remarked, "I never imagined you had such a plethora of ideas." Just then, a voice rang out, "Tang Xing, so this is where you are." It was Jinyu. Tang Xing, taken aback, responded, "Sister Jinyu, what brings you here?" Jinyu replied, "I know you have the freshman assessment tomorrow, so I brought the combat outfit that Aunt Jiang prepared for you. Make sure you perform well. Aunt Jiang will be watching your match, so give it your all." She added, "By the way, brother Tang Xing, have you ever considered earning some money?" After a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing said, "I have thought about it, but I am unsure how to go about it. Yu encouraged. Then think about what you can do. Tang Xing recalled how his mother taught him to roast chicken legs and suggested, could roasting chicken legs be profitable? Yu, upon hearing this, responded excitedly, of course. The assessments are held in the morning, so how about you join me to sell chicken legs in the afternoon? Tang Xing, elated by the idea, exclaimed. What a splendid suggestion. Yu then asked, Brother Tang Xing, since you can roast chicken legs, why not showcase your skills first? That way, we can ensure a good price. After hearing this, Tang Xing replied, All right, Sister Yu, I will prepare the ingredients right away. However, I still lack the necessary tools. With a wave of her hand, Yu dismissed the concern, saying, a trivial matter. You focus on the ingredients, let Jianghao handle the tools. Jianghao sighed, shaking his head, and turned to prepare both the ingredients and the tools. Yu then turned to Lan Qiu and Su Yan, smiling as she greeted them. Hello. You must be classmates and teammates of Tang Xing, right? I'm Yu. Lan Qiu promptly responded, Hello. Not only are we classmates with Tang Xing, but we are also roommates. Yu replied, I am aware. The dormitory in the foreign language department pairs a male and female student together. The boy walking behind me just now is my boyfriend. So rest assured, I have no intention of competing for your man. After all, Tang Xing is my brother. As soon as she finished speaking, a blush crept onto Lan Qiu's cheeks. Noticing her shyness, Yu teased, I didn't expect you to be so easily embarrassed. At that moment, Jianghao had set up the barbecue grill, and Tang Xing returned with the ingredients. He placed the chicken legs on the grill, and soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yu, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly asked, Wow, it smells amazing. Tang Xing, is it nearly done? Tang Xing replied, Sister Yu, it will be ready shortly. He then brought the grilled chicken legs to the four of them, saying, All right, everyone, please have a taste. Yu unreservedly took 2 pieces and handed one to Jianghao. Tang Xing glanced at Lan Qiu, who hesitantly took one. Su Yan, however, bit into hers without hesitation, exclaiming, This is incredibly delicious. After taking a bite, Yu echoed her enthusiasm, Wow, is this really a chicken leg? How is it so tasty? It's not greasy at all. And the flavor is just right. Tang Xing, your culinary skills could certainly fetch a good price. Jianghao interjected, Tang Xing, wait, calling you junior brother feels too formal. I'll just call you Tang Xing or brother. Yu chimed in, that is indeed appropriate. Tang Xing replied, regardless of how you address me, I will forever remain your Tang Xing. Let us prepare to launch tomorrow. Suddenly, Su Yan stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Class leader, I must confess, I am a twin martial soul. The others gaped in astonishment, nearly dropping their jaws, as Tang Xing shouted, What? Twin martial soul? Indeed. My second martial soul is the amethyst phantom butterfly. Chapter 6. New Student Assessment. Tang Xing pondered. Twin martial souls are an exceedingly rare phenomenon on the continent. Senior Tang Yun was a twin martial soul, and to his astonishment, Su Yan also possesses a twin martial soul, heralding an immeasurable future. Tang Xing addressed Su Yan, saying, There is no need for apologies. You are a twin martial soul. During the assessment, refrain from revealing this too readily. By the way, does your second martial soul possess any offensive capabilities? Su Yan replied, My second martial soul, the amethyst illusion butterfly, indeed has offensive abilities, specializing in agility and attack. Tang Xing, filled with joy, exclaimed, With Su Yan's twin martial soul, we are one step closer to the championship. The next morning arrived swiftly, and the academy announced, All participants, please proceed to the designated assessment location. Tang Xing escorted Lan Qiu and Su Yan to the venue, where an instructor stood at the center of the assessment area. He greeted the students, stating, Greetings, everyone. I will be your assessment instructor for the next 2 days. You have been assigned to Group 13, consisting of 6 teams. Now that everyone is present, I will explain the rules before we commence. This assessment will involve team battles of 3 members each. Freshmen are prohibited from using customized soul-guiding devices. However, other weapons are permitted. Although it is required that all contestants exert their utmost effort, any malicious harm inflicted during the assessment will result in disqualification, regardless of whether you defeat your opponent. Is that understood? The students responded in unison, Understood. The instructor continued, Excellent. The assessment officially begins now. In the first round, we have the first match featuring freshman class 1, Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, and Su Yan, against freshman class 3, Huang Chun, Meng Yi, and Tong Ge. Step forward. As Tang Xing and his companions approached the arena, the instructor announced, The assessment begins now. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Tang Xing activated his yellow soul ring. Summoning his soul, I'm martial soul, while Lan Xiu illuminated her 200-year soul rings, conjuring an ethereal dragon. Su Yan also revealed her 200-year soul rings, manifesting her martial soul, the emerald jade harp. Huang Chun and Meng Yi displayed their 200-year soul rings, unleashing the silver wind blade. While Tang Xing summoned a rather peculiar martial soul, a cake, by activating a 100-year soul ring. Huang Chun and Meng Yi swiftly consumed the cake and charged toward Lan Xiu. In response, Su Yan immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Emerald Melody. Realizing that Emerald Melody would assist Lan Xiu, Tang Xing declared, "Then I shall activate my first soul skill, Mental Detection Sharing." Sui instantly comprehended Tang Xing's soul skill, allowing him to perceive Huang Chun and Meng Yi's every movement. With a deft turn, Lan Xiu evaded their assault and released her first soul skill, Golden Dragon Claw. Huang Chun retorted, "Do you think it ends here?" and unleashed his first soul skill, Blade of the Windless. Tang Xing unleashed the full power of her spiritual eyes, rendering Huang Chun unconscious, while Lan Xiu's Golden Dragon Claws forced Meng Yi and Tang Gu out of the arena. The assessment instructor declared, "The victors are the Tang Xing team." After leaving the examination grounds, Jin Yu awaited Tang Xing outside, and Jiang Hao remarked, "So this is where you are. I searched high and low for you." Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Tang Xing exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Hao, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao chuckled and replied, "I came to find Jin Yu and you. Were you not planning to sell chicken legs? I can protect you both." Tang Xing respectfully responded, "Thank you, Brother Jiang Hao." Tang Xing and Jin Shou collaborated to position the vehicle optimally. Tang Xing commenced grilling chicken legs, while Jin Yu and Jiang Hao began distributing flyers. Jin Shou produced a large loudspeaker, attempting to activate it, but it remained silent. Jin Yu shook the speaker and adjusted it, producing a beep. Discarding it casually, he placed the price tag before the grill. As time passed gradually, Jin Yu reduced the price by 1 copper coin each time, ultimately offering free samples. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu happened to be strolling outside the school with Su Yan and chanced upon Tang Xing's stall. Approaching, she inquired, "What's the matter? It seems you haven't made any sales." "I have an idea." Tang Xing observed the performance while Lan Xiu took a bite of the chicken leg. At that moment, a man in a suit appeared behind Lan Xiu, watching her relish the meal. He asked, "Miss, is this chicken leg delicious?" "Of course, it's exquisite. This establishment's chicken leg is incomparable to others. Sir, you should give it a try. We're currently offering samples, and if you miss out today, there won't be another chance. You should take advantage of the fewer customers now and sample it before deciding to purchase." Tang Xing sat in the corner, stifling laughter. The gentleman found himself unable to resist Lan Xiu's persuasive charm. Gazing at the chicken leg, he picked one up and took a bite. His eyes brightened, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "This is so delicious. Boss, I'll take 10 portions. Tang Xing was taken aback and replied, "All right. Please wait a moment." Nearby students were drawn to the uncle, and upon seeing the free samples, one student picked one up, scrutinizing it before exclaiming, "Isn't this just an ordinary chicken leg? How much could there possibly be? Let me give it a try." After taking a bite, he was momentarily stunned, and after regaining his composure, he proclaimed, "This flavor is absolutely exquisite." He immediately rushed to the uncle and said, "Sir, I'll take 2 portions." Following suit, the other students eagerly sampled the chicken legs and instinctively formed a queue, awaiting their turn. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu assisted Tang Xing, and upon returning, Jin Yu and Jiang Hao were quick to lend their support upon witnessing the crowd, remaining until every last piece was sold. After the final sale, Lan Xiu complained, "It was quite a struggle for us to win the first round this morning, and now we are here selling chicken legs, which hardly seems fair." Jiang Hao replied, "I heard from Tang Xing's younger brother that you all won the first round. He went off to buy something." When Tang Xing arrived at the stall, he encountered the first customer. The uncle remarked, "What a coincidence," as he tossed Tang Xing an object. Upon opening it, Tang Xing was astonished to find a golden spirit coin. However, when he looked up, the uncle had vanished without a trace. Tang Xing returned to her stall, holding the item she had purchased. Upon seeing Lan Xiu, she warmly remarked, "You have worked hard today. Please take a moment to rest." After speaking, she heated the remaining chicken legs and placed them on the table, saying, "Enjoy them while they are hot." She then presented a large plate in front of Lan Xiu, declaring, "This is for you." Jin Yu and Jiang Hao observed Tang Xing, with Jin Yu unable to restrain herself from commenting, "It seems, dear Tang Xing, that you are on the lookout for a sister-in-law." Lan Xiu's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Jin Yu, Jiang Hao, we are still young. It is too early for such matters, and we all understand. Jin Yu continued, and Jiang Hao added, today, we heard that you successfully passed the first round of assessments. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of Tang Xing and the others, wishing you continued success. Tang Xing stood up and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you. Brother Jiang Hao, for your blessings, I appreciate it. He raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. That evening, as they dined joyfully, Su Yin suddenly recalled, by the way, I just leveled up my soul power today. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing responded, that's wonderful. It gives us an additional advantage. Jin Yu inquired, so? Su Yin, what level are you currently at? Su Yin replied, I am at level 22 now. Jiang Hao then asked, Tang Xing, what level are you at? Tang Xing answered, I am only at level 18. While Jin Yu was preparing to eat a chicken leg, he overheard Tang Xing's remark, what? You've leveled up 6 times in such a short period? I envy you. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Hao said, I find it a bit awkward to call you that. I will continue to refer to you as my little junior brother. Tang Xing reassured him, it's all right. No matter how you address me, you will always be my brother Jiang Hao. Jin Xiu clapped and exclaimed, well said. As Lan Xiu stood up to head back to the dormitory, Tang Xing noticed her departure and turned to Jiang Hao and Jin Yu, saying, Brother Jiang Hao. Sister Jin Yu, I shall take my leave now. With that, Tang Xing hurried after Lan Xiu, calling out, Lan Xiu, wait. However, Lan Xiu seemed indifferent to Tang Xing's presence as she swiftly returned to the dormitory. Chapter 7, Soul Fusion Technique. Tang Xing returned to the dormitory and inquired with concern. Lan Xiu, what troubles you? I am fine. Just go to sleep. We have assessments tomorrow, Lan Xiu replied nonchalantly. Tang Xing intended to ask further questions. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his concerns and retired for the night. The following day, after enduring 5 rounds of intense competition, the broadcast announced the exhilarating news. Tang Xing's team had achieved the most outstanding results in their region during the previous 5 rounds. Consequently, they were designated as the seed team from their area, set to participate first in the 6th round's initial match. In the first match of the 6th round, Class 1 of the freshmen, represented by Tang Xing's team, faced off against Class 9's team led by Tianluan. As Tianluan emerged, he summoned forth crackling lightning, declaring, I am Tianluan, a level 22 soul master. Bai Ji promptly revealed her soul rings and her swan spirit. To Tang Xing's astonishment, Bai Yi also possessed a swan spirit. Twins? This could be challenging, he thought. Remaining composed, Tang Xing introduced himself, Class 1, Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, Su Yin. I look forward to our match. As the assessment commenced, the supervising instructor noted that both teams were prepared and signaled the start. Bai Ji rapidly unleashed her spirit, initiating a disruption with her first soul technique, sound wave. This formidable sound wave exerted a significant impact on Tang Xing's team. We must interrupt her, Su Yin. Tang Xing decisively commanded. Su Yin promptly summoned her emerald jade harp, executing her first soul technique, emerald melody. Her soul technique rivaled Bai Shi's, and she confidently asserted, my emerald melody not only amplifies our attack power, but also counters sound-based techniques effectively. Seeing her sister at a disadvantage, Bai Yi quickly interjected, sister, allow me to assist you. First soul technique, sound wave. Instantly, sound wave surged across the arena, with neither side yielding ground. Su Yin pressed forward, unleashing her second soul technique, emerald soul tune. The sudden surge of power she released resembled a tumultuous tide, pushing the Bai sisters back. In that heart-stopping moment, Su Yi gazed at Su Yan's performance, exclaiming, her spirit must be extraordinary. Tianluan charged forward with relentless determination to defeat Su Yan. Swiftly, Tang Xing activated his spirit eye, restraining Tianluan's movements. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Tianluan. In a critical moment, Bai Ji transformed in an instant, blocking Lan Xiu's attack on behalf of Tianluan. Bai Ji then unleashed her second soul technique, white feather. Protect Su Yan, Tang Xing exclaimed as countless feathers soared towards him. Lan Xiu immediately activated her second soul technique, golden dragon body, retorting, is that all? Tang Xing watched in admiration as Lan Xiu effortlessly neutralized the attack, remarking, truly formidable, the golden dragon. At that moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning from Tianluan was successfully thwarted. Behold my first soul technique, Thunderburst, Tianluan proclaimed. Yet the powerful dragon might released by Lan Xiu repelled him several meters back. Bai called out, sister, Tianluan, let us execute a spirit fusion. Tianluan responded, all right, assemble. Instantly, the formation of the three Tianluan members shifted dramatically, causing Tang Xing to sense impending danger. Something is amiss. The trio unleashed their spirit fusion. Leaving the spectators awestruck, they are merely at the second ring, yet they can perform a trinity fusion technique. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Su Yi exclaimed, "The soul fusion technique executed by the three of them is indeed a formidable challenge." Tang Xing, observing their combined powers, decisively declared, "Focus all our energy on assisting Lan Xiao." Su Yin then extended her hand to caress her zither, softly reciting, "First soul skill, Emerald Melody. Second soul skill, Emerald Soul Song." At that moment, the soul fusion summoned by Tianluan took the form of a lightning swan, darting towards Lan Xiao like a bolt of lightning. "He is still gathering strength. We cannot allow him to succeed," Tang Xing shouted. With that, Tang Xing summoned the power of his spiritual eyes, materializing them to confront the lightning swan. However, the relentless assaults of the lightning swan inflicted immense pain upon Tang Xing, causing his spiritual manifestation to shatter. Tang Xing clutched his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as the lightning swan prepared for another powerful strike. A massive dragon's tail suddenly swung out, sending the lightning swan retreating several meters. A golden dragon silhouette emerged, roaring deeply, startling the lightning swan into a cacophony of cries. Seeing Tang Xing bloodied, Lan Xiao, enraged, bellowed, "How dare you harm Tang Xing? You seek your own demise." He concentrated his energy into his spear, transforming himself into a golden dragon spear, and then into a magnificent golden dragon. The presence of the golden dragon was overwhelming, akin to a war deity descending from the heavens. In a flash, the golden dragon charged towards the lightning swan, which promptly summoned thunderclouds. In an instant, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning struck the golden dragon like silver serpents. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, the golden dragon retaliated as the thunder gradually dissipated. Seizing the moment, the golden dragon launched itself towards the lightning swan with astonishing speed. Following a tremendous explosion, Tianluan and the Bai sisters lay unconscious on the ground. At that moment, the examination instructor announced loudly, "The victors are Tang Xing's team." Su Yi hurried to the scene to assess the injuries of the students. Su Yin anxiously inquired, "Teacher, how are they?" After her examination, Su Yi replied, "Tang Xing is fine, but Lan Xiao is exhausted and will need time to recover." Su Yin pondered, "What about the upcoming matches?" Tang Xing stood up and stated, "Su Yin, this time we must rely on ourselves." As Tang Xing and Su Yin prepared for the next match, Su Yin suggested, "Should I activate my second soul?" Tang Xing quickly objected, "No. It's too early to reveal that. It will complicate our future battles. However, I have a plan." After listening to Tang Xing's strategy, Su Yin nodded in agreement. In the subsequent 4 rounds, Tang Xing and Su Yin demonstrated remarkable synergy. In the final match, employing the Yun family's agility, Tang Xing triumphed over his opponent. The announcement echoed through the arena. "Congratulations to Tang Xing's team for winning the championship of Area 13. Su Yin exclaimed, "Today's battle was exhilarating. Class leader, you must treat me to a grand meal." "Very well," Tang Xing replied. Noticing Lan Xiao's silence, he inquired, "Lan Xiao, what troubles you?" Lan Xiao responded, "I was reflecting on the first round of matches this morning. Their Trinity fusion technique was astonishing. Even if I had summoned the dragon aura within me, it would not have possessed such explosive power. That strike could rival a Soul King. Could it possibly be Su Yan's enhancement?" Tang Xing remarked, while Lan Xiao responded, "It should be." Upon hearing Lan Xiao's words, Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "If only the 3 of us could execute a spirit fusion." An idea sparked in Tang Xing's mind, and she suggested, "Indeed, why not the 2 of you try? Perhaps success is within reach." "I am referring to a Trinity spirit fusion," Su Yan clarified, leaving Tang Xing momentarily speechless. Spirit fusion techniques require an exceedingly high degree of compatibility, and the level of tacit understanding cannot be lacking. It is not an easy feat to achieve fusion successfully, Tang Xing argued. However, Su Yan remained unconvinced and continued, "How can we know the outcome without attempting?" Tang Xing and Lan Xiao nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, initiating the circulation of their spirit power. Tang Xing channeled her energy using the Jade Sky technique, and suddenly, the spirits of all 3 were revealed. Subsequently, the 3 distinct spirits began to merge, gradually forming a vague silhouette, elusive and indistinct. When Tang Xing opened her eyes, she was astonished to declare, "We have succeeded." Su Yin and Lan Xiao also opened their eyes, and in unison, they gazed at Tang Xing, Their cheeks unwittingly flushed. Su Yan, feeling a surge of power within her, remarked, I sense a formidable force stirring within me. Tang Xing affirmed, this must be the power of spirit fusion. We can utilize it to expedite our training. Then, wouldn't our spirit fusion be much easier? Su Yan exclaimed excitedly. Tang Xing nodded in agreement, and Su Yan took Lan Xiu's hand, saying, Lan Xiu, let us give it a try. They both took a deep breath and cautiously urged their internal spirit power, attempting to intertwine and converge it. However, as time passed, they found themselves unable to perceive the anticipated fusion power. Su Yan furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Lan Xiu, and inquired, Tang Xing, what is happening? Why can't our spirit powers merge smoothly? Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and confusion. Lan Xiu also frowned, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, I am unsure as well. Logically, our spirit powers should complement one another. Yet, the current situation is rather peculiar. Su Yan pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling some reasons she had heard regarding failed spirit fusion. She proposed, could it be that our mental states are not sufficiently aligned? Or perhaps some external factors are interfering with our spirit powers? Lan Xiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Yan's speculation. He remarked, it is possible. But we need to investigate further. Perhaps we can adjust our mindsets and try again. Thus, Su Yan and Lan Xiu closed their eyes, casting aside distractions, striving to achieve a tranquil state of mind. They once again summoned their spirit powers, sensing the subtle connection between them. This time, they distinctly felt the flow of spirit power becoming much smoother. However, at a critical moment, an invisible force seemed to hinder their further fusion. Su Yan and Lan Xiu exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. Su Yan resignedly said, all right then, Tang Xing, let us give it a try. Tang Xing grasped Su Yan's hand, embarking on the endeavor of martial soul fusion. Suddenly, the martial souls of both individuals manifested behind them. Tang Xing's spirit I martial soul and Su Yan's amethyst illusion butterfly martial soul drew near, as if destined to converge. The fusion was seamlessly accomplished. This martial soul resembled a butterfly awakening, emanating an enigmatic radiance. After they reverted from their fused state, Lan Xiu approached slowly, remarking, Tang Xing, let us attempt this as well. Hand in hand, they commenced the fusion anew. Lan Xiu's golden dragon martial soul materialized in an instant, while Tang Xing's spirit eye swiftly darted to the forehead of the golden dragon like a bolt of lightning. The eyes of the golden dragon, in unison with the spirit eye upon its brow, unleashed their abilities, resulting in a breathtaking spectacle that left Lan Xiu utterly astonished, leading to an immediate dissolution of their fusion. Supporting Tang Xing, Lan Xiu inquired, are you all right? Tang Xing waved his hand dismissively, replying, I am fine, Lan Xiu. Let us name this martial soul fusion technique Golden Might. Lan Xiu nodded in agreement, while Su Yan teased, and what about the three of us? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xing responded, let us call it Amethyst Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation. Chapter 8. Advancement in Assessment. Tang Xing exclaimed joyfully, marvelous. We possess 3 martial soul fusion techniques. These are our 3 trump cards. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Lan Xiu gazed at Tang Xing, seemingly having made a significant decision. The following day, an announcement resonated through the new student assessment area. Attention, Class 1 of Year 1, please enter. The elimination rounds are about to commence. Contestants are reminded that friendship comes first and competition second. Class 1 of Year 1 will face Class 8 of Year 1. Both sides, please take the stage. Tang Xing was the first to take the stage, proclaiming loudly, Class 1, I am Tang Xing, an 18th level control system battle soul master. Following him, Lan Xiu declared, Class 1, I am Lan Xiu, a 23rd level assault system great soul master. Su Yan then introduced herself, Class 1, I am Su Yan, a 22nd level support system great soul master. I look forward to your guidance. Qi Ming, undeterred, announced, Class 8, I am Qi Ming, a 25th level assault system great soul master. The other 2 from Class 8 chimed in, Class 8, I am Jian, a 24th level defense system great soul master, and Class 8, I am Ning Shui, a 31st level support system great soul master. As the competition commenced, the referee signaled, and Ning Shui immediately summoned her martial soul. A magnificent, tiered glazed tower appeared before all. Observing Ning Shui, their homeroom teacher, Su Yi, remarked, Ning Shui hails from an extraordinary lineage. Her martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile, the foremost support martial soul of the Douluo continent. Indeed, Su Yi, shall we wager? A sharp voice interjected. Su Yi retorted coldly. Zhu Hong, what do you propose? A soul bone, Zhu Hong replied. Qi Ming surged forward to attack Lan Xiao, who met him with her golden dragon spear. Guan, seeing this, charged at Tang Xing, while Su Yan activated her martial soul to block Guan's advance. The onlookers were left astonished by Su Yan's display. Even Su Yi and Zhu Hong were taken aback. Zhu Hong exclaimed, how is this possible? Wasn't her martial soul the emerald jade harp? How could it transform into a goose? Meanwhile, Lin Qing, feeling bored in the infirmary, decided to take a stroll and fortuitously arrived at Tang Xing's assessment site. Oh, isn't this the little one? This girl's martial soul seems reminiscent of my sister's, she remarked. In the next moment, Lin Qing invoked her sister's appearance, and Lin she manifested. Lin Lu interjected, no, her martial soul is quite unique. Even my martial soul, the Azure Wave Swan, feels somewhat suppressed. Lin Qing inquired, sister, are you returning today? Lin Lu nodded, yes, I just came back today. I intend to recruit that girl. Su Yan then exerted her strength, unleashing her first soul skill, Emerald Protection. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing activated his purple Extreme Demon Eye and Spirit Eye attack, swiftly immobilizing Guan. Subsequently, Tang Xing employed the Yun family technique to send Guan flying. Fortunately for Guan, being a defense system master spared him from being flung away. Tang Xing, astonished by Su Yan's martial soul, exclaimed, is she not a twin martial soul? Could she possibly possess a triple martial soul? First soul skill, Starfall. Qi Ming elegantly brandished his Star Wheel spear and shouted. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. Lan Xiao, witnessing this, promptly unleashed her skills to counter. As Lan Xiao activated her second martial soul, Qi Ming smirked, are you finally getting serious? First soul skill, Golden Dragon Thrust. After Qi Ming's declaration, he added with a grin, this suits me perfectly. First soul skill, Starfall. First soul skill, Celestial Shield Formation. Guan cried out. Ning Shui chuckled lightly, let us conclude this. The 7 treasures glazed tile spun forth. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. In an instant, Qi Ming's soul power surged, sending Lan Xiao staggering backward. Qi Ming laughed. Lan Xiao, you are formidable, but this is where it ends. Second soul skill, Starfall Heavenly Slash. Lan Xiao, having suffered setbacks, roared, do you think I am without allies? Second soul skill, Emerald Light. Second soul skill, Emerald Melody. Su Yan exerted her strength, shattering Guan's defensive formation in a single blow. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon's Descent. Lan Xiao swiftly executed a strike, effectively neutralizing Qi Ming's second soul skill. Guan immediately reacted. Second soul skill, Shield of Dawn. Following a resounding explosion, Guan sustained injuries and shouted, Qi Ming, use that move. Qi Ming and Guan began to merge their souls, and Tang Xing instantly comprehended their intention. They were about to employ a martial soul fusion technique. Lan Xiao, hurry. We must do the same. Second soul skill, Emerald Melody. Su Yan promptly unleashed her soul skill, while Ning Shui quickly chanted, 3-day soul. Both sides completed their fusion at an astonishing speed. Zhu Hong, astonished at the martial soul fusion technique of Class 1, exclaimed, wow. Your class actually possesses a martial soul fusion technique. However, when it came to martial soul quality, Qi Ming's Star Wheel Gun was the heir of the legendary Star Gun from the Nine Ning family, crafted a millennium ago by the gun spirit Douluo. Although the Star Wheel Gun is the initial form of the Star Gun, its quality is indisputable. Similarly, Guan's Shield of Dawn also dates back a millennium to the Shield Douluo. Did you think a mere juvenile golden dragon could withstand this? Su Yi chose to ignore her, turning her gaze toward the central area, addressing Qi Ming and Guan, martial soul fusion, strike with gun and shield. Tang Xing and Lan Xiao simultaneously declared, martial soul fusion, might of gold. The two formidable martial soul fusion techniques collided, and the dragon eyes of the golden dragon activated its skill, emitting a radiant golden light. In an instant, it immobilized the opposing martial soul fusion technique, including Ning Shui. The supervising teacher announced, congratulations to Class 1's Tang Xing team for their victory. Tang Xing advised, quickly restore your soul power. We have another tough battle this afternoon. Su Yan nodded in agreement, and Lan Xiao suggested, how about we attempt to harness the power of our cultivated martial soul fusion? After contemplating, Tang Xing proposed, let us name it the power of celestial spirits. Lan Xiao instinctively touched her abdomen and nodded. The three of them then settled into a meditative posture to recuperate their soul power. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings. The crisp voice of the referee, Ding Xin, resonated across the playground. Class 1's Tang Xing team will face Class 6's Sun Xiaokong team. Please have both teams take the stage. Upon hearing this, Ding Xing, standing nearby, furrowed her brow with concern and said to Sun Xiaokong, "Xiaokong, the opponents may not be easy to handle." However, Sun Xiaokong merely smiled slightly, exuding confidence. He comforted Ding Xing by patting her shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. I will take care of Lan Qiu, and you can rely on the other two. Rest assured, we will certainly emerge victorious." With that, a glimmer of determination and assurance sparkled in his eyes. He took a deep breath and encouraged everyone, saying, "All right, comrades, it's our turn to showcase our skills. Let us give our all and bring glory to our class." After speaking, he led his teammates onto the arena with a vigorous stride. As both teams took their positions, Tang Xing, a level 18 control system battle soul master from Class 1, Lan Qiu, a level 23 offensive system weapon master from Class 1, and Su Yan, a level 22 support system weapon master from Class 1, stood ready. Tang Xing introduced, in Class 1 Year 6, Sun Xiaokong, a 24th level assault system weapon soul master, and Ling Feng, a 25th level assault system weapon soul master from the same class. Additionally, Ding Xing, a 23rd level support system weapon soul master, was also present. As the assessment commenced, the instructor announced the start. Ding Xing stepped forward from the crowd, took a deep breath, and softly chanted an incantation, "First soul skill, 7 stars power." As her words echoed, a powerful wave of soul energy surged from her being. Empowered by this force, Sun Xiaokong immediately summoned his martial spirit and, without hesitation, launched an attack toward Lan Qiu. Seeing this, Lan Qiu did not dare to be negligent. He brandished his spear and engaged Sun Xiaokong in fierce combat. The two exchanged blows, neither side willing to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Sun Xiaokong, aware he faced a formidable opponent, did not retreat. Instead, he roared, "Indeed, you are Lan Qiu. But if you think you can defeat me solely with that golden dragon spear, you are sorely mistaken. Prepare to receive my first soul skill, Purple Gold Frenzy." With that, Sun Xiaokong swung his long staff, attacking Lan Qiu like a tempest. However, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Lan Qiu did not evade. Instead, he activated his second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. In an instant, a layer of golden light enveloped Lan Qiu, rendering him akin to a war deity descending upon the earth. Despite the immense power of Sun Xiaokong's strikes, they were deftly dodged by Lan Qiu. Sun Xiaokong pondered internally. Why does he always manage to evade my ferocious attacks with such precision? Just then, he caught a glimpse of Tang Xing, who was signaling to Ling Feng from the sidelines. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Sun Xiaokong. With a subtle command, Ling Feng summoned his martial spirit, revealing a sword radiating a fierce aura in his hand. Su Yi gasped in astonishment. "It is the celestial spirit sword. This individual must have an extraordinary background." As Ling Feng recited his incantation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Spirit Sword Strike. The celestial spirit sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light, hurtling toward Tang Yun. Faced with such a fierce assault, Tang Yun dared not be complacent and immediately activated his first soul skill, Emerald Shield. A layer of green light emerged, firmly protecting him. However, Ling Feng sneered, "You are fortunate, but I wonder if you can evade my attack this time?" As he spoke, he summoned his soul power once more and executed his second soul skill, Spirit Sword Slash. In an instant, countless sword lights cascaded down like raindrops, creating a terrifyingly dense offensive. Tang Xing swiftly activated his purple extreme demon eye, his eyes shimmering with purple light. A powerful mental force was released through his spiritual gaze, forming a mysterious skill that shot forth, striking Ling Feng with pinpoint accuracy. Affected by this blow, Ling Feng's attacks went awry, missing Tang Yun with several strikes. Meanwhile, Su Yan, observing the tense situation, could no longer contain her fury and boldly unleashed her second soul skill, Emerald Light. A rich green light surged from her, resembling a brilliant emerald moon, crashing toward Ling Feng with unparalleled might. Ling Feng was unexpectedly jolted back several meters. Simultaneously, Sun Xiaokong seized the opportunity to swing his staff fiercely, striking Lan Qiu and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Following this, he abruptly flicked his wrist, hurling the staff like a javelin, aimed directly at Tang Xing's back. Chapter 9, Semi-Final Assessment. Suddenly, Lan Qiu shouted, "Tang Xing, be careful." Tang Xing reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with a quick sidestep. However, the staff pursued him relentlessly, seemingly harboring a particular animosity towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing's mind raced as he concocted a clever plan. He intentionally led the stick to follow him, dashing towards Ding Xing. Upon seeing this, Ding Xing regarded Tang Xing with disdain, contemplating inwardly. What tricks do you think you can play? At that moment, Tang Xing mischievously made a face at Ding Xing before turning and running away. Observing this, Ding Xing breathed a sigh of relief, believing Tang Xing was merely posturing. However, to her astonishment, the stick abruptly changed direction and hurtled straight towards her, just as it seemed the stick would strike Ding Xing. Ling Feng decisively swung his sword to intercept the lethal blow. Simultaneously, Sun Shaokong hurriedly retrieved the stick back into his grasp. Infuriated, Ding Xing resolved not to remain passive any longer. She unleashed her full potential, executing her second soul skill, 7-star blessing, along with her first soul skill, 7-star power. In an instant, both Sun Shaokong and Ling Feng felt their soul power and attributes double, an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through them. Faced with such formidable opponents, Su Yin and Lan Qiu displayed no fear. The two harmoniously initiated their martial soul fusion technique, Swan Dragon Emperor Transformation. This move was astonishingly powerful, surging forth with unparalleled momentum towards Sun Shaokong and the others. Ultimately, this overwhelmingly potent strike successfully propelled Sun Shaokong and his companions out of the arena. Victory belonged to their fearless and valiant team. The venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Tang Xing's successful advancement to the semifinals. Tang Xing exclaimed, "Well done. Let us go. Tonight we shall feast on roasted chicken legs to celebrate." He led Lan Qiu and Su Yin to his modest stall. Upon arriving, Tang Xing spotted two familiar figures, and upon closer inspection, he shouted, "Brother Jianghao, Sister Jinyu, you have come." Jianghao replied, "Jinyu and I are here to congratulate you on advancing to the semifinals. Little junior brother, my mother will be attending the semifinals specifically to watch you perform. So you must give it your all." Jinyu added, "Brother Tang Xing, as you reach the semifinals, do exercise caution. I have heard that among your cohort, Situ Yu, Xia Qian, and Li Fei are exceedingly formidable opponents, and they too have reached the semifinals. Be vigilant, dear brother Tang Xing." Particularly with regard to Li Fei and Xia Qian, Tang Xing cheerfully remarked, "All right, I've noted that, Sister Jinyu. Since we're here, let us indulge in a chicken leg before departing." Jinyu, filled with delight, exclaimed, "How wonderful! At last, I can savor the culinary skills of brother Tang Xing." With that, Tang Xing set about igniting the grill to prepare roasted chicken legs. Together, they joyfully relished their meal. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, marking the semifinals. A woman clad in a red dress approached the competition stage, when suddenly, a sheep appeared. The onlookers outside made a gesture of respect. "There is no need for such formality. Please, continue," she announced. Her voice resonated throughout the left arena, and as she completed her transformation, Tang Xing immediately recognized her. The woman in red greeted, "Hello everyone. I am Yi Yusin, the Dean of Linghai Academy. The talent among this year's new students is remarkable, and I look forward to witnessing your performances. May you astonish me. Let us commence with the drawing of lots." Tang Xing pondered. Why did the dean grant a favor to his godmother? Was it merely a coincidence that the competition's grand screen began to whirl, ultimately halting at the confrontation between Tang Xing's team and that of C2U? As Yi Yuxian remarked, the moment C2U stepped forth, Tang Xing felt a peculiar familiarity emanating from him. A sudden realization struck Tang Xing. It was C2 Feng, the one responsible for the massacre of the Tang family. He must be avenged. The competition commenced. The assessment instructor announced the participants. Year 1, Class 5, C2U, a Level 25 Assault Soul Master. Year 1, Class 5. Mengya, a Level 23 Control System Battle Soul Master. Year 1, Class 5, Xia Qian, a Level 24 Agility Attack System Soul Master. From Year 1, Class 1. Tang Xing, a Level 18 Control System Battle Soul Master. Year 1, Class 1. Lan Qiu, a Level 23 Assault System Soul Master. Year 1, Class 1. Su Yin, a Level 22 Support System Soul Master. At C2U's command, Mengya dashed forward, unleashing her first soul skill, Foxtail. A colossal foxtail manifested, successfully shielding Tang Xing and his companions. Lan Qiu remarked, "Isn't it just a tail grab? Watch me," as she prepared to unleash her own soul skill. In the next instant, C2U's skill surged toward Tang Xing and Lan Qiu. Su Yin swiftly activated her first soul skill, Emerald Aegis, faced with the relentless onslaught. In a fleeting moment of defense, Lan Qiu thrust her spear towards C2U. Upon seeing the weapon aimed at him, C2U retracted his soul skill, deftly evading the attack. C2U proclaimed, "Lan Xiao, do not presume that I will spare you just because you have backing. This is an assessment, and I shall show no mercy." First soul skill, skyward flying blades. Unfazed by C2U's attack, Lan Xiao countered with her own first soul skill, golden dragon stab. A fierce exchange ensued between the two. Mengya charged at Su Yin once more, employing her second soul skill, enchantment. Under the influence of the enchantment, Su Yin fell into a stupor, prompting Xie Qian to seize the moment. First soul skill, multi-ring. Second soul skill, lock ring. Su Yin found herself ensnared. Mengya aimed to cast enchantment on Tang Xing, but he activated his spiritual I martial soul, unleashing the purple extreme demon eye to reflect the enchantment back at her, rendering Mengya unconscious on the ground. Xie Qian's soul skill was deftly evaded by Tang Xing. At that moment, an unsettling vision of the purple extreme demon light flashed in Tang Xing's mind. He suddenly comprehended the formidable nature of Xie Qian's soul skill, capable of ensnaring Lan Xiao. Meanwhile, CTU executed a swift sidestep, launching his second soul skill, will slash. Seeing no avenue of escape, despair washed over Lan Xiao. Yet, in this critical juncture, Tang Xing sprang forward without hesitation, positioning himself protectively in front of Lan Xiao. He activated his invisibility hand, employing the unique techniques of the Yun family in a bid to neutralize the lethal strike. C2U, taken aback, revealed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, yet smirked disdainfully, declaring, not bad. Prepare yourself for my first soul skill, skyward flying blades. Second soul skill, will slash. In an instant, countless sharp blades descended like a torrential storm, accompanied by the colossal will slash, striking towards Tang Xing with unrelenting ferocity. Confronted by such a fierce onslaught, Tang Xing devoted himself entirely to employing the techniques of the Yun clan, fending off each attack one by one. Yet, the sheer volume of the flying blades proved overwhelming. Even with Tang Xing's formidable strength, he ultimately struggled to withstand the entirety of the assault. As time progressed, his body endured relentless cuts from the blades, each wound exacerbating his injuries, leaving him increasingly battered. Blood stained his garments, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Eventually, he could no longer bear the mounting pressure, and his first soul ring suddenly radiated with brilliance. Accompanied by a dazzling light, an immensely powerful force erupted from within Tang Xing. At that moment, a mysterious silhouette manifested around him. Beside him, Jiang Yu witnessed this spectacle, her heart racing with excitement as she murmured, could it truly be him? In that fleeting instant, she beheld a familiar yet long-awaited figure. Lan Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief at the ghastly wounds marring Tang Xing's form, her heart swelling with rage and sorrow. She could scarcely fathom the agony he had endured to hold on this far. Just then, Situ coldly declared, "Enough, it is time for this to end." Second soul skill, will slash. Everyone gasped, aware of the immense power behind this move. It was likely beyond Tang Xing's capacity to counter. Beside him, Xie Qian asserted, "With this strike, Tang Xing will either perish or be grievously injured." However, just as Situ prepared to unleash his attack, a mysterious and formidable golden dragon suddenly appeared before Xie Qian. This dragon, with its claws and fangs bared, roared with a thunderous intensity directed at Situ and the others. The roar reverberated through the arena like a clap of thunder, leaving all in stunned silence. Particularly, Situ felt his ears ring, nearly rendered deaf. Witnessing this, Lan Xiao unhesitatingly awakened the long-dormant power of the ultimate light within her, unleashing her ultimate technique, Golden Dragon Domination. With a fierce shout, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted forth. This force swept through the arena like a tempest, sending both Situ and Xie Qian hurtling backward, their bodies marred and battered. Observing the scene, Lan Xiao promptly reverted from her transformed state and rushed to Tang Xing's side, carefully lifting him. At this moment, Tang Xing lay unconscious, yet he still drew breath. The assessment instructor approached and proclaimed, "Tang Xing's team is victorious." Upon hearing this news, Lan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes gleaming with joy. Though the battle had been fierce, they had ultimately triumphed. Nearby, Li Fei concluded his match, and Ziyin remarked, "They actually defeated Situ, but he is gravely injured." Li Fei responded, "They are indeed remarkable, worthy adversaries." Filled with urgency, Lan Xiao implored the dean, "Dean, I beseech you to grant us an extension. We have a teammate whose injuries are grievous, and the situation is exceedingly dire." The director, observing the earnest plea of his beloved disciple, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yu interjected, "Director, if my memory serves me right, there is typically a half-hour break reserved during the finals. Let us grant them this half hour, and I shall attend to the injured." At that moment, Linnell, standing nearby, chimed in, "Perhaps I should accompany you." Jiang Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, she and Lan Xiu made their way to the lounge. Inside the lounge, one could behold the unparalleled spirit master Jiang Yu, a formidable level 99, alongside Linnell, who stood at the pinnacle of level 97. Together, they combined their soul power, exerting their utmost efforts to heal the wounded Tang Yun. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun's severe injuries miraculously began to mend. Tang Yun slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Godmother." His voice resonated with profound warmth and gratitude. Chapter 10. The final assessment. Lin LV was taken aback upon hearing Tang Xing refer to Jiang Yu as Godmother. Jiang Yu instructed, "You should rest and regain your soul power. There is still another match ahead." She then inquired, "Why did you endure when you were clearly struggling?" Tang Xing replied, "Because the situation was critical, I had no choice." Jiang Yu gently patted Tang Xing's head, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, you must prioritize your own safety. Only by ensuring your own protection can you safeguard others. Do you understand?" Tang Xing nodded, affirming, "I understand." Jiang Yu held out a bottle of water, presenting it to Tang Xing. "Drink this. It will not only aid in healing your injuries, but also facilitate a swift recovery of your soul power." At that moment, the dean entered the lounge, approached Lan Xiu, and observed as she recuperated without intruding. He then turned to Lin LV and inquired, "How is his condition?" Dean Yi Yusin's voice conveyed genuine concern. Lin LV responded, "Dean, Tang Xing's injuries have healed. The time is drawing near," Dean Yi Yusin remarked. Tang Xing opened his eyes and spoke, "All right, Dean." He arrived at the competition venue, where Li Fei remarked, "Brother Tang, it seems your injuries have nearly healed. I hope you can unleash your full strength for our match. However, I value friendship more than competition." He then introduced himself, "I am Li Fei from Class 1. Year 7, a level 25 Agility Soul Master." Wang Yang followed suit, "I am Wang Yang from Class 1. Year 7, a level 25 Strength Soul Master." Subsequently, Ziyin introduced herself, "I am Ziyin from Class 1, Year 7, a level 31 Control Soul Master." Tang Xing was taken aback, thinking to himself, "What? Level 31? Ning Shui was also level 31. I must not be careless." From Class 1, Year 1, Tang Xing introduced himself as an 18-level Control Battle Soul Master. He continued, "From Class 1, Year 1, Su Yan, a level 22 Support Soul Master. From Class 1, Year 1, Lu Ming, a level 23 Strength Soul Master." The competition commenced. At the teacher's command, Tang Xing immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Mental Detection Sharing. Li Fei gaped in astonishment. He opened with a soul skill? Tang Xing felt a surge of pride, thinking, this soul skill is quite extraordinary." Li Fei exchanged glances with Ziyin, who promptly began to summon her martial soul and soul skill. First soul skill, Starry Bind. The surrounding starlight shot towards them like arrows, yet they deftly evaded it. Wang Yang charged forward with his blade, shouting, "First soul skill, Flame Slash." Lu Qiu also matched his fervor, declaring, "First soul skill, Golden Dragon Stab." The exchange between both sides was lively and exhilarating. At that moment, Li Fei's figure flickered as he instantaneously moved behind Tang Xing. A glint of cunning in his eyes as he subtly gathered soul power, poised to launch a stealthy strike that could deal a fatal blow to Tang Xing. However, Su Yin had already sensed Li Fei's intentions. Without hesitation, she activated her second martial soul. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Su Yin, akin to a radiant sun rising. Li Fei felt the pressure emanating from Su Yin, yet he did not flinch. Instead, a smirk of surprise graced his lips. "A dual martial soul? I didn't expect you to possess such a trump card. But fear not, we have one too." With that, Li Fei bellowed, summoning forth his long-hidden second martial soul. This soul radiated a mysterious and potent glow, seemingly imbued with boundless power. He then chanted an incantation, unleashing his second soul skill, Lightstorm, Shadow Moonstorm. As his words reverberated, two terrifying energy whirlwinds erupted from his two martial souls. The Lightstorm soared like a dazzling beam straight into the heavens, illuminating the entire battlefield, whereas the Shadow Moonstorm spread like a pitch-black shadow, rapidly expanding with an aura of devouring everything in its path. These two opposing forces intertwined and clashed, creating a breathtaking tempest of power. Two razor-sharp emerald soul arcs hurtled towards Su Yan, accompanied by fierce winds, as if they sought to tear her apart. Confronted with such a fierce onslaught, Su Yan remained undaunted, drawing in a deep breath as her soul force surged within her. Second soul skill, Light of the Purple Butterfly. Emerald light. With a commanding utterance, a powerful aura erupted from her being. The resplendent purple radiance and the lush, verdant emerald glow intertwined, shining as dazzlingly as the brightest stars in the night sky. These two formidable waves of soul power surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing violently against the two emerald soul melodies. In an instant, the heavens shifted hue, and the entire space was enveloped by the fierce energy fluctuations. Yet, the soul skill unleashed by Li Fei crumbled before this terrifying force, instantly reduced to nothingness. Seeing the perilous turn of events, Ziyin understood that he could no longer conceal his true strength. With a decisive thought, he activated his second martial spirit. In an instant, a mysterious and profound crimson light erupted from within him, burning fiercely and radiantly. First soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, Healing, Ziyin exclaimed. Swiftly forming hand seals, countless vibrant, blood-red maple leaves rained down from above, fluttering gracefully as they descended upon his comrades. These leaves, imbued with a rich essence of life, swiftly healed their wounds and rejuvenated their spirits. As Tang Xing and others beheld this scene, they were left utterly astonished. This team possessed not one, but two twin martial souls. It is indeed a rarity to encounter individuals with twin martial souls, each one a remarkably gifted genius. The emergence of two such prodigies within a single team was simply beyond belief. However, Su Yan was not daunted by the strength of her opponents, rather, it ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within her. Coldly regarding her adversaries, she gritted her teeth and declared, "What if they possess two twin martial souls? We shall fight." Witness my second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. No sooner had she spoken than she once again summoned her soul power, and a rousing and powerful Emerald Soul Melody resonated through the air. This enchanting melody, akin to celestial music, was imbued with boundless killing intent and might, instilling terror in the hearts of those who heard it. As Lan Qiu sensed the surge of power and prepared to give her all, she was taken aback to see Wang Yang suddenly turning and running back. With a puzzled expression, she turned to Tang Xing and inquired, "What on earth are they planning to do?" Tang Xing shook his head, a look of perplexity etched upon his face, indicating his own confusion. He promptly called out to Lan Qiu and Su Yan, rushing to their side and declaring, "We must employ the spirit fusion technique." This proclamation reverberated through the ears of all present like a thunderclap, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Gasps of disbelief escaped the crowd. Goodness, are they not mere mortals to wield such a formidable triune spirit fusion technique? At that moment, Su Yi's heart swelled with joy and relief. She exclaimed with fervor, "This is remarkable. You have successfully executed the triune spirit fusion technique, truly deserving of being my exemplary students." Her eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction. Following this, Tang Xing, Su Yan, and Lan Qiu collaborated seamlessly, initiating the process of spirit fusion. They concentrated intently, channeling their soul power in perfect harmony, as if they were interconnected by an invisible thread. As time progressed, the three powerful spirits began to intertwine, coalescing into a force capable of cataclysmic destruction. Meanwhile, Ziyin's expression grew grave as she intoned an incantation. First soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, Healing. A cascade of crimson light erupted from her, showering down upon her comrades like gentle rain. Next, she unleashed another skill, second soul skill, Blooming Rain of Red Leaves. A greater brilliance of red light radiated, resembling a blossoming flower that illuminated the entire battlefield. Finally, Ziyin executed her ultimate move, third soul skill, Embodiment of Red Leaves. Her essence intertwined with her allies, facilitating a seamless flow of soul power among them. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Wang Yang stood by, diligently gathering strength. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Oh no, they are performing spirit fusion. We must act swiftly." The onlookers gasped at the sight, marveling at the awe-inspiring spectacle of the triune spirit fusion technique, a skill that left all in attendance utterly astounded. Tang Xing and Li Fei were both poised for action, their presence radiating an overwhelming aura akin to towering mountains and deep abysses, as if an inexhaustible force were about to erupt. At this critical moment, Tang Xing suddenly exclaimed, "Soul Fusion, Violet Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, deafening and imbued with unparalleled authority. Meanwhile, Li Fei, though visibly anxious, gritted his teeth and declared his own soul fusion technique. Soul fusion, radiant shadow moon. As their voices reverberated, two immensely powerful waves of soul energy surged forth, colliding with the force of shooting stars. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, tumultuous winds arose, and the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a blinding shockwave. This shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, its terrifying might beyond imagination. The first to bear the brunt were Li Fei and his companions, who were caught utterly off guard and violently propelled out of the arena by the ferocious force. After the formidable fusion of martial spirits dissipated, Tang Xing and his two companions found themselves kneeling on the ground, their bodies swaying as if they had exhausted every ounce of their strength. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Tang Xing remained firmly standing at the center of the arena, his gaze resolute and brimming with confidence. At that moment, the Academy's president approached, his face radiating satisfaction and admiration. With a solemn yet resounding voice, he proclaimed, "Congratulations! The Tang Xing team from Class 1 has achieved the remarkable honor of being the champions of this year's freshman assessment." This announcement reverberated throughout the campus like thunder. And soon after, the school's broadcasting system erupted with fervent congratulations. Congratulations! Class 1, the Tang Xing team, has triumphantly secured the title of champions in the freshman assessment through exceptional skill and a spirit of teamwork. The electrifying moment left the entire faculty and student body in awe, erupting into applause and cheers. Tang Xing felt the fervent atmosphere surrounding him, his heart swelling with pride and joy. He understood that this was not merely a personal accolade, but a testament to the collective effort of his team. Amidst the cheers, he cast grateful glances towards his teammates. They had endured countless training sessions and challenges together, fostering trust and support, which ultimately led to their victory today. In this moment, they collectively embraced this hard-won honor, further solidifying their resolve to pursue greater heights in the future. With a grave expression, the president summoned all participants of the assessment, declaring loudly, "Now, I solemnly announce that the freshman assessment has come to a successful conclusion. The reward for the first place in this assessment is an extraordinarily precious soul bone. Please follow me to receive this honor that belongs to you." Once again, heartfelt congratulations to the Tang Xing team. He then proceeded to announce the names of the core disciples from the external academy. They were Lan Xiu, Su Yan, Sidiu, Mengya, Xie Qian, Li Fei, Wang Yang, Ziyin, Sun Xiaokong, Ling Feng, Ding Xian, Qiming, Ning Shui, and Guan. As for those who did not make it to the core disciples, you will still enjoy the privileges of core disciples temporarily. Upon hearing this, a surge of dissatisfaction and disdain welled up within Tang Xing. He pondered to himself, "Why is that? I participated in the assessment too. Yet I am relegated to a mere temporary core disciple status. Perhaps it is due to the uniqueness of my martial spirit." Just as Tang Xing was lost in thought, the president added, "Regarding the temporary core disciple status, the deadline for this privilege will be until the end of this academic year." At that moment, Lan Qiu felt quite puzzled by the earlier special approval for Tang Xing to become a core disciple. She could not comprehend the sudden change, and gently tugged at Tang Xing's sleeve. Su Yan, noticing this, quickly reached out to grasp Tang Xing as well, hoping to alleviate his mood. Next came the exhilarating class assignment segment. The homeroom teacher for Class 1 is Ms. Wu Xian Hong. The roster of students includes Tang Xing, Su Yan, Lan Qiu, Li Fei, Wang Yang, Ziyin, Sidiu, Mengya, Xie Qian, Qiming, Ning Shui, Guan, Sun Xiaokong, Ling Feng, and Ding Xian. Well then, everyone is to return to the teaching building in an orderly fashion under the guidance of their respective class teachers, based on the latest class allocation. Tang Xing, you three, come here for a moment, the esteemed dean stated personally. Thus, Tang Xing and the others followed the dean to his office. Upon entering, the dean retrieved a soul bone from his drawer and addressed them. "Children, this is a special reward prepared for you. Behold, this is the clear mind left leg soul bone. You three may deliberate on its allocation among yourselves." Just then, Tang Xing suddenly spoke up. "Dean, I would like to request leave for a while. Now that I have reached level 20, I must go to obtain a soul ring." The dean nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. However, I shall arrange for a teacher to accompany you for safety." Yet, Tang Xing quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No need, Dean. I have already made prior arrangements for someone to accompany me. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, the dean chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao silently pondered. I suspect the person Tang Xing arranged to accompany him is Jiang Hao and Jin Yu. Once matters were settled, Lan Xiao returned to the class alone. At that moment, Su Yin was in need of that soul bone to enhance her strength, so she unhesitatingly claimed it for herself. Tang Xing emerged from the academy gates, venturing alone into the soul-hunting forest. After taking just a few steps, he spotted a languishing soul beast sprawled upon the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck it down and promptly sat to absorb its soul ring. Meanwhile, within her dormitory, Lan Xiao was suddenly beset by an inexplicable sense of agitation. She immediately dashed to inquire with Jiang Hao and Jin Yu. Did Tang Xing accompany you to hunt soul beasts? Jiang Hao replied, not at all. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao's mind plunged into chaos, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, Tang Xing has already reached level 20. By all accounts, he should be out training. Yet he mentioned a promise, and I assumed it was with you. Could it be that he ventured out alone? Jiang Hao decisively resolved to seek his mother's assistance, while Jin Yu took the initiative to accompany Lan Xiao in search of Tang Xing's whereabouts. After Tang Xing successfully absorbed the soul ring, a mysterious figure suddenly emerged, gripping him tightly and furiously questioning, how dare you recklessly absorb my soul beast? You are courting death. Before the words had even faded, the individual unleashed a profoundly malevolent force into Tang Xing's body. Overwhelmed by agony, Tang Xing could not help but scream aloud. At that moment, Tang Yin sensed the disturbance and rushed over swiftly. Lan Xiao also happened to arrive at the scene. Witnessing the mysterious figure abandon Tang Xing with a chilling remark, you can wait to clean up this boy's mess. He will not survive for long. With that, the figure departed with an air of confidence. Chapter 11. Spirit Martial Soul. Lan Xiao, witnessing Tang Xing's tragic state, felt as though darkness enveloped her, the world spinning around her. She fixed her gaze on the figure responsible for this chaos, etching it deeply into her memory. Simultaneously, Jin Yu also took note of the unfolding situation. Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao quickly caught up. Jiang Yu immediately spotted Tang Xing lying unconscious on the ground and unhesitatingly lifted him into her arms. Following this, Jiang Yu, with astonishing speed, returned to her garden. Upon entering the garden, Jiang Yu carefully placed Tang Xing into the water pool and promptly activated her soul power, continuously channeling it into Tang Xing's body. She murmured, this vile aura again, it is utterly repugnant. At that moment, Lan Xiao, Jin Yu, and Jiang Hao arrived at Jiang Hao's garden. Jiang Hao anxiously inquired, Mom, what has happened to Tang Xing? Jiang Yu reassured him, do not worry, children, you should return to your classes. I will take care of Tang Xing. However, upon seeing Tang Xing's current expression, Jiang Hao felt a mix of tears and laughter. He exerted every ounce of his strength to channel his soul power into Tang Xing. Hoping to assist him, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, indeed, it is this malevolent aura. Logically, this should have been eradicated by Brother Tang a millennium ago. How could it reemerge? Nonetheless, the most pressing matter was to awaken Tang Xing. Without the assistance of the ultimate light this time, the recovery process would likely be somewhat slower. Tang Xing's head suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance, and soon after, a translucent soul bone gradually materialized. Jiang Yu focused intently, exclaiming in astonishment, it's actually a soul bone, and 100,000-year one at that. How is this possible? How could a mere child possess such a precious treasure? Could he be a reincarnated soul beast? Contemplating this, Jiang Yu resolved to uncover the truth. He immediately employed his unique skill, the yin-yang eye, concentrating his gaze on Tang Xing to meticulously observe his bodily structure. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, it truly is not a reincarnation of a soul beast. So from where did this soul bone originate? This child harbors too many enigmas. Jiang Yu fell into a deep reverie, pondering whether Tang Xing possessed a remarkable lineage or extraordinary fortune. Perhaps a formidable force was safeguarding him. Regardless, this secret held an irresistible allure for him. It appeared that to unravel this mystery, further observation and exploration would be essential. Suddenly, Tang Xing seemed to be triggered by something, his body trembling violently as he cried out, it hurts. Mommy, my eyes hurt so much. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically, his heart racing as he shouted, Tang Xing, do not fear. Your mother is here. Such a trivial manifestation of evil power dared to be so audacious. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Jiang Yu unhesitatingly unleashed his most formidable move, the Tai Chi True Body. He hoped to suppress the rampant evil energy within Tang Xing. However, unexpectedly, that malevolent force proved exceedingly cunning. Deftly evading Jiang Yu's assault, and not revealing itself easily. Just as the evil energy prepared to invade Tang Xing's depths once more, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from within Tang Xing, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. In the next instant, his entire being radiated a blinding light, as scorching as the sun itself, forcibly expelling all the malevolent energy lurking within him. The forces emanating endless darkness and evil seemed to encounter their nemesis. Under the resplendent golden light released by Tang Xing, they dissipated into nothingness like smoke. This mysterious and potent golden radiance surged continuously from Tang Xing, rapidly coalescing around his form. As time passed, the golden light gradually took on a distinctive shape. It resembled a magnificent suit of armor, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. Yet it also resembled a vibrant, animated creature teeming with life and vigor. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could this be the legendary martial soul? My heavens, it's an exceedingly rare twin martial soul. Moreover, judging by its appearance and aura, it appears to be an entirely unprecedented spirit martial soul." A surge of indescribable shock and excitement welled up within him. What he witnessed was utterly astounding, far beyond the realms of his previous understanding. Tang Xing opened his eyes, shimmering with a golden radiance, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Mother, thank you. Without you, I would have perished long ago. Woe is me." Jiang Yu gently caressed Tang Xing's head, soothingly replying, There, do not weep. All is well now, be good." Jiang Yu then produced the soul power sphere, stating, "You have just awakened your martial soul. Come, let us measure your soul power." As Tang Xing placed his hand upon the sphere, an astonishing number, 33, materialized before him. Stunned, Tang Xing could hardly close his mouth, exclaiming, "Level 33? Could there be an error?" Jiang Yu encouraged him, saying, "Try releasing your spirit martial soul, channel your energy, and see if you can summon a soul ring." Tang Xing swiftly unleashed his spirit, and the soul rings materialized in a splendid array of 2 yellow and 1 purple. In a moment of confusion, he inquired, "Mother, is it not unusual for a newly awakened spirit to possess soul rings?" Jiang Yu chuckled and replied, "For an ordinary person, it might seem peculiar. But you are far from ordinary. Do you recall the first time you showed me your soul rings? That was no mere soul ring. It was one unique to spirits. This means that as soon as you awakened your spirit eye, it manifested. You may wonder why it did not appear sooner. That is because it existed in an energy form without a vessel. Only upon acquiring the soul rings did it take on that form. Thus, you inherently possess full soul power, and with your cultivated energy, your breakthrough today has granted you a soul power of level 33. There is no need for astonishment. Moreover, your spirit does not require special training. It will naturally accumulate soul rings on its own, so focus on honing your spirit eye. Now come, I shall take you to hunt for soul rings." Jiang Yu led Tang Xing to the southern region of the soul hunting forest. As soon as he set foot upon this land, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged within him. He fixed his gaze, a flicker of doubt igniting in his heart. Where is this? Could it be the day of annihilation? That familiar feeling seemed amiss. He distinctly remembered arriving here with his mother, yet now he found himself alone. Could it be? With this thought, Tang Xing dared not linger. Immediately invoking his ultimate skill, the purple extreme magic eye, to perceive everything around him. After a thorough observation, he suddenly realized, indeed, this place is ensnared by a powerful illusion. Now that the truth was revealed, he needed to devise a means to break free. Just as Tang Xing pondered how to escape this predicament, he was struck by a heart-wrenching sight. His mother was suffering at the hands of an enemy. In an instant, rage and sorrow intertwined within him, and he could no longer suppress his impulses, dashing towards the illusory form of his mother without hesitation. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach anything within the illusion. Watching his mother endure torment before his eyes, powerless to intervene, Tang Xing finally succumbed to despair, spiraling into madness. With a fierce determination, he resolved to shatter this illusory barrier, wielding his strength against this detestable mirage. Thus, Tang Xing unleashed his fury like a rampaging beast, attacking the illusion with relentless fervor. He struck with fists and feet, pouring forth all his might. Yet each blow seemed to dissipate into the air, achieving nothing. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender, continuing to vent his pent-up rage. As if only through this release could he alleviate a fraction of his anguish. At that very moment, Jiang Yu also found herself ensnared within an ethereal realm. Before her, the figure of the one she longed for, Lan Tian, materialized. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Lan Tian, I miss you so dearly. The illusion of Lan Tian responded gently, I miss you as well, Jiangyu. Come, let us depart together, shall we? Thus, Jiangyu, without a moment's hesitation, followed Lan Tian and mounted the swaying swing. Perched upon the swing, Jiangyu gazed affectionately at Lan Tian and inquired, Lan Tian, how have you fared during these past days? Upon hearing this, Lan Tian displayed a hint of perplexity and retorted, Jiangyu, why do you ask such a question? Jiangyu let out a gentle sigh and elaborated, after all, my heart is tethered to you, and naturally, I am concerned for your well-being. Before she could finish her sentence, a startled gasp escaped Lan Tian's lips, his face a mask of astonishment. It turned out that Jiangyu had already risen from the swing, declaring with righteous indignation, do you truly believe that this mere illusion can confine me? A slight smile graced Lan Tian's lips as he responded, I did not anticipate you would see through it, but it matters not, since that is the case. You may enjoy your twilight years here. However, undeterred by Lan Tian's provocation and threats, Jiangyu radiated an unparalleled aura of strength, the unique pressure of the title Douluo. In an instant, the once mighty spirit beast crumbled beneath this force, easily captured by Jiangyu. Subsequently, with a casual wave of her hand, she effortlessly shattered the illusion. Upon regaining clarity of her surroundings, she beheld Tang Xing, his eyes wide with indignation and fury. Seeing this, Jiangyu stepped forward and gently stroked the top of Tang Xing's head. Remarkably, his anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by tranquility and peace. Jiangyu fixed her keen gaze upon the spirit beast before her and coldly declared, you have two choices, either perish immediately or become his spirit ring. The spirit beast seemed to comprehend Jiangyu's words, bowing deeply in submission, indicating its willingness to become Tang Xing's spirit ring. Without hesitation, Tang Xing sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the spirit ring. As time ticked by, Tang Xing finally succeeded in completely assimilating the spirit ring. Shortly thereafter, Jiangyu inquired, what is the nature of your third spirit skill? Tang Xing replied with a slight smile, my third spirit skill is called Eye of Data, which can precisely analyze each individual's weaknesses, abilities, and personality traits. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu nodded in understanding, praising, I see. No wonder you were able to simulate so vividly within the illusion. Yet, Tang Xing appeared somewhat puzzled by Jiangyu's commendation, choosing not to press further, but awaited her next words. After briefly organizing her thoughts, Jiangyu returned to the matter at hand, looking at Tang Xing earnestly as she asked, Tang Xing, now that you have acquired the spirit ring, may I audaciously pose a few questions? Tang Xing nodded gently in agreement. With a tender gaze, Jiangyu softly said, child, how could you venture alone to hunt for a spirit ring? Are you not aware of the peril that spirit beasts pose? Have you faced any injustices at the academy? Tang Xing lowered his head and replied softly, indeed, there were some complications during the freshman assessment. Due to my own shortcomings, I ultimately failed to be selected as a disciple of the Outer Academy. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I decided to take a solitary stroll. By chance, I wandered into this forest, hoping to obtain a soul ring. Jiangyu gently caressed Tang Xing's hair, offering comfort as she said, little Tang Xing, it's all right. Not being selected this time does not signify anything. We can continue to strive and improve. If another opportunity arises to hunt for soul rings, you must remember to inform your mother. Tang Xing raised his head, gazing curiously at Jiangyu, and asked, Mother, what is your current cultivation realm? Jiangyu smiled and responded with a question of her own. Me? Tang Xing nodded vigorously, eager to know the answer. Consequently, Jiangyu decided to demonstrate her prowess, slowly releasing her soul rings. 4 black and 5 red soul rings sparkled magnificently, their formidable configuration leaving Tang Xing momentarily speechless. Then, with pride, Jiangyu declared, I am a peerless title Douluo at level 99. At that moment, Tang Xing was utterly stunned, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and murmured, Mother is actually a peerless title Douluo. No wonder even the dean holds you in such high regard. It turns out you possess such terrifying strength. Jiangyu gazed at Tang Xing in amazement, praising him, at just 10 years old. You have already reached the realm of a level 33 soul master. You truly are a little genius. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Xing said, Well, Mom, I'm off to the academy. Jiangyu replied, Let me accompany you. She led Tang Xing to Linghai City and said, Come, I'll take you to buy some things. Approaching a small stall, Jiangyu inquired, Boss, how much for this lucky bag? The vendor replied, Not expensive, just 10 copper spirit coins each. After paying, Jiangyu handed the lucky bag to Tang Xing and then brought him to Linghai School. At that moment, upon seeing Zhang Yu arrive at the academy, the dean immediately approached with respect, saying, "Senior, you have come." Zhang Yu spoke, "I brought my son to school. Is that all right?" The dean quickly waved his hands, saying, "No problem at all." Zhang Yu smiled at Tang Xing, saying, "Make sure to attend your classes diligently." Tang Xing nodded in response, "All right." As he stood outside the classroom, he called out, reporting in. Wu Xi and Hung softly replied, "Come in." Once Tang Xing was seated, Wu Xi and Hung began to introduce himself. "Hello, classmates. I am Wu Xi and Hung. Before we proceed, I would like to establish a rule. Anyone I approve of must be acknowledged by you all, or else do not blame me for being merciless." Chapter 12. Core Disciple of the Inner Academy with a Smile. Wu Xi and Hang elegantly inscribed the list of candidates for class leader on the blackboard: Lan Qiu, Tang Xing, Situyu, and Li Fei. However, when Situyu caught sight of Tang Xing's name on the list, a wave of doubt and dissatisfaction surged within him. He stared wide-eyed at Wu Xi and Hung, unabashedly voicing his skepticism. "Teacher, what are you thinking? Why does Tang Xing deserve to run for class leader?" Before her words could even dissipate, Lan Qiu immediately slammed her hand on the table, indignantly questioning, "What do you mean, Situyu?" Her gaze was piercing, fixated on Situyu as if attempting to see through him. Following suit, Qi Ming chimed in, "Exactly. Who is Tang Xing anyway? He is merely a soul master with a single ring. If you have the ability, let us engage in a duel and see who is truly superior." With that, he waved his fist in a show of bravado. With a thunderous voice, Wu Xi and Heng commanded, "Silence. Tang Xing, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Tang Xing abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes resolute as he declared, "Teacher, I am willing to accept his challenge." Subsequently, Tang Xing and Qi Ming made their way to the soul fighting arena. Upon their arrival, the entire first class had already assembled. Qi Ming proclaimed loudly, "Level 25 Assault System Soul Master." Yet, in the face of his provocation, Tang Xing remained unyielding. Perplexed, Qi Ming questioned, "Why have you not yet activated your martial soul?" A slight smile graced Tang Xing's lips, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, as he responded with a commanding tone, "To deal with you, there is no need to employ my martial soul." No sooner had he spoken than Qi Ming, wielding a spear, lunged at Tang Xing with the speed of lightning. At that critical moment, Tang Xing swiftly conjured a uniquely designed firearm from his hands. The crowd was instantly rendered speechless, and Qi Ming, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, "Star Will Gun. His martial soul is clearly not the spirit eye. How is this possible?" Tang Xing's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he remarked, "What is impossible about this? Prepare yourself." Grasping his spear, his movements flowed as effortlessly as a gentle stream, each thrust imbued with a fierce momentum, gradually targeting Qi Ming's limbs. In response to Tang Xing's onslaught, a flicker of anger flashed in Qi Ming's eyes as he bellowed, "Humph, you foolhardy wretch. Since you insist, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he unleashed his second soul skill, Celestial Starfall Slash. As his voice echoed, a colossal spear shadow materialized, exuding an unparalleled might as it lunged towards Tang Xing with ferocity. The spear shadow seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space, imparting an overwhelming pressure upon all who beheld it. Nevertheless, Tang Xing merely cast a sidelong glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "Do not be too pleased with yourself. The ultimate victor remains to be seen." In the next moment, an astonishing transformation occurred. The once ordinary Star Wheel spear in Tang Xing's grasp erupted with brilliant radiance, instantaneously morphing into a mysterious weapon that shimmered with golden light, resembling a long spear. With a graceful flourish of the golden spear, Tang Xing effortlessly shattered Qi Ming's second soul skill. Qi Ming, taken aback, felt a surge of shock but did not falter. Instead, he brandished his spear once more and charged at Tang Xing. The two became entwined in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. At this juncture, Qi Ming's fury had reached its zenith as he gritted his teeth and shouted at Tang Xing, "Tang Xing, do not revel in your triumph. My background far surpasses yours. You are but a weakling." Upon hearing Qi Ming's words, Tang Xing refrained from further discourse. He gently closed his eyes and began to recite an ancient and enigmatic incantation. As the incantation resonated through the air, a brilliant light emanated from Tang Xing, and a colossal ethereal figure materialized behind him. This figure resembled a mighty war deity, exuding an aura of grandeur that compelled one to avert their gaze. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from Tang Xing, sweeping towards Qi Ming like an unstoppable tide. Faced with such terrifying force, Qiming found himself utterly defenseless, instantly rendered immobile. His body stiffened to the point where even a single finger could not be moved. What is happening? Why can I not move at all? As if an invisible pair of colossal eyes is fixated upon me. Qiming exclaimed in sheer terror, his voice laced with despair and confusion. At that moment, he finally comprehended that the seemingly unremarkable youth before him was far beyond his imagination. Just as Tang Xing prepared to eliminate Qiming, the latter suddenly bellowed, "How can someone of mere level 18 defeat me, a formidable level 25 warrior? I simply cannot fathom." Hearing this, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Tang Xing's lips as he replied, Unfortunately for you, I am no longer that insignificant level 18 character. It may be of interest to you that through diligent training, I have successfully ascended to level 33. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Xing abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a piercing gaze. Without hesitation, he released all his soul rings. In an instant, the entire arena was illuminated by the dazzling array of soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. This extravagant configuration left all present in awe. Whispering amongst themselves, wasn't he only at level 18 before? How has he suddenly transformed into a powerful soul master? This is utterly inconceivable. Could it be that he has been concealing his true strength all along? Standing aside and observing for quite some time, Su Yan was equally astonished. Her beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Tang Xing, murmuring, "Lan Xiao, look quickly. Our class leader has actually achieved the status of a soul master. How impressive." In the face of the astonishment and skepticism of those around him, Tang Xing paid little heed. He took a step forward, moving with an ethereal swiftness towards Qiming. Raising his right arm, he struck with a powerful palm, summoning a tempestuous gust of wind. With a resounding thud, Qiming was sent hurtling backward, screaming, only to crash to the ground several meters away, unconscious from the devastating blow. With a grave expression, Wu Xianheng escorted the class back to their room and solemnly declared, "I have previously emphasized that no one is permitted to question the selections made by the teacher. Now, I officially announce that the class leader is Lan Xiao, with Tang Xing serving as the vice class leader." Upon hearing this news, Sitiyu was the first to voice his discontent, his eyes wide with disbelief as he demanded, "Teacher, on what basis have you made this arrangement? Why is Lan Xiao appointed as the class leader?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xie Qian echoed, "Indeed, teacher. We fail to comprehend the rationale behind your actions." Following closely, Guan did not shy away and added, "And what about Tang Xing? How did he become the vice class leader? What is the basis for that?" In an instant, the classroom buzzed with chatter, all eyes fixed on Wu Xinheng, eagerly awaiting a reasonable explanation. However, Wu Xinheng merely gazed silently at the group of students before him, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a whip appeared beside Sitiyu, mercilessly striking him, producing a sharp sound. Xie Qian and Guan, also subjected to this treatment, writhed in agony, yet dared not show any sign of defiance. Wu Xinheng stood expressionless to the side, his gaze frigid enough to freeze the world. He coldly declared, "You have 2 choices, either leave class 1 voluntarily or await my hand in expelling you from this class." Sitiyu, gritting his teeth against the pain, retorted angrily, "This is corporal punishment. What kind of teacher treats their students like this?" Yet, Wu Xinheng simply replied with indifference, "It seems you wish for me to take matters into my own hands." Upon hearing this, Sitiyu's composure faltered. He recognized that this teacher was not to be trifled with. Hastily, he reversed his stance. "Fine, we'll leave class 1 immediately." At that moment, Wu Xinheng turned to the corner where Qiming sat, icy words escaping his lips. "Qiming, you should leave class 1 as well. Ning Shui, with your 2 elder brothers gone, do you believe you can remain here?" Ning Shui clenched her jaw, tears welling in her eyes. Silently, she rose and trudged toward the exit, each step painfully echoing in her heart, yet she resolutely left class 1. Wu Xinheng stood up, his voice resounding, "Very well. I must reiterate, if anyone dares to clash with the class leader or vice class leader, you will be crossing me, and I shall not show mercy. Is that understood?" The entire class responded in unison, "Understood." Then, Wu Xinheng took his seat and calmly stated, "Class dismissed." He began to gather his belongings in preparation to depart. Lan Xiao glanced at Tang Xing, a curious smile gracing her face as she softly remarked, "You know, teacher, we just had your back." After a moment, she continued, "By the way, how did you suddenly become the soul master? Do tell us." Beside her, Xian eagerly chimed in, "Yes, class leader, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry and share." Faced with their enthusiastic inquiries, Tang Xing took a deep breath and began to recount his extraordinary experience. In truth, after the new student assessment, I discovered my soul power had reached level 20. Consequently, I resolved to venture into the forest in search of a suitable soul ring. Upon entering that mysterious realm, I unexpectedly encountered a soul beast on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. At that moment, I did not contemplate deeply and simply absorbed it into my being. Yet, it was precisely then that a soul master, radiating an aura of malevolence, emerged. With astonishing swiftness, he subdued me and began to corrode my body with that sinister power. As he spoke of this, Tang Xing's voice grew slightly somber, as if reminiscing about that painful memory. He then continued, "Fortunately, at a critical juncture, my godmother arrived just in time to rescue me. Moreover, she employed a unique method to enhance my soul power, which ultimately allowed me to attain my current level. However, there exists a secret regarding this matter, and I hope you can keep it confidential." Lan Xiao and Su Yan exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, saying in unison, "Rest assured, class leader. We will certainly remain tight-lipped." With their promise, Tang Xing finally exhaled with relief and, lowering his voice, revealed the secret he had long buried within his heart. Tang Xing took a deep breath, pondering for a moment before saying, "The reason I have ascended to the status of Soul Master is significantly attributed to my possession of a second martial soul. Moreover, what makes it even more extraordinary is that I am endowed with a rare twin martial soul. This matter is of great importance, and currently, only the three of us are privy to it, so I earnestly ask you to keep this secret." Upon hearing these words, Su Yan's eyes flickered with surprise. But she quickly regained her composure, thumping her chest and fervently assuring, "Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I shall not utter a single word." Beside her, Lan Xiao hastily concurred, vowing to keep Tang Xing's secret under wraps. With a smile, Wu Xi and Hung approached Tang Xing and said, "Tang Xing, come here for a moment. The other students may return to the classroom." Tang Xing, somewhat puzzled, obediently followed Wu Xi and Hung into the office. Once inside, Wu Xi and Hung straightened up, a serious expression adorning his face as he addressed Tang Xing. "Tang Xing, after careful observation and assessment, I am officially announcing, in my capacity as both your homeroom teacher and as spiritual sea practitioner, that you have been selected as a core disciple of the Inner Academy. From this day forth, I shall personally guide you, ensuring that no one dares to bully you again." In that moment, Tang Xing felt a profound warmth emanating from Wu Xi and Hung, reflecting inwardly. It turns out that Teacher Wu possesses such a kind and approachable side. He is not always so stern. Curiously, Tang Xing inquired, "But I have not even entered the Inner Academy. How can I suddenly be a core disciple?" Wu Xi and Hung smiled gently and explained, "This is because once you pass the entrance examination, you will naturally become a core disciple of the Inner Academy. It is essential to note that even among the Inner Academy, many students have yet to be selected as core disciples. This invaluable position is determined collectively by the elders of the Spiritual Sea Pavilion. Therefore, you must exert yourself diligently in your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "Will Lan Xiao and Su Yan be able to enter the inner courtyard with me?" Wu Xi and Heng replied, "Certainly. But the prerequisite is that they must also meet the corresponding requirements." Tang Xing, with a face full of doubt, inquired, "Teacher Wu, what precisely are the requirements we must fulfill?" Wu Xi and Hung slightly furrowed her brow and replied in a serious tone, "According to the regulations of the External Academy, you must elevate your cultivation level to 20 by the next semester." To her surprise, these children indeed accomplished this feat. However, it fell significantly short of her expectations. After speaking, Wu Xi and Hung gently waved her hand, signaling Tang Xing to proceed to class while she lingered for a moment before joining. Observing Tang Xing's retreating figure, Wu Xi and Hung couldn't help but sigh inwardly as a wave of anxiety and concern surged within her heart. Tang Xing slowly entered the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on an empty seat, towards which he made his way. Once seated, he noticed that his neighbor was none other than Lan Xiao. Seemingly aware of Tang Xing's arrival, Lan Xiao turned her head and, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, inquired, "What does Teacher Wu want from us?" In response to Lan Xiao's question, a faint smile graced Tang Xing's lips, revealing a touch of mystery, yet he refrained from providing a direct answer, playfully teasing, "Hey, don't rush, I'll tell you soon." At that moment, Wu Xinheng walked into the classroom with a steady stride, heading straight to the podium. Once she stood firm, she addressed the class with a serious tone, "Students, the final exams are approaching. During this holiday, I expect each of you to elevate your soul power to level 20. If anyone fails to achieve this, there will be no need to return to my class. She continued, furthermore, Lan Xiao and Su Yin, please come to my office after class. Now, let us begin. As Wu Xinheng's words resonated through the room, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. However, amidst her lecture, two students, Li Fei and Zi Yin, displayed exceptional diligence. Fully engrossed in the explanations, frequently jotting down notes as if they wished to engrave every word spoken by the teacher into their minds. At that moment, Sui, who was concealed in the shadows, also took note of Li Fei and Zi Yan's dedication and effort, nodding to herself with a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Finally, when class dismissed, Lan Xiao and Su Yin were summoned to the office together. Upon entering, Wu Xinheng regarded them with a stern expression and declared, "You two must elevate your soul power to level 30 during this holiday. This is not merely a casual suggestion, but an important assignment I have set for you. I will periodically check your progress. Do you understand?" Faced with Wu Xinheng's stern inquiry, Lan Xiao and Su Yin dared not show any signs of negligence and replied in unison, "Understood." They then exited the office. Meanwhile, Tang Xing had been waiting outside for quite some time. Seeing them emerge, he hurried over to ask, "What did Teacher Wu say to you?" Lan Xiao replied candidly, "Teacher Wu requires Su Yin and me to cultivate our soul power to level 30 during the holiday." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing patted his chest reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry. We can harness the power of Xingqiu to expedite our training. I believe we will achieve our goals soon." At that moment, Li Fei approached and said, "Tang Xing, let's have a friendly match after the holiday." Tang Xing pondered for a moment and responded, "Sounds good. I'm all in. I plan to elevate my soul power to level 30 and engage in a fair competition with you." Li Fei, brimming with confidence, declared, "I'm ready." Lan Xiao then asked, "Where do you plan to go during the holiday? If you have no place to go, come home with me." Tang Xing quickly replied, "No need. I'll be heading to Brother Jianghao's place." "Don't worry." Su Yin chimed in, "You two, class monitor and deputy class monitor, see you next semester." After bidding farewell to Su Yin, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao made their way to the bus station. Reluctantly, Lan Xiao said, "I am leaving now." After saying this, she boarded the vehicle and waved goodbye to Tang Xing, only to find herself secretly weeping. Chapter 13, The Auction House in the Early Hours, before the sun had risen. Its light filtered through the windows onto the 18th floor of the building. Lan Xiao slowly opened her eyes, her stomach growling in hunger. She quickly rose and hurried to the kitchen. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon a cake resting on the dining table. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly picked it up and devoured it greedily. After satisfying her appetite, Lan Xiao meandered through the house, only to be astonished by the absence of anyone else. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to begin her training. However, just as she was fully engrossed in her practice, a sudden, sharp pain surged through her abdomen. She was compelled to halt her training, clutching her belly tightly in an attempt to alleviate the agony. "Ah, it hurts so much. Why is it so painful? Could it be the cake?" Lan Xiao moaned in distress, her hands continuously caressing her belly, hoping to ease the discomfort. At that moment, Yusun, who had rushed back, heard the commotion and hurried to Lan Xiao's side, asking, "Lan Xiao, what has happened? Why do you look this way?" Struggling through the pain, Lan Xiao responded, I have unbearable stomach pain." With a look of skepticism, Yi Yusin pressed further. What could have caused such sudden and excruciating abdominal pain? The image of the expired cake flashed through her mind, and she blurted out, "Could it be that you actually ate that cake?" Lan Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just then, a mysterious and peculiar green energy surged into her abdomen like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, she felt the pain in her stomach diminish significantly, and a sense of comfort gradually returned to her. Lan Xiao then noticed a familiar figure appearing before her. "Hey, little Lan Xiao, we meet again," Lin Xing waved. To which Lan Xiao joyfully replied, "Sister Lin Xing, what brings you here?" Lin Xing smiled and said, "Your master asked me to accompany him to the Tianling auction house. Would you like to join us?" After a moment of contemplation, Lan Xiao replied, "I would like to go." She glanced at Yi Yusin, who, with a resigned expression, said, "Let us go then. It's not as if I'm stopping you." Meanwhile, within the training simulation room of the Jiang family, Tang Xing was fully immersed in his practice. Suddenly, a powerful and grand energy erupted from within him, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion, leaving an awe-inspiring impact. As this energy surged, a mysterious and ancient imprint of a divine spear materialized on his forehead. This spear gradually became clearer until it was fully revealed before Tang Xing, showcasing its magnificent golden exterior and unparalleled, commanding presence. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiangyu was instantly engulfed by shock and confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. The sacred celestial spear. Could it be that he is truly the descendant of Brother Tang? And his biological son at that? If I recall correctly, it must be so. Unless I can break through to the divine realm and become a deity, perhaps then I might unravel the secrets surrounding him. As Jiangyu's emotions surged, he found himself increasingly captivated by the enigmatic lineage of Tang Xing. This unexpected revelation unveiled the immense potential and untapped power concealed within Tang Xing's origins. To unravel this mystery, he recognized the necessity of diligently enhancing his own capabilities, striving towards the celestial realm. In that moment, Jiangyu resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to nurturing Tang Xing, assisting him in uncovering his inherent potential and delving into the mysteries of his remarkable heritage. Simultaneously, he harbored a quiet anticipation for a future day when, having ascended to the status of a divine monarch, he would be able to fully comprehend the secrets that lay within Tang Xing. As time quietly passed, approximately a cup of tea later, Tang Xing finally completed his arduous yet pivotal journey of cultivation. At that moment, Jiangyu approached gracefully and inquired softly, "Xinger, would you care to accompany me to the Tianling market?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded without hesitation, expressing his eagerness to join. He then smiled and added, "Coincidentally, I had the same intention. I wish to procure some items for future needs, and I also aim to select a communication device for you. This way, our connection will become even more seamless." Jiangyu felt a warm wave of gratitude swell within him, deeply appreciating Tang Xing's thoughtful concern. Thus, the two set off together on their journey to the Tianling market. Along the way, they engaged in laughter and spirited conversation, dreaming of a beautiful future. Upon arriving at the market, Jiangyu carefully observed Tang Xing before stepping into a boutique and addressing the shopkeeper. "Good sir, do you have any small-sized garments suitable for him?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Tang Xing. The shopkeeper, understanding immediately, promptly retrieved a small-sized outfit from the shelf and handed it to Jiangyu, gesturing for Tang Xing to try it on in the fitting room. Tang Xing accepted the clothes and stepped into the fitting room to change. Shortly thereafter, Jiangyu selected 5 or 6 different styles of clothing and shoes for Tang Xing to try on one by one. After each fitting, Jiangyu meticulously observed and offered his opinions. Finally, when Tang Xing donned a blue and white jacket, Jiangyu's eyes brightened in delight as he nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "This is the one. Please package it along with the others I have tried." The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "Certainly, madam." The total for these garments comes to 300 golden spirit coins. Jiangyu nonchalantly retrieved a red card and handed it over, saying, "Please charge this." Upon inspecting the card, the shopkeeper became visibly excited and stammered, This is the supreme red card. There are no more than 3 individuals in the entire Tianling Empire who possess such a card. Could it be that you're one of them? I shall fetch the manager immediately." With that, the shopkeeper hurried off to find the manager. Before long, a well-dressed gentleman approached briskly, his face alight with a smile as he greeted Jiangyu. "Esteemed lady, it is a great honor to meet you. Since you have utilized the supreme red card, protocol requires us to consult with our superiors. Please hold for a moment." Jiangyu responded with an air of indifference. "No matter." She appeared unfazed by the minor interruption, continuing to wait calmly. At that moment, the manager was wholly engrossed in attending to the esteemed guest before him. With a radiant smile, he addressed the guest, "Mr. Chun, what brings you here today? Please, do indulge in this treasured tea I have long cherished." Just then, a loud and urgent voice shattered the tranquility. "Manager Wang! Manager Wang!" It was a server calling out. The manager's expression instantly soured. He turned angrily towards the server, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you not see that I am attending to an important guest? Such a lack of decorum is unacceptable." Seeing this, Mr. Chen quickly interjected with a smile, "No worries, let her speak." The server, relieved by this, hurriedly explained, "A lady holding a supreme red card has just arrived at our establishment." Upon hearing the term supreme red card, both Manager Wang and Mr. Chen were left utterly astonished. Manager Wang could hardly believe his ears and urgently inquired, "Are you certain you are not mistaken?" The server nodded emphatically, "I am sure. There is absolutely no error." At this moment, a serious expression crossed Mr. Chen's face. He spoke slowly. "If this is true, then this lady must be the one, for she has existed for nearly 30,000 years. He then stood up and, along with Manager Wang, made his way towards the shop. The server followed closely behind, guiding them to the location of the mysterious lady. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if time itself had frozen, filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Mom, I'm so hungry. How much longer must we wait to leave this place?" Tang Xing complained, rubbing her stomach that had been grumbling incessantly, looking up at her mother, Jiangyu, with a pitiful expression. Seeing Tang Xing's adorable demeanor, Jiangyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reached out, gently patting Tang Xing's little head, and replied, "Just a little longer, dear. If you are truly famished, you may go nearby to buy something to eat, but do not wander too far, all right?" At that moment, an elderly man slowly approached them. As he drew nearer, everyone could finally discern his features. The old man looked at Jiangyu and said, "Indeed, it is you. I am Chen Xing, the descendant of Chen Ming. It is a great fortune to meet you, our esteemed ancestor." At this declaration, everyone present was taken aback. Chen Xing was renowned for his integrity and high regard, being one of the largest shareholders in the business world, even commanding respect from the Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Palace. To see such a distinguished figure refer to Jiangyu as our esteemed ancestor underscored her exalted status and extraordinary prowess. In a moment, everyone began to speculate about Jiangyu's true identity, simultaneously realizing that she was undoubtedly a profoundly terrifying and unfathomable presence. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Jiangyu inquired, "Chen Xing, could it be that you are a descendant of Chen Ming?" Chen Xing trembled slightly, his voice quivering as he replied, "Indeed. But Chen Ming is actually my grandfather." Jiangyu, with a reassuring smile, comforted him, "Do not be anxious. I merely came here to select a few garments. But it seems I am unable to make a payment. How do you suggest we resolve this?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen Xing's face, and he softly responded, "Your Excellency, there is no need for concern. Manager Wang, please immediately grant this esteemed guest a black level card, ensuring she enjoys a 50% discount on every visit to our mall henceforth. Allow me to treat her this time. There is no need for you to incur any expense." Jiangyu coldly addressed Chen Xing, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, Minister Chen. I would also appreciate your assistance in procuring a communicator for my son." Chen Xing acknowledged her request, affirming that it was no trouble. Before long, all the items Jiangyu required were procured. As Manager Wang handed over the items, he remarked, "This model is the pinnacle of communicators this year. Please accept it with my compliments." Jiangyu scrutinized the product and immediately recognized it as an exceptional offering, thus graciously accepting it. She then proposed, "Shall we proceed to the auction house now?" Chen Xing nodded, personally escorting Jiangyu and Tang Xing to the auction venue. Along the way, Tang Xing curiously asked, "Mother, why are we going to the auction house?" Jiangyu smiled and explained, "Today is the day for auctioning rare treasures, and we are headed to the largest auction house in the Tianling Empire, known as the Tianling Auction House." Shortly thereafter, Chen Xing announced, "Ms. Jiang, we have arrived at our destination." With a smile, he added, "I have arranged a VIP room for you. Please follow me." With an elegant gesture, he guided Jiangyu and Tang Xing towards the VIP room. At that moment, Lan Xiu found her gaze irresistibly drawn to a young boy within the VIP room. She stared at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint the origin of this sensation. Beside her, Yiyusin noticed Lan Xiu's unusual demeanor and curiously turned to her, asking with concern, "What is it, Lan Xiu? Do you know that boy?" Lan Xiu slightly shook her head, softly replying, "It's nothing. Perhaps it is just my imagination." Nevertheless, her eyes remained fixated on the boy, as if she were striving to uncover some elusive answer. Observing this, Yiyusin refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to silently accompany Lan Xiu into the VIP room. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the auction event. I am your host, Meow Meow, and it is my honor to stand before you today to preside over this captivating auction. Now, I am delighted to present to you the first item of the day, the 9-star turning lantern. This exquisite lamp is a creation of a level 6 artifact master. It is said to possess a remarkable detection function, capable of dispelling fog within a 100-meter radius and revealing any objects concealed within. Moreover, one can admire and handle it as a delicate ornament in everyday life. The price has been set at a reasonable 1,000 gold spirit coins. Of course, each subsequent bid must not be less than 100 gold spirit coins. Now, esteemed guests, let the bidding commence. 1. 500 gold spirit coins. 1. 600 gold spirit coins. 1. 700 gold spirit coins. 3,000 gold spirit coins. At the utterance of this figure by a particular buyer, the auction hall fell into an immediate silence. All gazes were fixed upon this extravagant bidder. 3,000 gold spirit coins, once. 3,000 gold spirit coins, twice. 3,000 gold spirit coins, thrice. With a resounding thud of the auctioneer's gavel, the transaction was officially concluded. As another item slowly ascended on the display stand, the auctioneer's voice resonated. The next treasure to be unveiled is the heavenly water pill. This elixir holds tremendous benefits for soul masters. Even ordinary individuals can experience enhancements to their physical well-being upon consumption. For soul masters, it can elevate their soul power by 1 to 2 levels. Moreover, it possesses the miraculous ability to cleanse the marrow and transform one's essence. Such a divine item is priced at 5,000 gold spirit coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 500 gold spirit coins. Distinguished guests, please begin your bidding. As the auctioneer elaborated, the audience erupted in astonishment. All were captivated by the wondrous effects of the heavenly water pill, eagerly participating in the bidding frenzy. In the heat of competition, a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire ultimately secured the heavenly water pill at a steep price, his countenance radiating pride as he envisioned his future enhanced abilities. Meanwhile, the other participants displayed expressions of envy, silently lamenting their lack of financial means to compete. The atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly fervent, with each item captivating immense interest. Behind this spectacle lay countless stories and intrigues. 500 gold spirit coins. 6,000 gold spirit coins. 500 gold spirit coins. 7,000 gold spirit coins. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "That is indeed a remarkable item. I must have it, Uncle Yang," the mysterious man declared with conviction. Uncle Yang raised his placard and announced, 9,000. The hall once again fell silent until the figure of 20,000 reverberated like thunder throughout the auction venue. Uncle Yang glanced at the man and added, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 45,000, 80,000. The man, clearly agitated, suddenly reconsidered and said, "How amusing, Uncle Yang. Let us not compete. Let us yield this one to him. 80,000 gold spirit coins, once. 80,000 gold spirit coins, twice. 80,000 gold spirit coins, thrice. Sold." The host struck the gavel with the authority of a judge, and Yi Yusin sweetly addressed, "Senior." Jiang Yu had anticipated their arrival and softly suggested, "Please, take a seat." Upon witnessing the next item, Jiang Yu's brows knitted tightly like a twisted braid. Chapter 14. Soul Corpil. Yi Yusin and Lin Qing gradually approached Jiang Yu's private room. Just as they neared the entrance, 2 burly security guards extended their hands to block their path. "You cannot enter," one guard stated expressionlessly. Yi Yusin furrowed her brow slightly, yet remained unperturbed. With poise, she retrieved a token from her bosom and displayed it to the guard. Upon seeing the token, the guard's expression shifted to one of seriousness. They exchanged glances and silently parted to allow Yi Yusin and Lin Qing to pass. Once inside the private room, Yi Yusin respectfully bowed to Jiang Yu and softly said, "Senior." Jiang Yu shifted her gaze from the teacup in her hands to Yi Yusin, speaking in a calm and gentle tone. "Now that you are here, please sit. Today, in this space, I am no longer the unparalleled Douluo or the foremost individual of a millennium. At this moment, I am simply an ordinary mother. And you need not be so formal. Next, the most precious item of this auction is set to be unveiled. This item is a divine artifact. Personally authenticated by the Vice President of the Heavenly Spirit Association, it is known as the 7-colored Divine Spear. Its value is a staggering 80 million gold spirit coins. Each bidding increment must not be less than 10,000 gold spirit coins." Miao Miao elaborated on the artifact displayed on the screen. However, to everyone's astonishment, no one in attendance participated in the bidding. At that moment, auction closed. This announcement reverberated throughout the venue like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in shock. The individual who uttered these words was none other than Jiang Yu. Seated in the VIP section, the staff hurriedly informed the host of the situation, and upon hearing, the host cleared his throat and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this item has been closed for bidding. Our auction concludes here. We hope to see you next time." As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted into murmurs. Attendees whispered among themselves, speculating why Jiang Yu had abruptly closed the bidding on the divine artifact. Some believed it was due to the price being excessively high, while others conjectured that Jiang Yu had a particular purpose for the artifact. More people, however, were filled with curiosity about this enigmatic Jiang Yu. wondering what sort of identity she possessed that granted her such immense authority and wealth to directly halt the bidding on such a valuable divine item. As the crowd gradually dispersed, this lively auction drew to a close. Yet, the tale of the seven-colored divine spear and Jiang Yu became a captivating topic of conversation among the attendees. Perhaps, in the near future, the mystery surrounding them shall be unveiled. With that, the host took the auction item to the VIP area. He hurried to the VIP section. And before Miao Miao could speak, Jiang Yu inquired, "The seven-colored divine spear, from where did you acquire it? Please, do tell the truth." Suddenly, a man clad in black approached Jiang Yu and remarked, "Your Excellency, she is unaware of the circumstances. I shall address any inquiries you may have." Jiang Yu gestured towards the screen and inquired, "From whence does the seven-colored divine spear originate?" Tang Xing was taken aback for the first time by her godmother's overwhelming presence, staring at her in astonishment. The manager, trembling with trepidation, stammered, "This seven-colored divine spear was unexpectedly acquired from the relics." "Relics? Are you referring to the southern wilderness?" Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she pressed further. The manager, sensing her eagerness, nodded fervently and replied, "Your Majesty's insight is remarkable, indeed. It is that enigmatic southern wilderness." Subsequently, he seemed intent on pleasing Jiang Yu and hurriedly added, "Your Majesty, if you fancy this artifact, might I offer it to you as a gift?" However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's fury erupted, her aura surging dramatically. She bellowed, "A gift? Humph. A millennium ago, the seven-colored Douluo was the Taiji Douluo, and later, the seven-colored Douluo ascended to the divine realm with the aid of the seven-colored spear. And I am the Taiji Douluo of that era." As she spoke, Jiang Yu summoned her martial spirit, unabashedly unleashing a formidable pressure. Instantly, the onlookers were nearly incapacitated by the overwhelming aura. Faced with Jiang Yu's wrath, the manager's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he stammered, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. This surely belongs to you." Suddenly, the president of the auction house hurriedly arrived, his face a mask of respect. "Elder, please do not be angry. We stumbled upon this seven-colored divine spear in the southern wilderness, and before we could properly address it, it was taken without authorization for auction. We will impose strict penalties for this misdeed. It is indeed fortunate that we can return this artifact to its rightful owner today. To express our apologies, here are 2 soul core pills, a vial containing 10 heavenly water pills, and this piece of the ultimate light's left arm bone. These are my personal treasures. I hope you will accept them." Jiang Yu contemplated, realizing that Lan Qiu had not yet fully integrated. Thus, offering this piece of the ultimate light's left arm bone for Tang Xing's spirit martial soul would be most fitting. She then stated, "Very well, I accept." With that, she effortlessly claimed the seven-colored spear. Gazing at the 2 soul core pills in her hand, Jiang Yu resolutely turned to Yi Yusen and declared, "Yusen, please give these 2 soul core pills to Lan Qiu and Su Yan. They will surely need them. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yi Yusen regained her composure, astonished as she realized. So these 2 soul core pills were prepared specifically for Lan Qiu by you. A wave of gratitude washed over her heart. At that moment, Tang Xing, sensing her mother's emotional shift, quickly chimed in to comfort her. "Mom, don't be upset. We will be just fine." Jiang Yu smiled gently, ruffling Tang Xing's hair, and said tenderly, "Yes, my little Tang Xing is the most understanding." However, just as they were about to depart, a voice suddenly called out, "Please, wait." Jiang Yu's heart tightened, sensing that the newcomer bore ill intentions. She furrowed her brow and inquired gravely, "May I ask what business you have?" A mysterious man appeared before them, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He slowly spoke, "Are you interested in the seven-colored divine spear? If you wish to learn more about it, then follow me." Jiang Yu, filled with skepticism yet driven by curiosity about the seven-colored deity, decided to accompany the man to uncover the truth. The man in black observed Jiang Yu's decision with a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes, and spoke, "Well, quite impressive. You are indeed remarkable, befitting of being his wife. Now, listen closely, for I have something of utmost importance to share. The divine realm has ceased to exist. However, the seven-colored deity bravely entered the chaotic currents of time and space alongside the Dark Legion to protect this land. Yet, his divine spear remains here. I have been entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding this place under his command. By lineage, perhaps I should address you as Aunt Jiao." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart trembled, and she incredulously asked, "Who exactly are you?" The man in black slowly removed his hat, revealing a familiar visage as he turned to face Jiang Yu. As she focused her gaze, she gasped in astonishment, "Heavens! It's you, Jean Lin, you rascal. It has been such a long time. I never expected you to have grown so tall. Her voice brimmed with surprise and nostalgia. Jean Lin smiled. His tone warm and friendly. And Jiang, it seems rather inappropriate for us to chat here. Shall we find a more suitable place for our discussion? No sooner had he spoken, Jiang Yu's figure flickered and she instantly transported herself to her home. Jean Lin surveyed the surroundings before inquiring, Aunt Jiang, how has my sister been recently? Jiang Yu smiled gently and replied, rest assured, Jean Yu is currently studying at Zhuangling High Academy alongside my son. Jean Lin nodded upon hearing this and continued, my sister has always gotten along splendidly with your son, Jiang Hao. They played very well together. By the way, who might this be? With that, Jean Lin directed his gaze towards the boy beside Jiang Yu. Following his line of sight, Jiang Yu smiled and explained, oh, he is my newly adopted son. Jean Lin exclaimed in surprise, Aunt Jiang, you have even taken in a godson. However, before he could finish his sentence, he met Jiang Yu's piercing gaze, which frightened him into silence, and he dared not utter another word. Tang Xing looked curiously at the unfamiliar figure before her and couldn't help but inquire, Mom, who is this person? How do you know him? Jiang Yu smiled gently, stroking Tang Xing's head, and explained, my dear, I indeed know him. His name is Jean Lin, and he is the child of my fourth brother. Moreover, he is quite an extraordinary warrior. Upon hearing this, curiosity sparkled in Tang Xing's eyes. At that moment, Lan Xiao was wholly absorbed in merging with the power of the golden dragon spear, seemingly isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, Yi Yusin entered, her gaze falling upon Lin Qing as she softly said, Lin Qing, I need to step out for a moment. Could you kindly keep an eye on Lan Xiao and ensure his safety? I shall return shortly. As soon as her words fell, Yi Yusin turned and sped off in a certain direction, her figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Qing nodded, understanding her responsibility. She quietly approached Lan Xiao, silently guarding him and monitoring his progress in merging with the power of the golden dragon spear. As time passed, the atmosphere around them grew exceptionally tranquil, with only the faint energy fluctuations emanating from Lan Xiao's body indicating that she was engaged in a significant endeavor. Meanwhile, Su Yin sat quietly at home, fully focused on stabilizing her cultivation level. Just then, a subtle yet rhythmic knock echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing the sound, Su Ting rose without hesitation, swiftly moving to the door and opening it. When he recognized the visitor, surprise washed over his face, and he warmly exclaimed, Ah, it is an honor to have the esteemed dean visit my humble abode. Please, come in. However, Yi Yusin quickly waved her hand in dismissal, saying, no need. I merely stopped by to deliver the soul core pill. With that, she gently handed the soul core pill she was holding to Su Ting and turned to leave. Su Ting gazed at the soul core pill in his hand, his emotions swirling like a tumultuous sea. He took a deep breath and then walked over to sit beside his sister, Su Yin. Curiously, Su Yin looked at her brother and softly asked, Brother, who was that just now? Su Ting, regaining his composure, smiled as he responded, It was the dean of your academy who brought the soul core pill. Perhaps it can assist you in merging those two martial souls. Hearing this, excitement gleamed in Su Yan's eyes as she eagerly asked, Really? Does this soul core pill possess such miraculous effects? Su Ting affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and encouraged her, indeed. However, the specific effects can only be determined through your own experience. I believe that with your talent and effort, you will surely succeed in merging these two martial souls. At this critical juncture, Su Yin did not hesitate to swallow the soul core pill. Instantly, she felt a surge of energy swell within her. As if striving to break free from her physical confines, she immediately summoned her martial soul power, attempting to quell the tumultuous energy. However, at that moment, a powerful force erupted unexpectedly, catching Su Yin off guard. Her consciousness began to fade, as if she were being drawn into an uncharted realm. Meanwhile, Tang Xing sensed that his will was gradually detaching from his corporeal form, drifting towards an enigmatic realm. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself ensconced in a peculiar space. The spectacle before him left him astounded, yet there was no time for contemplation, for he beheld Su Yin in a perilous situation. Without hesitation, Tang Xing rushed forward, exerting all his strength to assist Su Yin in stabilizing her soul power. With Tang Xing's aid, Su Yin gradually regained her composure, her previously tumultuous soul energy settling into tranquility. Slowly, she opened her eyes and exclaimed with delight, Brother, it seems I have transcended a soul sovereign. Upon hearing this news, Su Ting was elated beyond measure, unable to contain his excitement as he exuberantly declared, Wonderful, sister. You have finally broken through the bottleneck. Now, Let me guide you in search of the most suitable third soul ring. As soon as the words left his lips, he grasped Su Yan's hand tightly. However, Su Yan appeared somewhat hesitant, her tone laced with uncertainty as she replied, "Brother, I really don't think it's necessary. I feel as though this third soul ring has been instinctively bestowed upon me by my martial soul." Su Ting, upon hearing this, was momentarily engulfed in confusion, but soon recollected himself, suddenly pondering, "Of course. How could I be so foolish? Your martial soul must have already merged with the emerald jade harp. So what cultivation level does this third soul ring truly possess?" Su Yan promptly released her soul ring, revealing a dazzling combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple ring. Su Ting then inquired, "What, pray tell, is the skill associated with your third soul ring?" Without delay, Su Yan responded, "It is emerald protection." Su Ting, taken aback, marveled, "Incredible. It can directly bestow a soul skill upon another martial soul." Chapter 15. The friendly match. After uttering this statement, Su Ting stood frozen, realizing the implications of his words, an existence both terrifying and beyond imagination. Just then, he recalled another matter and quickly added, "Oh, by the way, tomorrow marks the beginning of your school year. Do remember to prepare well." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan silently rose and slowly made her way to her room, as if the entire world were reduced to her solitary silhouette. On the following morning, sunlight bathed the entrance of Ling High Academy, and students began to enter the campus in succession. In Dormitory 2, Room 202, Lan Xiao had already arrived. Quietly seated on her bed practicing her cultivation, time slipped by unnoticed, and Lan Xiao gradually opened her eyes, gazing at the door as if anticipating someone's arrival. She mused to herself, "How peculiar, why hasn't that fellow Tang Xing arrived yet?" Just then, a crisp knock echoed through the air. Lan Xiao eagerly dashed to the door, only to find Su Yan standing before her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Su Yan? What brings you here?" Su Yan pouted, complaining, "What is the matter? Am I not welcome? You won't even let me in for a moment." Lan Xiao warmly welcomed, "Ah, Su Yan. Please come in and make yourself comfortable." Noting the distracted demeanor of Lan Xiao, Su Yan could not help but tease, smilingly asking, "What is the matter? My esteemed class leader? Are you perhaps missing the vice class leader?" Instantly, a blush crept onto Lan Xiao's cheeks as she shyly retorted, "I am not." Originally, Su Yan intended to continue her playful banter, but was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Without hesitation, Lan Xiao strode to the door, swiftly opening it to reveal Tang Xing standing outside. With a smile, Tang Xing announced, "Lan Xiao, I'm back." Eagerly, Lan Xiao pulled Tang Xing into the dormitory, whereupon Tang Xing, upon entering, was surprised to find another person present, exclaiming, "Su Yan, what are you doing here?" Su Yan replied with a faint smile, nonchalantly saying, "What? Am I not allowed to come?" Tang Xing regarded Lan Xiao with an unconcerned expression, then produced a dazzling right arm bone from her pocket, handing it to him and urging, "Lan Xiao, quickly accept this radiant right arm bone and absorb it." Gratefully, Lan Xiao accepted the soul bone, softly murmuring, "Thank you." He then promptly began the absorption process. Before long, Lan Xiao successfully absorbed the soul bone entirely. Observing this, Su Yan pouted, muttering, "I'm so jealous." Tang Xing chuckled, reassuring her, "All right, don't be anxious. Next time, I'll find a suitable soul bone for you." Su Yan, still insistent, reiterated, "Then let us go eat now. I'm almost starving." Tang Xing turned to Lan Xiao, asking, "What do you think, Lan Xiao? Are you hungry?" Touching his stomach, Lan Xiao honestly replied, "Yes, I am a bit hungry." Thus, Tang Xing firmly grasped Lan Xiao's hand, and they began to stroll towards the cafeteria. Su Yan, shaking her head in resignation, quickly caught up, and the three of them walked together towards the cafeteria, ready to indulge in a delectable meal. Upon arrival, Tang Xing handed the menu to Su Yan and Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao took the menu, carefully browsing the dishes listed before selecting several of his favorites, while Su Yan enthusiastically ordered multiple home-style dishes, clearly intrigued by the offerings. Tang Xing observed the manner in which they ordered their dishes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she inwardly rejoiced, "Fortunately, I have my mother-esque card. Otherwise, today would have resulted in a significant financial strain." At that moment, Tang Li's gaze fell upon them, his expression hinting at contemplation, as if he had recalled something of great importance. Shortly thereafter, the waiter began to serve the selected dishes one by one. The three of them gathered around the table, indulging in a sumptuous lunch, while Tang Xing also relished the meal beside them. However, just as they were enjoying their feast, a sudden flash of cold light pierced the air, and a sharp blade hurtled towards Tang Xing. Swift to react, she instinctively deflected the flying blade. At that moment, a figure entered through the door. It was Li Fei. He approached Tang Xing and said, "Tang Xing, do you remember the matter we discussed previously?" His voice carried a note of seriousness, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Tang Xing gazed at Li Fei, her eyes brimming with determination as she declared, "Of course, I haven't forgotten. Once they finish their meal, we shall spring into action." Without a hint of hesitation, Li Fei replied, "Very well, then I shall indulge in the delectable feast first." At that moment, Lan Xiu gently tugged at Tang Xing's hand. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "So, what shall we do next?" Tang Xing smiled and responded, "In a little while, we will engage in an intense showdown. Do you remember? Last semester, we agreed that the three of us would face off against Li Fei and his companions." Lan Xiu, with a proud tilt of her chin, confidently asserted, "We are surely destined for victory in this match. After all, your second martial soul is far superior in quality to his dual martial souls. I once read in an ancient tome that the spirit is a unique martial soul exclusive to the spirit clan. Yet those who can successfully awaken such a soul are exceedingly rare. Remarkably, over 30,000 years ago, Senior Tang manifested a similar spirit lineage. Furthermore, he harnessed this extraordinary bloodline to its fullest potential, ultimately ascending to divinity." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "I have indeed heard of Senior Tang's remarkable achievements. However, your mention of it still leaves me profoundly astounded." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a figure appeared before them. It was none other than Li Fei, his expression grave as he called out, "Tang Xing." Tang Xing raised his head and nodded slightly at Li Fei, indicating that he was prepared. Subsequently, the two individuals behind Li Fei joined Tang Xing's companions as they approached the center of the Soul Arena. Once they stood firm, Li Fei cleared his throat and declared, "Tang Xing, in today's battle, I hope you will give it your all. Allow me to inform you that during the summer break, I diligently trained and have successfully elevated my soul power to level 30. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He responded, "Very well, in that case, I promise to fight with all my strength. However, to ensure fairness, shall we agree not to use our martial soul fusion skills?" Before he could finish his thought, Li Fei interrupted, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Tang Xing immediately understood and hurriedly explained, "That is not my intention. If you find it inappropriate, let us instead agree that both sides may use martial soul fusion techniques. But with a restriction on my side, the three-person martial soul fusion technique shall not be permitted. Does that sound acceptable to you?" After pondering for a moment, Li Fei eventually nodded in agreement. With his affirmation, a transparent barrier rose around the Soul Arena, enveloping everyone within. Li Fei took the lead, proclaiming, "I am Li Fei, a level 32 agility attack soul master." To which I, the level 34 control type weapon soul master, Ziyin, followed up. "Wang Yangchandan, and I too, am a level 31 power attack soul master." Upon hearing this, the other students rushed over in excitement. Lan Xiu, quickly grasping Tang Xing's intention, loudly declared, "Lan Xiu here, a level 32 power attack soul master." Suyin, not to be outdone, immediately activated her martial soul and announced, "Suyin, level 32 agility attack soul master reporting for duty." At that moment, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Tang Xing's mouth as he spoke with a steady and confident voice. "Tang Xing here, a level 36 control type soul master, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with all of you." The crowd was left in utter astonishment, especially when they witnessed Ziyin unleash his formidable third soul skill, the Starry Sky Mark. Tang Xing, clearly understanding Ziyin's intention, promptly activated his first soul skill, mental detection sharing. Just then, a shadow darted in like a phantom, targeting Suyin. It was none other than Li Fei. Suyin, unfazed, quickly unleashed her second martial soul, ready to engage in a fierce battle with Li Fei. However, the confrontation took an unexpected turn. Just as Su Yin and Li Fei were locked in a heated struggle, a chain suddenly coiled around Su Yin like a venomous serpent, rendering her unable to move freely. Meanwhile, Ziyin seized the moment to charge towards Lan Xiu. Upon witnessing this, Lan Xiu promptly summoned his golden dragon spear and lunged fiercely at Ziyin. However, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Just as the golden dragon spear was about to strike Ziyin, his form inexplicably vanished into thin air. It was at that moment that Lan Xiu realized he had been deceived. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Tang Xing. It was Wang Yang. With a thunderous shout, Wang Yang proclaimed, "Third soul skill, Fiery Blade." As his voice echoed, a wave of searing heat surged forth, as if the very space around them had ignited. Yet, at that instant, Tang Xing's eyes shimmered with a violet glow, resembling two enigmatic gems radiating brilliant light in the darkness. In the next moment, a bolt of blue flame darted towards Wang Yang like a flash of lightning. Wang Yang's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he blurted out, "How is this possible? How could you possess my soul skill?" He widened his eyes, striving to comprehend the unfolding events, but the blue flame approached too swiftly for him to evade. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Tang Xing and Wang Yang locked eyes, their gazes filled with confusion and astonishment. They both recognized that this battle had transcended their expectations, and the ensuing developments would ultimately dictate the trajectory of their destinies. Tang Xing offered a subtle smile and softly remarked, "This is due to my activation of the second and third soul abilities." As she spoke, Lanqiu, wielding a dragon spear, launched an astonishingly swift thrust towards Wang Yang. Simultaneously, he unleashed his first soul ability, the Golden Dragon Thrust. Wang Yang, undeterred, brandished his flame blade, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Lanqiu's Golden Dragon Spear. Just as the two became entrenched in a stalemate, Tang Xing had been secretly gathering her strength, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Wang Yang. However, just as her attack was about to descend upon Wang Yang, Li Fei abruptly appeared, swiftly intercepting Tang Xing's onslaught. With a smile gracing his face, Li Fei called out to Tang Xing, "Let us settle this once and for all." Utilizing his unique twin martial souls, Li Fei instantly divided the battlefield into two distinct realms. At that moment, Tang Xing found herself in a predicament, compelled to summon her second martial soul. Sensing Tang Xing's transition, Li Fei immediately unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful aura, descending upon her like a mountain pressing upon an egg. Tang Xing dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He swiftly concentrated his energy into a dazzling sphere of light and hurled it forcefully towards Li Fei. However, Li Fei's reaction speed was astonishing. He devised a countermeasure in an instant, unleashing his first soul skill, Radiant Slash. This skill possessed immense power, emanating a fierce momentum and brilliant luminescence, akin to an unparalleled sword slicing through the air towards Tang Xing, faced with such an aggressive onslaught. Tang Xing remained vigilant and summoned every ounce of energy within him, subsequently activating his second soul skill, Spirit Dominance. Simultaneously, Li Fei, unwilling to be outdone, recognized Tang Xing's exceptional prowess and knew he had to exert himself fully to have any chance of victory. Thus, he resolutely unleashed an even more formidable second soul skill, Radiant Tempest. This technique swept across the battlefield like a torrential storm, radiating boundless might and destructive power, causing the very ground to tremble. In an instant, Li Fei's face was filled with dread, and he shouted hoarsely, "Ziyin, quickly grant me an enhancement." Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyin invoked her third soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, and then unleashed her second soul skill, Blooming Red Leaves. Empowered by this formidable augmentation, Li Fei rapidly initiated his martial soul fusion skill. Observing this scene, Lanqiu felt an urgency welling within her and urgently called out, "Hurry, Tang Xing. We must activate our martial soul fusion at once." Tang Xing, not daring to delay for even a moment, immediately executed his first soul skill, Holy Light Wave. This powerful radiance instantaneously shattered Su Yan's restraints. Tang Xing then shouted, "Grant me an enhancement." Su Yan, understanding the cue, promptly activated her third soul skill, Emerald Light, followed by her second soul skill, Emerald Melody. At that very moment, Tang Xing began to unleash his third soul skill, Spirit Light Transformation. At this juncture, the atmosphere of the battlefield had reached a fever pitch, as if the very air had solidified. Both sides exerted themselves to the utmost, striving for victory in this fierce confrontation. Chapter 16. The culprit. Tang Xing recalled the words spoken by Jiang Yu, "Mother, with my current cultivation level, whom can I contend against?" Jiang Yu scrutinized Tang Xing thoughtfully and slowly replied, "With your present strength, you can easily handle opponents up to level 30. Your cultivation has reached a point where you can rival a Soul King. Of course, should you encounter exceptional circumstances, do not be afraid. You can confront them with all your might. If faced with formidable foes such as a Soul Emperor, you still possess the capability to fight back. Therefore, your limit for challenging above your level is the Soul King. Moreover, if your opponent is merely an ordinary Soul King, they are certainly not a match for you. However, should you encounter a prodigious Soul King, you must exercise caution. Do you understand?" After Tang Xing acquired a formidable enhancement, Li Fei had completed the accumulation of his strength and unleashed his ultimate move towards Tang Xing, the Radiant Shadow Moon. Unyieldingly, Tang Xing countered with his own powerful attack, the elven holy light wave. Under the sheer force of Tang Xing's assault, even Li Fei found it impossible to endure, leading to the dissolution of their martial soul fusion. Observing this turn of events, Tang Xing promptly retracted his soul skill. At that moment, Li Fei profoundly realized the disparity in strength between himself and Tang Xing. Rising to his feet, he sincerely proposed, "Class leader, from this day forth, let us relate as friends. You shall be the leader, and I will be your subordinate, following your lead henceforth." Tang Xing graciously accepted, affirming, "Very well. It is settled then." Li Fei regarded Tang Xing thoughtfully, as if grasping a deeper understanding. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "By the way, boss, how have you prepared for the entrance examination?" With unwavering confidence, Tang Xing replied, "As for me, I am certain of my success." Li Fei hesitated again before voicing his concern. However, Lin Qian and Huang Quan from Class 2 are truly formidable opponents. Yet, Tang Xing responded with a beaming smile, "All right. I understand. Li Fei, please gather detailed information on the two of them for me." Nodding in affirmation, Li Fei promptly turned to prepare the necessary materials. Standing nearby, Lan Qiu was filled with perplexity, unable to fathom Tang Xing's true intentions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Tang Xing, what exactly are you planning?" Tang Xing did not directly respond to Lan Qiu's inquiry. Instead, she smiled warmly and took her hand, leading her into the CAF adjacent to the dining hall. Upon entering the CAF, Tang Xing found a vacant seat for Lan Qiu and gently reassured her, "There is no need to rush. Please take a seat and remain calm." After saying this, she settled into the chair opposite her. Time passed swiftly, and after a period of contemplation and accumulation, Li Fei finally compiled the detailed information on Lin Qian and Huang Quan, personally delivering it to Tang Xing. Upon receiving the documents, Tang Xing swiftly perused through them, while Li Fei elaborated on the circumstances of the two individuals beside her. Lin Qian, merely 13 years of age, had already attained the formidable level of a 33rd ranked defensive battle spirit master, showcasing extraordinary prowess. He hailed from a mysterious and secluded sect, boasting a profound background. As for Huang Quan, he was 12 years old and possessed the cultivation of a 32nd rank support spirit master, Li Fei informed Tang Xing. As Tang Xing listened to Li Fei's introduction, a hint of perplexity arose within her. She furrowed her brow and inquired, however, "I recall that they were not present during the previous freshman assessment. What could be the reason for this?" Li Fei promptly elucidated. "The situation is as follows. Within our Linghai Academy's external division, there exists a genius ranking. At that time, the third position was occupied by Sidiyu, the fourth by Lin Qian, and the fifth by Huang Quan, while a certain Xie Qian claimed the sixth spot. In the final elimination round of the freshman assessment, Sidiyu fortuitously crossed paths with Lin Qian and Huang Quan. However, Sidiyu is notoriously ruthless, employing exceedingly cruel tactics. He even injured the sister of Lin Qian and Huang Quan, thereby sowing the seeds of a profound enmity between them." As he spoke, Li Fei's tone was imbued with a sense of regret and helplessness. Tang Xing seemed to comprehend the words spoken by the other party, and his mind began to race, swiftly formulating a plan. He then spoke up, "I have a solution, Lan Qiu. You all should return and rest. I shall be back shortly." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qian was accompanying Yi Xian. He gently inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Yi Xian shook her head and replied, "No, it doesn't hurt, brother Lin Qian." Lin Qian tenderly caressed Yi Xian's head as a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Tang Xing arrived at their location. Huang Quan slowly emerged, scrutinizing Tang Xing from head to toe, and with a hint of curiosity, he asked, "What brings you, the champion of the freshman assessment, to our midst? Pray tell. What is your purpose here?" Tang Xing responded with a cheerful smile, "I never expected you to recognize me. Therefore, I shall be straightforward and get to the point. I have heard that your sister has fallen victim to C2U's poison, and despite your extensive search, you have yet to discover a remedy for her affliction." Huang Quan displayed a disdainful expression, sneering, "Do you perhaps possess a solution?" Tang Xing replied confidently, "Indeed, I do have a solution." Before he could finish, Lin Qian suddenly rushed in from the side, anxiously inquiring, "Is what you say true?" Tang Xing confidently declared, "Of course. If you don't believe me, I might just leave." At that moment, Yu Xian slowly emerged from within and called out, "Wait a moment." When Tang Xing turned to face Yu Xian, his mind abruptly went blank, and he marveled inwardly, "Wow, her eyes are so large, and her face is so round. In particular, her visage resembles that of my childhood companion." However, as Yu Xian gazed at Tang Xing, a sudden and intense pain surged through her mind. Observing this, Lin Qian and Huang Quan quickly rushed to support Yi Xian. Lin Qian turned to Tang Xing and urged, "All right, come inside quickly." Tang Xing observed the profound anguish of Yi Xian, his heart brimming with urgency and concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he softly began to sing the familiar tune, hoping to alleviate her suffering through the power of music. As Yi Xian listened to Tang Xing's voice, the once taut nerves began to gradually unwind. The exquisite melody transformed into a gentle stream, flowing into the depths of her soul, soothing her pain. As the song continued, Yi Xian's mind seemed to be liberated from the torment, and she slowly closed her eyes, entering a state of tranquility and comfort, eventually drifting into peaceful slumber. Nearby, Lin Qian and Huang Quan witnessed this touching scene, feeling a genuine admiration and awe for Tang Xing's display of talent and kindness, which deeply moved them. Tang Xing did not pause in his stride. He swiftly retrieved his precious elixir and carefully administered it to Yi Xian. Subsequently, he summoned his formidable martial soul, channeling a continuous flow of soul power into Yi Xian to expedite her recovery process. Tang Xing unleashed the full extent of his unique skill, the ultimate radiance. Beams of dazzling light surged forth from his being, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn, warm and teeming with vitality. These luminous streams coalesced into a formidable flow of energy, penetrating into Yi Xian's body, expelling every trace of lingering toxins. Under the illumination of the ultimate radiance, the toxins within Yi Xian could find no refuge, as they were compelled to flee from her form. They transformed into minuscule particles, gradually dissipating into the air, as if they had never existed at all. Tang Xing's diligent efforts have finally borne remarkable fruit. Yi Xian's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her breathing became steady and even. Observing Yi Xian's gradual recovery, a wave of gratification and contentment surged within Tang Xing. He understood that his dedication had not been in vain, and Yi Xian would once again embrace health and vitality. Tang Xing slowly opened his weary eyes, taking a deep breath before softly uttering, "She needs to rest quietly now, and I must take my leave." However, just as he turned to depart, Huang Quan swiftly extended his arm, blocking his path. In Huang Quan's hands was a large and enticing meat dumpling, which he carefully offered to Tang Xing with a smile, saying, "You have expended so much soul energy, you should consume this. It will restore your soul energy instantly." Tang Xing exhibited no hesitation as he accepted the delectable, aromatic meat dumpling, and without a moment's pause, he took a hearty bite. Instantly, a rich and exquisite flavor enveloped his palate, intoxicating him with delight. With each chew, Tang Xing distinctly sensed a powerful surge of energy continuously flowing into his body, as his previously depleted soul power astonishingly began to replenish at an extraordinary pace. Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Huang Quan, her expression a blend of disbelief and admiration. "Your abilities are truly extraordinary. They are almost comparable to the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda." Upon receiving Tang Xing's praise, Huang Quan could not help but display a hint of pride, responding with a beaming smile. "Of course." Lin Qian slowly rose to his feet, fixing his determined gaze upon Tang Xing, and inquired, "Tang Xing, feel free to express any conditions you may have. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Tang Xing smiled gently, yet her tone conveyed a hint of indifference as she remarked, "There are no particularly special conditions. I merely hope that you will join my team. I trust you are all aware of the regulations regarding the entrance examinations, where each team must comprise 7 members. As it stands, Li Fei has already joined my ranks." At the mention of Li Fei's name, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qian's eyes. He was undoubtedly aware of who Li Fei was, the prodigy ranked second on the genius leaderboard. With this addition, their team's strength would be formidable. Lin Qian took a deep breath and replied without hesitation, "Very well, I am willing to join. Let us reconvene at the appointed time." He understood that this would be an exceedingly challenging opportunity, yet simultaneously, it served as an exceptional chance for self-improvement. Huang Quan opened his mouth and slowly inquired, "What about Xianer? Are we to leave her here all alone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qian furrowed his brow slightly and, after careful consideration, responded, "How about this? I will call Uncle Chun and ask him to come look after Xianer. Please hold on for a moment." With that, Lin Qian turned and departed to make the call. Huang Quan stood still, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he mused, having Uncle Chun come over would be beneficial. He then shifted his gaze to Win and declared, "Since he has agreed, I shall join as well. However, the benefits must not be diminished." Win's lips curled into a smile as he readily replied, "Rest assured, with me around, your share is guaranteed. We shall divide it equally." Tang Xing, exuding confidence, patted her chest, and assured them with fervor. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Tang Xing. Sensing a presence, she spun around swiftly to find an elderly man. His face etched with the marks of time and weariness, silently gazing at her. Tang Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment as he scrutinized the enigmatic elder before him, yet his mind yielded no recollections of their past. However, Uncle Chin's gaze upon Tang Xing emanated an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths at some pivotal moment in time. In a hushed tone, Uncle Chin murmured, "Have we met somewhere before?" His voice was imbued with a mixture of perplexity and intrigue. Tang Xing, with a bewildered expression, shook his head and replied, "I don't believe so. I think I have never encountered you before." He truly could not recall any prior interaction with the elderly gentleman. Uncle Chin furrowed his brow, seemingly straining to recollect something. He murmured to himself, "Yet, this sensation is undeniably potent, as if there exists some profound connection between us." Tang Xing felt a twinge of confusion, beginning to question whether the elderly man had mistaken him for someone else or was perhaps lost in a delusion. However, the sincerity reflected in Uncle Chin's expression suggested that he was neither joking nor speaking nonsensically. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a hint of chill. Tang Xing shivered involuntarily, and a wave of unease washed over him. Who was this unfamiliar elder? Why did he evoke such a profound sense of familiarity? Tang Xing resolved to compose himself and sought to engage Uncle Chin in a more profound exchange of information. With a smile, he inquired, "Good sir, may I ask your name? Perhaps we can uncover some clues from there." Uncle Chun inclined his head slightly and replied in a measured tone, "My surname is Chun. You may call me Uncle Chun. As for other matters, I find myself momentarily at a loss." Tang Xing nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. He contemplated that perhaps this was merely a serendipitous encounter. It was possible that Uncle Chin had seen someone resembling him in the past, thus leading to this illusion. However, just as Tang Xing was about to depart, Uncle Chin suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment, young man. Though I am uncertain whether we have truly crossed paths before, you evoke a sense of familiarity in me. If fate allows us the opportunity to meet again, I hope we can engage in a meaningful conversation." Tang Xing halted her steps. Glancing back at Uncle Chin with a warm smile, she replied, "All right, Uncle Chin. If fate allows, I shall certainly engage in more conversations with you." With that, Tang Xing turned away, leaving Uncle Chin standing alone, his gaze still fixed on her receding figure, the questions in his heart lingering unresolved. Lin Qian raised his voice, calling out, "Uncle Chin, over here." Upon hearing Lin Qian's call, Uncle Chin responded, "All right. I shall head over now." Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement. Yet, she couldn't shake off an odd feeling that something was amiss. Though she couldn't quite articulate what it was, Lin Qian ushered Uncle Chin into Yu Xian's room, lowering his voice as he said, "Uncle Chin, I entrust Yu Xian to your care." Uncle Chin's face displayed confusion as he inquired, "Where are you headed?" Lin Qian replied, "I must hurry to attend the entrance examination with Huang Quan." Before he could finish, Tang Xing suddenly burst into the room as if struck by a realization. Lin Qian quickly added, "Moreover, you have raised Xian'er since she was little. When it comes to taking care of her, you undoubtedly possess far more experience than I do." Tang Xing gazed at Uncle Chun, attempting to utter, "Stewardship?" This single phrase struck Uncle Chun like a thunderclap, leaving him wide-eyed and incredulous. For in this world, only 4 individuals addressed him in such a manner. The first was the late master, the second the deceased mistress, the third was Yu Xian, and the fourth was none other than Tang Xing. Trembling, Uncle Chin scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment, as if he were trying to ascertain whether he was indeed witnessing a mirage. As he clearly discerned Tang Xing's visage, he became suddenly animated, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "You are Xinger, Master Tang Xing?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing could no longer contain his tears, which cascaded from his eyes like a deluge breaking through a dam. Choking back sobs, he inquired, "It is I, Steward Chin. Who was the perpetrator that murdered my family?" Each word struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into Tang Xing's heart. His gaze was rife with anguish and fury, a desperate yearning for the truth burning within him. Steward Chin took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm the tumult within his soul. Gritting his teeth, he articulated with great solemnity, "It was the Sidu family and the Chiafeng family. How could they be so ruthlessly cruel as to slay the master, the mistress, and over 100 members of our family?" Uncle Chin lamented, his sorrow rendering him nearly speechless. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, with a seething rage erupting within him like a volcano. He could not fathom this brutal reality, that his beloved parents and so many innocent kin had met such a tragic fate at the hands of their enemies. The intertwining of anger and sorrow caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. And when he learned that the murderers were indeed the Situ family, a singular figure immediately surfaced in his mind: Situ. Tang Xing harbored an intense and profound hatred for Situ, fully aware of the man's insidious and treacherous nature, as well as his ruthless tactics. Their past was fraught with numerous conflicts and frictions, and now, both old grievances and new animosities surged within him. Tang Xing silently vowed to ensure that Situ would pay dearly for his transgressions, avenging the deaths of his loved ones and kin. At this moment, his eyes blazed with unquenchable hatred and resolute determination, a fierce inferno that seemed capable of reducing his foes to ashes. Even dismemberment would not quell the fury that consumed him. Standing nearby, Lin Qian observed this scene with astonishment and deep shock. He cautiously stepped forward, extending his hand to gently pat Tang Xing's shoulder, his voice low yet unwavering as he offered solace. Tang Xing, as the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. Even after 10 years, we must remain patient and await the opportune moment to ensure that those vile individuals face the consequences of their malevolence. I shall stand by your side, united in our quest for justice for our departed loved ones. Lin Qian's words were like a gentle breeze, alleviating some of the anguish and fury within Tang Xing's heart. Tang Xing turned to meet Lin Qian's gaze, gratitude shimmering in his eyes, their mutual glance conveying trust and support. In that instant, they felt as though they were bound as closely as brothers, vowing to fight for justice together. Tang Xing cast a grateful glance at Lin Qian, yet his heart was already engulfed by the flames of vengeance. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "Thank you, Lin Qian. However, this deep-seated enmity must be avenged by my own hand. I shall personally send these scoundrels to hell." Upon finishing his words, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Tang Xing seemed to have already deduced Yu Xian's identity. When Huang Quan learned of this news, he too was profoundly astonished. Tang Xing turned to Lin Qian and said, "Then, let us meet at the gathering point tomorrow." Lin Qian nodded slightly in agreement, then departed with Huang Quan to return for some rest. Tang Xing returned to the CAF, where he found only Lan Qiu alone, and inquired, "Where have the others gone?" Lan Qiu, upon seeing Tang Xing return, replied, "They have left ahead of time." Tang Xing keenly sensed that Lan Qiu had been waiting for quite a while and asked with concern, "Lan Qiu, are you hungry?" Lan Qiu gently nodded in response. Tang Xing immediately understood and took hold of Lan Qiu's hand, leading her to his food stall, where he prepared to whip up an extravagant meal, ensuring that Lan Qiu would be thoroughly satisfied. After a short while, a delicate aroma wafted into Lan Qiu's nostrils. The scent was not overpowering, yet it was exceptionally enticing, as if an invisible hand were gently strumming the strings of his heart. Curiosity piqued, Lan Qiu rose to his feet and followed the direction from which the fragrance emanated. There he beheld Tang Xing approaching him, carrying a bowl of food, a gentle smile gracing her face. As Tang Xing reached Lan Qiu, she carefully placed the dish on his table. Lan Qiu focused his gaze and saw that the bowl was filled to the brim with fluffy white rice, adorned with golden scrambled eggs and several aromatic chicken feet. The food appeared utterly delectable, making it impossible for one not to salivate. Lan Qiu silently marveled. This presentation is truly remarkable. He could even envision the satisfying taste and texture with the first bite. Cautiously, Lan Qiu picked up the food and brought it to his mouth, only to be momentarily stunned after a few chews. Noticing Lan Qiu's sudden stillness, Tang Xing gently shook her shoulder with concern. Lan Qiu, awakening from his reverie, quickly explained, "I'm fine. I was simply captivated by how delicious your cooking is, and I momentarily lost my focus. I apologize." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a slight sense of relief and smiled, saying, "As long as you enjoy it, take your time and be careful not to choke." However, Lan Qiu seemed oblivious to Tang Xing's words. As if under a spell, she swiftly devoured the food on the table with the ferocity of a tempest. After finishing, Lan Qiu scarcely had a moment to exchange a word with Tang Xing before she hurried back to her dormitory, collapsing onto her bed in a deep slumber, ready to embrace the arrival of the next day. The following morning, a delicate mist enveloped the sky, resembling a gossamer veil draping the earth. A warm ray of sunlight streamed through the window, akin to a golden string of a harp, gently cascading onto Tang Xing's bed. Tang Xing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze captivated by the sun that had just risen beyond the window. That radiant orb appeared to be the most resplendent gem in the universe, emanating boundless light and power. Tang Xing regarded it in silence, a surge of intense urgency swelling within him. He understood all too well that time flows as swiftly as a river if he did not seize the moment to enhance himself. Achieving his aspirations would remain a distant dream. Thus, without hesitation, Tang Xing rolled out of bed, his movement swift and decisive. He approached the elevated platform beside his bed and sat down with steadiness, his eyes resolute and focused. He softly murmured to himself, "I almost missed the training time for the purple extreme magic eye. Now, I have come to understand that the murderer of my parents is connected to the Situ family, particularly to Situ Yu, and cannot be disentangled from that enigmatic Qianfeng clan. Yet, I find myself exceedingly weak at present, lacking the strength to seek vengeance. However, one day, I shall transform myself into an unparalleled force. I will ensure that they pay dearly for their misdeeds." Tang Xing's voice exudes an unwavering resolve, akin to a sharp sword cleaving through the thorns and obstacles ahead. He comprehends that achieving his aspirations is no simple feat. Yet he possesses the courage and tenacity to confront every hardship. In this world brimming with challenges and opportunities, it is only through relentless effort and self-transcendence that one can ascend to the pinnacle and gaze down upon all existence. Tang Xing took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset before immersing himself entirely in the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. As time passed, beads of perspiration gradually formed on his forehead. Yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute and sharp. At last, Tang Xing completed his training for the day. He rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff body, and without hesitation descended the stairs, preparing to participate in the advancement examination. In his heart, he believed that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he fulfill his goal of avenging his parents. This examination represented a crucial step towards a higher realm. Tang Xing stood in the square, catching sight of Lan Qiu and Su Yan, along with Li Fei. A voice reached Li Fei's ears, prompting him to turn and exclaim, "Lin Qian." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Li Fei added, "You must be here to find Tang Xing." Just then, Tang Xing appeared, and Li Fei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Tang Xing shot him a glare, and Li Fei immediately fell silent. In that moment, the director's deep and authoritative voice resonated. "Silence." It pierced through the clamor of the manor like a clap of thunder. Instantly, everyone seemed to be enchanted, falling silent as their gazes turned toward the director. Meanwhile, Yi Yusin stood calmly at the center of the venue, her voice clear and resolute as she announced, "The entrance examination is about to commence. I urge all homeroom teachers to diligently fulfill their responsibilities." She then invited the chief coordinator of the assessment to elaborate on the specifics of the examination. As Yi Yusin finished speaking, the chief coordinator approached with a serious and solemn demeanor. Clearing his throat, he began, "The examination will take place in the Deathly Desert, where you will be tasked with locating various grades of ore, including low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade minerals. The higher the grade of the ore you find, the more points you will earn. Therefore, I encourage everyone to strive for the highest grade ores possible. Now, please form groups of 7, allowing for combinations with students from other classes." As his words concluded, the atmosphere erupted into enthusiastic discussions. Students eagerly exchanged ideas, strategizing on how to assemble the most formidable teams in hopes of achieving outstanding results in the examination. After exchanging glances with Li Fei and the others, Tang Xing took her place. The director observed that the students had already formed their lines and shouted, "Class teachers, please escort the students to their destination. Once you arrive, kindly refrain from intervening and leave the scene. There are special vehicles waiting outside." With a serious expression, Wu Xinheng addressed Tang Xing, saying, "Tang Xing, this deadly desert is fraught with hidden dangers. It is indeed a place where every step is perilous and fraught with crisis. Once you enter, you must exercise utmost caution and remember to safeguard yourselves. Understood?" Tang Xing, with unwavering resolve, looked at Wu Xinheng and replied, "Rest assured, Teacher Wu. I will certainly take care of myself. Please have faith in me." After Wu Xinheng guided Tang Xing and the others onto the vehicle, he encouraged them to rest well. Tang Xing then closed her eyes and fell into deep contemplation. "Li Fei, come quickly and take a look," Xian suddenly exclaimed with excitement, for she had spotted the breathtaking scenery outside the window. Following the direction of Xian's finger, Li Fei gazed in astonishment at the sight before him. Born into a wealthy family, he had never had the opportunity to witness such beauty, and he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Wow, Xian, look at those butterflies. They seem to be dancing." Throughout the journey, Li Fei and Xian enjoyed the captivating views outside, but gradually, fatigue overcame them, and they unknowingly fell asleep. Xian lay quietly in Li Fei's embrace, and the entire cabin enveloped itself in an unusual tranquility. As Tang Xing concluded his meditation, the designated vehicle arrived at its destination. Upon disembarking, the 7 members of the group were addressed by Wu Xinheng, who cautioned them to exercise vigilance for their safety as he would remain there to await their return. Suddenly, a colossal spaceship appeared above Wu Xinheng, gracefully descending to the ground. The rear hatch of the spacecraft opened, revealing a multitude of students who gradually exited and ventured into the treacherous death desert. Observing this influx, Tang Xing called out, "We shall enter as well." He waved farewell to Teacher Wu, who responded with a subtle smile. As Tang Xing approached, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar surge of energy. This force stirred an unusual sensation within him, yet he chose to conceal his feelings, merely furrowing his brow. Beside him, Lan Qiu observed the subtle shift in Tang Xing's expression and, filled with concern, inquired, "Tang Xing, what troubles you? Have you discerned something amiss?" Tang Xing quickly shook his head and comforted, "I am fine. I merely believe that there may be some rare ores present here. Everyone should remain vigilant." At that moment, Lin Qian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "My rock dragon shield martial soul has a sensitivity to special ores. Perhaps it can assist us in locating them." Upon hearing this news, Tang Xing was filled with delight and excitement. He swiftly directed his gaze towards Lin Qian, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and appreciation. "How splendid! Then it falls upon you to utilize your martial soul to seek out those ores, Lin Qian." Tang Xing exclaimed with enthusiasm. He then turned to Li Fei and the others, issuing commands. "Li Fei, along with the rest of you, maintain a vigilant watch on the flanks. Be alert for any approaching soul beasts. Should you detect any danger or irregularities, you must sound the alarm without the slightest hesitation." Simultaneously, Tang Xing shifted his attention to Ziyan, advising, "Ziyan, you must closely follow in Lin Qian's footsteps. The moment you discover any special ores, commence excavation without delay. Remember, act swiftly and seize every opportunity." After outlining these directives, Tang Xing took a deep breath, fully focused on his surroundings, prepared to address any potential situations that might arise. Upon hearing Tang Xing's instructions, the group nodded in understanding. At that moment, Huang Quan spoke up, asking, "What about me? What should I do?" Tang Xing pondered for a moment and then replied, "Huang Quan, your responsibility is to assist diligently, ensuring the safety of everyone and the provision of supplies. Should anyone be injured or require support, you must offer timely assistance." Upon hearing Tang Xing's arrangements, Lan Qiu couldn't help but interject, "Tang Xing, what about me? I also wish to contribute in some way." Tang Xing gazed at Lan Qiu, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Lan Qiu, remain by my side. Your healing spirit can provide essential support for everyone, just in case. Moreover, should danger arise, you will be able to protect yourself at the earliest opportunity." Upon the assignment of tasks, the group sprang into action. Lin Qian inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes, standing still as he began to unleash his spirit. His spirit manifested as a diminutive and exquisite squirrel, shimmering with a faint glow. As his spirit emerged, Lin Qian cautiously extended his hands, placing his palms gently on the ground, intently attuning himself to the essence of the surrounding ores. His expression was one of profound concentration, as if the entire world had been reduced to just himself and the hidden minerals beneath the earth. Simultaneously, the other team members remained vigilant, armed and alert. They were acutely aware of their surroundings, ready to respond at the slightest disturbance to safeguard Lin Qian and their fellow comrades. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu closely trailed behind Lin Qian, poised to offer their support at a moment's notice. Both were seasoned warriors, their gazes sharp and steady, exuding a formidable confidence. In the perilous depths of the mine, they understood the necessity of unwavering focus to ensure the successful completion of their mission. Tang Xing gently caressed her soft hand and softly said, "Come with me as we advance to the left front, paving the way for everyone." However, Su Yin displayed a look of disdain, expressing her discontent with a series of tistiscas. Huang Quan responded with a wry smile, saying, "I seem to detect the sour scent of dumplings, yet I truly feel rather sour myself." Tang Xing, with a sense of helplessness, sighed and remarked, "Enough of this. Do not dawdle any longer. Let us be on our way." Tang Xing stepped into the periphery of the desolate desert of death when Lin Qian suddenly halted, alertly exclaiming, "Hold on. It seems there is something here." Upon hearing this, Ziyin and Huang Quan immediately commenced their excavation. As they dug halfway, a cluster of glimmering gemstones gradually came into view. Tang Xing focused intently and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's intermediate ore. Let us continue digging." Before long, the ore on the surface was completely revealed. Tang Xing swiftly retrieved a storage device, meticulously collecting these precious ores one by one. Meanwhile, Huang Quan unearthed an object resembling a claw. Finding it immovable, he promptly entered the claw's interior. Suddenly, the claw snapped the iron shovel, and a scorpion burst forth from the sand. Tang Xing shouted, "Quick, get out of the pit." The scorpion leaped vigorously out of the pit, pursuing Tang Xing and his companions. Observing the creature, Tang Xing assessed, its cultivation level should be around 6,000. It's a worthy opponent. Let us summon our martial spirits and engage. The first soul technique, Radiant Slash, was unleashed as Li Fei bellowed in fury, swinging his sword with great force. Yet he struck nothing but air. Witnessing this, Ziyin immediately activated her second soul technique, Rain of Red Leaves, which blossomed instantaneously. Countless red leaves cascaded down like raindrops, bestowing Li Fei with formidable enhancements. Empowered, Li Fei surged towards the scorpion like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, Ziyin swiftly unleashed her first soul technique, Starry Binding, followed closely by her second soul technique, Beyond the Starry Sky. Tang Xing marveled, this is the first time I've seen her utilize her second soul technique. At that moment, Lan Xiao, seizing the opportunity while the scorpion was unawares, stealthily fired a shot from behind, inflicting considerable pain upon the creature. However, the scorpion reacted swiftly, clamping its massive pincers tightly around Lan Xiao's red umbrella and violently flinging her away. As the scorpion prepared to strike again with its tail aimed at Li Fei, Lin Qian intervened just in time, deploying the Rock Dragon Shield while chanting. First soul technique, Copper Wall Barrier. The Rock Dragon Shield radiated a powerful light, forcefully repelling the scorpion's tail. Unyielding, the scorpion readied to launch its venomous stinger, targeting Tang Xing directly. In horror, Tang Xing shouted, "No!" Chapter 18. Crisis. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of Tang Xing. The azure needle zipped by like lightning, instantly piercing through Lan Xiao's body. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing leaped forward without hesitation, rushing ahead. Simultaneously, Suyin promptly activated her third soul technique, Emerald Light, along with her second soul equipment, Emerald Soul Melody. However, unexpectedly, a surge of powerful energy flooded into Tang Xing's body at that precise moment. Tang Xing sensed the surge of power within him, immediately awakening his latent potential. He unleashed his third soul skill, the Stellar Mark, and swiftly followed it with his second soul skill, Rain of Scarlet Leaves. Instantly, countless red leaves blossomed in the air, creating a splendid and vibrant spectacle. Subsequently, Tang Xing poured forth his full strength in a radiant display of light elements. He invoked his third soul skill, Transformation of the Celestial Sprite, along with his third soul skill, Divine Wave of the Ethereal Spirit. The dazzling brilliance shimmered like stars, illuminating the entire space. In that moment, Tang Xing's prowess was showcased in its fullest glory. Under his relentless assault, the scorpion was ultimately vanquished. Tang Xing held Lan Xiao tightly, while Huang Quan swiftly crafted a detoxifying shrimp dumpling. Without hesitation, Tang Xing summoned his utmost light to heal Lan Xiao's wounds. As he focused intently on her recovery, the sky began to darken ominously, thickening with shadows, as if foretelling impending turmoil. Su Yin keenly sensed the anomaly and cautioned, "The air around us seems somewhat off. Everyone should remain vigilant." Just then, Lan Xiao suddenly coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was nestled in Tang Xing's warm embrace, a blush crept across her cheeks. Though slightly embarrassed, Lan Xiao chose to continue resting quietly in his arms. Meanwhile, Su Yin remained steadfast, attentively surveying their surroundings. However, surprises often arrive unannounced. Just as everyone was momentarily distracted, Li Fei appeared silently behind Su Yin and gently called out, "Su Yin." Upon hearing the voice, she turned to see him and instantly understood his intent. Thus, she discreetly returned to the ground for a brief respite. Li Fei sat quietly upon a large stone, lost in distant thoughts. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from behind him, "Li Fei." Turning around, he found that it was Ziyin. His expression betrayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He smiled and graciously offered her a seat beside him. Ziyin quickly settled down, eagerly exclaiming, "Li Fei, that was quite a close call today." Her tone carried a sense of relief and reflection. Li Fei nodded thoughtfully, gently stroking his hand as he mused, "Indeed, thankfully everyone is safe." Recalling the earlier events, Ziyin suddenly remembered something significant and looked up at Li Fei with curiosity, asking, "Li Fei, do you remember what you once said in front of my parents?" Her eyes reflected both anticipation and doubt. Li Fei smiled faintly and replied without hesitation, "Of course I remember. I will fulfill the promises I made. His gaze was resolute and confident, inspiring trust in those around him. However, just as their conversation unfolded, Li Fei's expression shifted as he gazed ahead, his demeanor turning serious. He then called out loudly, "Wake up. A desert storm is approaching." His voice reverberated through the air, rousing those around him who were still at rest. Lin Qian, without a moment's hesitation, immediately raised his shield high, forming a formidable bastion. With a grave expression, he called out to the others, "Everyone, this fortress can withstand no more than 2 hours." Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a tempestuous sandstorm unexpectedly unleashed a metallic maelstrom upon them. The metallic storm surged forth like a frenzied tide, mercilessly battering the barrier that Lin Qian had painstakingly erected. Under the harrowing onslaught, the bastion began to creak ominously, and the once solid walls gradually revealed fissures. Each crack resembled a ghastly wound, instilling a sense of dread. As time progressed, the fissures widened, as if they were on the verge of collapsing and exposing those within to peril. Lin Qian's eyes widened in alarm, fixated on the precarious structure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Inside the spacecraft, Director Chen and Yi Yusen were closely monitoring Tang Xing and his companions through the surveillance screen. Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "2 types of storms." Yi Yusen immediately began to enlighten him. The reason why the Death Desert is so named is due to the myriad of storm types it harbors, as well as the exceedingly terrifying soul beasts. These creatures possess formidable power. Their mere presence is enough to instill fear without them needing to strike. However, she noted that this was an opportune moment for Tang Xing and his team to experience the significance of teamwork and to hone their skills in coping with extreme conditions. Director Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Yi Yusen's perspective. He understood that under such dire circumstances, only a united and cooperative team could survive. Whether Tang Xing and his companions could successfully navigate these challenges would depend on their capacity for teamwork. At that moment, both Director Chen and Yi Yusen hoped that this trial would lead Tang Xing and his team to emerge even stronger. Tang Xing addressed Lin Qian, inquiring, "Lin Qian, can your martial spirit truly excavate?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's question, Lin Qian found himself unsure, but decided to respond tentatively, "Let me give it a try." As soon as he uttered these words, he began to channel his energy into the ground beneath his feet. The rock dragon shield seemed to sense its master's intent and promptly commenced its digging task. Observing this, Lin Qian exclaimed with delight, "Ha! It actually worked." He added, "Please wait a moment." Before long, he shouted again, "3 people can come down now." Tang Xing turned to the 3 girls behind him and said, "Lan Qiu, Su Yan, and Ziyin, you may descend first." Upon hearing this, Ziyin immediately protested, "Why should we go first? Don't underestimate us." However, Tang Xing did not allow her to finish her sentence, interrupting her assertively, "This is an order. If you refuse to follow my instructions, I shall not concern myself with you." Ziyin was taken aback by Tang Xing's commanding demeanor and, feeling helpless, complied by climbing down the rope. Next, Tang Xing looked at Huang Quan and stated, "Huang Quan, it is your turn." Huang Quan, enduring the sting of the wind and sand against his face, nodded in agreement. "All right." At that moment, Lin Qian called out once more, "One more person." Before the echo of his words faded, Huang Quan leaped without hesitation into the swirling vortex below. Meanwhile, Li Fei turned to Tang Xing, anxiously suggesting, "Boss, perhaps you should descend first. I feel that my soul skill might inflict some damage on this storm." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing immediately shouted, "No, this is far too perilous. It must not be done. Quickly, descend." Frustration welled within him, as it appeared that the only recourse was to employ the spirit light transformation. However, just as Li Fei prepared to leap, Tang Xing's transformation unexpectedly dissipated, leaving him teetering on the brink of collapse. In this critical moment, Lan Qiu swiftly intervened, catching Tang Xing and preventing him from tumbling to the ground. Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice resonated, proclaiming, "Light and shadow storm." This utterance thundered like a tempest, reverberating through the air. Instantly, a torrent of immense energy surged forth, colliding violently with the metallic storm. In that very instant, a myriad of vibrant sparks erupted, akin to fireworks illuminating the night sky, mesmerizing all who beheld them. At that juncture, Huang Quan resolutely unleashed his ultimate technique, Thunderstorm Cleave. The weapon in his grasp shimmered with dazzling lightning, carrying an overwhelming force as it struck fiercely towards the Golden Army. The adversaries were sent reeling back, utterly disarrayed by the ferocity of the blow. Tang Xing's face was etched with worry, her eyes wide as she fixated on the battle ahead. Suddenly, without warning, a colossal sandstorm appeared behind Han Fei. striking with such ferocity that it caught everyone off guard. Just as it seemed Han Fei would be swept away by the tempest, Ziyin dashed forward without hesitation. He exerted all his strength to thrust Li Fei out of the storm's reach, while he himself resolutely faced the terrifying sandstorm head-on. Li Fei watched in horror as Ziyin placed himself in peril to protect him. An indescribable sorrow welled up within him. He cried out in anguish, no? His voice, filled with despair and helplessness, seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the world apart. Just as Ziyin felt himself being drawn into that mysterious force, Tang Xing instinctively reached out, forcefully pushing Ziyin towards Li Fei, while she herself was engulfed by the storm. Li Fei was utterly unprepared for the fact that it would be Tang Xing who was ultimately consumed. And Ziyin too had not anticipated that the one he thought was doomed would be Tang Xing, who had just been sparring with him in jest. In that moment, Ziyin finally comprehended Tang Xing's intentions. Lan Qiu, witnessing Tang Xing being swept away, felt a surge of urgency and was about to plunge into the mysterious force. Ziyin, seeing this, quickly restrained her, speaking urgently, Lan Qiu, calm down and listen to me. Among us, only I possess flying abilities. Allow me to rescue Tang Xing while you remain here to recover, all right? Although Lan Qiu felt an overwhelming reluctance, she could only nod in reluctant agreement. With a flourish of her wings, Ziyin soared towards the heart of the sandstorm. Meanwhile, sensing another presence approaching, Tang Xing shouted, Ziyin, fly in a counterclockwise direction. We shall perform a pincer attack. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ziyin flapped her wings, harnessing the clockwise force to spin into action. At this moment, Ziyin knew he had to act. He swiftly unleashed his third soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, embodying the essence of the red leaves. Following this, he activated his second soul skill, the power of the blossoming rain of red leaves, and finally invoked his first soul skill, healing from the rain of red leaves. With the release of these soul skills, Ziyin felt her attributes significantly enhanced. It was then that she suddenly realized the source of this formidable power. Without hesitation, she accelerated, darting towards the storm's core like a bolt of lightning. Inside, Tang Xing began to release his own elemental energy, the holy light wave of the elves. Striking with full force, a radiant beam shot straight towards the heart of the storm. Ziyin promptly followed suit, deploying her third soul skill, the purple butterfly shield, creating a sturdy defense. Next, she unleashed her first soul skill, the blade of the butterfly spiral, summoning a myriad of sharp butterfly wings that whirled forth like a tempest. Through the combined efforts of Tang Xing and Ziyin, the massive storm was finally vanquished. Exhausted from the immense expenditure of energy, Tang Xing collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ziyin hastily rushed forward, assisting Tang Xing to his feet and guiding him back to a place of safety. Lan Qiu, without a moment's hesitation, leaped towards Tang Xing, enveloping him tightly in her embrace. Tang Xing, feeling the warmth of Lan Qiu's arms and the warmth of her tears, gently raised his hand to tenderly wipe her cheek, offering words of comfort. Do not fret. I shall be fine. Meanwhile, Ziyin swiftly sprang into action, employing her unique healing techniques with unwavering dedication to mend Tang Xing's wounds. Huang Quan, without a moment's delay, unleashed his formidable soul technique, the Super Recovery Dumpling. This technique transformed into a radiant beam of light that soared directly into Tang Xing's mouth. Under their combined efforts, Tang Xing's vitality began to rekindle. At last, he slowly opened his eyes and emerged from unconsciousness. Observing this, the onlookers felt a weight lifted from their chests, their faces illuminating with joy. Director Chen aboard the spaceship, upon witnessing the display of camaraderie between Tang Xing and Ziyin, widened his eyes in astonishment, murmuring, to think it could be utilized in such a manner. This surpasses all my expectations. Meanwhile, Yi Yusin, having witnessed the entire episode, felt a surge of admiration swell within her. She finally comprehended why the esteemed elders of Linghai Pavilion unanimously recommended Tang Xing for the position of core disciple in the inner court. This young man was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed a keen intellect and remarkable wit. He was destined to become a formidable figure, steering the tides of the cultivation world. Upon awakening, Tang Xing rubbed his eyes and, still dazed from sleep, inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" Lan Qiu gently replied, "Just half an hour." Lin Qin glanced at his bag, which he had been filling for quite some time, and remarked, "Tang Xing, we are still halfway to our goal." Tang Xing's gaze shifted towards the deep pit, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, and he exclaimed, "It seems there are ores in that pit. Let us investigate." Lin Qin, unable to contain his excitement, rushed into the pit, shouting, "There are so many. They are all high-grade ores." Ziyin and Li Fei descended to mine. while Huang Quan and Ziyin, you two should assist with transporting and collecting. Before Tang Xing could finish his sentence, Ziyin hurriedly interjected. You and Sister Lan Qiu should rest well. We will take care of the remaining tasks. Tang Xing's attitude towards Ziyin improved this time. She smiled and nodded gently. Ziyin took the initiative to say to Huang Quan, let me handle the transportation. You focus on collecting. Huang Quan understood her intentions and nodded in agreement with a smile. Throughout this endeavor, Ziyin exerted the most effort, and Tang Xing, observing her diligence, couldn't help but exclaim, what a tenacious and endearing little girl. Upon returning to the spaceship with the other 6, Tang Xing addressed Director Chen, saying, Director Chen, we are here to submit our tasks. She then unveiled all the ores. Director Chen, upon seeing the bounty, was taken aback. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, exclaiming, so much. Subsequently, all the students submitted their tasks and received their corresponding evaluations. The classmates, like fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment, anticipated Tang Xing's results, just as Director Chen was about to announce that Tang Xing would not be evaluated. The students present could not comprehend his words. Chapter 19, Class 1. The students buzzed with chatter about Director Chen, who, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, since you are so eager to know, I shall allow you to see for yourselves. With that, he activated the playback and played the sound of metal crashing against the fortress following the metallic storm. Li Fei, hurry down. This is bad. The transformation time is about to end. In the cave, Lan Qiu was already in tears, choked with emotion as she implored, we cannot lose him. Tang Xing gazed at the scene before him, an overwhelming sense of comfort swelling within his heart. However, his classmates were beset by a wave of bitterness. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. The individuals within the cave soared into the air. Li Fei shouted, forget it. Let us fight back. Martial soul fusion, light and shadow storm. Simultaneously, Huang Quan unleashed a powerful move, Thunderstorm Slash. At long last, through their combined efforts, the metallic tempest was successfully dispelled. Yet, none anticipated that, in the next moment, a desert storm would surge forth from behind Li Fei. In a critical moment, Ziyin swiftly propelled Li Fei away. As the storm threatened to engulf Ziyin, Tang Xing resolutely pushed her out of harm's way and signaled Su Yin to commence a rescue operation. Ultimately, through a harmonious collaboration, the desert storm was quelled. At this juncture, the classmates found themselves ensnared in deep contemplation. From these two harrowing events, they grasped the profound reasons behind Tang Xing and his companions' reluctance to assign scores. Were it anyone else to venture forth, it would likely be impossible to escape the fate of losing their life. Yet, Tang Xing was able to ensure the safety of each individual, a testament to his responsibility and capability that commanded the utmost respect from all. Sun Xiaokong approached Tang Xing with quiet resolve and earnestly stated, Class leader, we were in the wrong. We should not have doubted you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive our previous transgressions and accept me once more. His words resonated with sincerity and remorse. Tang Xing gazed steadfastly at Sun Xiaokong and declared, very well. Let us strive together, but you must first apologize to Director Chen. Her words struck the air like a thunderclap, leaving all present in utter astonishment. Sun Xiaokong took a deep breath and slowly approached Director Chen. His steps, though somewhat heavy, were imbued with resolve and courage. As he stood before Director Chen, he lifted his gaze, sincerity radiating from his eyes as he said, Director Chen, I sincerely apologize. I recognize my errors. Please forgive my impulsiveness and ignorance. This utterance was akin to a gentle spring breeze that dispelled the tension in the atmosphere. The students responded in unison, exclaiming, Director Chen, we are sorry. Their voices resonated throughout the space, as if to completely eradicate the previous misunderstandings and discontent. Director Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Tang Xing would so resolutely support Sun Xiaokong and lead the students in offering their apologies. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of emotion. Subsequently, Director Chen smiled and patted Sun Xiaokong on the shoulder, indicating his acceptance of the apology. He then guided the students aboard the spacecraft, preparing to return to school. The ship traversed the cosmos, carrying this group of young scholars on their journey home. On board, the students excitedly exchanged thoughts about the recent events. They admired Tang Xing's actions and gained a deeper appreciation for their camaraderie. This experience not only taught them the courage to admit their mistakes, but also illuminated the strength found in unity. After witnessing the performance of Tang Xing and her companions, Wu Xi and Heng felt a surge of curiosity. He resolved to personally visit Class 2 to uncover the secrets concealed therein. Thus, he hastily departed his office, heading towards Class 2. Upon arriving at the door, he fortuitously encountered the class teacher, Jilan. He quickly called out to her, urgency lacing his tone, "Teacher Jilan, please hold on." Hearing his voice, Jilan paused, her lustrous black hair cascading about her shoulders. She turned with a puzzled expression, her gaze settling on Wu Xianheng as she inquired, "What is it, Teacher Wu? Is there something you need?" Wu Xianheng, captivated by the enchanting radiance of Jilan's face and the clarity of her eyes, suddenly felt a wave of fluster wash over him. His heart raced involuntarily. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and said, "Well, Teacher Jilan, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you. Could you accompany me to my office?" Jilan nodded slightly in agreement. Wu Xianheng promptly opened the door to his office and politely invited her inside. They entered together, and he closed the door behind them, enveloping the room in silence. In a flurry, Wu Xianheng fetched a chair for Jilan, who sat down without hesitation and inquired, "Teacher Wu, what is the purpose of your summons?" Wu Xianheng addressed the matter directly, stating, "I would like to request the transfer of Lin Qian and Huang Quan from your class to mine. Is that possible?" Upon hearing these words, Jilan furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Could you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Wu Xianheng seemed to have anticipated Jilan's question, and with a composed demeanor, he replied, "The reason is quite simple. They are all exceptionally talented students. Moreover, considering the content of today's live broadcast, I trust you have a fair understanding. I would never leverage my position to suppress others. Thus I hope, Teacher Jilan, you will deliberate carefully." Jilan was acutely aware of Wu Xianheng's intentions, and with a resolute tone, she articulated her condition. "Very well, but I have a request. I need you to approach Director Chun to propose the establishment of a specific class. This way, we can bypass the merging process entirely. Furthermore, when we reach the 3rd grade, there will be no need for merging operations. After all, merging is inevitable, so it is better to resolve it sooner. Do you comprehend my intent?" Wu Xianheng promptly grasped Jilan's objective and responded readily, "No problem. I will take care of this matter and communicate with the director." With a light step, Wu Xianheng approached the door of Director Chen's office and gently knocked. "Come in," came a deep yet gentle voice from behind the door. Wu Xianheng pushed the door open and entered the room, where he found Director Chen seated at his desk, diligently reviewing an article. Lifting his gaze upon Wu Xianheng's entrance, Director Chen smiled and inquired, "Teacher Wu, what brings you here?" Observing the director's busy demeanor, Wu Xianheng hesitated momentarily, but mustered the courage to speak. "Director Chen, I would like to apply to join the specific class." Upon hearing this, Director Chen abruptly halted his pen, questioning whether his ears had deceived him or if he had misheard. Pausing his work, he fixed his gaze on Wu Xianheng and asked, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?" Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Wu Xianheng clearly reiterated, "I hope to apply to join the specific class." A look of surprise and confusion emerged on Director Chen's face. He set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and scrutinized Wu Xianheng, seemingly pondering the rationale behind such a request. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Teacher Wu, what prompted this thought? Could you provide me with a detailed explanation?" Upon hearing Wu Xianheng's words, Director Chen suddenly felt his legs weaken, and with a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "Wu Xianheng, are you truly certain you haven't lost your mind? Do you realize what qualifications are required to become a teacher in the specific class? One must possess an excellent teaching certification. Do you have one?" In the face of Director Chen's skepticism, Wu Xianheng remained remarkably composed. Calmly, he retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to Director Chen. Upon receiving the document and examining it closely, Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Good heavens, where did you acquire this?" However, Wu Xinheng did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she casually remarked, "There's no need for you to ask so much. It suffices that I possess it." Director Chen shook his head in resignation and said, "What does it matter if you have that certificate? Only exceptionally gifted students can enter the elite class. Even if your classmates possess such qualifications, they must undergo a series of rigorous tests and evaluations before they can apply for the specific class." Wu Xinheng nodded slightly and replied with unwavering determination, "No problem. Tomorrow I will lead my classmates to participate in the assessment, and at the same time, Ms. Jilan's class will join as well." Director Chen instantly grasped the reason behind Wu Xinheng's application for the elite class. He mused to himself, "Without a doubt, this must be one of Jilan's misguided ideas." With a somber look, Director Chen delivered a stern statement. "So be it. Tomorrow, Proceed to the advanced testing station for the aptitude assessment. Wu Xinheng, undaunted, responded with an assertive demeanor. Very well. As soon as her words fell, she resolutely turned and departed, leaving behind a confident silhouette. In haste, Wu Xinheng returned to her office and cheerfully told Jilan, fantastic. We've finally succeeded. Tomorrow we will take the test. I must inform our classmates right away. Upon receiving the news from Teacher Wu, Tang Xing wasted no time and immediately sprang into action, notifying everyone to gather in the classroom promptly. Standing at the podium, Tang Xing commanded each individual with utmost seriousness until everyone was seated comfortably. She surveyed the room to ensure no one was overlooked, then raised her voice, everyone, please quiet down and take your seats. Teacher Wu will be here shortly. Before long, Wu Xinheng strode into the classroom with an energetic gait. Her face radiated excitement and anticipation, and upon entering, she eagerly announced, students, tomorrow we will utilize the advanced testing station for your aptitude assessment. This test is of great significance. It will determine your eligibility for entering the elite class. This is a rare opportunity and a true test of your capabilities. Therefore, I hope you will all give your utmost effort and showcase your best performance. As her words echoed, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into a flurry of whispers and chatter among the students. Silence. Wu Xinheng's voice rang out suddenly, akin to thunder crashing above the classroom. The cacophony swiftly vanished, and the students promptly closed their mouths, refraining from uttering another sound. Observing the now quiet students, Wu Xinheng nodded in satisfaction and continued. I understand that everyone has been under significant academic pressure lately, so I have decided to grant you a day off today to properly adjust your state. Upon hearing this news, the students' faces immediately lit up with joy. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Some students could hardly contain their exuberance, and the entire classroom was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Wang Xinheng smiled as he observed his classmates, fully aware of how precious this break was for them. He hoped that they would make the most of this day, allowing themselves to unwind and rejuvenate, so that they could face the forthcoming academic challenges with renewed vigor. Lan Xiu cautiously inquired, Tang Xing, do you have a moment? Without hesitation, Tang Xing replied, of course. What's up? Lan Xiu, slightly bashful, suggested. Would you like to go out and have some fun tonight? At that moment, Mogwan unexpectedly interjected, hey, where are you two planning to go without me? Lan Xiu looked at him with a hint of exasperation and said, I'll take you along, but I haven't quite decided where we should go yet. As everyone pondered over their options, Su Yin proposed, how about we visit Linghai City? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded enthusiastically in agreement, saying, that sounds like a splendid idea. Lan Xiu promptly responded, all right then, it's settled. See you all tonight. Later that evening, the trio arrived at Linghai City. Once they set foot in the city, Su Yin eagerly remarked, by the way, do you know the history of Linghai City? Lan Xiu replied, I know a bit, but not the whole story. Su Yin cleared her throat and said, listen closely. Linghai City was once an independent entity 30,000 years ago. However, due to the changes in the continent over the millennia, the Douluo continent emerged, giving rise to a land known as the Stardust Continent, which is now the Stardust Empire. This empire sought to unify the continent, but at that time, powerful beings repelled the invaders, and it was here that war came to an end. After Linghai Academy reconstructed this place, it became the property and territory of Linghai School. Thus, it is now part of Linghai Academy's domain. After pondering for a moment, Tang Li revealed a contemplative expression and slowly remarked, so, the entire Spirit Sea indeed belongs to the Spirit Sea Academy? At that moment, Lan Xiu returned with some delicacies. Casting a gentle glance at Tang Xing as she softly said, Tang Xing, you should take the first bite. Tang Li was somewhat taken aback, yet he opened his mouth, allowing Lan Xiu to feed him. Meanwhile, Su Yin, observing from the side, felt an undeniable sense of rivalry and huffed, you two are truly. Just then, Huang Quan and Lin Qian happened to stroll down the street. Huang Quan spotted Tang Xing at once, exclaiming with excitement, Tang Xing, what a coincidence. Tang Xing was not surprised by this encounter. She smiled at Huang Quan and said, Huang Quan, I have a task to assign to you. Huang Quan's expression shifted to one of reluctance as he muttered, really? You assign me a task the moment we meet? You truly know how to put me in a bind. Tang Xing anticipated his words, yet he continued, first, allow me to finish. Your task is to ensure that Mo Su Yin becomes well acquainted with yourself. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if he had already glimpsed a certain possibility of the future. He understood that this endeavor would not be easy for the other party, but he believed that it was the only way to genuinely assist Mo Su Yin. In the ensuing moments, Tang Xing elaborated on his thoughts and plans in detail, hoping to gain the other's understanding and support. Chapter 20. Night Market. Su Yin and Huang Quan stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. Huang Quan could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Ah, you must be mistaken." Meanwhile, Su Yan's face had flushed crimson, and she shyly reproached Tang Xing. "How can you say such nonsense?" Nevertheless, Tang Xing merely chuckled and continued nonchalantly, "I am not speaking in jest, Su Yan. Do you not find Huang Quan quite handsome?" Her words ignited a fire within Su Yan, causing her already heated cheeks to burn even more, rendering her increasingly bashful. The atmosphere seemed to be thick with an ambiguous tension, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Huang Quan wore a subtle, enigmatic smile, akin to an elegant cheetah. As he slowly approached Su Yin and softly said, "Hello, I am Huang Quan. If you find it convenient, you may also call me Brother Huang." As Su Yin lifted her gaze to meet his, an inexplicable surge of nervousness coursed through her, yet she bravely reached out to grasp Huang Quan's hand, as if it were her last lifeline. Taking a deep breath, as if infusing herself with a refreshing spring, Su Yin firmly held Huang Quan's hand and, in a voice tinged with tremor, introduced herself. "Hello, I am Su Yin. The moonlight tonight resembles a clear spring, flowing serenely in the night sky. I wonder if you would care to join me in admiring this beautiful night view?" Huang Quan smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them, hand in hand, ventured towards the tranquil and splendid scenery. They strolled along a narrow path, the moonlight cascading onto the ground like shimmering silver frost. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound, as if nature were orchestrating a symphony for them. Su Yin felt the warmth of Huang Quan's palm, gradually relaxing her demeanor, and began to share her insights and dreams about life. Huang Quan listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with remarks that rendered the conversation more fluid and natural. On this enchanting evening, they admired the starry sky together, with stars twinkling like diamonds and the moon shining as a pristine silver disk, surrounded by all the beauty of the night. In that moment, their souls seemed to draw closer, a silent understanding blossoming between them. As time flowed, their dialogue deepened, and the topics expanded. Unbeknownst to them, the night wore on, yet they remained oblivious, wholly immersed in each other's company and conversation. For Su Yin and Huang Quan, this night would become an indelible memory, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, forever shining in their hearts. Tang Xing and Lin Qian coincidentally arrived at an outdoor dining area of a restaurant. Upon noticing the woman beside Lin Qian, Tang Xing anxiously inquired, "How's your injury?" Yi Xian casually replied, "My injury has nearly healed. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Tang Xing." The address of Brother Tang Xing struck him like a thunderclap, piercing through his mind. In that moment, he recalled past memories. "Xiner, it has been a long time." This phrase was like a sharp blade that pierced through Yu Xian's heart. She vividly remembered that only one person could call her that, Tang Xing. Yu Xian finally recognized that the person before her was none other than the Tang Xing she had once played with. Tang Xing smiled and nodded in affirmation. Yi Xian began to scrutinize him closely, realizing that his appearance had not changed much since childhood. "Brother Tang Xing, I never expected to see you again after all this time," she exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement, resembling brilliant stars in the night sky. Eagerly, she then inquired about Tang Xing's experiences over the years and the reason for his arrival at Linghai Academy. Tang Xing's face radiated with a joyful smile as she eagerly urged, "Dear sister, let us not dwell on my matters any longer. Instead, please share your story. Tell me, how did you manage to survive that catastrophe? How did you find your way to the Spirit Sea Academy? And how did you come to meet Lin Qian and the others?" At that moment, the restaurant staff fluttered in like butterflies, inquiring, "Hello. May I ask what you would like to eat?" Tang Xing gazed at the staff, her starry eyes shimmering with light, and softly replied, "Please bring the menu." The staff's gaze shifted to a nearby table where the menu rested securely. She gracefully approached, retrieving it like a butterfly in flight, and presented it to Tang Xing. Tang Xing glanced over the menu casually before asking, "Wanqiu, what would you like to eat?" Without hesitation, Wanqiu fluidly selected 4 dishes from the menu. Tang Xing then passed the menu to Lin Qian and the others, saying, "Now it's your turn to order." Lin Qian took the menu and effortlessly chose a few dishes before tossing it back to the staff like a frisbee, urging, "Hurry up, please." Tang Xing gazed at Yu Xian with eager anticipation, his eyes reflecting the fervent desire to uncover the enigmatic treasure of her past. Yearning to learn of all that had transpired in her life over the years, his heart brimmed with curiosity and concern, akin to a famished wolf, longing to hear a complete and captivating tale from her lips. Before long, the staff brought forth an array of delectable dishes, bowing respectfully as they proclaimed, "Please enjoy your meal." Lan Xiao, entranced by the sumptuous spread before her, could scarcely contain her drool. Observing her gluttonous demeanor, Tang Xing jested, "You are a lady. Must you not exhibit a modicum of restraint?" Lan Xiao, unfazed, retorted, "What need is there for restraint when dining?" Humph. Noticing her voracious appetite, Tang Xing advised, "Take your time. Fortunately, Su Yin, that ravenous glutton, is absent. Otherwise, this feast would surely be devoured in an instant." Meanwhile, Su Yin was sneezing repeatedly, prompting Huang Quan to inquire with concern, "Are you coming down with a cold?" Su Yin shook her head, muttering, "No. Someone must be speaking ill of me behind my back." Yu Xian inhaled deeply, as if striving to quell the tumult within her soul. Yet her eyes still sparkled with anguish and fury. She began to recount, "That day, my entire family fell victim to a heinous massacre, and I, fortunate enough to survive in my mother's warm embrace. At that moment, Butler Chen risked his life to rescue me from her arms. The horrific scene remains vividly etched in my memory. Every detail, every drop of blood, is indelibly inscribed in my mind, a lingering source of pain." As her words grew increasingly impassioned, her voice trembled involuntarily, as if she were reliving that dreadful nightmare. However, Lin Qian, seated beside her, offered profound comfort and support. He silently clasped Yu Xian's hand, imparting warmth and strength, which brought her a semblance of solace. Once she regained her composure, Yu Xian took a deep breath and continued, "What transpired next still haunts me to this day. During our flight, Butler Chen encountered the members of the Situ family. He held me tightly as we fled, but alas, we were soon surrounded by their overwhelming numbers. In a bid to protect me, Butler Chen unleashed his 8 most powerful attacks, striving to breach their blockade and escape their relentless pursuit. At that critical juncture, Lin Qian fortuitously descended the mountain while honing his skills. Sensing our plight, Butler Chen and I fled desperately for what felt like an eternity. Only when the assailants ceased their pursuit did he breathe a sigh of relief, leading me to his safe haven to rest momentarily. However, we could never have anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable spirit beast. Having already expended a significant portion of his soul power during the earlier confrontation, Butler Chen was unable to resist, left helpless as the beast lunged towards me. In that perilous moment, Lin Qian and Huang Quan arrived just in time to rescue us. From that day forth, I have resided and flourished within the sect where Lin Qian belongs. As for how I came to attend Linghai Academy, it was simply by following them here." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's face revealed an endless sorrow, and he could only sigh silently. His thoughts gradually drifted away as he recalled another significant matter, murmuring to himself, "I must go to the advanced testing station tomorrow." Just then, Su Yin and Huang Quan approached, smiling as they remarked, "I told you, not a single shadow in sight." Upon seeing Su Yin come over to inquire, Tang Xing quickly asked, "Su Yin, are you aware of the matters concerning Class 1? Su Yin raised her chin. Responding with confidence, "You've indeed asked the right person. Listen closely, the history of Class 1 can be traced back to the Linghai Academy over 30,000 years ago. It is said to have been specially established to cultivate outstanding talents and can be regarded as a second inner academy. Once students enter Class 1, they will undergo training according to the requirements of the inner academy." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain as he casually remarked, "What is there to fear?" He appeared to regard this so-called elite class with indifference, as if he was already poised to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Tang Xing spoke with unwavering confidence, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, as long as you follow my arrangements, I shall bear the weight of any challenges we encounter." At that moment, the sky began to darken, prompting Tang Xing to suggest that they retire for the evening. Su Yin nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Very well, let us first enjoy the lanterns before we return." Upon hearing the mention of lanterns, Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "It has been ages since I last beheld such wonders." Just then, Lan Xiao gently grasped Tang Xing's hand and urged, "In that case, let us go take a look. Today, we ought to indulge in some rest and not overexert ourselves." Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement, and together they made their way to the bridge. At that moment, a marvelous scene unfolded. The lanterns on the water began to rise gracefully. Su Yin tightly clasped Huang Quan's hand, taking small hurried steps forward while urging, "Hurry, hurry. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Meanwhile, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao strolled leisurely among the multitude of lanterns. These lanterns seemed almost animated, as they brushed past the pair, intentionally creating an invisible barrier between them. However, as time wore on, the lanterns shifted positions, gradually unveiling a broad expansive view. Lan Xiao gazed silently at Tang Xing, the scene reminiscent of a newlywed couple basking in the warmth of their love. Su Yin watched the two with eyes filled with envy. Tang Xing, feeling somewhat lost, was at a loss for words. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke softly. Lan Xiao, you are truly beautiful. This declaration took Lan Xiao by surprise, for it was the first time she had heard Tang Xing express such compliments so directly. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. At that instant, Yi Xian rushed over like a gust of wind, exclaiming, "Brother, I found you here." Her arrival shattered the slightly awkward atmosphere, infusing the scene with liveliness. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing immediately distanced himself from Lan Xiao. Observing this, Yi Xian's lips curled into a sly smile as she remarked, "Brother, I shall take my leave now. You enjoy your time with Sister Lan Xiao." Tang Xing gazed at Yi Xian's receding figure, letting out a resigned sigh before turning to Lan Xiao and saying, "We should head back as well. We have to rise early for the advanced testing platform tomorrow." Lan Xiao nodded gently in agreement. Walking side by side on their way back, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. After a brief silence, Lan Xiao suddenly posed a question. "Tang Xing, if one day at the Spirit Lake matchmaking event, you were required to choose a partner to accompany you through life, whom would you select?" This inquiry caught Tang Xing off guard, prompting him to halt his steps and fall into contemplation. After a moment of silence following Lan Xiao's question, he slowly replied, "Regarding this question, I am not entirely certain. However, if I were to choose a lifelong partner, I would hope to find a gentle and lovely girl who could genuinely trust me, respect me, and treat me kindly. Of course, this is merely my current thought. It is still too early to say, as my primary focus at present is to diligently cultivate and enhance myself." Upon hearing Tang Xing's thoughtful response, Lan Xiao nodded, seemingly having made a decision in her heart. Soon after, the two returned to their dormitory, without further ado. They lay down on their beds and swiftly drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the earth. Wu Xi and Heng led the students of Class 1 towards the inspection area, while at the same time, Jilan guided the students of Class 2 to the scene. Observing the vibrant students before him, Wu Xi and Heng felt a surge of responsibility. He turned his head, and his gaze met Jilan's. She approached him with a smile and softly said, "Teacher Wu, the inspection area will first evaluate their basic data and personal profiles before the formal proceedings begin." Wu Xi and Heng nodded in understanding. At that moment, Jilan retrieved a delicate little gift from her storage device and presented it to Wu Xi and Heng, saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Wu Xi and Heng gazed at Jilan, her skin as flawless and delicate as jade, and the sincerity reflected in her eyes was profoundly moving. Faced with such a Jilan, the usually aloof Wu Xi and Heng felt a stir of emotion. He accepted the gift with a smile, replying, "Thank you, Teacher Ji. I appreciate your efforts." Their eyes locked, and an unspoken understanding seemed to spread through the air. The surrounding students watched with curiosity, yet none dared to disrupt this tranquility. In that moment, time appeared to freeze, with only the exchange between Wu Xi and Heng and Jilan resembling the first rays of sunlight in the morning, warm and gentle. Wu Xi and Heng offered Jilan a subtle smile, while she felt her heart race, inwardly thinking, "I must not be mistaken. He smiled at me." And it was noteworthy as he usually exuded an air of aloofness. At that moment, Jilan abruptly interrupted her own thoughts, admonishing herself, Jilan, what are you thinking? How could you possibly be harboring feelings for Wu Xinheng?" "No, absolutely not." Just then, a youth wielding a dark fan spoke up, "Teacher Jilan, to have feelings for someone is as natural as cherishing the blossoms of spring. If you like someone, pursue them boldly. Do not wait until they are gone to learn the value of what you had." A woman adorned with a gourd at her waist chimed in, "Brother, you speak wisely. Teacher Jilan, do not worry. I shall speak to my grandfather about this matter, so you need not fret." The young man with the fan was currently undergoing an evaluation by Tang Xing. He gazed thoughtfully at Tang Xing's assessment report, murmuring, "Is this the demeanor of a champion in the freshman competition? Quite intriguing." Chapter 21. Recognition of siblings. Tang Xing stands at a height of 1.67 meters and weighs 52 kilograms. Aside from these measurements, all other data appears to be normal. Once the physical data of all students from Class 1 and Class 2 was fully compiled, Wu Xinheng led the students of Class 1 into the advanced testing area. Upon encountering such sophisticated equipment, the students displayed expressions of astonishment. These devices not only boasted a striking design but also emanated a sense of futuristic technology. As if they had descended from another realm, they stood silently, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. evoking a sense of anticipation for the impending assessments. Wu Xinheng proclaimed loudly. Everyone, gather around. Form a line immediately and proceed one by one for testing. Teacher Ji, please hold on a moment. Once my class completes their evaluations, yours may follow suit. As Wu Xinheng's words resonated, he gestured for Xian to come over quickly. Xian, as if awakening from a dream, hastily approached the testing apparatus and took her position. With Xian now in place, the testing device began to activate and conduct a comprehensive evaluation. Moments later, the screen displayed a series of data. Name, Xian, Soul Power, Level 34, Martial Spirit, Wudong Staff, Starry Sky Staff, Martial Spirit Quality, Intermediate. Congratulations. You meet the criteria to enter the Special Class 1. Upon seeing this outcome, Xian felt a surge of joy within her heart. She understood the significance of her admission into the Special Class 1. It promised a more advanced learning environment and stricter training requirements. But it also heralded a myriad of opportunities and challenges awaiting her. For Wu Xinheng, he was quite pleased with Xian's performance. After all, as an exemplary student, Xian had demonstrated formidable strength and potential, deserving of enhanced cultivation and attention. The announcement from the machine left everyone in astonishment. The prospect of entering the Special Class 1 was indeed intriguing. Whispers of discussion erupted among the crowd, while a boy from Class 2, holding a folding fan, murmured to himself, indeed, it may be relatively simple to enter the inner academy, but gaining admission to the Special Class 1 is no easy feat. My grandfather once mentioned that the Special Class 1 was proposed by the second elder of Linghai Academy. Truly, the wisdom of the immortals is remarkably advanced. In the next moment, Sun Xiaokong stepped forward, and the machine's prompt sounded once more. Name, Sun Xiaokong, Soul Power, Level 32, Martial Spirit, Purple Gold Staff. Martial Spirit Quality, Intermediate. Following closely behind, Ding Xin approached, and the machine promptly reported. Ding Xin, Soul Power, Level 29, Martial Spirit, 7-star Flower, Martial Spirit Quality, Intermediate. Barely qualifying for the Special Class 1. At that moment, two figures hurriedly approached, panting heavily. Suddenly, Jiang Hao appeared before everyone and remarked, there are indeed conditions to enter the Special Class 1. Upon hearing that voice, which was so familiar it felt like an old friend, Tang Xing immediately turned and rushed towards the source. When he stood before Jiang Hao, his heart swelled with excitement and joy, causing him to be slightly breathless. Yet his face radiated with a brilliant smile. Brother Jiang Hao, it has been such a long time, Tang Xing exclaimed, his voice brimming with the elation of their reunion. Jiang Hao, upon seeing Tang Xing, also revealed a delighted expression and responded, haha, it has been a while, little brother. Tang Xing's gaze soon fell upon the individual standing beside Jiang Hao, and he instantly recognized Jin Yu, greeting her with a warm smile. Hello, sister. However, Jin Yu seemed oblivious to Tang Xing's salutation, offering no response. Jiang Hao, noticing the awkwardness of the moment, quickly intervened, explaining, your sister is not in the best of spirits today. Look over there at that student. He is a living example. His soul power is merely level 22, and his martial soul is of very low quality. In such circumstances, he is bound to be eliminated. One by one, the students, filled with trepidation, began to test their eligibility for Class 1. Each harbored hopes of a successful passage, yet the reality proved to be brutally harsh. After numerous rounds of selections and eliminations, many students were left to depart in dejection. Nevertheless, despite the fierce competition, about a dozen exceptional candidates managed to triumph over this arduous trial. At this moment, only 4 students remained in Class 1, Li Fei, Su Yin, Lan Qiu, and Tang Xing. They stood there, their eyes resolute and brimming with confidence, as if they were prepared to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the days to come would bring forth greater difficulties and pressures. Yet it also signified a wealth of growth and opportunities awaiting their exploration and seizing. Without uttering a word, Su Yin dashed forward, akin to a swift bird, leaping onto the testing platform. As she took her place, the grand and enigmatic detector began to emit a low, resonant hum, followed by a clear announcement. Su Yin. Soul Power Level 32. Martial Soul, Emerald Jade Harp, Purple Crystal Illusion Butterfly, Martial Soul Quality, Intermediate. At that moment, Li Fei, too, was swept up by the atmosphere. His eyes shimmering with excitement, he stepped forward, akin to a flash of lightning, and ascended to the testing platform. Once he stood firm, the detector instantly activated, commencing a thorough scan and assessment. Moments later, a shocking revelation unfolded as the detector's voice resonated. Li Fei, Soul Power Level 32, Martial Soul, radiant dagger, shadow moon dagger. Martial soul quality, advanced. The words advanced thundered like a clap of lightning, leaving everyone present profoundly astonished, including the seasoned staff members who could not hide their disbelief. It is noteworthy that ordinary individuals typically awaken martial souls of intermediate quality. Even the rare occurrence of dual martial souls is generally classified as intermediate. After all, the detector's capacity is confined to souls below the divine level. In other words, those who awaken divine martial souls are destined to become beings akin to deities. One staff member, his voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "This is nothing short of a miracle. Such an advanced martial soul quality surpasses our previous understanding. It not only signifies immense strength but also foretells that this young man will possess boundless potential." Another staff member stepped forward, stating, "Moreover, this advanced martial soul quality has reached the standards of divine martial souls, making it exceedingly rare and precious. This kind of talent is a true rarity." A man clad in resplendent attire stood tall and poised like a majestic pine, surveying the grand and magnificent Linghai Academy from an elevated vantage point. A contemplative glimmer dancing in his eyes. He murmured softly, "Is this indeed the institution where my esteemed father once studied? Truly, it exudes an extraordinary aura. Now that I have arrived, I shall pay a visit to my sister." No sooner had he uttered these words than he vanished in a flash, akin to a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky, and instantly soared above the inner courtyard of Linghai Academy. However, just as Jean Lin prepared to descend, he suddenly noticed a figure obstructing his path ahead. Jean Lin's expression shifted momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, presenting a faint smile, and with a respectful gesture, he proclaimed, "Might I request a moment of your time, esteemed sir? I greet you with utmost respect." The figure before him was none other than Xiaoming, who floated serenely in the air, his gaze as tranquil as still water. He regarded Jean Lin and slowly inquired, "What brings you to our academy, esteemed guest?" Inwardly, Xiaoming pondered, such a formidable presence. This individual is indeed a divine-level warrior, and his cultivation appears to surpass my own significantly. Curiously, why does he deliberately suppress his own power? In response to Xiaoming's inquiry, Jean Lin maintained a demeanor of deep respect, slightly bowing as he earnestly stated, "I have come to your esteemed academy solely to visit friends and family. I would be immensely grateful if you could grant me some assistance. Furthermore, if it is not too much trouble, might I inquire about your esteemed name?" Xiaoming introduced himself. "I am Xiaoming, the head of Linghai Pavilion. If you seek someone, please follow me." Jean Lin accompanied Xiaoming back to the ground, where Xiaoming inquired once more, "Whom are you looking for? I can direct you to their precise location." Jean Lin, caught up in the moment, replied without hesitation, "Jing Yu." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming promptly dispatched someone to gather the relevant information. Before long, the deputy pavilion master, Bo Xian, approached and informed them, "Jing Yu is at the advanced testing station." Jean Lin responded, "I would be most obliged if you could escort me there." Thus, the deputy pavilion master personally led him to the testing station. As they journeyed, Jean Lin contemplated the myriad secrets seemingly concealed within Linghai Pavilion, and he wondered why Jing Yu was present in this place. His curiosity and anticipation for the impending meeting with Jing Yu grew ever stronger. At last, they arrived at the location of the advanced testing station. At that moment, Lan Qiu stood quietly within the testing apparatus. With a melodious chime, the announcement echoed throughout the entire plaza. "Lan Qiu, level 32, martial soul, golden dragon. Martial soul quality, high." Upon hearing this news, the gathered crowd could not help but question their own hearing, for this marked the second high-quality martial soul they had encountered that day. A chorus of gasps and discussions erupted, and the atmosphere became exceedingly lively. Meanwhile, Jean Lin swiftly approached the exterior of the testing station and quietly addressed Bo Xian beside him, "I would appreciate it if you could bring her out." The observant staff immediately recognized Bo Xian's presence and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Deputy Pavilion Master." Bo Xian nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then turned to issue instructions. "Please summon Jing Yu." As soon as the words fell, the staff member dashed into the testing room like an arrow released from a bow, inquiring loudly, "May I ask who is Jing Yu?" Upon hearing her name called, Jing Yu promptly raised her hand in acknowledgement. Before long, the staff member located her and escorted her out of the testing room. The moment Jing Yu stepped out, she immediately spotted the man before her. For reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable familiarity surged within her, prompting Jing Yu to softly inquire, "Have we met before?" Jean Lin looked at the woman before him with a serene expression and slowly replied, "You are Jing Yu, correct? You bear the surname Jean, and coincidentally, I too share that surname. Do you consider this merely a coincidence? However, the truth is far more intricate. At this moment, you should sense the phoenix power within you stirring restlessly, causing you considerable discomfort. Nevertheless, do not worry. I shall assist you in calming this force. His voice was calm and resolute, as if everything lay within his grasp. With that, Jin Lin began to channel his entire energy, continuously infusing Jin Yu's body with the phoenix power. Simultaneously, he gently urged, do not resist this power. Strive to accept it. Trust in yourself, fear not. For your brother shall always be by your side. As the phoenix power flowed into her, Jin Yu distinctly felt a potent and pure energy coursing through her being. Gradually, her previously tumultuous breath began to stabilize, and she miraculously recalled fragments of forgotten memories. Jin Yu slowly opened her eyes, rising from the ground, her gaze shimmering with surprise and emotion. She softly addressed Jin Lin, brother, it has been so long. Though her voice was faint, it was imbued with sincere feeling. Seeing his sister restored to her former self, Jin Lin's face lit up with exuberance, and he nodded vigorously in response. Subsequently, he approached the control panel to examine Tang Xing's data. Tang Xing, Soul Power Level 36, Martial Spirit, Spirit Eye, and Elf. And the quality of the martial spirit is actually super. A wave of confusion and astonishment swept through everyone present as they exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the implications of this super classification. At that moment, a staff member suddenly shouted in excitement, super. It is indeed super. This signifies the mysterious power he is developing. This young man is a prodigy. It is worth noting that the advanced level is the threshold for divine martial spirits, while super indicates an existence that transcends divine martial spirits. This astonishing revelation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd, with people whispering to one another, marveling at Tang Xing's extraordinary talent and potential. Who would have thought that such immense energy and potential lay hidden within this seemingly ordinary youth? Everyone present was left speechless in amazement, and for a moment, the entire scene fell into a profound silence. Just then, it was the turn of the second-class students to step forward for testing. Without hesitation, Suhi approached, embarking on his testing journey. Su Lu, Soul Power Level 44. His martial spirit is actually a healing gourd. Moreover, it is of high quality. The tester exclaimed with enthusiasm, before the crowd could fully recover from their astonishment. Another student named Su Chuan stepped forward to undergo the test. Su Chuan possessed an impressive soul power of level 45. His martial soul was a windbell fan, also of high quality. The voice of the tester resonated once more, seemingly intent on relaying this astonishing news to everyone present. At that moment, however, no one could maintain their composure any longer. All were profoundly shaken by the events unfolding before their eyes, their hearts brimming with admiration and envy for these two prodigious youths. Jiang Hao approached the testing device, and as a beam of light flashed, the device proclaimed, Jiang Hao, Soul Power, Level 46, Martial Soul, Rainbow Spirit Horse, Martial Soul Quality, High. Upon hearing this result, Su Chuan felt a pang of emotion and inwardly lamented, truly, he is the foremost individual of the Outer Academy. At this juncture, Jin Yu slowly stepped forward to stand before the testing device. Moments later, the device emitted another announcement, Jin Yu, Soul Power, Level 45, Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul Quality, High. Observing this achievement, Jin Lin entered to take a glance, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. However, all of this did not escape the watchful eyes of the Vice Master. He immediately turned and dashed away, heading straight for the location of the Master. Upon encountering the Master, the Vice Master spoke rapidly, Master, we cannot allow Jin Yu to leave the Academy. She is an exceptionally rare talent, and we must ensure her retention and proper cultivation. His tone was urgent, as if fearing the Master would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, the Master furrowed his brow and inquired, perplexed, why? Is there some underlying reason? The Vice Master hastily explained, Jin Yu's brother is a god-level powerhouse. We absolutely cannot let her go easily. We must devise a way to keep her. Only then might we harness the power of her brother to elevate our sex strength to new heights. Before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared like a specter. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Yu. He spoke bluntly, Vice Master, I suggest you save your breath. You will not be able to keep her. Moreover, if we were to consider lineage, he is far more than just your junior. To put it bluntly, he could be said to be your ancestor. Remember, he is mine, and no one is to harbor any ulterior motives. Jiang Yu's words rang out with great authority, echoing in the ears of the two masters like thunder. The atmosphere became profoundly silent, both masters stunned, their faces displaying disbelief. Xiaoming recalled something and said, Hu Xian, go summon the elder and the council members for a meeting. Hu Xian promptly went to gather them. Jiang Yu interjected once more, Xiaoming, I know you are always meticulous, but you ought to handle your matters with her too. Xiaoming looked innocently bewildered. I wish to expedite our wedding. But she has gone to the outer academy to become the chief physician, pursuing her ideals. Jiang Yu teased. Who told you not to appease her? At the detection platform. Wu Xinheng has completed the application process for a specific class and successfully obtained the qualification to serve as the head teacher. Unsurprisingly, Jilian has also smoothly become the vice head teacher of this class. Subsequently, Wu Xinheng personally led them to their new classroom. The deputy head called everyone to the conference hall in the inner courtyard, where Xiaoming, seated at the center, spoke first. The reason for gathering you all here is to discuss an important matter. The deputy head opened the files of all the members of the specific class, and upon reviewing them, the group found the information astonishing. Elder Shu spoke up. Since they have become part of the specific class, we shall impose training regulations upon them as per the disciples of the inner courtyard. For instance, let us challenge them with the Linghai Tower. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded and remarked, in that case, we shall proceed as you suggest, Elder Shu. I wonder if anyone else has additional proposals? If not, we shall take this as our guideline. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Xinheng hurriedly entered, holding a recently received directive from the higher authorities. His expression was grave as he glanced at everyone before swiftly approaching Xiaoming and handing him the directive. Wu Xinheng took the directive and began to read it carefully. As time passed, his brow furrowed progressively, and a hint of concern appeared on his face. With utmost seriousness, Wu Xinheng addressed the students. Attention, everyone. The higher leadership of the academy requires you to challenge the Linghai Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. With expressions of shock etched on the faces of the students, Lan Qiu and Li Fei exchanged glances, pondering, is the academy attempting to impose pressure on us? However, amidst the myriad of surprised gazes, only Tang Xing appeared particularly composed. He suddenly raised his hand, and upon noticing this, Wu Xinheng nodded, signaling him to speak. Tang Xing stood up and directly inquired, Teacher Wu, may I ask what the Linghai Tower is intended for? Tang Xing's inquiry pierced through the previously boisterous ambience like a sharp sword, plunging the entire class into a profound silence. All gazes converged upon Wu Xinheng, awaiting his response. Yet, under the scrutiny of his peers, Wu Xinheng remained remarkably composed. He began to elucidate, the Linghai Tower is a significant trial ground for our Linghai Academy, having been passed down through countless generations, with a history spanning over 10 millennia. Now, let us embark on a journey to this revered site together. With that, he was the first to step out of the classroom, leading the students towards the direction of the Linghai Tower. Arriving at the base of the tower, Wu Xinheng, with a serious expression, reiterated his caution. Once inside, you must exercise extreme diligence. The interior is rife with the unknown and perilous challenges, and you must remain ever vigilant, allowing no room for complacency. Remember, safeguarding your own well-being is of paramount importance. Subsequently, they commenced their search for their respective Linghai Towers. It was then that Tang Xing found himself standing before the storied Linghai Tower, a sight that filled Wu Xinheng with profound concern. Even those hidden in the shadows, observing from the Linghai Pavilion, were taken aback. Zhang Ruiying's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, he has chosen to challenge the legendary tower passed down through generations. Does he not comprehend the dangers that lie within? This is sheer madness. Her voice was laden with astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, Xiaoming quietly observed Tang Xing's figure, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. He seemed to be pondering something, yet he did not exhibit the same level of shock as Zhang Ruiying. Perhaps he harbored a distinct expectation or perspective regarding Tang Xing. Tang Xing cautiously stepped into the first level of the tower, and suddenly, the surrounding environment began to undergo peculiar transformations. His nerves instantly tightened, and he remained vigilantly aware of his surroundings. At that moment, a voice reached his ears, do not be alarmed, I am the guardian of the first level of this tower. No sooner had the words been spoken than a woman adorned in a splendid purple crystalline garment materialized before Tang Xing. Her flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, complementing her alluringly slender waist. However, when the guardian beheld Tang Xing's visage, she was taken aback, exclaiming, how could it be you? Her eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment, as if she had encountered an unexpected figure. Tang Xing was somewhat perplexed by this sudden reaction. Yet he sensed that the guardian possessed a unique recognition or connection to him. He endeavored to glean further clues from her expression and tone, all the while harboring a profound curiosity about this enigmatic place. Tang Xing gazed at the woman before him with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "Sister, have we met before? I seem to have no recollection." The guardian of the tower scrutinized Tang Xing, her brow furrowed in concentration as she endeavored to recall. Internally, she pondered, how peculiar. This child bears an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yun in her youth. Could there be some familial connection between them? Tang Xing, filled with curiosity, continued to inquire, "Sister Guardian, how do you intend to assess my abilities?" The guardian, displaying a hint of urgency, responded, "I am Suemo. As for the assessment, it is quite simple. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you passage to the first level." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing wasted no time and immediately activated her martial soul. However, Suemo suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Wait. Your martial soul should be elemental or perhaps the Lingyuan sword. How could it be the Lingmu?" Tang Xing, taken aback by the question, retorted in confusion, "Why would my martial soul be any of those? I am equally perplexed." Suemo, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, "Who exactly is your father?" Tang Xing was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise passing through her gaze, before she resolutely replied, "My father is undoubtedly Tang Zhong. What is there to doubt?" Suemo shook her head in disbelief, her tone firm as she stated, "That is simply impossible. You bear such a striking resemblance to each other. How could Tang Zhong be your father? Could it be that you are, in fact, adopted?" Tang Xing's complexion darkened slightly as she bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Senior, please refrain from making unfounded assumptions. It may merely be a coincidence. We happen to bear a slight resemblance to one another. If you must seek a rationale to justify this, then it should certainly not be the absurd notion of adoption." Her voice carried a hint of indignation, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Suemo appeared oblivious to Tang Xing's displeasure and continued to press, "Then, can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Why is there such a striking similarity between you two?" Tang Xing's brows furrowed tightly, feeling a wave of helplessness as she pondered the stubbornness of this individual. Nevertheless, she restrained her burgeoning anger and coldly retorted, "Senior, I have made myself abundantly clear. I am indeed the child of Tang Zhong, and that is an indisputable fact. If you insist on pursuing this matter relentlessly, then feel free to proceed. I am more than ready." With that, she resolved firmly that she would not allow the other party to prevail. Suemo, filled with frustration, exclaimed loudly, "Very well. If that is your wish, then let it be as you desire. Starshine, transform into the sea." As his words echoed, a dazzling array of colors suddenly emanated from beneath Tang Xing's feet, as if the entire space was illuminated by an infinite expanse of starlight. Standing amidst this vast celestial ocean, Tang Xing closed her eyes tightly and crossed her hands, a formidable energy surging forth from within her. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent golden orb of magic coalesced between her hands. This orb radiated a blinding golden light, exuding a heart-stirring aura. At that moment, a mysterious and indistinct figure suddenly emerged behind Tang Xing, although only a vague human silhouette could be discerned. Suemo instantly recognized that the figure was none other than Tang Yun. Tang Xing unhesitatingly hurled the golden orb of magic before her. In an instant, the orb emitted a scorching radiance, akin to the first light of dawn, piercing directly through Suemo's sea of starlight. Suemo sighed inwardly, fully aware that he could no longer withstand this formidable force. Thus, he resolutely declared, "I concede. You must leave at once." With that, he waved his hand, unveiling a passageway to the outside world. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing hesitated not for a moment, transforming into a streak of light as she raced towards the passage. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished at the end of the tunnel, leaving Suemo standing silently in place, contemplating the direction of her departure. After a moment of careful reflection, Suemo resolutely declared, "There is absolutely no way I could be mistaken." Following his declaration, Tang Xing cautiously advanced to the second layer. As soon as she entered, a profound aura of darkness enveloped her, as if she had been plunged into an infinite night. A sense of unease gripped her heart, prompting her to activate her martial spirit in an attempt to discern the movements around her. At that moment, a pair of enormous black hands suddenly emerged from the shadows, lunging towards Tang Xing with breathtaking speed. Her reflexes were remarkably swift. She deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the assault of the massive hands. However, to her astonishment, the owner of those hands was a formidable foe named Imotan. Realizing his initial attack had failed, Imotan immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Abyssal Maw. In an instant, A swirling vortex of darkness materialized before Tang Xing, emanating an unsettling energy. Faced with such a potent ability, Tang Xing remained vigilant and, without hesitation, activated her first soul skill, Elven Holy Light Wave. A radiant brilliance erupted from her being, as a stunning beam of light streaked through the air like a meteor, hurtling toward the ominous vortex. The collision produced a thunderous sound that reverberated through the surroundings. The power of Tang Xing's Elven Holy Light Wave was staggering, forcibly dislodging Emotan from his concealed position in the shadows. With a roar akin to thunder, Emotan exclaimed, "You little rascal, you show no mercy." Tang Xing regarded Emotan with an icy gaze, a hint of disdain curling her lips into a slight smirk as she retorted, "Show no mercy? It is you, esteemed senior, who hides in the shadows to harm others. Is this what you call the demeanor of a true master?" Emotan's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat as he spoke. "I am Emotan, the guardian of this second layer. Young one, I advise you to take a moment to rest. The individuals above are not to be trifled with. In your current state, pressing onward will only lead to your own suffering." Tang Xing listened to Moten's words, furrowing his brow slightly as he pondered internally. He recognized the truth in Moten's statement. He had just endured a fierce battle, which had significantly depleted both his physical and spiritual energy. To forcefully attempt to advance at this moment could indeed lead to peril. After much contemplation, Tang Xing resolved to heed Moten's advice and chose to rest and recuperate in place. Finding a relatively secure spot, he sat down, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate his energy. As time passed, his breathing gradually steadied, and his inner spiritual energy slowly began to replenish. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the tower, and upon closer inspection, it was Suhi. Su Lao, who had been hiding in the shadows, shook his head and remarked, "Su Lu, this child is still too impetuous." Shortly thereafter, Su Chuan also soared out, and Su Lu immediately caught him, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Xiaobin suddenly turned to Zhou Tian and proposed, "Zhou Tian, shall we place a bet?" Zhou Tian inquired, "What shall we wager?" After a moment's thought, Xiaobin declared, "I wager that the person from the lineage within will not survive the 4th level." Zhou Tian further asked, "What if he does?" Xiaobin confidently replied, "If he survives, I shall serve as his bodyguard for a day. Otherwise, the same applies to him." Agreed, Zhou Tian readily accepted Xiaobin's challenge. Others began to emerge from the Linghai Tower as well, including Jiang Hao, Jin Yu, Xiyun Qian, Huang Quan, Ziyin, and Yi Xian, among others. Su Chuan remarked to Jiang Hao, "You have also emerged from the 5th level." Jiang Hao smiled and responded, "Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult." At that moment, Lan Xiu was engaged in a fierce struggle on the 4th level, never anticipating the formidable strength of the tower's guardian. When Lan Xiu attempted to counter with his weapon, he was unexpectedly struck by a soul technique that sent him flying from the tower. Su Yin promptly caught Lan Xiu and inquired, "Are you all right?" Lan Xiu nodded in affirmation. At this juncture, Li Fei also found himself in a fierce battle, being forcefully struck out by the guardian of the 4th level. Now, only Tang Xing remained. Upon awakening from his rest, Tang Xing discovered that he had ascended to the 3rd level. The guardian of the 3rd level greeted him, saying, "You are awake at last. Fear not, I am the guardian of the 3rd level, known as Ting Feng." Tang Xing introduced himself, "I am Tang Xing. Please, esteemed elder, guide me." Ting Feng conjured several tornadoes, respectfully stating, "Let us make an agreement. If you can endure for a while, I shall allow you to pass." As the tornadoes charged towards Tang Xing, he utilized his soul technique to absorb them all, leaving Ting Feng utterly astonished. With eyes wide as saucers, Ting Feng exclaimed in disbelief, "You can actually wield Moten's soul technique." Tang Xing smiled enigmatically, replying softly, "That is a secret. Sure." Ting Feng, now intrigued by Tang Xing, waved his hands, summoning fierce tornadoes that surged toward Tang Xing like hungry tigers. Unfazed, Tang Xing invoked the Abyssal Maw once more, the dark vortex effortlessly devouring the tornadoes. Witnessing this, Ting Feng felt a twinge of regret and resolved to unleash his ultimate move, the Wind Shadow Heavenly Calamity. As his soul power surged, a formidable energy coalesced in his hand, forming a tempest that howled towards Tang Xing. However, Tang Xing merely smiled, aware that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Just as the Wind Shadow Heavenly Tribulation was about to strike Tang Xing, Tang Yun, standing beside him, unhesitatingly unleashed his first soul skill, the Spirit Holy Light Wave. This resplendent radiance, akin to the dawn's first light, illuminated the entire space. It collided head-on with the Wind Shadow Heavenly Tribulation, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The two immense forces countered each other and ultimately dissipated into the ether. At that moment, Tang Xing and Tang Yin exchanged a glance, a subtle smile flickering in their eyes. They had successfully neutralized the attack from Ting Feng, showcasing their own prowess. Ahead lay even greater challenges, yet they were thoroughly prepared. Under Tang Xing's relentless assault, Ting Feng's attack swiftly vanished without a trace. Just as Tang Xing's fierce onslaught was about to land, he astonishingly halted his attack with remarkable speed. Ting Feng, feeling a pang of shame, conceded, "This time, I have indeed lost." He then silently opened the passage to the fourth level. Tang Xing took a deep breath and rushed towards the fourth level with remarkable speed. Upon entering this layer, he was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. "Wow, what a revelation!" he exclaimed, noticing the stark contrast between the interior and exterior of the tower. Everywhere he looked, there were lush woods, as if he had stepped into an immense forest. However, he soon detected an unusual presence. The trees flourished with an extraordinary vigor, evoking a sense of unease within him. Tang Xing resolved to deploy his inaugural soul skill, detection. As his soul power surged, he extended his perceptive abilities, only to be astounded by the outcome. The expanse of this fourth layer was astonishingly vast. It seemed that my detection skill could scarcely reach its boundaries, he pondered inwardly. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. "Welcome to the fourth layer. I am the guardian of the tower, the golden ape." Tang Xing abruptly turned, and there before him stood a colossal golden ape, smiling as it introduced itself. Without hesitation, the golden ape interrupted Tang Xing's musings, brandishing its golden staff with the swiftness of a gale, advancing menacingly towards him. Tang Xing swiftly evaded to the side. Yet the golden ape relentlessly pursued him, its assault growing ever more ferocious. Tang Xing understood that continuing down this path was far from a wise strategy. He made a decisive choice and unleashed his most cherished skill, the wind shadow heavenly calamity. A tempest erupted around him, forming a formidable cyclone in an attempt to thwart the golden ape's pursuit. Observing this, the golden ape smirked slightly, brandishing his golden staff with a fierce swing, effortlessly dispersing Tang Xing's soul technique. With a cold chuckle, he proclaimed, "Youngster, you possess some merit. However, that is still woefully inadequate. Prepare yourself." First soul technique, transformation into wood. As his words fell, the surrounding forest appeared to be enchanted, rapidly morphing into countless robust wooden vines that coiled around Tang Xing's body like serpents. Trapped within, he found it difficult to break free. Just when the golden ape assumed that Tang Xing was rendered powerless, he noticed a glimmer of cunning in Tang Xing's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing began to chant, and a brilliant wave of elfin holy light surged forth, striking the golden ape with precision and sending him flying several meters away. The golden ape regained his composure midair and descended slowly to the ground. He placed a hand on his chest, feeling the residual power, and could not help but be inwardly astonished. Yet, his arrogance remained unshaken, only serving to intensify his fighting spirit. "You are indeed impressive, but this is where it ends. Receive my next strike." With a thunderous shout, the golden ape radiated a dazzling golden light, clearly preparing to unleash a far more potent attack. Could Tang Xing withstand this onslaught? Tang Xing decisively interrupted the golden monkey, who was gathering strength, exclaiming, "Elder, please wait a moment. Is it not excessive for someone of your stature to employ the fourth soul skill against a young junior?" The golden monkey, however, responded with a hint of contempt, "Humph. If you can withstand my fourth soul skill for a minute, I shall allow you to proceed to the next stage. But if you cannot endure it, then you should leave this place promptly." Upon hearing this, a surge of indomitable spirit welled up within Tang Xing. He understood that this would be a formidable trial. Yet he firmly believed in his own strength and courage to confront the challenge. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze upon the golden monkey, signifying his willingness to accept the test. As the golden monkey unleashed his fourth soul skill, the atmosphere around them became charged with tension. The powerful waves of soul energy surged toward Tang Xing like a relentless tide. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to counter this onslaught. Each passing second felt like an eternity, as the immense pressure relentlessly assailed his body. Nevertheless, he steadfastly clung to his inner conviction, refusing to yield easily. Finally, the minute elapsed, and Tang Xing successfully withstood the golden monkey's fourth soul skill attack. Though utterly exhausted, his eyes sparkled with the light of triumph. Observing the tenacious young man before him, the golden monkey could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. Nodding, he remarked, "Well done, young one. You have passed the trial. Go forth to the next stage, and I hope you." Without hesitation, the golden monkey began to gather power once more and swiftly declared, "Fourth soul skill, spirit would massacre formation." Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tang Xing found himself with no retreat, and with resolute determination, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate techniques. Third soul skill, Elven Light Transformation. Second soul skill, Elven Dominance. Tang Xing, relying on his formidable enhancement skills, struggled to withstand the terrifying assault of the Golden Ape's fourth soul technique. However, the Golden Ape noticed that Tang Xing possessed merely 3 soul rings, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind as he contemplated whether to show mercy. At that moment, enduring immense pain, a mysterious eye suddenly emerged upon Tang Xing's forehead. Simultaneously, his spirit martial soul began to materialize, as if a powerful force was surging forth from within him. This enigmatic power astonishingly shattered the Golden Ape's fourth soul technique. The Golden Ape, taken aback, was momentarily frozen in disbelief, yet swiftly regained his composure. He gazed intently at Tang Xing, realizing that at this very moment, his spirit martial soul seemed to have undergone a wondrous transformation. Each time Tang Xing unleashed his martial soul, a unique eye appeared on his forehead. The Golden Ape, with an air of calmness, spoke, "You have triumphed. Depart." His voice carried a profound sense of admiration and unspoken emotion. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. He took a deep breath and, with his weary body, slowly made his way away. This breathtaking battle subjected Tang Xing to an unprecedented trial, granting him a newfound understanding of his own potential. Tang Xing plunged into the room without a moment's hesitation. The golden monkey pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself, "What an exceptionally rare talent indeed. Yet, the power he possesses seems familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before." As the light of the fourth lighthouse extinguished, the fifth lighthouse immediately illuminated, signifying that Tang Xing had successfully passed the fourth trial. Xiaobin, wearing a dejected expression, conceded, "Very well. I admit defeat. I accept the consequences of the wager." As Tang Xing ascended to the fifth level, he was suddenly engulfed by a surging tide that swept towards him with great force. Reacting swiftly, he adopted a frog stroke and exerted himself to swim back to the surface. Upon finally reaching a relatively calm area, he noticed a patch of land across from him, suitable for standing. A surge of joy filled his heart as he prepared to leap ashore, only to be unexpectedly yanked back into the water by an overwhelming force. The frigid seawater relentlessly battered his body, leaving Tang Xing feeling dizzy and disoriented, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. In Tang Xing's mind, the refrain echoed incessantly, "Tang Xing, reflect upon your memories." Suddenly, a resounding and lucid voice pierced through the haze, declaring, "Tang Xing, awaken swiftly." This voice seemed to possess a mystical power, cutting through layers of fog to strike at the very core of Tang Xing's being, within the realm of his consciousness. He silently responded to this call, "I have endeavored to the best of my ability." Yet, the voice persisted, urging him onward. "Tang Xing, contemplate once more. For what purpose do you truly exist? Before the final moment arrives, one must never surrender lightly. You must awaken the latent strength within you and unleash it to its fullest potential." Tang Xing fell into a deep reverie, recalling the tender moments spent with his parents, as well as the love and protection he felt for his sister. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute, and he murmured to himself, "Indeed, I shall avenge my parents and safeguard my sister. I cannot falter here." At that moment, a surge of fierce determination welled up within him, and he sensed a latent power awakening inside. He resolved to no longer fear adversity, but to forge ahead, demonstrating his worth through action. Lan Ming gazed into the water, murmuring, "It seems he can no longer hold on. Perhaps it is time to bring him out." Just as she prepared to teleport Tang Xing, the surface of the water began to churn violently, flickering with a faint light. In the next instant, Tang Xing surged out of the water like an arrow, his eyes scanning the surroundings with keen intensity. Upon spotting someone, he unleashed without hesitation, Spirit Holy Light Wave. This formidable energy beam hurtled towards Lan Ming, who quickly reacted by concentrating her mind and manipulating the surrounding seawater to form a solid shield. However, to her astonishment, the skill Tang Xing unleashed contained an immense power that was simply overwhelming, shattering her meticulously constructed shield in an instant. Lan Ming fixed her icy gaze upon Tang Xing and decisively activated her fifth soul skill, Water Spirit Shadowless Sword. A streak of blue water shot forth like lightning, imbued with a fierce sword aura, hurtling directly towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing, unwilling to show any signs of negligence, promptly activated his third soul skill, Eye of Spiritual Data. Simultaneously, he unleashed the transformation of the Spirit Light God, accompanied by the sacred light wave of the Spirit. However, despite exerting all his efforts, the tremendous disparity in soul power between the two parties rendered Tang Xing's skills effortlessly shattered. In desperation, he resorted to his second soul skill, Eye of Compound Vision. The spirit-would-killing array. Regrettably, the frailty of his spirit-would-killing array proved insufficient to withstand the formidable fifth soul skill of Lan Ming. In an instant, the spirit-would-killing array was obliterated into fragments. Tang Xing remained undeterred, swiftly conjuring a massive halberd in his grasp. With a powerful swing, he unleashed the technique known as the Elven Sky Slash. This strike was astonishingly potent, severing Lan Ming's fifth soul skill with remarkable ease. Immediately following this, Tang Xing swung the halberd once more, emitting a blinding radiance that rendered Lan Ming nearly unable to open her eyes. When she finally regained her sight, she discovered Tang Xing with the halberd pointed directly at her. An unfamiliar sensation surged within her, as if the scene before her was eerily reminiscent of something from the past. Just as Lan Ming prepared to inquire, she suddenly realized that this individual was not the person she had known. Taken aback, she asked with curiosity, "Pray tell, what is your true name?" "I am called Tang Xing," he replied succinctly. However, due to his compromised physical state, Tang Xing found himself teetering, on the verge of collapsing backward. Quick as lightning, Lan Ming reached out to support him. In that moment, as she gazed at Tang Xing, a wave of astonishment washed over her. It was truly remarkable how closely he resembled Tang Yun from his childhood, perhaps even more handsome. Moreover, the halberd he had wielded seemed hauntingly familiar, yet she could not quite recall its origins at that moment. Tang Xing gradually opened his eyes, awakening from a deep slumber, and felt a powerful force surging within him. As he carefully sensed this energy, he was astonished to discover that his soul power seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. "It appears that my soul power is nearing the threshold of level 40, Tang Xing murmured, his eyes shimmering with delight. He had never anticipated achieving such a breakthrough in such a brief span of time. Just then, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Congratulations, Tang Xing," Lan Ming said, having approached him at some point, smiling warmly. Tang Xing suddenly rose to his feet and deeply bowed to Lan Ming, his face awash with remorse. "I apologize, esteemed senior. I failed to control my strength just now," he murmured, lowering his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. Lan Ming gently patted Tang Xing's shoulder, offering solace. "It is quite all right. You have performed admirably. However, remember this. When you find yourself unable to reign in your power again, do not forcefully suppress it. Instead, allow yourself to embrace your inner instincts to guide it. Simultaneously, you must learn to identify your opponent's vulnerabilities and strike decisively." Tang Xing lifted his head, earnestly nodding to signify his understanding of Lan Ming's guidance. He gazed at her with gratitude, silently vowing to strive for self-improvement and not to disappoint her expectations. "Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall remember your teachings and continuously refine myself," Tang Xing declared with determination. Lan Ming smiled and nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her eyes. She recognized that Tang Xing was a person of great potential. With just a little guidance, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master in the future. Tang Xing smiled gently and said, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, sister." A trace of pride appeared on Lan Ming's face as she softly replied, "My name is Lan Ming. Remember it well." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing did not hesitate and dashed into the rear. Once he entered, he was astonished to discover a multitude of oddly shaped stones heaped together in a rather peculiar manner. Tang Xing curiously scrutinized the peculiar stones, pondering to himself how strange they appeared. Suddenly, the previously motionless rocks sprang to life, launching an assault upon him as if they possessed a will of their own. Faced with this unexpected threat, Tang Xing felt no hesitation and promptly activated his defensive measures. As time elapsed, the number of stones multiplied, and he began to feel the weight of the challenge. Nevertheless, he remained composed, quickly devising a strategy to counter the onslaught. Moments later, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. He conceived a plan. He began to manipulate his light elements, concentrating them into a formidable force, which he then unleashed upon the advancing stones with great intensity. The light elements surged forth like a torrential wave, colliding with the rocks and producing a cacophony of sound. Under the impact of the light, some stones shattered into countless fragments, yet many continued their relentless charge towards him. Undeterred by the situation, Tang Xing persistently unleashed the light elements, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the stones. At that moment, Zheng Tai, with eyes wide open in fury, summoned an enormous rock, hurling it towards Tang Xing with all his might. As Tang Xing beheld the colossal stone hurtling towards him like a meteor, a fierce anger ignited within him, prompting him to exclaim, "You truly are relentless. Witness how I shall respond." First soul skill, Spirit Holy Light Wave. As he uttered the incantation, A dazzling wave of spirit holy light erupted forth, charging towards the massive stone with astonishing power. Instantly, the giant rock disintegrated into countless shards upon impact with this overwhelming force. However, Zheng Tai was far from finished. In a flash, he darted towards Tang Xing with the speed of a bird, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at him. To Zheng Tai's astonishment, Tang Xing stood unwavering. As steadfast as a mountain, Zheng Tai marveled, what a resilient physique. Tang Xing, undaunted, conjured a sphere of deep azure energy with his right hand, while his left cradled a radiant orb aglow with golden light. With unwavering resolve, he confronted Zheng Tai, simultaneously unleashing these two formidable forces. Tang Xing's dual assault crashed forth with the ferocity of a tempest, striking Zheng Tai with unerring precision and sending him crashing against the wall. Tang Xing gasped for breath, pondering to himself, surely, this time it must succeed. However, upon focusing his gaze, his eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 24. The soul-sending ring. Zheng Tai emerged from the swirling smoke, a confident smile gracing his face as he remarked, "You clever lad, your calculations are quite astute. Alas, my defenses are as solid as a rock and as impenetrable as a fortress. They are not so easily breached by you." Tang Xing was not intimidated by Zheng Tai's words. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and scrutinized Zheng Tai's defenses with his unique spiritual gaze. After a moment, a quiet sneer formed in his heart, for he realized that the so-called formidable defense of Zheng Tai was not without its flaws. At that moment, Tang Xing suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Senior, why don't we make a wager?" Intrigued by the proposition, Zheng Tai inquired, "Oh, how do you intend to wager?" Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing boldly stated his terms, "If I can withstand a stick of incense's worth of time under your command, you shall allow me to leave. What do you say?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Zheng Tai couldn't help but chuckle. He found the young man exceedingly arrogant for daring to make such a bold claim. With a cold smirk, Zheng Tai replied, "Kid, you truly overestimate yourself. Not to mention a stick of incense. You likely won't even be able to endure a single strike from me. Here's the deal. If you can withstand my sixth soul skill, I will let you go. What do you think?" Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement. Without hesitation, Zheng Tai unleashed his sixth soul skill, Meteorite Crash. Witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a surge of betrayal within him, yet he did not falter. He swiftly activated his third soul skill, Spirit Transformation, along with his first soul skill, Holy Light Wave. However, Tang Xing's assault upon Zheng Tai's sixth soul skill yielded no significant results. In that moment, a phrase once spoken by Lan Meng echoed in his mind, "To seize the opponent's weakness is to secure a decisive victory." With a spark of inspiration, Tang Xing devised a plan. He then unleashed a powerful skill, Spirit Killing Array. This skill surged forth like a torrential flood towards Zheng Tai's sixth soul skill. Under the fierce onslaught of the Spirit Killing Array, Zheng Tai's sixth soul skill began to visibly diminish. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing decisively summoned the Holy Celestial Spear, thrusting it with the force of a thunderstorm towards the shrinking meteorite crash. A deafening explosion ensued, and amidst the tumultuous aftermath, Tang Xing bravely surged forth. Observing Tang Xing's performance, Zheng Tai displayed a satisfied smile and softly remarked, "Well done, you have demonstrated remarkable prowess. So, do you wish to continue the challenge?" Tang Xing gently shook his head and replied, "No, having reached this point is already a testament to the favor and fulfillment bestowed upon me by my predecessors. I believe this is where my journey concludes for now. When I am adequately prepared, I shall return to challenge once more." Upon hearing Tang Xing's response, Zheng Tai felt a profound sense of relief in his heart. He promptly gestured with his hand, opening the passageway to the outside world. At that moment, the onlookers outside were utterly astonished. A soul master of the third ring had managed to challenge the sixth level. Zhou Tian was filled with awe, his voice resonating with disbelief. Xiaobin immediately echoed, "He has truly set a new record for the academy." Just then, Tang Xing slowly emerged from the tower. As soon as his figure appeared, Li Fei rushed towards him, excitement radiating from his every word. "Boss, you are simply incredible." Tang Xing smiled at Li Fei, a glimmer of confidence and pride illuminating his eyes. He understood that although his challenge had reached its limit at the sixth level, it nonetheless attested to his potential and strength. In the future, he would undoubtedly strive relentlessly, advancing towards even loftier aspirations. Tang Xing smiled modestly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely had a stroke of good fortune." However, Li Fei wore a skeptical expression and remarked, "Boss, you have utterly shattered the Academy's records." Tang Xing, however, appeared rather indifferent. He shrugged lightly and remarked, let it refresh. Through this challenge, I have come to realize that I still have numerous shortcomings and must strive harder in the future. Well said, Wu Xinheng exclaimed, applauding as he approached Tang Xing. When Wu Xinheng gazed at Tang Xing, he was astonished to discover that Tang Xing's soul power had indeed reached level 40. Subsequently, Wu Xinheng gathered all the other students and led them back to the classroom, then called Tang Xing aside and inquired, Tang Xing, has your soul power truly reached level 40? Tang Xing nodded slightly, and Wu Xianheng led him into the soul-hunting forest. At that moment, Tang Xing's face was filled with disdain as he pondered inwardly, just moments ago, I was clearly in the classroom. How could I have suddenly arrived at this place? Just as Tang Xing was about to inquire, Wu Xianheng interrupted him without hesitation, directly asking, what type of soul beast do you require for your soul ring? After a brief contemplation, Tang Xing replied, perhaps one of the spiritual type. Surprised by this response, Wu Xianheng paused for a moment, but then said, very well. Let us depart. Thus, Wu Xianheng guided Tang Xing in their search. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed ahead, capturing Tang Xing's attention. He stealthily concealed himself in the underbrush, focusing his gaze, and beheld the flying mantis engaged in a fierce struggle with a peculiar creature. This creature, possessing antlers and a rabbit's head, appeared quite bizarre, prompting Tang Xing to wonder, what on earth is this? Meanwhile, Wu Xianheng realized that Tang Xing had mysteriously vanished. Utilizing his formidable search abilities, he scoured the area but found nothing, muttering to himself, how strange, where could he have gone? Could it be that a peerless powerhouse resides here? Tang Xing watched in despair as his beloved mantis was defeated by a formidable soul beast. At that moment, the victorious soul beast turned its attention to Tang Xing and approached him directly. Sensing danger, the mantis immediately spread its wings and flew in front of Tang Xing, attempting to shield him. However, the soul beast did not attack Tang Xing. Instead, it continued its advance. Without hesitation, Tang Xing lunged at the soul beast in an attempt to halt its approach. The soul beast effortlessly stood tall and delivered a blow that severely injured the mantis, leaving it nearly immobile. Just as Tang Xing was struck with shock, the soul beast spoke, saying, thank you, young man. Startled by the voice, Tang Xing jumped up in fright and anxiously exclaimed, you can talk? This unexpected turn of events rendered Tang Xing utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that a soul beast could converse like a human and even express gratitude. Doubts began to cloud his mind, making him question whether he had fallen into a hallucination, yet the reality before him felt undeniably tangible. A mix of confusion and fear filled Tang Xing's heart as he pondered what might transpire next. The soul beast nodded, and Tang Xing gazed at it in disbelief. He attempted to engage in further conversation, but the soul beast interjected, urging him, hurry, absorb the soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing launched a final strike against the soul beast and promptly seated himself to begin absorbing the soul ring. Before long, the soul beast returned with another soul beast and remarked, you have awakened. This one happens to be a spirit-type soul beast, ideally suited as your fourth soul ring. It then pressed Tang Xing to act quickly and absorb the soul ring. Reluctantly, Tang Xing complied with its directives. After a while, he successfully absorbed the soul ring and stood up, prepared to inquire about the soul beast. However, before he could speak, the soul beast preemptively stated, you need not be astonished. I am aware of your questions, but first, allow me to change my appearance before we converse. With that, the soul beast began to transform. Its radiant glow gradually diminished, giving way to a gown as pure as snow. It stood gracefully upon the ground, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The white gown billowed like mist, softly brushing against the earth, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The design of the gown was both simple and elegant, yet it radiated an exquisite splendor. The hem danced gently in the breeze, imparting a dreamlike quality. What captivated the eye most was her slender waist, the contours soft and flowing, ending at boundless grace and charm. Such a waistline was nothing short of a work of art, rendering onlookers utterly entranced. As one looked higher, her eyes resembled the depths of a starry sky, shimmering with a bright luminescence. Each blink seemed to unleash a multitude of stars within her gaze. This beauty transcended the realm of language, ensnaring all who beheld it in an inescapable allure. Her lips curled slightly upward, forming an enigmatic smile that added a touch of playfulness and charm. That cherry-like mouth, as red as a ruby, vivid and enticing, evokes an irresistible desire to savor its sweetness. Tang Xing was utterly astonished by the scene before him. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape. He found himself momentarily speechless. It was only when Bai Yi greeted him that he regained his composure. Hello, my name is Bai Yi, he said. his voice clear and melodious, akin to a celestial harmony. Tang Xing swallowed hard, stammering, "Hello. I am Tang Xing. It is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, his heart brimmed with excitement and curiosity, for he understood that he had encountered an extraordinarily unique being named by E. Tang Xing hastily reined in her previous demeanor and said, "Greetings, I am Tang Xing. What a splendid name, indeed. Oh, how could I almost forget the matter at hand? I was originally a guardian spirit beast of the elven tribe, but alas, our once tranquil existence was shattered by a malevolent organization. The situation was dire, and despite my utmost efforts, I could only rescue a mere handful of my kin. The rest met with a tragic fate. As for how I came to know you, it is because your being harbors the purest essence of elven bloodline. I was merely resting here when I was ambushed by a flying menace and engaged in a fierce battle. Then you appeared. Come, follow me." Bai divulged everything in a rush. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing asked in confusion, "Where to?" Bai replied briskly, "Of course, we are going to meet your kin. However, your elven bloodline has yet to awaken. We must hurry." Before Tang Xing could finish his words, Bai seized him and swiftly departed. Bai led Tang Xing to the deepest part of the soul-hunting forest, where Tang Xing stood in astonishment, evidently unable to comprehend the unfolding events. At that moment, Wu Xinheng was already in a state of anxious urgency, unable to wait any longer, and he launched an attack without hesitation. Just then, two soul beasts suddenly appeared before them, issuing a warning. "Human, what is your intention?" Nevertheless, Wu Xinheng succinctly responded with two words, "Let go." These words acted as a fuse, igniting the fury of the two soul beasts. One of the soul beasts quickly regained its composure and stated, "You mean that young man? Rest assured, he is currently safe and in no mortal danger." Upon hearing this, Wu Xinheng felt a slight relief but still anxiously pressed on. "How can you be certain?" Before he could finish his inquiry, a deep and authoritative voice resonated, "Human, Feng Shui speaks true. The young man you are concerned about is indeed unharmed. So there is no need for worry." Hearing this, Wu Xinheng let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Since your majesty has spoken thus, I shall refrain from further words. However, should you dare to harm him, our Linghai Academy will not let this matter rest." With that, Wu Xinheng turned to leave. As Wu Xinheng departed, the emperor fell into a slumber. Feng Shui, however, wore a troubled expression, murmuring to himself, "Ever since that harrowing battle concluded, the emperor's health has been deteriorating, growing ever more feeble. His heart is filled with anxiety and unrest, as if foreseeing the numerous challenges that may lie ahead." Tang Xing forcefully shook off Bai Yi's hand, her voice tinged with urgency as she exclaimed, "I cannot. My teacher is looking for me. If I disappear for too long, he will surely worry." Bai quickly reassured her, "Do not fret. I have already asked someone to explain the situation to your teacher. Everything will be fine." With that, Bai took Tang Xing's hand and guided her into the clan's midst. Upon seeing a stranger intrude, the clan members displayed expressions of indifference. Tang Xing, puzzled, inquired, "Why do these people appear so angry upon seeing me?" Bai sighed and clarified, "Do you recall what I mentioned before? One of the reasons our clan suffered a massacre is due to outsiders acting as spies." Tang Xing felt a wave of sorrow for these individuals upon hearing this. Bai led Tang Xing along an alternate path to avoid unnecessary complications. He arrived at the chieftain's doorstep first and called out, "Grandfather Chieftain, I have returned. I have brought someone for you to meet." Tang Xing followed closely behind him into the dwelling. As the chieftain focused his gaze, he suddenly appeared dazed and, with a trembling voice, uttered, It is you." Chapter 25, Awakening the Bloodline. Seeing the chieftain collapse, Bai Yi hastily extended his hand to assist him. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Grandfather Chieftain, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" The chieftain steadied himself, an expression of astonishment crossing his features as he looked at Tang Xing and inquired, "Child, I find something peculiar. Who is your father?" Upon hearing the chieftain's question, Tang Xing's face lit up with excitement as she eagerly responded, "Do you know my father?" The chieftain smiled slightly, his tone brimming with confidence as he replied, "Of course. Although we have only met once, I remember distinctly. His name is Tang Tangyun, is it not?" Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words, his mind swirling in confusion. He pondered to himself, the Linghai Tower? The elders had mentioned it before, and indeed, I share a father-son relationship with Senior Tangyun. But how could this be possible? Tang Xing composed himself and respectfully addressed the clan leader, saying, "Grandfather clan leader, I fear you may be mistaken. My father's name is Tang Zhong, not Tang Yun." However, the clan leader widened his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head vehemently as he exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The elven blood coursing through your veins is the most compelling evidence. This bloodline is unparalleled, and the fact that you have even awakened your martial spirit is remarkable. Haha, little Bai, it seems you intend for him to awaken the true power of his bloodline. Bai silently nodded in agreement, signifying his acquiescence. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Tang Xing felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity, rendering him utterly motionless. His heart began to wrestle violently, and thoughts surged like turbulent waves. How could this be? Could it be that my lineage truly harbors some secret? For years, I have believed that Tang Xing is my biological father. An array of questions flooded his mind, leaving Tang Xing in a state of profound confusion and disorientation. The patriarch instructed Bai Yi to prepare the necessary items and approached Tang Xing, speaking with earnest compassion. My child, I understand that your heart is undoubtedly filled with doubt and bewilderment, but do not rush. All matters shall resolve themselves in due course. I will not compel you to acknowledge your true identity immediately. Come to me when you have found clarity, for it will not be too late. As the patriarch consoled Tang Xing, he gently enveloped him in his embrace. Tang Xing found it difficult to accept these words, and he instinctively sought solace in the warm embrace of the clan leader, hoping to uncover some answers. The clan leader gently stroked Tang Xing's little head, soothing him with soft words. Thus, the two figures, one large and one small, stood in quietude, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate period, Tang Xing gradually drifted into slumber under the clan leader's comforting presence. The clan leader gazed down at the sleeping child in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. He carefully lifted Tang Xing and made his way to the room. At that moment, Bai entered the house, intending to speak loudly, but was silenced by a shushing gesture from the clan leader. Bai immediately softened his footsteps, following the clan leader into the room, fearful of waking Tang Xing. Bai quietly pulled the clan leader aside and whispered, Clan leader, everything has been prepared. The clan leader, with a troubled expression, replied, Let us wait until he awakens. I will counsel him properly then. Bai could only nod in resignation. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was deeply immersed in dreams, utterly unaware of his surroundings. However, as he slumbered, a mysterious voice echoed from the depths of his mind. Tang Xing, the celestial spirit spear you hold contains formidable techniques. Now, I shall impart to you its fifth technique, known as unmatched in the world. As for the other four techniques, they are: the first technique, celestial slash; the second technique, radiant brilliance; the third technique, sweeping through armies; and the fourth technique, spear of demonic destruction. These techniques are indelibly etched in your mind. After a while, Tang Xing slowly opened his eyes. The clan leader, who had been vigilantly watching over him, promptly inquired, Child, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Tang Xing gently shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the clan leader, declaring, Grandfather clan leader, please speak your mind. I am listening. The clan leader hesitated for a moment but ultimately steeled himself, summoning the courage to speak. Tang Xing, I have gathered all the precious materials necessary for awakening your bloodline. Are you willing to attempt to awaken the power within? Tang Xing declared resolutely, I am willing. The clan leader was taken aback, promptly leading Tang Xing to ascend the grand sacrificial platform. Gazing at the towering altar before him, Tang Xing silently encouraged himself. He took a deep breath and leaped gracefully, landing firmly upon the sacrificial stage. The clan leader then activated the energies of the altar, causing it to spin rapidly. A formidable surge of energy surged into Tang Xing's body like a torrential flood. Unexpectedly, this powerful force, upon entering his form, underwent an extraordinary transformation, morphing into countless shimmering particles of light that flowed freely within him. Concurrently, the stone pillars surrounding the altar erupted in a dazzling brilliance, unleashing a multitude of beams directed toward Tang Xing. Faced with such intense external stimuli, Tang Xing gritted his teeth and steadfastly resisted, clenching his fists. Vivid images of his parents' tragic fate and his responsibility to protect his sister flooded his mind. In his heart, Tang Xing roared, I cannot falter at this moment. I must not. Fueled by unwavering conviction and indomitable willpower, he successfully withstood wave after wave of onslaught. Empowered by the might of two remarkable artifacts, Tang Xing felt as though he had transcended into an infinite expanse of starlit sky. His body began to radiate a brilliant light, dazzling as the stars themselves. As the luminosity intensified, the long-dormant elven bloodline within him was finally awakened. This ancestral power surged forth like a dragon awakening from a millennia-long slumber, exuding unparalleled majesty and strength, erupting from within Tang Xing. It surged like a mighty torrent, ascending toward the heavens, shattering the void and transforming the very fabric of reality, causing the world to tremble. In that moment, Tang Xing appeared to be the epicenter of the universe, emanating an aura that commanded profound reverence. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious depth, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of all existence. Each movement he made was imbued with boundless power, capable of instigating earth-shattering transformations with the slightest gesture. Under the impact of this tremendous force, the surrounding space began to warp. A kaleidoscope of vibrant colors intertwined, crafting a breathtaking tapestry. At the heart of this magnificent tableau stood Tang Xing, akin to a war deity descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an imposing presence. Suddenly, a colossal, majestic, and scaled divine beast materialized in the sky. Radiating an aura of auspicious light, it seemed a heavenly envoy. This creature bore a pair of sharp horns, often adorned with a spherical object, its eyes large and luminous, and its nose and mouth exceedingly broad. The clan leader immediately recognized it. It was a Qilin. A celestial Qilin had descended. However, from afar, a mournful voice echoed. As it approached languidly, the clan leader's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could that possibly be the legendary Kunping? I cannot be mistaken." These two soul beasts knelt before the young Tang Xing like devout worshippers, seemingly filled with reverence for him. At that moment, the Qilin suddenly spoke, saying, "Old fellow, you must take good care of this young man. Perhaps one day he will become our invaluable ally, assisting us in reclaiming all that we have lost. Do you understand? He must not suffer the slightest injustice." The Kunping immediately concurred, recalling, "In days of yore, the spirit god single-handedly triumphed over numerous deities in the divine realm, securing a place among the esteemed, standing alongside the three great enforcers. Alas, he was later betrayed and met an untimely demise, which is truly lamentable. Old man, you must ensure his well-being." The clan leader, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe and exclaimed with wide eyes, "I shall." Today, Bai Yi was truly enlightened, for he had the rare fortune of encountering the golden Qilin and the dream cloud Kunping. Tang Xing distinctly felt a surge of formidable power within him. As he attempted to harness it, he was astonished to see a pair of resplendent wings sprouting from his back, transforming his entire being in a breathtaking manner. Even more thrilling was the realization that his soul skills had also undergone a wondrous evolution. Tang Xing immediately bowed respectfully to the clan leader, expressing his gratitude. "Grandfather clan leader, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have discovered the extraordinary power lying dormant within my bloodline. Rest assured, I will strive diligently to revive the glorious future of our kin." Bai stepped forward, smiling at Tang Xing. "So, what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Xing embraced Bai Yi tightly and, filled with remorse, said, "It was all my fault for doubting you. Let me make amends by doing something." Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Xing suddenly leaned down and gently kissed Bai Yi on the cheek. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank for several seconds. When she finally regained her senses, her face had flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. It is important to note that Bai Yi was no ordinary spirit beast. She was a skilled practitioner with years of experience. Moreover, this was her first kiss. Tang Xing spoke again, "Grandfather clan leader, now that my bloodline has awakened, should I not be returned to my original place?" The clan leader hesitated for a moment before responding. "Indeed, Xiao Bai, please escort him back. By the way, Xiao Bai, you could take this opportunity to venture out and explore the outside world." Tang Xing gazed at Bai Yi with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "Bai Yi, do you truly intend to return to the academy with me?" Bai Yi remained silent, merely offering a slight nod. Observing this, Tang Xing grasped the situation in his heart. Nevertheless, he could not resist the urge to caution. The academy is a place where hidden talents abound, and powerful figures are numerous. Should your true identity be inadvertently revealed, the consequences could be unimaginable. Yet, Bai Yi appeared remarkably composed, softly reassuring him, "Do not worry, I have my own means of protection." Tang Xing felt a modicum of relief upon hearing this, yet a thread of anxiety lingered in his mind. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, deafening in its ferocity. Tang Xing and Bai Yi exchanged a glance and without hesitation, sprinted towards the source of the sound. Upon their arrival at the scene, the sight before them elicited an involuntary gasp. Amidst the chaos lay a gaping chasm, unfathomably deep. Bai Yi stared into the abyss, astonished, and pondered. What kind of formidable being possesses such terrifying explosive power? Tang Xing directed his gaze towards another deep pit, where he discovered an injured monkey lying within. Filled with urgency, he immediately leaped into the pit, carefully cradling the little creature in his arms. He then employed a newly developed healing technique, pouring all his efforts into saving the unfortunate being. Bai Yi closely monitored Tang Xing's every move, and just as he prepared to assist in the rescue, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from behind. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly turned and unleashed a fierce attack aimed directly at Tang Xing's back. It was revealed that a ferocious soul beast had stealthily appeared, lunging at the unsuspecting Tang Xing with claws bared. Fortunately, Bai Yi's quick reflexes allowed him to neutralize the threat just in time. However, the battle was only just beginning. Tang Xing gazed as Bai Yi launched an assault towards him. His eyes were tightly shut, but soon they flew open. He exclaimed, "Bai Yi, are you doing this on purpose?" Yet, Bai Yi shouted back, "Foolish Tang Xing, look behind you." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing swiftly turned around, only to behold a colossal soul beast standing before him. Frightened, he instinctively recoiled and let out a piercing scream. "Bai Yi, you must hold it off for now. I need to revive the monkey post-haste before I can assist you." Bai Yi readily acquiesced. Understood. Tang Xing expedited the treatment of the monkey with fervent urgency, while Bai Yi engaged fiercely in combat with the soul beast. This cunning creature understood that a direct confrontation with Bai Yi would be unwise and thus set its sights on Tang Xing, who was positioned behind him. At that moment, Tang Xing was consumed with anxiety. He needed to complete the healing process swiftly, lest Bai Yi find himself in peril. He focused intently on his medical skills, hoping to restore the monkey's health without delay. Meanwhile, Bai Yi valiantly resisted the soul beast's assaults, safeguarding Tang Xing's safety. Suddenly, the beast opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of green mist that enveloped Bai Yi in an instant. This toxic fog was highly potent, seemingly capable of corroding the very essence of one's soul, thereby ensnaring Bai Yi in a dire predicament. In that critical moment, Bai Yi resolutely unleashed his soul technique, channeling formidable energy into a brilliant beam that swiftly dispelled the surrounding green mist. However, as the venomous creature disowned its target had been exposed, it lunged unhesitatingly towards Tang Xing. Just as the venomous beast was about to strike Tang Xing, Bai Yi's form flickered, positioning himself like lightning before her. Tang Xing cried out in terror. No. Her voice was laced with worry and dread, fearing for Bai Yi's safety. Bai Yi fixed his gaze upon the approaching serpent, determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that, at this moment, he must protect Tang Xing at all costs, ensuring she remained unharmed. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself to confront the impending assault of the creature. Chapter 26, A Brief Respite in the Nick of Time. The venomous snake lunged towards Bai Han like a bolt of lightning, sinking its fangs into him with ferocity. Bai Han let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing acted without hesitation, securing the monkey within her grasp and swiftly drawing the celestial spirit spear. She unleashed her ultimate technique, striking forcefully towards the snake. With a swift whoosh, the spear soared through the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun, instantaneously slaying the serpent on the spot. Tang Xing rushed to Bai Yi's side, her heart racing with anxiety. She found him pale, gravely injured. Without hesitation, she activated her holy light eye in an attempt to heal his wounds. However, to her astonishment, it proved utterly ineffective. In her desperation, her gaze fixated on Bai Yi's wounded hand, and she decisively resolved to tend to the injury herself. To her horror, she discovered that the wound was spreading at an alarming rate, and the situation was dire. Time was of the essence, leaving her no room for contemplation. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth and began to vigorously suck the poison from the wound. Each time she extracted the toxic blood, a piercing pain coursed through her, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Thus, little by little, she drew out the poison, and her efforts seemed to bear fruit as Bai Yi's wound ceased to worsen. Tang Xing dared not relent, continuing her relentless endeavor to cleanse Bai Yi of the last vestiges of toxin. After the monkey rescued by Tang Xing awoke, it observed Tang Xing treating its wounds in an unusual manner, prompting it to flee. A short while later, Bai Yi finally regained consciousness, her expression a mix of confusion as she inquired, "Tang Xing, what is happening to me?" With a gentle gaze, Tang Xing reassured her. "You were accidentally bitten by a venomous snake, but fret not. I have employed a special method to expel the toxins from your body. You should be feeling much better now, yes?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Bai Yi glanced down at her hands and noted that they were expertly bandaged. At that moment, the monkey approached, carrying a bowl filled with a clear, transparent liquid that emanated a peculiar fragrance, and presented it to Tang Xing. Tang Xing took the bowl and without a moment's hesitation, tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. The monkey, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment, clearly not expecting Tang Xing to so readily consume the celestial liquid. At that moment, Tang Xing realized his actions may have been somewhat rash. And when he noticed only half a bowl remained in his hand, he quickly addressed Bai Yi, saying, perhaps you should have some as well. It will greatly benefit your recovery. With that, he offered the bowl to Bai Yi. Although Bai Yi harbored some doubts, he nonetheless drank the contents without hesitation. After a period of rest, both regained a considerable amount of strength. Bai Yi then turned to ask, so, how shall we deal with this monkey? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Xing smiled and replied, I have an idea. Let us simply say it is your pet. As for its name, how about Golden Fur? Bai Yi nodded with resignation, indicating that it would have to suffice. Subsequently, the two entered a restaurant. Tang Xing navigated his way to a suitable spot and called out loudly, Owner, 2 servings of golden fragrant fish rice, please. The owner responded with enthusiasm, certainly. Please wait a moment. Tang Xing then turned to Bai Yi, inquiring with curiosity, Bai Yi, what exactly is your martial spirit? Bai Yi replied candidly. My martial spirit is the 9-colored spirit deer. Additionally, I possess the ability to seal my own aura and cultivation, unless the opponent is a level 99 Supreme Douluo. Even a level 98 Super Douluo would find it difficult to detect me. Whenever I reach a bottleneck in my cultivation, the seal automatically unravels 1 layer, transforming into my soul ring. After hearing this, Tang Xing felt a sense of reassurance. Before long, the owner approached with fragrant dishes, setting them upon the table. The aroma of the food wafted enticingly, making one's mouth water. Upon closer inspection, each dish was exquisite, a masterpiece in both presentation and flavor. Tang Xing observed Bai Yi's eager expression as he gazed upon the delectable dishes, his mouth watering and an air of impatience and secret delight enveloping him. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, she gently urged, Please, eat. With a subtle smile, Tang Xing chose to remain taciturn. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, Xiaoming convened numerous experts and core members for a critically significant Linghai conference. In this solemn yet tense atmosphere, everyone was wholly engrossed in Xiaoming's discourse. Without any preamble, he posed a direct inquiry. Wang Qian, what is the current status of the selection process for the 7 spirits? Wang Qian, gripping the report firmly, responded with a solemn countenance and resolute tone, Esteemed leader, after our meticulous preliminary screening, the number of candidates among the inner courtyard disciples who meet the criteria is quite limited. At this juncture, the wise elder Shu, seated nearby, allowed a slight smile to grace his features, suggesting softly, Leader, if the circumstances are as such, why not consider including the outer courtyard disciples in the selection process? This might broaden our pool of candidates. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if struck by thunder. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Elder Shu, do you have more specific and superior suggestions? Maintaining his composed demeanor, Elder Shu replied gradually, in my opinion, we could dispatch the deputy leader to personally organize the recruitment and selection in the outer courtyard. If my memory serves me correctly, we employed a similar approach for our last talent selection. Xiaoming, grasping the implication, swiftly made a decisive resolution. Rising to his feet, he proclaimed in a resounding voice, Excellent. The deputy leader will take complete charge of this selection initiative. I trust he will fulfill the mission and identify the most exceptional 7 spirits for us. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, garnering unanimous agreement and igniting a sense of anticipation for the future. Tang Xing and Bai Yi strolled slowly to the entrance of the academy when they unexpectedly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, Tang Xing recognized it was teacher Wu Xianheng. With excitement, he exclaimed, Teacher Wu, I'm back. Wu Xianheng glanced at the girl beside Tang Xing and, perplexed, inquired, Who is she? Noticing the moment, Tang Xing quickly intervened, saying, She is my distant relative, Bai Yi. I brought her here to ask if you could assist in her admission into Class 1. Upon hearing Tang Xing's words and observing Bai Yi, Wu Xianheng nodded thoughtfully and replied calmly, All right, I understand. For now, you may return. I will discuss her enrollment with the principal. Just then, the principal happened to pass by and, overhearing Wu Xianheng's conversation about him, approached with a somewhat stern demeanor, saying, Oh, do you still regard me, the principal? Very well, since she is your choice, I shall leave it to you. However, the necessary procedures must be followed. Do not create any complications. With that, the principal turned and walked away. Tang Xing and Bai Yi exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. They understood that, despite the twists and turns, the matter had ultimately been resolved. The next step would be to see whether Bai Yi could seamlessly integrate into this familial environment. Wu Xinheng gently addressed Tang Xing, Please follow me. Upon noticing Wu Xinheng's approach, The staff member attending to the affairs promptly stood up and exclaimed, "Teacher Wu, what procedures may I assist you with today?" Wu Xinheng gestured for Bai Yi to come forth, and she swiftly approached. Looking at the staff member before her, Wu Xinheng stated, "Indeed. I am here to facilitate her enrollment process." Upon hearing this, the staff member momentarily paused, but quickly regained composure and began to diligently attend to the necessary tasks. In a short while, he looked up at Wu Xinheng and announced, "All done, Teacher Wu. The enrollment has been successfully processed." Tang Xing pulled Bai Yi towards the dormitory when suddenly she recalled that the dormitories in the foreign languages department were typically assigned with one male and one female resident. Thus, she halted her steps, turned to Wu Xinheng, and inquired, "Teacher Wu, are there any special arrangements for our specific class dormitories?" Before Wu Xinheng could respond, an employee interjected eagerly, "Yes, Teacher Wu. Why didn't you mention it sooner? All students entering the special class will have dedicated rooms, and they will accommodate 4 individuals each." Wu Xinheng nodded and then addressed Tang Xing. "Let us proceed with that. Tang Xing, please compile a list of the residents for their dormitory." Tang Xing arrived in the classroom to inquire about everyone's opinions regarding the selection of personnel for the new dormitory. After gathering the suggestions, she proceeded to the office of Wu Xinheng, bearing the meticulously prepared list of candidates. Upon receiving the list, Wu Xinheng cast a brief glance over it, particularly noting the members of Tang Xing's group, Lan Qiu, Su Yin, and Bai Yi. He could not help but marvel at the ingenious arrangement. Subsequently, Wu Xinheng addressed Tang Xing, stating that the dormitory allocations should be based on the principle of pairing male and female students. Upon returning to the classroom, Tang Xing relayed the news to his classmates. After an enthusiastic discussion, they ultimately reached a consensus on the dormitory allocation plan. This time, Tang Xing presented the meticulously organized results to Wu Xinheng, who appeared particularly composed. After reviewing the information, Wu Xinheng nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done this time. Today, I grant you a day off to rest. Starting tomorrow, adjust your state and prepare for the special training." Once Tang Xing conveyed the message to his classmates, they all eagerly returned to their brand-new dormitories. Meanwhile, Wu Xinheng, gazing at the news in hand, softly read aloud, "In 1 week, the recruitment of the 7 spirit bearers will commence. In 1 week, I shall showcase how exceptional my students are." At this moment, Lan Qiu was about to pose a question to Tang Huang when Bai Yi rushed out like a whirlwind, tightly grasping Tang Xing's hand and exclaiming, "Tang Xing, I'm so hungry." Tang Xing gently caressed Bai Yi's small hand and replied softly, "All right, my dear. I will take you to find something delicious." "Oh, by the way, Lan Qiu, what were you about to tell me?" Lan Qiu struggled to suppress the turmoil within and tried to keep his voice steady. "I just wanted to ask if you have time right now." However, before he could finish, an untimely growl erupted from his stomach. Tang Xing, being exceptionally perceptive, instantly understood the situation and promptly said, "All right then, let us go, Lan Qiu. Let us fill our stomachs first." Meanwhile, the monkey, who had been quietly resting on Tang Xing's shoulder, let out a long sigh and comfortably lay down, soon drifting into slumber. Lan Qiu's gaze remained fixed on Bai Yi, pondering, "Who is this girl? What is her relationship with Tang Xing? Something feels amiss. Why am I suddenly so concerned about him?" Just as Lan Qiu was lost in his self-reflection, Tang Xing caught sight of Jin Yu and Zhang Hao busily attending to a small stall not far away. He immediately dashed over, joyfully calling out, "Sister Jin Yu, Brother Zhang Hao, Brother Jin Lin, you're all here." Jin Yu, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Little brother, you actually know my brother?" Tang Xing nodded and replied, "Yes. When my mother and I exited the Tianling auction house, we happened to run into Brother Jin Lin, right?" Upon hearing this, Jin Lin quickly affirmed, "Indeed. That's how it was, little sister. However, little sister, your chicken legs are truly delectable." Jin Yu shot Jin Lin a glare, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Tang Xing smiled slightly and said to Jin Yu, "Sister Jin Yu, allow me to take over." Jin Yu willingly stepped aside, and Tang Xing swiftly took charge of the stall. In a dazzling display, Tang Xing conjured up 5 or 6 chicken legs in an instant. His hands moved like shadows, transforming into 4 or 5 hands that completed half of the preparation steps with astonishing speed. Jiang Hao, witnessing Tang Xing's technique, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Brother Tang Xing, to wield the unisex methods with such finesse, wow, the aroma is simply irresistible. Jin Lin stood on the left, unable to contain his saliva, drawn irresistibly by the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance enveloped the surroundings, akin to an invisible enchantment that lured the passers-by towards its source. Sui remained rooted in place, muttering, "Brother, why didn't you take me along to savor the delicious food?" Humph. Just then, another rich scent wafted into Su Lu's nostrils, prompting him to exclaim, "Wow! How delightful!" Even Su Chuan, who had been playing nearby, was captivated by the fragrance and instinctively followed the crowd. Yuxian tightly grasped her two brothers' hands, excitedly trailing behind them to uncover the origin of this mysterious aroma. As they approached, they discovered it was a newly opened snack stall, where the proprietors skillfully prepared an array of delectable dishes. The mouth-watering scent made one's mouth water, transforming the world into a paradise of flavors. After a flurry of activity, Tang Xing finally completed her tasks and looked up, astonished to find a crowd gathered around. At that moment, Yuxian, following the enticing aroma, arrived at the scene, her eyes widening in disbelief at the extraordinary sight before her. Chapter 27, The Wealthy? Yuxian gasped. So many people. Her gaze landed on Tang Xing, who was apologetically explaining to the crowd, "I sincerely apologize, dear friends, but our shop is not open today. We kindly ask for your understanding." The crowd, puzzled, responded with curiosity, "Oh, boss, with such an enticing smell, what exactly are you planning to do?" "Yes. Since it's all ready, why not sell us some?" Faced with their pleas, Tang Xing appeared somewhat helpless. He pulled Jiang Hao and Jin Yu aside and whispered, "Jiang Yu, Jin Yu, please go and gather more people, but remember to leave a few behind." Jiang Hao immediately grasped Tang Xing's intent and dashed off without hesitation. Tang Xing then cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "Dear friends, due to the limited quantity of food available, we will have to adopt a first-come, first-served policy. Please form an orderly line. If your turn arrives and the food is gone, I sincerely apologize and hope you can come back another day." Upon hearing this, the crowd sprang into action, quickly forming an orderly queue, patiently awaiting Tang Xing's culinary creations. Jiang Hao also hurriedly brought over the ingredients. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing promptly set to work, skillfully preparing exquisite dishes. Under her deft hands, delectable culinary creations were presented to the customers. However, although some patrons had already departed contentedly, a considerable number remained patiently in line. At that moment, a man appeared, wielding a gourd and adorned with a sword at his waist. His arrival sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Jin Lin immediately recognized the newcomer but chose to remain silent. Hu Xian, intrigued, inquired, "Little Cheesy, your creations are so delightful. Why not consider becoming a chef in the kitchen of Linghai Academy?" Tang Xing candidly replied, "I can only manage chicken feet. If I were to venture there, I would surely cause chaos. It is best to diligently fulfill my modest duties here. Now, do take your chicken leg." As she spoke, Hu Xian produced 2 gold spirit coins from his bosom and gently placed them on Tang Xing's stall. Observing the coins before her, Tang Xing remarked, "Uncle, you were too generous." Yet, Hu Xian merely waved his hand and smiled, "Not at all. Consider this payment for my inquiries." "Little Li Zi, keep up the good work." Tang Xing quickly informed him, "This is the last portion. Please let those behind you know they need not wait any longer." Just as he was about to respond, a fan suddenly soared through the air, heading straight for the stall. The culprit was none other than Su Chuan. He shouted, "This one is mine." Jin Xiao, witnessing the scene, admonished, "Su Chuan, do not overstep your bounds." Su Chuan, feeling entirely justified in his actions, retorted, "Where is the impropriety? It is clearly your fault. I have waited in line for so long, and now that my turn has come, you dare to tell me otherwise? I assure you, there is but one portion left." Jiang Hao, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Su Chuan, you have not even queued up. You must wait for the next opportunity." Tang Xing was remarkably direct, swiftly handing the food to a passerby and urging him to leave promptly. Then, he shouted at Su Chuan, "Su Chuan, it's merely a chicken foot. If you can defeat me, I shall prepare it for you." The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment upon hearing his words. Jin Lin, with admiration, remarked, "What a bold spirit." Su Chuan, undeterred, readily accepted the challenge. They proceeded to a nearby clearing. Without hesitation, Su Chuan unleashed his second soul skill, the power of the wind bell. He swiftly followed up with his first soul skill, the blade of the fan, aiming for a decisive blow against his opponent. However, Tang Xing was no ordinary adversary. He immediately activated his spirit martial soul and unleashed his formidable second soul skill, the power of the spirit, successfully countering Su Chuan's assault. At that moment, Su Chuan pondered, could he also possess dual martial souls? Why had he never witnessed this technique before? It appeared the time for a swift resolution had arrived. Thus, Su Chuan resolved to exert all his strength, releasing his most powerful skill, incanting softly. He radiated a brilliant light as he activated his fourth soul skill, the earth-shattering transformation of the wind bell, followed by his second soul skill, the power of the wind bell, and his third soul skill, the gale slash, in rapid succession. In that instant, Su Chuan's power surged to unprecedented heights, shaking the very battlefield with his formidable presence. Could Tang Xing withstand such a ferocious onslaught? The ensuing battle promised to escalate in intensity and excitement. Jin Yu, witnessing Su Chuan unhesitatingly deploy his fourth soul skill, widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted in indignation, "How shameless of you!" Meanwhile, Tang Xing, undaunted, boldly responded, "Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Prepare yourself. Third soul skill, the divine transformation of the spirit light. Second soul skill, the power of the spirit. Fourth soul skill, the spirit blade." As both combatants unleashed their soul skills, two powerful energies clashed violently in the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Just as these forces threatened to ignite a cataclysmic explosion, Tang Xing and Su Chuan instinctively retracted their soul power. However, Su Chuan was clearly unwilling to relent, his eyes betraying a glimmer of cunning and reluctance. Tang Xing keenly sensed this and felt a tinge of embarrassment. He recognized that the battle was far from over and that greater challenges lay ahead. Su Chuan slowly returned to Su He's side, his expression filled with remorse as he gazed at her, his voice heavy with regret. "It's all because I am too inept to protect you, sister. I am truly sorry." Su He, observing her brother's disheveled state, felt a surge of compassion but managed to muster a reassuring smile, saying, "It's all right, brother. This is not your fault." Meanwhile, Tang Xing, through her keen perception, sensed Su Chuan's innermost thoughts and emotions. Without hesitation, she approached the stall and began to manipulate the items on display. After a flurry of activity, Tang Xing approached Su Chuan, cradling a perfectly ripened chicken foot in her hands. With a gentle demeanor, she said, "Here, take this. Only now do I truly comprehend the lengths you would go for your sister. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Su Chuan, deeply moved by her words, extended his hands to receive the chicken foot she offered. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the surrounding clamor gradually faded into the background. Su Chuan grasped the chicken foot tightly, savoring the warmth and care emanating from Tang Xing. He understood the preciousness of this friendship, which only strengthened his resolve to protect his sister and safeguard this bond. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qian, accompanied by Yi Xian and Huang Quan, arrived at Tang Xing's stall. Jin Lin, observing the trio, expressed his apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry, esteemed guests. We have completely sold out of chicken legs." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but softly inquire, "Is there really none left?" Just as her words faded, Tang Xing emerged from behind the stall, hastily interjecting, "There are some left, indeed. We still have a few." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt an inexplicable surge of joy welling up within her. Tang Xing began to bustle about, while Yi Xian sat beside Lin Qian, quietly awaiting the proceedings. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu and Li Fei leisurely fished by the riverbank, while Jin Yu and Jin Lin lent a helping hand to Tang Xing by Yi, perhaps overwhelmed by fatigue, unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Before long, Tang Xing emerged with a steaming array of delectable dishes, exclaiming, "Dinner is served." The group gathered around the table, where an abundance of culinary delights awaited them, featuring not only fish and meat, but also exquisite soups. With warmth, Tang Xing introduced the sizable fish on the table. Smiling as she pointed out, this fish was caught through the joint efforts of Lan Qiu and Li Fei. Do indulge. With that, everyone began to feast heartily. The monkey savored a chicken leg, relishing every bite with a satisfied smile adorning his face. At that moment, Li Fei discreetly pulled Tang Xing aside and whispered, "Tang Yun, could you do me a favor and prepare another serving?" Tang Xing instantly grasped his intent and, without hesitation, turned to busily attend to the kitchen. After a short while, she returned with a fragrant dish for Li Fei, who gratefully accepted it before hastily departing. Yi Xian then suggested, "Shall we all head to the auction house?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing stepped forward from the crowd and responded, "Absolutely. I shall accompany you." The others readily agreed, and together they made their way to the Linghai auction house. On the journey, Su Yin suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "As far as I know, this Linghai auction house is actually a property of Linghai Academy." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing could not help but display a look of skepticism. With a playful grin, he jested, "Su Yin, I am beginning to wonder if your family runs a history museum. How is it that you are so well versed in history?" Su Yin pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes wide with indignation, as she placed her hands firmly on her hips, clearly conveying her desire to dismiss any further conversation. Observing Su Yan's silence, Tang Xing gently patted her shoulder, yet she remained unresponsive. Deep down, Tang Xing realized he had undoubtedly landed himself in a predicament. Subsequently, he and the others made their way toward the auction hall. However, as they attempted to enter, they were halted by the security personnel at the entrance. Tang Xing quickly produced his student identification, presenting it to the guard, who then permitted them to proceed inside. Tang Xing and the others took their seats, their gazes fixed upon the items displayed on the auction house's screen. Sun Yan stood upon the stage, her voice resonating as she introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the renowned Tianshui pill. However, thanks to the meticulous refinement by our alchemists, this Tianshui pill has been transformed into an exquisite rarity. It not only possesses the ability to cleanse the meridians and refine the essence, but it also harbors two remarkable effects. Firstly, it grants everlasting youth, albeit for a mere 2 years, during which no further consumption is permitted. Secondly, for ordinary individuals, ingesting it can awaken latent soul power for soul masters. It not only enhances their soul power by 1 to 2 levels, but also elevates the quality of their martial soul. Such a precious item is available for the modest price of 5,000 gold spirit coins. Each bid must exceed the previous one by no less than 500 gold spirit coins. You have 1 minute. Let the bidding commence." As Sun Yan's words echoed, a wave of excitement surged through the auction house. Whispers filled the air as onlookers expressed their keen interest in this extraordinary Tianshui pill. Some were eager to participate in the bidding, while others fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. In this fleeting minute, the atmosphere was charged with tension and fervor, signaling the onset of a fierce competition. 7,000 gold spirit coins. When this figure was declared by the auctioneer, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. Expressions of astonishment spread across their faces, and soon higher bids followed. 7,500, 8,000, 8,500, 9,000. Bai, hearing these figures, was astounded and could not help but exclaim to Tang Xing, "Tang Xing, these people are truly affluent." Just then, a woman's voice chimed in beside Tang Xing. "These individuals are always like this. No need to be surprised." 50,000. As the final minute approached, the price settled at 50,000 gold spirit coins. Sun Yan presented 5 soul bones, showcasing them before the audience, and began her detailed exposition. She first pointed to one of the soul bones, declaring, "This is a right leg soul bone from the clear light leopard, ideally suited for agile attack-type soul masters." Following this, she displayed a vast screen showing detailed information for each of the soul bones. The second was the Radiance left arm bone, the third the Rock Barrier left arm bone, the fourth the Rapid Mastery right arm bone, and the final one was the Radiance head bone. All 5 soul bones originated from powerful soul beasts over 30,000 years old. The starting bid is set at 500,000 gold spirit coins, with each subsequent bid required to exceed the last by no less than 100,000 gold spirit coins. Please place your bids. Sun Yan's clear and resonant voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Tang Xing closed his eyes, immersed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, unhesitatingly raised the placard in his hand, and proclaimed loudly, 5 million. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the entire auction hall. Everyone was taken aback by Tang Xing's bid, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The price set by Tang Xing left others in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at him. In stark contrast, Tang Xing maintained an air of composure, swiftly paying the deposit before distributing the precious soul bone among his companions. "Let us return and fuse with it. Tomorrow, we must face our homeroom teacher's assessment." Tang Xing stated calmly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. He understood the significance of this evaluation for them, recognizing the necessity of giving their utmost effort. His companions nodded in agreement, grasping the essence of his words. They accepted the soul bone, their hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety, for this artifact harbored immense power, and their ability to successfully merge with it and harness its full potential would directly influence their performance on the morrow. Tang Xing gazed at the departing figures of his companions, silently encouraging them in his heart. He firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, they would undoubtedly excel in this assessment and demonstrate their true capabilities. Chapter 28. The special training of the old class. Lan Qiu tightly clutched the soul bone, her gaze somewhat dazed, as if she had lost her very essence. Meanwhile, Yixian remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend where Tang Xing had procured such a substantial sum of money. Was he still the brother she once knew? The events of the previous night left her in a profound state of bewilderment. Upon their return to the dormitory, Tang Xing and his companions fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Tang Xing arose early and roused the still sleeping Li Fei and the others, urging them to awaken for their classes. The four of them made their way to the classroom, and scarcely had they settled in when Wu Xianheng approached, beckoning them to the small forest. Upon their arrival at the small forest, they were greeted by an array of weighted objects. Wu Xianheng stood at the forefront, proclaiming in a commanding voice, "Put on these items and then run 10 laps around this grove. Should you fail to complete the task, do not expect to partake in lunch. Remember, you are prohibited from using your martial spirits and soul skills throughout this endeavor. Prepare yourselves well. We shall commence immediately. Do not harbor any illusions. I will be watching you closely." At Wu Xianheng's words, Tang Xing and his companions involuntarily gasped in shock. They exchanged glances, inwardly lamenting their predicament. Nevertheless, confronted with such a daunting task, they had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Wu Xianheng was renowned within the academy for his stern demeanor, and none dared to defy his commands lightly. Thus, Tang Xing and his companions swiftly donned the weighted gear, steeling themselves for the arduous challenge ahead. Tang Xing unhesitatingly unleashed his mental detection, yet the conclusion he drew left him utterly astonished. Li Fei, noticing the unusual expression on Tang Xing's face, quickly inquired, "Boss, what has happened?" Tang Xing revealed to the group, "This vast, boundless forest cannot be traversed in less than an entire day." Upon hearing this, everyone felt the daunting nature of their task, realizing it was almost an insurmountable challenge. However, Su Chuan paid no heed to this, racing forward without a second thought. And Su Le quickly followed suit. As Tang Xing gazed at Su Chuan's departing figure, an unusual sensation surged within him. With little time to ponder, he called out for everyone to advance together. Yet soon, they encountered a significant issue. The equipment they wore grew increasingly burdensome with each stride. As a soul master specializing in offensive power, he failed to recognize this concern. Conversely, the agile and control-type soul masters keenly noticed the heaviness of their burdens, while the support-type soul masters felt as if they were carrying an immense weight akin to a heavy stone mountain. Lan Qiu shouted, "Tang Xing, wait." Hearing this, Tang Xing halted and asked, "What is it?" Lan Qiu responded, "They all say their burdens are too heavy." Tang Xing touched his armor and nodded, "Indeed, it is quite heavy. Time is of the essence. I will teach you a set of techniques, so please listen carefully." Wu Xinheng was taken aback that Tang Xing would instruct them in techniques. Tang Xing then asked, "Have you understood?" In unison, they replied, "We understand." Just as Lan Qiu was about to speak, Tang Xing interjected, "Rest assured, if I were to cheat, I would be the one leading. Otherwise, Teacher Wu would have arrived long ago." He continued, "Moreover, did not Teacher Wu say we are prohibited from using techniques? Let us hasten." Teacher Wu observed this scene with a wry smile, remarking, "You truly know how to exploit loopholes." Tang Xing then led the group in a renewed sprint. Su Qiu called out from behind, "Brother, slow down." Su Chuan surged ahead, accelerating wildly, while Sui continuously shouted from the rear. Observing this, Wu Xinheng directly intervened, striking Su Chuan while stating, "I told you not to use your martial spirit." Su Chuan's face immediately reflected a look of grievance, prompting Su Lu to step protectively in front of him and address Wu Xinheng, "Teacher Wu, we acknowledge our mistake." Wu Xinheng huffed softly, "It is good that you recognize your fault." In a lush garden, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that illuminated a scene of tranquility and vitality. Lin LV was fully engrossed in nurturing the vividly blooming flowers, her movements graceful and delicate, as if cradling a collection of precious lives. However, at that moment, an unusual aura quietly approached, igniting Lin LV's sense of alertness. She slightly turned her head, her keen gaze capturing the figure concealed within the blossoms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin LV softly declared, "Since you have come, step forward. Lurking in the shadows is not the behavior of an honorable person." As her words fell, a man clad in black emerged slowly, his step steady and resolute. As the man approached Lin LV, he halted his steps and softly called out, "LVer." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin LV displayed little surprise. Calmly, she turned to face the man before her and inquired with a hint of aloofness, "What brings you here?" "I believe our relationship has not yet reached such intimacy." "Your Excellency." Xia Ming's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. The words he had meticulously prepared suddenly caught in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing his discomfort, Lin LV's lips curled into a slight smirk, and she mockingly continued, "If you have no pressing matters, I kindly suggest you take your leave. After all, This is merely a modest garden that cannot accommodate someone of your esteemed stature. A flicker of pain and helplessness passed through Xiaoming's eyes, yet he did not retreat. He abruptly stepped forward and enveloped Lin LV in a tight embrace. Startled by his sudden action, Lin LV attempted to extricate herself from his grasp, only to find her strength utterly diminished in his presence. Your Excellency, this is inappropriate. It undermines your dignity, Lin LV began, but was swiftly interrupted by Xiaoming. LVer, do not call me Your Excellency any longer. Refer to me as Xiaoming or your fiancé. I acknowledge my past transgressions, the hurt I inflicted upon you. And I genuinely regret it, LVer. His voice trembled, revealing the guilt and remorse deep within him. Lin LV listened quietly to Xiaoming's heartfelt confession, her heart swelling with a tumult of emotions. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure and replied, the Lin LV you once knew is no more. I am now Lin Jing. However, in light of your sincerity, I shall grant you forgiveness this time. Xiaoming held Lin Jing tightly, as if wishing to merge her with his very being. He softly declared, all right, I will heed my wife's words. Lin Jing's cheeks flushed crimson. Akin to being scorched by fire, her gaze flickered, unable to meet Xiaoming's eyes, as she shyly protested, how annoying. I have not yet agreed to marry you. Attempting to break free from Xiaoming's embrace, she was swiftly pulled back into his arms. Without hesitation, Xiaoming leaned in and pressed his lips against Lin Jing's. She was momentarily rendered speechless, her mind blank and incapable of thought, while Xiaoming reveled in the sweetness of that kiss, savoring every moment. Yet, Xiaoming seemed unsatisfied with such a fleeting encounter. He yearned for more. However, Lin Jing soon regained her senses, forcefully pushing him away before turning to flee. Xiaoming, seeing her escape, immediately pursued her, and they began to chase each other around the room, as if engaged in a delightful game. Watching this scene unfold, Man Xian couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, she flees, he chases, she cannot take flight. Tang Xing observed two figures sprinting ahead, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, what incredible speed! It is almost beyond belief. Moreover, they appeared to be exerting no soul power. Such prowess is truly remarkable. Upon hearing his voice, the two individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards Tang Xing and exclaimed in unison, ah, it's the class monitor. Tang Xing was somewhat taken aback by their recognition of his name. At that moment, Wanning also glanced back and, with a smile, called out, Douluo, Sui. Stop fooling around. Our esteemed class monitor has arrived. Tang Xing, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his reaction, Wan Ying's lips curled into a gentle smile as she took the initiative to introduce him. Class monitor Tang Xing, we are all students from Class 1. Previously, we belonged to two different classes, but now we have merged into one big family. My name is Wan Ying, and the classmates standing behind me are Nian Shui, Qingyu, Chuhao, Meng Yin, Zmo, and Nanxing. The two who greeted you earlier are Sui and Douluo. Tang Xing extended his right hand politely and said, greetings. It appears you all are here to carry out the tasks assigned by Teacher Wu. Am I correct? They nodded in affirmation, and Tang Xing then led them onward. As they walked, Tang Xing suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the scene ahead. He saw Sui ensnared in a swamp, his body gradually sinking, while Su Chuan was exerting every effort to rescue him. Just as Su Chuan was about to lose his grip and become trapped himself, Tang Xing swiftly reached out and firmly grasped Su Chuan. At that moment, the name Nian Shui, which he had heard during introductions, flashed through Tang Xing's mind. It seemed her martial soul possessed ice attributes. Tang Xing shouted anxiously, Nian Shui, quickly unleash your martial spirit and freeze the swamp. I must go over and pull her up. Upon hearing Tang Xing's urgent plea, Nian Shui wasted no time and immediately activated her martial spirit. A surge of formidable soul power erupted, transforming the swamp into solid, unyielding ice. Tang Xing observed that the swamp had frozen over, and without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air, swiftly darting towards the center of the marsh. He firmly grasped Suhi, simultaneously calling out, Suhi, quickly grasp my hand. Upon hearing Tang Xing's voice, Suhi immediately extended her hand and clutched as tightly. Tang Xing exerted every ounce of strength to pull Su Lo from the mire. Once rescued, Suhi gazed at Tang Xing with a visage filled with terror. Momentarily rendered speechless, Tang Xing hastily offered her words of solace to help her regain her composure. Subsequently, he pressed onward, but at that moment, the weight of Xian's burden suddenly intensified. Sensing this shift, Tang Xing promptly exchanged the weight between himself and Xian, calling out to the group, everyone, please observe those around you and check if anyone bears a heavier load than yourself. If so, let us exchange burdens. With that, Tang Xing took hold of Lan Xiu, and by racing forward unhindered, while Li Fei cautiously assisted Chong Yin as they mutually supported one another in their advance. However, at that instant, an unexpected mishap occurred, and someone stumbled and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Tang Xing halted, hoisting the fallen individual onto his back and continuing onward. Tang Xing encouraged everyone, saying, "You must persevere. Once we complete this stretch, I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's spirits soared. Igniting their inner resolve, they immediately summoned their innate powers, wholeheartedly immersing themselves in this exhilarating contest of speed and passion. Douluo and Chu Hao surged ahead like arrows released from a bow, with Tang Xing closely following, demonstrating remarkable explosive energy. Li Fei, unwilling to be outdone, matched Douluo stride for stride, propelling forward with great swiftness. In this atmosphere of fierce competition, each individual exhibited extraordinary prowess, unleashing their energy to challenge their limits and transcend their own capabilities. The very air around them seemed ignited, brimming with boundless vitality and fervor. Jiang Hao dashed to the forefront without hesitation as they circled the small forest a total of 8 times. Tang Xing, exhilarated, called out, "Only 2 laps remain, brothers. Let us give it our all." Jiang Hao, already drenched in sweat, gasped, "Since there are only 2 laps left, why not turn this into a race to see who reaches the finish line first?" Li Fei immediately nodded in agreement, and others echoed their consent. At that moment, Wu Xinheng suddenly appeared and declared, "Allow me to officiate as the judge. Prepare yourselves, the race begins." With Wu Xinheng's command, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Initially leading was Zhou, followed closely by Jiang Hao. As they raced with all their might, Tang Xing attempted to employ a clever shortcut. However, his antics did not escape the keen eyes of Teacher Wu, who promptly caught him in the act. Reluctantly, Tang Xing returned to the racecourse, but the finish line of the second lap was already drawing near. Without hesitation, he accelerated, swiftly overtaking Su Yin like a shooting star. Su Yin watched the fleeting figure with confusion and disbelief. "Class leader, how is it that you're behind me?" She could not help but inquire, her voice tinged with surprise. She simply could not fathom how, given the class leader's capabilities, he could possibly lag behind her. Tang Xing, upon hearing Su Yin's question, revealed a shy smile. He scratched his head and, with a hint of bashfulness, replied, "Haha, actually, I've already completed my second lap. I noticed you were running quite earnestly, so I thought I'd follow behind and observe. However, I must continue running now. I'll take my leave. Goodbye." With that, Tang Xing accelerated once more, darting away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Su Yin in a state of astonishment. She widened her eyes, gazing at his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. After some time, Su Yin regained her composure. She shook her head, striving to restore her calm. Yet, as she turned around, she suddenly felt as if someone was watching her from behind. A sense of caution arose within her, prompting her to glance back, only to find nothing amiss in the empty space behind her. Furrowing her brow, she murmured to herself, could it be merely an illusion? Yet, the sensation of being observed was undeniably intense. While contemplating this, she continued her run, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Chapter 29, the second phase. To her astonishment, Su Yin beheld a colossal serpent. Her body shuddered involuntarily, and she instinctively turned to flee. At that moment, the others had already arrived at the scene, witnessing Su Yin sprinting towards them with all her might. Just as she was on the verge of losing control, Huang Quan swiftly intervened and caught her. The monkey nearby shook his head in exasperation, nonchalantly peeling a banana for himself. Huang Quan frowned and pushed Su Yin away, speaking with a hint of irritation. "Su Yin, what on earth are you doing?" It was only then that Su Yin came to her senses, turning back to look, only to find that the serpent had vanished without a trace. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she muttered, "Where did the serpent go? How peculiar." Tang Xing called out to her several times, and finally, she responded, "I'm coming," and stepped towards the group. At that moment, Wu Xianheng suddenly appeared before them, stating, "You have completed today's task. Go home and rest well. We shall continue tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Uncertain of what had just transpired, Tang Xing led the entire class to the largest restaurant in Linghai City. Sui gazed in astonishment at the magnificent structure before him, struggling to comprehend how the class monitor could be so affluent. After all, this restaurant was renowned as the most opulent and bustling establishment in all of Linghai City, with rumors suggesting that even the ingredients used here were of the highest quality. Upon entering the restaurant, Tang Xing and his companions were warmly welcomed, with the staff bustling about to attend to them. Soon, they found their seats and settled in, followed by a steady stream of dishes being served by the waitstaff. The array of culinary delights included fish and shrimp, each dish tantalizingly appealing. Tang Xing exclaimed, "Everyone, indulge in the culinary delights today." As soon as the words left his lips, his classmates eagerly commenced their feast, and the dishes on the table were swiftly devoured. Tang Xing was aware that they had just completed a marathon and were ravenously hungry, which explained their rapid consumption. With concern, he inquired, "Lan Xiao, have you had enough to eat?" Lan Xiao nodded, indicating her satisfaction. Then, with curiosity, she asked, "Tang Xing, where did you acquire such a substantial amount of money?" Tang Xing discerned Lan Xiao's concerns and smiled as she elucidated, "I owe much of this to the generous uncle who bestowed upon me the golden token. That golden spirit coin is of considerable worth, valued in the trillions. Aware of my inability to carry such a substantial sum in cash, I entrusted my mother with the task of acquiring 30 black tier cards for me." Lan Xiao gazed at Tang Xing, her face a canvas of astonishment, and could not restrain her curiosity, inquiring, what kind of golden spirit coin could possibly be worth such a fortune? Her eyes widened in disbelief at the staggering price. Tang Xing smiled gently and explained, "I visited the Tianling authentication shop, where the staff informed me that this golden spirit coin was utilized 30,000 years ago, possessing immense historical value and significance for research. Hence, its worth is naturally considerable." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet a hint of anxiety lingered within him. After all, he was uncertain whether such an explanation would suffice to convince Lan Xiao. Upon hearing Tang Xing's elucidation, a look of sudden comprehension illuminated Lan Xiao's face. She grasped the origins of Tang Xing's substantial fortune, and her doubts gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, she felt a profound admiration for Tang Xing's adventurous spirit and quick wit. "So that is how it is," Lan Xiao exclaimed. "It seems you truly possess a discerning eye. However, do refrain from such audacity in the future. What if an unforeseen mishap were to occur?" She admonished Tang Xing with concern evident in her eyes. Tang Xing nodded gratefully, indicating his intention to exercise caution. He understood that Lan Xiao genuinely cared for his safety, and this concern enveloped him in warmth. Following their conversation, the distance between them seemed to diminish further. Lan Xiao began to comprehend Tang Xing more deeply, while Tang Xing felt the sincerity and kindness emanating from Lan Xiao. This experience marked a significant turning point in their relationship, solidifying their bond of friendship. After the gathering had indulged in a sumptuous feast, Tang Xing addressed Lan Xiao and the others, saying, "You have all eaten to your fill. Lan Xiao, you may return first. I shall take care of the bill." With that, he rose and made his way to the front desk. Tang Xing approached the front desk and inquired of the cashier, "Excuse me, how much do I owe for the several rooms I booked?" The front desk cashier checked the records and replied, "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 50,000 golden spirit coins." Tang Xing extracted a black card from her pocket and handed it to the cashier, stating, "Please use this one." Upon receiving the card, the cashier swiftly processed it through the terminal, followed by the mechanical confirmation, "Transaction successful." As the cashier respectfully returned the card to Tang Xing, a figure suddenly darted forward, snatching the card from the cashier's hand. It was none other than Sidiyu, who had a previous altercation with Tang Xing. As he toyed with the card in his hand, he mockingly addressed Tang Xing, Well, if it isn't Tang Xing, what a surprise to see you dining here. And with a black card no less." Tang Xing angrily exclaimed, "Sidiyu, return my card." Upon hearing her words, Sidiyu not only refused to comply, but also smirked disdainfully. He carelessly tossed the card back to Tang Xing and continued to provoke her, saying, "Tang Xing, it has been quite a while since we last met. Why don't we engage in a little sparring? I've heard that you've already conquered the 6th level of the Spirit Sea Tower. Allow me to witness just how much you have progressed." Tang Xing responded without hesitation, "All right. Let us step outside to compete." With that, the two exited the restaurant together. Upon leaving the establishment, Sidiyu and Tang Xing arrived at a small square. Suddenly, Sidiyu halted, summoned his martial spirit, the Moonblade, and launched an attack towards Tang Xing swiftly. Tang Xing sidestepped, reaching out to grasp the Moonblade. With a firm squeeze, he shattered it into countless fragments. Sidiyu was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He smirked and remarked, "Not bad, you possess some skill. First soul skill, Rain of Flying Blades." As his words fell, the surrounding air seemed to sharpen, and numerous moon blades descended upon Tang Xing like a torrential downpour. Faced with such a dense barrage, Tang Xing did not flinch. He immediately activated his elven form, emanating a soft green glow. Simultaneously, he unleashed a skill known as Elven Body, enveloping himself in a layer of impenetrable shield. The multitude of moon blades struck against Tang Xing's shield, producing a melodious sound. However, the blades were unable to breach his defenses, ricocheting off harmlessly. Tang Xing stood firmly in place, a confident smile adorning his face. Above, the celestial being dancing hard observed the fierce battle between Tang Xing and C2U. Softly murmuring, Elven Body is indeed an exceptional defensive skill, but what is your limit? Below, C2U and Tang Xing were locked in a fierce contest, neither yielding ground. Suddenly, C2U ceased to hold back, declaring loudly, "All right, let me show you my third soul skill, Heavenly Blade Cross Slash." In response, Tang Xing matched his fervor, a slight smile gracing his lips as he confidently replied, "Fourth soul skill, Radiant Blade." Instantly, Tang Xing unleashed a formidable soul skill that effortlessly severed C2U's third soul skill. Confronted with Tang Xing's astonishing prowess, astonishment crossed C2U's face. Though he quickly regained his calm, chuckling, "Tang Xing, have you joined a sect?" This question pierced Tang Xing's heart like a sharp blade. Stirring memories he wished to leave unspoken. Yet, he did not allow his emotions to sway him. Instead, he suppressed the turmoil within and responded coolly, "No. I have not joined any sect, nor do I intend to." C2U saw through Tang Xing's thoughts and spoke, "Tang Xing, let the past remain in the past. Why not join my sect? My uncle is a super Douluo and could personally mentor you." After hearing this, Tang Xing merely smiled faintly and replied, "C2U, I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to live freely." Unable to persuade Tang Xing, C2U turned and departed. Returning to his dormitory, Tang Xing noticed Lan Qiu standing at the entrance of the male dorms and inquired, "Lan Qiu, why are you here?" Lan Qiu responded slowly, "I heard you hadn't returned yet, so I waited for you." A pang of sadness welled up within Tang Xing as he said, "Lan Qiu, you really didn't have to wait for me. Return to rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue our training." The following morning, bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight, Wu Xinheng accompanied Tang Xing to the simulation arena. Curiosity sparked within Tang Xing as he inquired, "Teacher Wu, what shall we do here?" Wu Xinheng smiled and replied, "Today marks the commencement of your second phase of training, which involves enduring the onslaught of these wooden figures for 10 minutes. Tang Xing's eyes widened in trepidation as he gazed upon the multitude of wooden figures before him, and he mustered his courage and stepped into the arena. The moment he entered, the wooden figures sensed his presence and swiftly launched their attacks. Tang Xing adeptly employed his agility to evade their strikes, leaping and rolling while seeking opportunities to counterattack. However, the sheer number of wooden figures soon overwhelmed him. At that moment, Wu Xinheng's deep voice resonated, "Tang Xing, have you forgotten? You are permitted to utilize your martial spirit and any skills during this training." Understanding dawned upon him, and he immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Spirit Rampart. With the activation of this skill, his body became as resilient as steel. He swung his fist with great force, shattering several wooden figures before him. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, a colossal wooden figure charged from behind, crashing heavily into his back. Tang Xing cried out in pain, his body propelled forward. He struggled to rise and continued battling the wooden figures. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he found himself unable to withstand their relentless assault, ultimately being knocked down to the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu arrived at the simulation arena, witnessing Tang Xing's arduous training and feeling a surge of admiration. She resolved to join him in his training, aiming to bolster his strength. On another front, Li Fei strolled leisurely through the forest when suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. Startled, he looked up to behold a flock of rain feather beasts soaring above. Their wings beat against the rain, producing a crisp sound. Excitedly, Li Fei exclaimed, "Wow! So many rain feather beasts! What a spectacle!" Unbeknownst to him, danger loomed. The flock of rain feather beasts spotted him and swiftly altered their course toward him. Li Fei, pale with fear, turned and fled, exclaiming, "Is this really necessary? Why pursue me so relentlessly? What cruel fate is mine? Old Su, is it truly wise to assign him to teach Class 1? Yi Yusin inquired with furrowed brows, her concerns evident. Old Su, however, dismissed her worries with a wave of his hand, stating, "Wu Xinheng possesses commendable integrity. I believe he is more than capable of undertaking this responsibility. Besides, his journey has not been an easy one." As he spoke, he lifted a gourd of wine, took a hearty sip, and smacked his lips before continuing. His origins are remarkable. He was born into extraordinary circumstances. As a child, he lost both parents, and his family met a tragic fate. Were it not for Pu Xian bringing him to Linghai, he might have already perished. Subsequently, upon awakening his martial spirit, Pu Xian has guided him to this point, leading to his current accomplishments. Old Su paused for a moment, his gaze deepening as he slowly remarked, "This assignment to teach a specific class is, in fact, a test for him. If my memory serves me correctly, next week marks the selection of the 7 spirit masters, does it not?" Yu Yusen respectfully replied, "Indeed, Old Su." Old Su furrowed his brow slightly and spoke with a heavy tone. "What on earth is that girl Ruoying up to?" Upon hearing Zhang Ruoying's name, Yu Yusen's face displayed a hint of surprise, and she promptly responded, "Ruoying is currently in the inner courtyard, contemplating the essence of her martial soul." Old Su nodded and continued, "Yusen, it is time to initiate the Spirit Sea reconnaissance operation. Should suitable candidates emerge, they may be permitted to enter and attempt the challenge." Understanding Old Su's intention, Yu Yusen immediately replied, "Understood, Old Su. I will make the necessary arrangements at once." With that, Yu Yusen turned and departed. Preparing to attend to the relevant matters, Old Su watched her retreating figure, gently sighed, and murmured to himself, "I too feel weary. It is time for a proper rest." He then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to meditate and rejuvenate. Tang Xing furrowed his brow slightly, noticing that the movements of the 2 wooden figures appeared somewhat discordant. He swiftly activated his Spirit Eye martial soul and his Elfin martial soul, employing nimble footwork to draw the 2 wooden figures together. Just as they were on the verge of merging, unexpectedly, the 2 wooden figures suddenly coalesced into a singular entity. Tang Xing stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene before him, a sense of surprise surging within him. However, it was not long before a subtle smile graced his lips, and a spark of confidence illuminated his eyes. He was acutely aware of the opportunities this transformation presented. Without hesitation, Tang Xing unleashed his 4th soul skill, the Radiant Blade. A sharp beam of ethereal light sliced through the air, striking the wooden figure with unerring precision. A crisp sound echoed as the wooden figure was effortlessly vanquished, shattering into countless fragments. Tang Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Done." His voice resonated throughout the space, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This battle made him realize the importance of adaptability in the face of varying circumstances, understanding that only by fully harnessing one's abilities can victory be achieved. Chapter 30. The fiancé. In the ensuing days, the students of Class 1 embarked on a rigorous and fulfilling journey of cultivation. Under the meticulous guidance and stringent expectations of Wu Xinheng, their strengths experienced remarkable enhancement. Ziyin and Lin Qian distinguished themselves, ultimately breaking through to level 40 after a period of diligent effort. This was undeniably a significant advancement. However, they remained unsatisfied and continued to uphold their industrious mindset. Recognizing that Ziyin and Lin Qian had met the prerequisites for acquiring their 4th soul ring, Wu Xinheng resolved to personally lead them in search of suitable soul beasts. After all, for a soul master, selecting the right soul beast is crucial, as it will directly influence their future development. Thus, the trio set forth on a journey filled with unknowns and challenges. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts, yet Wu Xinheng, with his profound knowledge and extensive experience, skillfully navigated them away from perilous areas. Perseverance bore fruit, and it wasn't long before they discovered a soul beast perfectly suited for Ziyin and Lin Qian. After an intense battle, they successfully vanquished the Netherwolf and acquired its soul ring. This experience proved to be immensely rewarding for both Ziyin and Lin Qian, as they not only further enhanced their strength but also accumulated invaluable practical combat experience. Wu Xinheng was thoroughly pleased with their performance, confident that they would achieve even greater accomplishments on their future paths. Tang Xing sat quietly in the training ground, meditating to stabilize his cultivation level. Outside the training ground, Bai awaited Tang Xing's appearance in silence. Suddenly, Lan Qiu emerged from the training area, her gaze fixed on Bai Yi, revealing a hint of curiosity and confusion. She inquired, "May I ask who you are to him? Why are you here waiting for him every day?" Her voice was melodious yet tinged with a hint of interrogation. Bai Yi offered a gentle smile, perceptively grasping the underlying meaning in Lan Qiu's words. He promptly responded, "My dear lady, please do not misunderstand. My relationship with Tang Xing is purely that of siblings, devoid of any other special implications. I hope you refrain from any unfounded speculations." With that, he donned an expression of innocent charm. Upon hearing Bai Yi's explanation, a fleeting blush crossed Lan Qiu's face, as she seemed to recognize her earlier lapse in composure. Nevertheless, she retorted with a touch of defiance, "Just how many sisters does Tang Xing have, anyway?" Her tone carried a hint of playful arrogance. Bai Yi, observing the vigilant demeanor of Lan Qiu, could not help but let out a soft chuckle, thinking how endearing and amusing she was. He sighed gently and replied, "In truth, we are all good friends of Tang Xing, and our bonds are quite strong." With a playful wink directed at Lan Qiu, he sought to ease the tension in the air. At his words, Lan Qiu felt her cheeks flush crimson. She realized she might have overreacted. Embarrassed, she scratched her head and murmured, "I apologize. I was a bit too hasty just now." Subsequently, she turned swiftly back into the training ground, secretly relieved that no misunderstandings had arisen. At that moment, Tang Xing emerged from the classroom and immediately spotted Bai Yi and Lan Qiu standing together. Curiously, he asked, "What brings you two here?" Bai Yi excitedly rushed forward, exclaiming, "Tang Xing, we came to find you. Sister Lan Qiu has been waiting for you outside for quite some time, haven't you, Sister Lan?" Tang Xing felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout the campus. "All students, please proceed immediately to the Linghai playground for assembly." Hearing this announcement, students flocked towards the Linghai playground, including Wu Xinheng, who also made an appearance. Tang Xing hurried to join Wu Xinheng, preparing to head to the playground together. In the center of the Linghai playground stood a figure who turned to face the crowd, holding a fan in one hand and a gourd at his waist. His expression was grave as he addressed the assembly, stating, "Greetings, students. I am Pu Xian, the Vice Master of Linghai Pavilion. I will now outline the content of this special examination. We find ourselves within this tower maze where each tower emits formidable energy attacks, and your task as Soul Masters is to evade these assaults. Should you be unfortunate enough to be struck, you will be eliminated immediately. However, there is no need for concern, as there is a safe zone located at the very center. The tower there will not launch attacks on anyone. But do bear in mind, it will only be successfully activated when 7 Soul Masters arrive simultaneously. Within this tower, numerous walls obstruct the path. However, they are not stationary but rather shift their positions at random. That concludes my introduction. I hereby declare the commencement of this assessment." With that, Pu Xian stepped aside, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a wave of enigmatic energy enveloped all the students, transporting them instantaneously to a simulated arena, where they were poised to undergo a specialized evaluation. The magnitude of this power startled everyone, igniting a sense of astonishment within their hearts. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, promptly activating his spiritual martial soul in an attempt to survey the surrounding terrain. However, just as his mental energy began to extend, he encountered a formidable mental disturbance that rendered his detection ineffective in an instant. Tang Xing exclaimed in astonishment, "I never anticipated that this tower harbors such potent mental attacks. If every tower is like this." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao found himself in a predicament as he was confronted by Sitiyu and 3 other formidable individuals who obstructed his path. Sitiyu, with a sycophantic demeanor, urged Jiang Hao, "Brother Jiang, why don't we discuss this first? You take the lead, and we can all activate the tower together. What do you say?" A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Hao's eyes as he coldly retorted, "What a delightful thought." Realizing that flattery had failed, Sitiyu's expression darkened, and he menacingly declared, "Since you refuse our hospitality, do not blame us for being impolite. Attack." With that, the 4 launched a simultaneous assault on Jiang Hao. Elsewhere, Su Yin encountered a massive spider web mid-flight. Reacting quickly, she deftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the perilous trap. "Well dodged," Sha Shang remarked quietly, having been covertly observing Su Yin's every move. Simultaneously, Li Fei came across a familiar face, Ouyang Yunshin. Their eyes met, and Li Fei smiled, greeting, "Ouyang Yunshin. It's been a while." A flicker of surprise and excitement passed through Ouyang Yunshin's eyes at the sight of Li Fei. He replied, "Li Fei, I didn't expect you to return after such a long absence. Let's see if you've made any progress." With that, Ouyang Yunshin summoned his martial soul, demonstrating his formidable power. As his martial soul emerged, 4 radiant soul rings illuminated around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, signifying his status as a 4-ring soul master. Li Fei gazed at Ouyang Yunshin's soul ring configuration, internally astonished, yet he displayed no fear. With a confident smile, he remarked, "4 rings? Quite impressive. Today is a perfect opportunity for me to test my skills against you." Without hesitation, Li Fei unleashed his martial soul, preparing to engage Ouyang Yunshin in a fierce contest. He leaped into the air, crossing his arms, as a dazzling golden light erupted from his hands. With a swift motion, he exclaimed, "Radiant Storm." In response, Ouyang Yunshin scoffed. "Humph, you remain just as you were." He activated his second soul skill, Celestial Titan Body. As he spoke, a faint golden barrier enveloped him. Subsequently, Ouyang Yunshin brandished his sword, merging three sword lights into a colossal luminous blade. His gaze brimmed with murderous intent as he shouted. Third soul skill, unity of 10,000 swords. This strike, imbued with unparalleled might, surged directly toward Li Fei. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. The colossal sword of light struck the wall with a resounding crash, causing the entire room to tremble. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the wall was utterly devoid of presence. Ouyang Yunshin immediately comprehended the situation. An avatar, perhaps? It seems you have ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Shadow Moon Slash? Ouyang Yunshin scoffed as his figure materialized like a phantom behind Li Fei, and he swung his great sword down with ferocity. A muffled thud echoed as Li Fei's shadowy form was forcefully slammed to the ground. Simultaneously, a powerful force erupted from her, momentarily ensnaring Ouyang Yunshin. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei broke free and, together with Xian, swiftly fled the scene. After Ouyang Yunshin struggled to free himself from the bindings, he found that Li Fei had vanished without a trace. He could not help but snort coldly, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "How dare you flee? No matter, you may have escaped this time, but I shall eventually capture you." Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself in a perilous situation. Sha Shang relentlessly pursued her from behind, shouting, "Do not run. I have ensnared the area with my web. There is no escape for you." Su Yin sprinted desperately until she reached a dead end, while Sha Shang advanced slowly, a smug smile gracing his face. Just as she faced imminent peril, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking directly at Sha Shang. Startled, he quickly stepped back to evade it. In the next moment, a figure emerged, none other than Huang Quan. Without hesitation, Huang Quan unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderstorm, causing countless bolts of lightning to rain down upon Sha Shang's web, completely enveloping it in electric energy and torrential rain. Sha Shang, witnessing this spectacle, fell into a state of panic, but Huang Quan did not grant him a moment to react, swiftly executing his fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm Cross Slash. The attack was immensely powerful, instantly defeating Sha Shang. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao found himself in a dire predicament. Just as Sidiyu was about to deliver a fatal blow, a thick staff suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing towards Sidiyu. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the purple gold staff. Sidiyu exclaimed, "Sun Shakong." Hearing that name, Jiang Hao was taken aback and turned to see the figure of Sun Shakong. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated. It was Shang Wan Wanchue. Sun Shakong, upon recognizing his betrothed, could not contain his excitement and shouted, "Ah, is that not Shang Wan Wanchue?" However, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Shang Wan Wanchue's sharp command, "Silence." She glared at Sun Shakong, declaring, "You are truly shameless. Today, I shall defeat you right here." First soul skill, Cloud Ink Wind. As her words fell, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, a formidable force erupting from her, manifesting as a colossal tornado that surged towards Sun Shakong. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Sun Shakong displayed no sign of retreat. With his hands firmly gripping the golden cudgel, he fixed his determined gaze ahead. First soul skill, Purple Gold Chaos Strike, he intoned, his body beginning to radiate a soft violet glow, while the golden cudgel became enveloped in a layer of purple energy. In the next moment, Sun Shakong swung the cudgel, charging toward the tornado. His movements were swift and powerful, each strike imbued with an intense vigor. However, upon the cudgel's contact with the tornado, he suddenly felt a tremendous backlash that forced him to stagger back a few steps. His eyes widened in astonishment, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "Soul Sect. I never imagined you'd become a Soul Sect master. It seems you've invested greatly," Sun Shakong shouted, filled with regret. Shang Wan Wanchue smiled faintly, revealing two delicate dimples, as enchanting as cherry blossoms in full bloom. "Indeed. Sun Shakong, did you think gaining my grandfather's permission would grant you your desires? You are merely a jester. Qingyang and I share true love." "That's right, Shakong. How about this? You can serve as my personal bodyguard, and in return, I shall grant you a few requests." Chiafeng Qingyang suddenly appeared, his voice as clear as sunlight dancing upon a tranquil lake, imbued with infinite gentleness and charm. Sun Shakong found the notion ridiculous, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "On what grounds? Do not presume that the Soul Sect can outmatch me." Third soul skill, Purple Gold Shadowless Strike. Chiafeng Qingyang erupted into a thunderous laugh, his mirth echoing like rolling thunder, before revealing his martial soul, the Purple Radiant Scorpion. Second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Ding Xian immediately rushed in front of Sun Shakong, unleashing her martial soul to shield him from the impending blow. Witnessing Ding Xian's steadfastness ignited a fierce fire within Sun Shakong's heart. He turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Brother Jiang Hao, I require your assistance." Jiang Hao nodded affirmatively, assuring him, "Do not worry." Just as Jiang Hao prepared to act, a melodious voice rang out, "Jiang Hao, I have finally found you." The voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and distant. Jinyu dashed forward, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline." Jiang Hao, taken aback, questioned in bewilderment, "How did you arrive here?" Jinyu, slightly vexed, retorted, "Foolish Jiang Hao, I told you I would be wherever you are. You abandoned me." "Is that what a man does?" Jiang Hao embraced her from behind, his resolve as steadfast as a mountain. "All right, I acknowledge my mistake. Let us face life and death together." Their hands instinctively intertwined, fingers interlaced, as if two hearts were tightly bound together. At that moment, Su Chuan and his companions emerged from the shadows, Su Chuan's gaze sharp as a blade, his voice carrying an air of authority. "Jiang Hao, though I see some spirit in you, I shall make an exception and engage in battle with you. Let us drive these intruders away. Everyone, unleash your most powerful techniques." At this moment, Ouyang Yunshin also arrived, and Sidiyu shouted, "Brother Ouyang, just in time. Let us defeat them together." As they unleashed their full power, Ouyang Yunshin delivered a strike of unparalleled strength, shining like a comet, swiftly resolving the chaos. Chapter 31. The twin martial spirits of the team. The screen reported that Jiang Hao and Jinyu, along with their 7 companions, had all been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was instantly incensed and shouted in fury, "Who on earth did this?" His fists were clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with anger and resentment. Lin Qian, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "Tang Xing, do not fret. Perhaps they merely encountered true experts." Although Tang Xing felt a lingering dissatisfaction, he recognized the validity of Lin Qian's words. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly appeared, accompanied by a girl. Li Fei was drenched in blood, his face as pale as a sheet, as if he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Tang Xing rushed to support him, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Li Fei, what happened? How did you sustain such grave injuries?" As he spoke, he glanced at Li Fei's wounds, a wave of worry washing over him. The unfamiliar girl stood quietly to the side, her expression tense and seemingly at a loss. Li Fei stammered. It was Ouyang Yunshin and Sidiyu who joined forces. After uttering those words, he appeared to expend all his remaining strength, collapsing heavily into Tang Xing's embrace. Witnessing this, Tang Xing shouted urgently, "Xian, come quickly to treat Li Fei." Xian, not daring to delay even for a moment, immediately activated her first soul skill to begin healing the injured Li Fei. At that time, Huang Quan was hastily making his way to Tang Xing's location. Upon seeing Li Fei gravely wounded, he unhesitatingly threw an object towards Tang Xing. With keen perception, Tang Xing detected the commotion around him, reaching out to catch what turned out to be a dumpling. In an instant, he grasped Huang Quan's intention and, without hesitation, shoved the dumpling into Li Fei's mouth. Huang Quan and Su Yin swiftly approached Tang Xing, when suddenly the number of participants on the screen began to dwindle, rapidly reducing to just 14 individuals. Lan Qiu exclaimed in astonishment, "This is splendid. It's down to them. This is the final showdown." Shangguan Wanqiue, appearing serious, pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "In that case, let us take them all down together." Thus, Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, Yang Dong, Lu Gang, Hu Jie, Zhang Shui, and Shangguan Wanqiue hastily ran towards the largest tower. Just then, a shadow flashed by, and a figure appeared before Tang Xing. This person wielded a massive sword, brandishing it across the path of Tang Xing and his companions. Li Fei focused intently and gasped, "It's you, Ouyang Yunshin." However, his gaze was soon captivated by another figure beside Ouyang Yunshin, prompting him to exclaim once more, "Bailey Dong Hua." Tang Xing gazed at Li Fei's astonished expression, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired, "What is the matter, Li Fei? Is Bailey Dong Hua truly formidable?" Li Fei sighed deeply, exuding a sense of helplessness as he replied, "My dear leader, you are utterly oblivious to the affairs of the outside world." He then proceeded to elaborate on the situation to Tang Xing. It turned out that in the current realm, various factions existed, among which the most powerful were the 7 forces of the Stardust Alliance, the Bailey clan, the Ouyang clan, the Qianfeng clan, the Situ clan, the Shangguan clan, the Nangong clan, and the Tuaba clan. Bailey Dong Hua, in particular, instilled fear in many, his reputation even surpassing that of Ouyang Yunshin. Tang Xing, puzzled, pressed further, "Is it because the Bailey clan holds the top rank?" Li Fei shook his head, his demeanor grave as he stated, "Not at all. It is due to the Bailey clan's innate extraordinary physique and indomitable will, along with their unparalleled martial souls. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution." Ouyang Yunshin spoke solemnly. Li Fei, let us observe. Li Fei retorted, Ouyang Yunshin, spare me the pretense. If we are to fight, let us do so. Bai Li Donghua turned to Tang Xing and asked, are you Tang Xing? Tang Xing was taken aback by Bai Li Donghua addressing him directly. Bai Li glanced over his shoulder at Sitiyu and the others, inhaling deeply before saying, Brother Tang, I apologize. Yunshin, engage. Ouyang Yunshin released a message revealing that Jiang Hao and Jinyu, along with 7 others, had been eliminated. Tang Xing, incensed, demanded, who did this? Lin Qian, standing nearby. Console them. Tang Xing, do not fret. Perhaps they encountered a formidable opponent. Tang Xing found Lin Qian's reasoning unconvincing, when suddenly, Li Fei, accompanied by Ziyan, rushed towards him, exclaiming, Leader, trouble is afoot. Tang Xing, supporting Li Fei, asked, what happened? Why are you in such a state? Li Fei, breathless, replied. It was Ouyang Yunshin and Sitiyu who conspired together. With that, he collapsed heavily into Tang Xing's arms. Tang Xing urgently called out, Ziyan, quickly treat Li Fei. Ziyan, not daring to delay, immediately employed her first soul technique to heal him. Huang Quan was hastening towards Tang Xing, and upon seeing Li Fei gravely injured, he promptly tossed dumplings towards him. Hearing the commotion, Tang Xing instinctively reached out, and upon realizing they were dumplings, he quickly stuffed them into Li Fei's mouth. Huang Quan and Su Yin approached Tang Xing, and suddenly, the number of participants on the screen began to dwindle, leaving only 14. Lan Qiu remarked, now, only they remain. This is the finals. Shangguan Wanqiyue pondered before declaring, it is just the 7 of them. Let us take them down together. Tang Xing and the others hurriedly made their way towards the tallest tower. In the next moment, a massive sword blocked their path. Li Fei fixed his gaze and shouted, it's you, Ouyang Yunshin. He then turned his astonished eyes to Bai Li Donghua beside him, exclaiming, Bai Li Donghua. Tang Xing, observing Li Fei's shock, asked, what is going on, Li Fei? Is Bai Li Donghua truly that impressive? Li Fei sighed heavily, my dear leader, you truly are indifferent to the matters beyond our walls. Li Fei continued to speak, in the present era, this continent is characterized by a multitude of factions, particularly the 7 formidable forces of the Stardust Alliance. Namely the Bailey Han clan, the Ouyang clan, the Qianfeng clan, the Siduhuan clan, the Shangguan clan, the Nangong clan, and the Duoba clan. Among them, Bailey Donghua is even more fearsome than Ouyang Yunshin. Tang Xing inquired, is it because the Bailey clan holds the first position? Li Fei, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, no. It is due to the Bailey clan's innate astonishing physique and unwavering tenacity. Their martial souls are exceptionally unique, hence one must exercise caution. Ouyang Yunshin spoke in a deep tone. Li Fei, I did not anticipate our reunion would occur so swiftly. His voice bore an air of coldness and resolve, as if he were already prepared for battle. Li Fei, undeterred, retorted, Ouyang Yunshin, cease this pretense, reveal your true capabilities. He gripped his weapon firmly, his gaze steadfast and resolute. At that moment, Bailey Donghua shifted his attention towards Tang Xing, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He inquired, are you Tang Xing? Upon hearing his name uttered, Tang Xing felt a surge of astonishment, yet he maintained his composure. Just then, Bailey Donghua abruptly turned his head towards the rear, where Sitiyu, Qiafeng Qingyang, Duoba Qiqing, Shangguan Wanqiyue, and Nangong Wenxi were making their way towards them. Bailey Donghua took a deep breath and addressed Tang Xing, my apologies. Brother Tang, Yunshin, let us commence. With that, his gaze sharpened. Ouyang Yunshin immediately unleashed his third soul skill, the convergence of 10,000 swords. Countless sword energies surged forth like a torrential rain towards Tang Xing and his companions. Observing this, Li Fei urgently shouted, everyone, take cover. The arriving Sitiyu and the other 4 swiftly joined the fray, standing alongside Tang Xing to counter the enemy's assault. Soon, a fierce melee erupted, with each individual finding their own adversary. Tang Xing faced Sitiyu, while Li Fei clashed with Ouyang Yunshin. Lan Qiu engaged Bailey Donghua, Ziyan confronted Nangong Wenxi. Su Yin challenged Shangguan Wanqiyue, Wang Quan opposed Qianfeng Qingyang, and Lin Qian met Duoba Qiqing in battle. An exhilarating clash was poised to unfold. With a mighty roar, Duoba Qiqing summoned his martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth. The enormous beast bellowed fiercely, advancing with heavy steps to collide with Lin Qian's rock dragon shield. Lin Qian's expression shifted slightly as he promptly activated his first soul skill, the Copper Wall Barrier. However, the force of Duoba Qiqing's impact was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him disoriented and nearly unsteady. Seizing this opportunity, Duoba Qiqing launched another assault, declaring, such a sturdy shield, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Second soul skill, Mammoth Charge. Lin Qian, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly unleashed his second soul skill, Unbreakable. This time, the collision between the two parties generated a tremendous impact, sending Douluo Qi flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Shangguan Wanque's attacks were sharp and relentless, leaving Su Yin with little room to counter. Relying solely on the flight speed of her amethyst butterfly, Su Yin continuously dodged Shangguan Wanque's onslaught. In a fit of rage, Shangguan Wanque shouted, "Is dodging all you know? If you have the capability, face me head-on." With that, she unleashed her first soul skill, the Cloud Ink Gale. Realizing that she could no longer evade, Su Yin resolved to fight back. She declared, "In that case, let us determine who is superior." Amethyst Butterfly Light. Subsequently, Negong Wensi launched a ferocious assault on Xian, who promptly activated her fourth soul skill, the Starry Shield, successfully withstanding a significant portion of the bombardment. However, Negong Wensi did not relent. She continued to employ her second soul skill, the Lotus Blade, attempting to penetrate Xian's defenses. Aware that she could not confine Negong Wensi, Xian decisively chose to retreat. Concurrently, the battle between Qianfeng Qingyang and Huang Quan raged on with equal intensity. Qianfeng Qingyang expressed admiration for Huang Quan's prowess, smiling as he remarked, "Not bad, you are worthy of a duel with me." Second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Huang Quan responded with a light chuckle. Was that merely a test? Second soul skill, Thunderstorm Twin Blades. This exchange triggered a massive explosion, forcing both combatants back a distance. As the fierce confrontation escalated, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and exhilarating. Ouyang Yunxi, with a teasing expression, looked at Li Fei and said, "Li Fei, you are falling behind. Xian's cultivation has already surpassed yours." Li Fei dismissed his words, retorting mockingly, "Her surpassing me is a good thing." Ouyang Yunxi, irritated by this response, prodded further. "Then why are you still hesitating here? Quickly unleash your second soul skill." Li Fei, disdainful of the argument, succinctly replied, "Her surpassing me is indeed a good thing." Second soul skill. However, just as Li Fei was about to activate his second soul skill, Ouyang Yunxi abruptly intervened, interrupting his build-up and swiftly releasing his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Mystical Slash. Simultaneously, Lan Xiu and Bailey Donghua engaged in a fierce confrontation. Lan Xiu was astonished to discover the terrifying sword intent emanating from Bailey Donghua, as if it could annihilate all in its path. Bailey Donghua, recognizing the extraordinary strength of the woman before him, praised, "You truly possess the most formidable beast martial soul. I have learned much." Both were taken aback by each other's capabilities, yet they did not retreat but instead continued to fight with unwavering determination. The battle between Tang Xing and Sidiyu transpired in an instant, with Sidiyu swiftly vanquished and plummeting from the sky. Upon witnessing this, Qianfeng hurriedly caught him and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Sidiyu shook his head, indicating he was largely unharmed, yet his expression bore a grave intensity. With great effort, he spoke, "I am fine, quickly summon everyone. We can no longer afford to delay." After uttering this, he cast a lingering glance at Tang Xing, a flicker of unyielding spirit in his eyes. Qianfeng and Qing Yang exchanged resolute glances, each sensing the unwavering determination in the other. They promptly turned to signal the others. Qianfeng brandished his spear and shouted loudly, while Qing Yang unleashed his martial soul, emanating a formidable aura to convey the message of assembly. As their calls echoed, the previously scattered crowd halted, turning their attention toward the source of the sound. Recognizing the familiar presence, they understood it was Qianfeng and Qing Yang rallying them. Without hesitation, they raced toward that direction. In this tense moment, none dared to linger. They were acutely aware of the urgency of time. A delay could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they hastened to the designated location, uniting with their comrades. Soon, all had gathered. Their gazes interlocked, revealing a shared resolve and determination. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, their spirits were undaunted. On the contrary, their fighting spirit soared, for they understood that only through unity could they overcome the challenges ahead. Qianfeng and Qing Yang declared, "Assemble, prepare for a team battle." His voice was steady and resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of security among the group. The team members responded promptly, swiftly congregating and readying themselves for combat. While Li Donghua unhesitatingly transitioned to his martial soul, the seven-star night lamp. This mysterious and potent artifact radiated a soft glow. With the shift in his martial soul, a powerful aura emanated from Li Donghua as he devoted himself to bolstering his teammates, enhancing their strength and defensive capabilities. However, when Nan Gong when she transitioned her martial soul, she noted that her opponents displayed no hint of surprise. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. But she soon grasped the reason. Each member of Tang Xing's team possessed dual martial souls. This revelation left Nan Gong when she astounded. She finally comprehended why they remained so composed. Faced with such formidable adversaries, she recognized the impending team battle would be exceptionally arduous. Yet, rather than retreating, she felt a surge of fierce determination. She resolved to give her all, unleashing her full potential alongside her teammates to confront the enemy. In the ensuing team battle, both sides engaged in a fierce clash. Leveraging their advantage of dual martial souls, Tang Xing and his companions showcased remarkable combat prowess. Qianfeng and Qing Yang, undeterred, coordinated closely, fully utilizing their respective martial soul abilities. On the battlefield, the radiant glow of martial spirits intertwined, with various skills colliding to create a magnificent spectacle. Outside, Pu Xian stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his thoughts. Beside him, Xiao Bin was equally flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "The dual martial spirits of Team 1 are truly remarkable. Unbelievable." Even the usually composed by Li Donghua could not help but be taken aback, murmuring to himself, "The dual martial spirits of Team 1 are indeed fascinating." At that moment, the battle intensified. Nan Gong Wenxi swiftly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ice Lotus Tides, while simultaneously amplifying her speed, strength, and soul power, significantly increasing her offensive capability. Faced with such a formidable assault, Qianfeng Qingyang dared not slacken his resolve. He immediately activated his fourth soul skill, Scorpion's Venom Blade. Upon witnessing this, Li Fei was alarmed and shouted, "Be careful, there's deadly poison above." He understood the dire consequences if those venomous blades struck. Responding to Li Fei's warning, Su Yan acted promptly, enhancing her soul power to bolster her strength. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu executed a golden dragon thrust to deflect the poisonous blades. However, Tang Xing recognized that this course of action was untenable and decisively suggested to Su Yan and Lan Qiu, "Let us prepare for a martial spirit fusion." At this critical juncture, Sidiyu also noticed the situation and urgently shouted, "Hurry, stop them." In that moment of urgency, Lin Qian stepped forward and declared, "You shall not pass." Third soul skill, Dragon's Roar Barrier. As his voice resonated, a powerful barrier materialized around them, thwarting the enemy's assault. Li Donghua called out, "Break this barrier." Tuoba Chiching charged against it, but Nan Gong Wenxi's bombardment had no effect. Situyu urged, "Continue the attack." Yet, the barrier remained resolute. Ouyang Yunshin unleashed his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Slash. Chun Fei shouted no, as his third soul skill, One with 1,000 Swords, targeted Tang Xing and his companions. Li Fei cried out, "Quick, evade." The approaching Sidiyu and his 5 companions immediately engaged Tang Xing in combat. Subsequently, Tang Xing and his comrades chose their opponents. Tang Xing against Sidiyu, Li Fei against Ouyang Yunshin, Lan Qiu against Li Donghua, Ziyan against Nan Gong Wenxi, Su Yan against Shangwan Wanxue, Huang Quan against Qianfeng Qingyang, and Lin Qian against Tuoba Chiching. Tuoba Chiching summoned his martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth, which collided head-on with Lin Qian's Rock Dragon Shield. Lin Qian promptly activated his first soul skill, Copper Wall Barrier. The impact from Tuoba Chiching left him momentarily dazed. To which Tuoba Chiching responded, "What a sturdy shield. Let me show you this," and unleashed his second soul skill, Mammoth Charge. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qian released his second soul skill, Unyielding Stronghold, which sent Tuoba Chiching flying several meters away. On Su Yan's side, she found herself in a fierce struggle. Shangwan Wanxue's relentless attacks left her with little room to maneuver. Su Yan relied on the flight speed of her purple crystal illusion butterfly to evade the onslaught. Shangwan Wanxue, infuriated, retorted, "Is dodging all you know?" and invoked her first soul skill, Wind of Cloud Ink. Seeing this, Su Yan declared, "If that is the case, then let us engage." Light of the purple butterfly. Subsequently, Nan Gong Wenxi unleashed a barrage towards Ziyan, who promptly activated her fourth soul skill, Starry Shield, successfully deflecting a significant portion of the onslaught. Following this, Ziyan employed her first soul skill, Celestial Binding, temporarily ensnaring Nan Gong Wenxi. With a peal of laughter, she declared, "Do you truly believe you can confine me?" and summoned her second soul skill, Lotus Blade. Realizing that she could not restrain Nan Gong Wenxi, Ziyan swiftly retreated. Qianfeng Qingyang and Huang Quan engaged in a fierce exchange, with Qianfeng Qingyang cheerfully remarking, "Not bad, not bad." You possess the qualifications to face me. He then unleashed his second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Huang Quan chuckled lightly in response. Was that merely a test? Before activating his second soul skill, Thunderstorm Twin Blades. The explosive impact of their clash propelled both combatants backward. Ouyang Yun shook his head and remarked, Li Fei, you are lacking. Xian's cultivation surpasses yours. Li Fei, dismissive of the contention, retorted, her surpassing me is indeed a good thing, and proceeded to invoke his second soul skill. If you wish to use your second soul skill, I shall indulge you, culminating in his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Slash. Ouyang Yun swiftly interrupted Li Fei's build-up. In the duel between Lan Qiu and Bailey Donghua, Lan Qiu discerned the formidable sword intent emanating from Bailey Donghua. Bailey Donghua, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the woman before him, remarked, It is no wonder you possess the strongest beast martial spirit. I am thoroughly impressed. The battle between Tang Xing and Sidiyu concluded in an instant, with Sidiyu swiftly defeated and cast aside. Upon witnessing this, Qianfeng immediately caught Sidiyu and inquired, Are you all right? Sidiyu replied, I am fine. Call for their assembly. We cannot afford to delay. Qianfeng Qingyang promptly summoned his martial spirit, proclaiming loudly, and the others, upon hearing the call, rushed to join him. Qianfeng Qingyang instructed them, Gather, prepare for a team battle. Bali Donghua switched to his martial spirit, the Seven-Star Night Lantern, and immediately assisted his comrades. When Nagong Wensi transformed her martial spirit, she noticed that the opposing team displayed no surprise until she observed that Tang Xing's group all possessed dual martial spirits. Outside, Pu Xian was left speechless, unsure of what to say, while Xiaobin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, A team of dual martial spirits, incredible. Even Bai Li Donghua was left in awe, remarking, A team of dual martial spirits, how intriguing. Let us launch a strong offensive. Nagong Wensi unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ice Lotus Tide, enhancing her speed, strength, soul power, and attack. Qianfeng Qingyang immediately countered with his fourth soul skill, Scorpion's Poison Blade. Li Fei, with a look of terror, shouted, Be careful. That weapon is highly toxic. As his words fell, Su Yin sprang into action behind him, amplifying her soul power. Simultaneously, Lan Qiu executed a Golden Dragon Thrust, sending the toxic blade flying. However, Tang Xing realized that this approach was futile, and anxiously proposed, Su Yin, Lan Qiu, let us prepare for a martial spirit fusion. Upon hearing this, Sidiyu's expression changed, and he hastily warned, This is bad. We must stop them. Meanwhile, Lin Xian sneered, You shall not succeed. Witness my third soul skill, Dragon's Roar Barrier. Bali Donghua, upon seeing the barrier before him, was filled with fury and frustration. He shouted, Break this barrier for me. His voice thundered, causing the surrounding air to tremble. After hearing Bai Li Donghua's command, Toba Qiqing charged forward without hesitation, colliding headlong into the seemingly indestructible barrier. Yet, the barrier remained unmoved, mockingly rebounding him. Simultaneously, Nagong Wensi launched a fierce assault, continuously unleashing powerful waves of energy in an attempt to shatter the barrier. However, these attacks proved ineffective, merely causing ripples on the surface. Seeing this, Sidiyu anxiously urged, Continue the assault. He understood the urgency of the situation. If they could not breach the barrier swiftly, their progress would be hindered. Thus, everyone exerted their utmost strength, desperately attacking the barrier, but their efforts yielded disappointing results. Nevertheless, they did not abandon hope. Calmly, Sidiyu pondered a strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he declared, Everyone, concentrate your power and strike the same point on the barrier. Perhaps we can break through. Upon hearing this, the group promptly adjusted their tactics, focusing their fire on a single point of the barrier. At that moment, Ouyang Yun unleashed his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Profound Slash. A colossal beam of sword light descended from the heavens, radiating immense power, and struck fiercely at the barrier. The strike was astonishingly powerful, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Li Fei, fully aware of the devastating potential of this move, widened his eyes in terror and shouted, No. He feared that this attack could unleash unpredictable consequences, potentially endangering the safety of the entire team. Yet, at that moment, it was too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the blade of light cleaved towards the barrier. Chapter 32, The Formation of the Seven Spirit Users. Ouyang Yun wielded a sword, which radiated a blinding brilliance, as brilliant and searing as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. With a swift motion, a colossal blade of light formed instantly, hurtling towards Lin Xian with astonishing speed. Observing this, Li Fei urgently cried out, Stop him. But it was already too late. Ouyang Yunxi's first soul skill, Radiant Slash, surged forth with a fierce momentum and immense power, akin to a blazing meteor streaking towards Lin Qian. Simultaneously, Huang Quan and the others recognized the impending danger. They reacted swiftly, unleashing their own fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm Cross Slash. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the air crackled with electricity. Countless arcs of purple lightning intertwined, forming a colossal cross of lightning that raced towards Ouyang Yunxi. With unwavering determination, Ouyang Yunxi faced the onslaught with unshakable resolve. Gripping his sword tightly, he channeled all his soul power into this one strike. The Radiant Slash collided with the Thunderstorm Cross Slash, producing a deafening roar. However, the Radiant Slash exhibited astonishing might, effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the Thunderstorm Cross Slash and continuing its relentless assault towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian's expression turned grave. He exerted every ounce of strength to employ his defensive skills, yet he was still unable to withstand Ouyang Yunxi's strike. Ultimately, the Radiant Slash broke through Lin Qian's defenses and struck his body with tremendous force. Lin Qian emitted a muffled groan as he was propelled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. At that moment, Shangguan Wanqiyue had gathered her strength and unhesitatingly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Celestial Ink Slash. Tuoba Chicheng followed suit, swinging his massive mammoth sword with formidable power. The other 5 members also released their respective fourth soul skills, Water Lotus Tidal Wave, Supreme Virtue Like Water, and Scorpion Poison Blade. The scene transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunxi activated his fourth soul skill, Heavenly Gang's Heart, and swiftly executed his third soul skill, Convergence of 10,000 Swords. Simultaneously, Sidiyu unleashed his most potent attack. Various soul skills rained down upon their protective barrier, triggering a series of violent explosions. However, at that moment, a resounding roar echoed, Spirit Fusion, Purple Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation. The crowd gasped in astonishment as a phantom figure materialized in midair. Fixating its gaze intently upon Bailey Donghua, the apparition shimmered in a golden hue, resembling a resplendent star. The golden figure raised a finger, unleashing an overwhelming surge of golden energy that surged towards Bailey Donghua and the others. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Donghua and his companions were sent flying, rendered incapable of further combat. As Tang Xing and the others experienced the dissolution of their martial soul fusion, their bodies swayed perilously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Quick to react, Li Fei swiftly supported Tang Xing and ascended the tower, pressing his hand onto the imprint. The screen illuminated, revealing the figures of the 7. At that moment, the audience in the square erupted into fervent applause and cheers, with Pu Xian exuberantly proclaiming, "From this day forth, you 7 shall be recognized as the new generation of spirit masters." The emotions of the crowd surged even higher, as if they were about to break through the heavens. Together, they witnessed this historic moment, the birth of a new generation of spirit masters. This honor was not a mere coincidence, but rather the fruit of their diligent efforts. Tang Xing trembled with disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Did we win?" Lan Qiu resolutely replied, "Yes, I have won." A smile of relief appeared on Tang Xing's face, only to be quickly replaced by an expression of profound weakness. Tang Xing, barely able to support his own body, spoke in a low and faint voice, uttering words that remained unfinished before he collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Li Fei and the others rushed forward to lift Tang Xing, hastily departing from the scene. Their hearts were ablaze with anxiety, deeply concerned for Tang Xing's safety, fervently hoping to discover a means to heal him. Though the battle had concluded, the profound friendship between Tang Xing and Lan Qiu reached a new pinnacle in that very moment. They had traversed the trials of life and death together, supporting and aiding one another, a bond that transcended all else. At this juncture, the entire square was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere. The crowd erupted in cheers for the triumphs of Tang Xing and Lan Qiu, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future that lay ahead. Tang Xing lay feebly upon the soft figure of Lan Qiu, her anxious gaze fixed upon him. Lin Jin hastily moved Tang Xing from Lan Qiu's embrace to a nearby medical bed, meticulously examining his physical condition. After a while, Lin Jin released his hold, smiling reassuringly at Lan Qiu and Li Fei, stating, "There is no need for concern. He has merely overexerted his soul power and requires some rest to recover." Upon hearing this news, a great weight lifted from the hearts of Lan Qiu and Li Fei, both exhaling in relief simultaneously. Lan Qiu looked at Lin Jin with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Lin." However, Lin Jin suddenly displayed a charming smile, softly suggesting, "There is no need for such formality. I believe it is you who should personally care for him. Wouldn't you agree, Lan Qiu?" Lan Qiu's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Lin Jin ceased his teasing, chuckling, "All right, I was merely jesting. Let us be on our way." Though Lan Xiu felt a pang of reluctance. She couldn't help but glance back at the ward before turning to leave. After they had departed, Bai stealthily entered the room. He gazed at Tang Xing on the bed and silently began to channel his soul power to heal him. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed outside. He immediately halted his actions, scanning the room for a place to hide. Unfortunately, there were no suitable spots. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the space beneath the bed. Without hesitation, he crawled underneath, silently praying not to be discovered. As the ward door slowly creaked open, Bai's heart raced with anxiety. He fixed his eyes on the entrance, observing the individual who entered. Confirming that no one followed, the person gently closed the door behind them. Bai let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how fortunate it was not to be found. Yet curiosity soon consumed him. Who was this person? And why had they come here? Li Fei hurriedly retrieved the precious Xian Shui Dan, which he had been reluctant to use, feeling a pang in his heart. Nonetheless, he spoke earnestly, "Though this Xian Shui Dan is quite expensive, today, I deem it worthwhile. Had it not been for Brother Tang shielding me from that attack, I might have been left crippled. Thus, I am resolved to call you my friend." With that, he placed the elixir into Tang Xing's mouth. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, startling Li Fei, who quickly rolled beneath the bed for cover. He believed this would ensure his safety, but as he turned his head, he was taken aback to find a girl there as well, nearly crying out in alarm. Bai swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "Stay quiet. More people are coming." The newcomer was Lan Xiu, who gazed at Tang Xing, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remained silent. She briefly attended to Tang Xing's treatment before turning to leave. Witnessing this scene, Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this truly what I am witnessing?" As dawn broke, Tang Xing gradually opened his eyes. Lan Xiu greeted him, "You're awake. Here, drink this soup." Tang Xing accepted the broth and drank deeply, feeling a surge of energy stirring within him. Instantly, he sat cross-legged, channeling this newfound vigor into his own strength. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "I have actually broken through to level 44. How wonderful." Lan Xiu approached with a smile and said, "Congratulations. Now that you have awakened, let us set forth." Tang Xing, puzzled, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Lan Xiu replied, "Do you recall yesterday's selection competition? It was to choose the 7 spirit masters of the Linghai. Our destination is the Linghai Pavilion." With a dawning realization, Tang Xing followed Lan Xiu to the Linghai Pavilion. This esteemed structure was situated at the northernmost point of the academy, surrounded on all sides by the sea. It served as a gathering place for the most formidable individuals of the academy. Tang Xing was profoundly astonished, as he had never imagined such a magnificent edifice could exist in the world. Upon entering the Linghai Pavilion, they were further awed by the grandeur within. His gaze fell upon Li Fei and the others, and they approached him. As Pu Xian noticed that everyone had arrived, he turned to Xiaoming and asked, "Master, may we commence?" Xiaoming nodded. Rising with a deep voice, he addressed them, "Greetings, I am Xiaoming, the head of the Linghai Pavilion at Linghai Academy. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment and becoming the 7 spirit masters of Linghai Academy. Furthermore, due to your valiant performance during the evaluation, our academy has decided to bestow upon you substantial rewards. Additionally, we will send you to represent the academy in the Continental Elite Soul Battle Tournament, striving for honor on behalf of our institution. This is not merely an acknowledgement of your achievements, but also a rare opportunity for growth. I hope you will maintain this proactive spirit in the days to come and continue to enhance your abilities. Lastly, regarding your rewards, I shall present them to you now." With that, Xiaoming produced 5 soul bones from his robe and placed them on the table. These soul bones emanated a powerful aura, clearly of exceptional quality. However, Tang Xing furrowed his brow and candidly remarked, "These 5 soul bones are not suitable for me or Lan Xiu." His gaze lingered on the soul bones, revealing a hint of disappointment. Xiaoming turned to the boy who had just spoken, smiling as he said, "Indeed, you have not disappointed me. It seems you are the one chosen by Elder Tree. If that is the case, would you be willing to become his disciple?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was somewhat taken aback, yet he promptly replied with utmost respect, "It would indeed be a privilege for me to receive guidance from Elder Shu. However, I already have Teacher Wu as my mentor and find myself at a loss as to how to make a choice." Upon hearing this, Elder Shu couldn't help but chuckle, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "Oh dear, how can you be so naive? Becoming my disciple would not in any way affect your relationship with Wu Xinheng. Moreover, I happen to be Wu Xinheng's uncle in the art of mentorship. Do you truly believe that taking me as your master would bring you any disadvantage? Haha. With that, he burst into triumphant laughter. Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback by the words of the old tree, a bashful smile gracing her face as she found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiaoming could not suppress a chuckle, inwardly admiring the old tree's wit and humor. Tang Xing remained silent for a moment before speaking. Thank you for your kindness. But I still need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. After all, it is of utmost importance to me, and I must approach it with caution. Upon hearing his response, Elder Shu chuckled merrily, seemingly unfazed by his refusal. He waved his hand, indicating that Tang Xing need not feel overly constrained. Gradually, he rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and bid farewell to Tang Xing and the others. It's all right. It is a good thing for young people to have their own thoughts. If you come to a decision, you may visit me at Linghai Lake anytime. There will be someone there to assist you and guide you to me. With that, Elder Shu turned and departed, leaving behind a silhouette for Tang Xing and his companions. Xiaoming produced a translucent soul bone from his pocket and handed it to Tang Xing. This soul bone emitted a faint glow, exuding an air of mystery. Tang Xing received it and examined it carefully, discovering that it contained 5 distinct attributes. However, despite their diversity, none of them resonated with his spirit martial soul or fairy martial soul. Consequently, he passed the soul bone to his teammates with a smile. These 5 unique attributes are indeed precious, but regrettably, they do not align with our martial souls. If any of you are interested, feel free to try absorbing its energy. It may aid in enhancing your strength. Ziyin immediately discerned the true nature of the soul bone and disdainfully remarked, "This is a head soul bone focused on mental concentration? It is clearly more suitable for a mental control type soul master, which I have no need for." "Who do you think you're deceiving?" Tang Xing helplessly explained. "It's not that I wish to decline. Rather, it seems my mind is telling me that I do not require this soul bone. Moreover, I can sense that there is another soul bone within my mind." The others were taken aback and perplexed by this statement. Ziyin found the situation rather baffling but ultimately accepted the soul bone. Tang Xing then turned his gaze towards Li Fei, but was promptly interrupted by him. "Enough. Even if you don't want the soul bone, we still have Lan Qiu." Lan Qiu revealed a wry smile and said helplessly, "I already possess the right arm bone." Li Fei accepted this with resignation, and Ziyin suggested, "Since we have become the 7 spirit masters, why not establish a ranking?" After exchanging signals, they determined the order: Lin Qian first, Wang Quan second, Li Fei third, Ziyin fourth, Su Yin fifth, Tang Xing sixth, and Lan Qiu seventh. Su Yin exclaimed incredulously, "Lan Qiu, you are so small. I can hardly believe it." The 7 of them walked together, their figures resembling a radiant rainbow reflected upon the surface of the water. Chapter 33. Dianwu Xin Heng regarded Tang Xing and his companions with a serious expression. Nodding in satisfaction, "Well done, you have all met my expectations. I shall grant you 3 days off to relax and unwind." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing and the others felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly dashed to Tang Xing's side, beaming with a smile. "Tang Xing, congratulations on successfully advancing to a 7 spirit master. Do you have some free time now?" Tang Xing replied without hesitation, "Of course I am free. What is it?" A flicker of anticipation danced in Bai Yi's eyes as she inquired, "How about seizing this opportunity to accompany me to the dusty forest?" Upon hearing this, Lan Qiu approached with curiosity, her brow furrowed in confusion. "The Ling Dust Forest? What do you intend to do there with him?" Bai Yi sensed the anger radiating from Lan Qiu and felt a surge of displeasure. "What I do with him is none of your concern, sister. Perhaps you should refrain from being overly sentimental," she replied. Lan Qiu, even more vexed by this, felt a sense of neglect and retorted, "I have every right to be concerned. Why can you call him? Who are you to him?" Bai Yi remained unperturbed, understanding that Lan Qiu was merely envious. "I am his sister. Why shouldn't I have a say?" Upon hearing this, Lan Qiu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Tang Xing, feeling the tension, attempted to diffuse the situation. "All right, let us not argue. Why don't we all go out and have some fun?" Yet, Lan Qiu could not restrain herself from asking Tang Xing, "How many sisters do you actually have?" The question caught him off guard, leaving him astonished and perplexed. "Just 2, Lan Qiu. Are you all right?" he replied. Lan Qiu, upon hearing his words, fell into contemplation, murmuring to herself, "What is happening to me? Am I truly developing feelings for him?" Tang Xing, noticing her dazed expression, grew concerned and asked, "Lan Qiu, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" Regaining her composure, she shook her head, asserting, "I'm fine, really." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Tang Xing and Bai standing in place, both acutely aware that something was amiss with Lan Qiu but unsure how to address it. Outside the classroom, Li Fei and Sun Tang peeked in with curiosity, observing the heated exchange among Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and Lan Qiu. Li Fei whispered, "I just overheard some explosive news. They're really at it. How fierce. Truly. Women are not to be trifled with." Sun Xiaokong patted Li Fei's shoulder, reminding him, "You should be thankful that Xian isn't here." Li Fei, brimming with confidence, retorted, "What are you saying? Even if she were here, she wouldn't dare raise her voice in front of me." Sun Xiaokong shook his head in exasperation, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. With renewed determination, Lan Qiu declared, "Then I shall go as well." Her gaze was resolute, suggesting she had made up her mind. Bai smiled and responded, "That's splendid. The more, the merrier." She welcomed Lan Qiu's participation warmly. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly burst forth, exuberantly exclaiming, "Where are we going? Count me in." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as he looked at everyone. Tang Xing fixed an intense gaze on Li Fei, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Boss, why are you staring at me like that?" Li Fei asked, bewildered. Tang Xing replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" His gaze remained firmly on Li Fei. Then, Tang Xing clarified, "It was Jean who informed me." Li Fei, still puzzled, wondered who Jean Mao was. At that moment, a monkey suddenly emerged from Tang Xing's body, and it was then that Li Fei finally understood. It turned out that the golden-haired creature was indeed this monkey. Tang Xing turned to Bai Yi and inquired, "When shall we set off?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi replied, "Let us depart tomorrow. For today, everyone should return and rest well." His arrangement was both sensible and considerate, evoking a sense of gratitude. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the earth. Bai Tu, accompanied by Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and Su Yin, prepared to venture forth. Just as they were about to leave, Su Yin curiously asked Tang Xing, "Where are you all heading?" With a smile, Tang Xing responded. Bai Tu expressed a desire to explore the Lingshan forest. Upon hearing this, Su Yin exclaimed with excitement, "Then I shall join you." Bai nodded with a smile, agreeing, "Certainly. The more, the merrier." However, a mischievous grin crept across Su Yan's face, prompting Tang Xing to quickly anticipate her impending lengthy discourse, and he interjected, "Su Yin, I am aware of your vast knowledge, but allow me to experience this firsthand." Resigned, Su Yin closed her mouth and accompanied them on their journey. The quartet, Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and the others, traveled ceaselessly until they finally reached Lingshan City. As they entered the city, Su Yin was captivated by the sights before her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she dashed towards the food stalls to select delicacies. Tang Xing shook his head in mild exasperation, glancing at Bai Yi and Su Yin, before finding an inn where he settled down and said, "We have endured a long journey. Let us rest for a while." He then approached the innkeeper and inquired, "Excuse me, could I have 3 rooms?" The innkeeper, glancing apologetically at the crowd outside, replied, "I'm sorry, but we only have 2 rooms available." Tang Xing immediately discerned his boss's intentions and smiled as he said, "Boss, you may be under a misapprehension. Those individuals are my friends, so I kindly request 3 rooms." Upon realizing his covert calculations had been uncovered, the boss displayed a hint of embarrassment but refrained from further comment, obediently handing the room keys to Tang Xing. After receiving the keys, Tang Xing turned to his companions and announced, "All right, I have secured 3 rooms. Now let us allocate them." "What is going on? Where is my room key?" a boy bellowed, his voice thunderous and instilling a sense of trepidation. The staff appeared bewildered, their expressions reflecting confusion and concern. As they hurriedly apologized, "I am terribly sorry. Please hold on a moment while I investigate." With that, they turned to search for answers. After a thorough inquiry, the source of the issue was finally uncovered. It turned out that the staff member had inadvertently handed the key of a reserved room to the young boy moments earlier. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the employee swiftly exited the front desk and approached the boy, asking, "May I inquire your surname, sir?" Tang Xing replied, "My surname is Tang. What seems to be the problem?" The staff member hastened to explain, "It appears that the key you just took was for a room that had already been reserved. Could you kindly return it? We will certainly provide you with appropriate compensation." Understanding the situation, Tang Xing readily responded, "Ah, I see. Very well. I shall return the key to you." As he spoke, he handed the key back to the employee. However, before Tang Xing could fully comprehend the unfolding drama, the young man erupted in anger once more. "You brat, I have no need for your charity. You have encroached upon what belongs to me. How can you expect to escape unscathed? Today, You shall either face me in combat or promptly vacate the premises. Choose wisely. With that declaration, the young man unveiled his martial spirit and soul rings, 5 luminous rings encircling him, showcasing his formidable strength and authority. Tang Xing was taken aback to discover that the man possessed no fewer than 5 soul rings. He was astonished to find that this individual was, indeed, a soul king, and that his martial soul was the formidable black tiger. However, the configuration of his soul rings struck him as rather peculiar. 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. What an odd combination. It was truly a source of both amusement and bewilderment. Without hesitation, Tang Xing activated his own spirit martial soul. Upon witnessing this, the man, Yin Mu, was immediately filled with rage. What do you know? I am Yin Mu, a disciple of Elder Yin from the Heavenly Abyss sect. Each of these soul rings was meticulously chosen for me by my master, each one approaching its limits. How could an outsider like you possibly comprehend this? Come. Let us engage in a battle, and you shall witness my true prowess. In an instant, Yin Mu clenched his fist, and with a swift movement, he appeared before Tang Xing, his fist descending with the sound of rushing wind. Tang Xing, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists colliding with a resounding impact. The force of their clash generated a powerful shockwave, stirring the surrounding air into a tumultuous swirl, akin to a miniature storm. Yin Mu promptly unleashed his second soul skill, the Black Tiger Shockwave. The black radiance enveloping him intensified, igniting like dark flames. As a massive shadow of a black tiger materialized behind him, roaring to the heavens. With a fierce punch, he unleashed the tiger's gaping maw, sending forth a torrent of black shockwave directly towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing, refusing to be outdone, swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, the Spirit Holy Light Wave. The radiant blade in his hand shimmered with dazzling brilliance, transforming into a resplendent beam of holy light that surged towards Yin Mu like a golden torrent. This sacred light harbored an infinite divine power, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to be torn asunder. As the two formidable energies collided, the entire space trembled violently, giving rise to a terrifying energy storm that swept outward in all directions. This tempest of energy was akin to apocalyptic destruction, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in all witnesses. Li Fei observed the intensity of the battle with a subtle smile, softly remarking, "In terms of the soul spirit's restraining relationships, my luminous dagger belongs to the light attribute. Alas, my level is too low to unleash its full potential. Though Lan Qiu's golden dragon soul spirit also possesses the light attribute, it concurrently bears the fire attribute. During the last assessment, even Lan Qiu's light attribute was found to be insufficiently high." Tang Xing took a deep breath, channeling all the soul energy within him to converge the light elements into the luminous blade held in his grasp. With renewed vigor, he swung the radiant blade once more, unleashing a magnificent wave of holy light that surged forth with boundless might, directly aimed at Yin Mu. Yin Mu's eyes widened, a flicker of terror crossing his gaze. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught, yet ultimately, Tang Xing's assault sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Yin overheard whispers from those nearby and, upon learning that Yin Mu hailed from the Ling Tian sect, felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation. She resolved to seize an opportunity later to gauge Yin Mu's capabilities and ascertain whether he truly possessed the merit to be her rival. Tang Xing mockingly remarked, "The so-called Soul Ring King is nothing extraordinary." With an air of nonchalance, he regarded the vanquished adversary, his heart brimming with confidence and pride. Beside him, Li Fei interjected, "Boss, how about this? Let me have a room to myself tonight." His gaze, resolute and unwavering, conveyed his lack of fear towards solitude. Tang Xing had no objections, rather. He cast an expectant glance at Bai Yi, hoping he might propose something intriguing. Observing the situation, Bai Yi took the initiative to suggest, "Then I shall share a room with Sister Su Yin." His tone was calm, yet a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Without hesitation, Su Yin nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. I have no objections." She appeared content with this arrangement, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Tang Xing saw through their intentions, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. However, Lan Qiu expressed her unease, saying, "I can't shake this ominous feeling." She furrowed her brow, casting worried glances at the group. Su Yin, intrigued, queried Bai Yi, "Have you ever heard of the evil spirit masters? Or encountered those malevolent soul masters?" Her voice was low and serious, imbued with an unsettling aura. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi replied, "What you refer to are likely those nefarious soul masters. To my knowledge, they typically cultivate by devouring the souls or life force of others, employing exceedingly cruel methods." Su Yin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. And these sinister soul masters are backed by a mysterious and ancient organization. Just then, a soft knock echoed through the air. Su Yin whispered, "Someone's coming." Chapter 34. Inadvertently entering the core zone by he opened the door to find Tang Xing standing there, his surprise evident as he inquired, "Tang Xing, what brings you here?" As Tang Xing was about to speak, Su Yin interjected, saying, "You are here to inquire about the matter concerning that individual, are you not?" Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yin offered a gentle smile and softly said, "Please come in." With that, she stepped aside, gesturing for Tang Xing to enter the room. Tang Xing gazed at Su Yin, who, noticing his scrutiny, remarked, "Are you contemplating whether I can serve as your secondary wife?" "I remain quite confident in my figure." Unfazed, Tang Xing replied, "Very well, allow me to assess whether you possess such potential." A hint of trepidation flickered across Su Yin's face as she implored, "No, please. You must have come to inquire about that man from earlier, correct?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before inquiring, "Is the soul ring cultivation method he employs genuine?" Su Yin nodded in affirmation, stating, "According to the ancient records of our family, it is indeed authentic. However, this method of cultivation is exceedingly perilous and has thus been classified as forbidden. I never anticipated that anyone would dare to attempt such a practice." Tang Xing slightly frowned, pressing further, "Then, what kind of sect is the Ling Tian sect?" Upon hearing the name, Su Yan's face contorted with fear and revulsion. She rose to her feet, a shiver coursing through her body. She explained, "To my knowledge, the Ling Tian sect is an ancient and enigmatic organization, yet their existence is steeped in malevolence. It is said that the soul masters within their ranks are wicked individuals, and they possess a unique method of cultivation, the specifics of which remain unknown to all." Tang Xing pondered for a moment and remarked, "At times, I must admit I am quite impressed by you. It is truly remarkable that you have journeyed from such humble beginnings on a small planet to your current stature. However, I am left curious about your true identity." Su Yin gazed at Tang Xing, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, yet she swiftly regained her composure. She softly inquired, "Do you truly wish to know?" Tang Xing nodded, feeling entitled to uncover the reality of Su Yan's identity. Observing his resolute demeanor, Su Yin finally divulged, "I am the little princess of the Su family and a disciple of the Yun sect. The Su family has a storied history within the realm of Tianling." Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Yin, utterly taken aback by her noble lineage. Su Yin continued, "In truth, our family is steeped in history, with generations of distinguished explorers, archaeologists, and scholars. However, the Prince of the Tianling War Hall holds my talents and potential in high regard, granting me an elevated status, one that stands just beneath that of the Sun-Stardust Alliance. This signifies that my influence and authority within the Tianling War Hall are considerable, establishing me as a member of their inner circle." Tang Xing was left in utter disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What? Such a lofty status? Then why do you still refer to yourself as a disciple of the Yun sect? What kind of sect is the Yun sect, anyway?" He was not only startled by this unexpected news but also increasingly curious about Su Yan's identity. In the face of Tang Xing's barrage of inquiries, Su Yan remained calm and unflustered, responding with poise, "As for how I became a disciple of the Yun sect, I succeeded in passing their rigorous examination." "You truly do not know of the Yun sect? Very well, allow me to elaborate. The Yun sect was founded by Senior Tang Yin over 10,000 years ago." Hearing this, Tang Xing felt as though he had been doused with cold water. Abruptly snapping to attention, his mouth agape in astonishment, "The Yun sect founded by Senior Tang Yin." Su Yin observed Tang Xing's astonished expression and smiled, affirming, "Indeed. It is the very Yun sect established by Senior Tang Yin. During its inception, the Yun sect was immensely powerful, on par with the 5 great sects and the Tianling sect, and it was also one of the sects most esteemed by Senior Tang Tan." Bai carefully brought a steaming cup of tea to Su Yin, gently placing it before her while softly saying, "Su Yin, please enjoy your tea." Tang Xing, witnessing this, could not help but sigh, "Alas, the affection has certainly waned. Not even a cup of water is offered to me." Bai turned to Tang Xing. A playful glimmer in his eyes, teasingly replied, all right, just a moment." With that, he turned to pour more tea. Meanwhile, Su Yin continued to share the secrets she knew. "Let me share a secret with you. It is said that the Yun sect currently has no leader. The highest authority within the sect is held by the 9th elder, but I have heard that the 5th elder has recently returned, leaving the position of sect leader temporarily vacant." Bai then returned with another cup of tea, which Tang Xing casually accepted, taking a sip before looking towards Su Yin. Su Yin informed him, Although you have now become a disciple of the Cloud sect, you have not yet truly harnessed its power and resources. Therefore, it is imperative that you address this matter swiftly. Moreover, the sect will soon hold a re-election for the sect master, which presents a rare opportunity. If you wish to attain greater power and status, you must strive to seize this chance. However, I learned of this news through internal channels. After speaking, Su Yin glanced at Tang Xing, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Bai then chimed in, "It is getting late. Why not rest here? There are plenty of rooms available." Tang Xing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, politely declined, "Perhaps it's best if I return home to sleep." A sly smile appeared on Su Yan's face as she softly inquired, "What do you think?" Bai replied with pride, "Rest assured, I was concerned that the medicine might not be potent enough, so I added extra ingredients. He will undoubtedly sleep soundly. I guarantee the efficacy is sufficient." After this exchange, the two shared a satisfied glance, both wearing smiles of contentment. Upon returning to his room, Tang Xing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his entire body inexplicably engulfed in a searing heat. He staggered to the edge of the bed and collapsed onto it. At that moment, Lan Xiu was seated on the bed, observing Tang Xing. Noticing the peculiar pallor of his complexion, she inquired with genuine concern, "Tang Xing, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Xing, in a state of confusion, replied, "Lan Xiu, I feel so hot and uncomfortable." After uttering these words, he began to unfasten the buttons of his shirt, seeking some respite from the heat. Observing this, Lan Xiu hurriedly approached to support Tang Xing, attempting to assist him in removing his jacket. However, at that moment, Tang Xing unexpectedly exerted his strength, forcefully pushing Lan Xiu onto the bed. Taken aback by this sudden action, Lan Xiu's eyes widened in shock, and her body stiffened, rendering her motionless. In a state of drowsiness, Tang Xing felt himself lying atop a soft body, aware that it belonged to Lan Xiu. He struggled to regain control over himself. Yet his body remained unresponsive. "Lan Xiu, I apologize," he murmured. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Su Yin were in the adjacent room, observing the unfolding scene through the window of their cage. They overheard the exchange between Tang Xing and Lan Xiu, followed by a series of sounds, which prompted them to exchange knowing smiles. Su Yin chuckled, remarking to Bai Yi, "It seems they are quite animated. I didn't expect Tang Xing to be so vigorous." Bai Yi nodded in agreement. The two continued to observe quietly, eagerly anticipating what amusing developments would ensue. The night quietly passed. Tang Xing and Lan Xiu exchanged a glance, the latter appearing somewhat bashful. Li Fei and the others approached, prompting Bai Yi to glance at the map and state, "To reach Lingchen City, proceed straight west from here." Li Fei inquired, "And how do we navigate from our current location?" Bai Yi, consulting the map, replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be southwest, and we will arrive shortly." The group followed Bai Yi to Lingchen Forest, where he immediately activated his sensing ability, instructing, "Everyone, stay close and do not wander off." Tang Xing hesitated. "Bai Yi, may I speak with you privately?" Bai Yi led Tang Xing to a secluded spot, where Tang Xing asked, "Is there something you are concealing?" Bai Yi, no longer hiding the truth, responded, "Indeed, I believe my brother is here, as I can hear the winds beckoning him." Tang Xing was taken aback, his voice laced with incredulity. "Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter?" His words struck Bai Yi like a thunderclap. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat aggrieved like a child, replied, "I feared it would waste your time." Tang Xing pressed further, "Has your brother taken form?" Bai Yi answered, "Yes, he has transformed, yet I am somewhat concerned." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing suggested, "Then we shall search for him. If he is in the form of a soul beast, we shall devise a story." Subsequently, Bai Yi and Tang Xing emerged, leading the group into Lingchen Forest, a place rife with peril. It was rumored to be home to 10,000-year soul beasts and mutated 1,000-year soul beasts. "Everyone, exercise caution," Su Yin advised earnestly. Upon hearing about the mutated 1,000-year soul beasts, Tang Xing questioned, "Soul beasts can mutate?" Su Yin clarified, "They transform through specialized secret methods, becoming altered soul beasts." Entering Lingchen Forest felt akin to stepping into a vast green labyrinth, each step fraught with danger. Su Yin's words resonated like a warning bell in the hearts of all present. Tang Xing's inquiry lingered like an unsolved enigma, igniting a profound curiosity about the forest among the group. Tang Xing immediately activated her spiritual martial soul to assist Bai Yi in the search for her brother. As they ventured deeper, the temperature around them grew increasingly frigid. Li Fei, shivering, remarked, "Boss, don't you all feel the cold?" Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Tang Xing was taken aback. She too sensed a slight chill and replied, "Now that you mention it, it is indeed a bit cold." Bai Shi utilized his perception to investigate the presence of his brother, while Bai Yi discerned an exceptionally frigid soul beast through his heightened senses. Tang Xing, sensing the chilling aura through Bai Yi's perception, cautioned, "Everyone, stay alert." A wave of coldness surged forth, relentless like a tide and frigid as an iceberg, rendering it almost unbearable. Adapting to Li Fei and Lan Qiu, Tang Xing summoned his spirit of the elf, while Li Fei unleashed a radiant aura and Lan Qiu invoked his golden dragon spirit. Together, the three released their luminous energies, and a whirlwind swept them to a designated location. Su Yin opened her eyes to behold the crimson, blazing young spring and the icy bluing spring, exclaiming, "Could this be?" Chapter 35. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Is this truly the Eye of Ice and Fire? Su Yin gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Xing seized upon her words, curiously inquiring, "Su Yin, how do you know this is the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Su Yin, trembling with excitement as she surveyed the scene before her, replied, "This is a place my family has often mentioned. The legendary Eye of Ice and Fire lies within our family's territory. Yet its exact location has remained elusive until today." Tang Xing nodded in understanding and smiled at Su Yin, saying, "What a remarkable coincidence. If given the chance, I would love to visit your home." Just as their conversation unfolded, an icy breeze erupted from the depths of the Yin Spring, and a woman clad in a flowing ice-blue robe with waist-length hair gradually materialized. Simultaneously, the young spring began to bubble violently, flames erupting forth as a woman in a scarlet miniskirt with shoulder-length hair emerged from the inferno. The appearance of these two women left Su Yin and Tang Xing utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Su Yin immediately recognized the cold emanating from the woman by the Yin Spring. She was slender, her long hair cascading down her back, her skin as pale as snow, adorned in a delicate blue gown embroidered with exquisite ice flower patterns, seemingly merging with the surrounding chill. Her eyes, deep and enigmatic like a tranquil lake, instilled an awe that was hard to shake. The woman by the Yin Spring spoke, "You have traveled far, surely. It is not merely for the Eye of Ice and Fire that you have come." Her voice was melodious, yet carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Tang Xing stepped forward, his tall and imposing figure exuding an air of handsome determination. Dressed in a flowing black robe adorned with golden dragon embroidery, he appeared exceptionally formidable. With a respectful gesture, he proclaimed, "Esteemed ones, we are not here to seize the Eye of Ice and Fire. We humbly request that you allow us to depart." His tone was resolute and powerful, his gaze radiating confidence and authority. In response, the fiery-haired woman from the scorching sun retorted loudly, "You wish to leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please? How naive! If you cannot best us today, you shall never leave this place." With that, the flames enveloping her instantly surged, transforming into a raging sea of fire. As Tang Xing beheld the unfolding scene, he promptly reacted, deftly sidestepping the adversary's attack while exclaiming, "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle." His gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity, as if he sought to penetrate the very soul of his foe. In swift succession, he unleashed his first soul skill, spirit detection, to gain a clearer grasp of the battlefield. Li Fei, wielding the radiant dagger, darted towards the fiery woman with remarkable agility, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Simultaneously, the woman manipulating fire cried out, "Sister Binger, why do you hesitate? What are you waiting for?" Binger replied, "All right, dear Sister Qi Yin, do not rush." No sooner had she spoken than the ancient flute in her hands began to resonate with a melodious tune, releasing a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings. She then executed her first soul skill, frost inducement, causing the temperature to plummet drastically, resulting in a thick layer of frost forming on the ground. Following this, she summoned her second soul skill, melody of cold resonance. A haunting melody imbued with an inexorable intent to kill and an icy power that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Yin was astounded, pondering how ice and fire, typically opposing elements, could harmonize so seamlessly. Binga responded, "Indeed, ice and fire are fundamentally opposing elements, yet you shall not have the opportunity to comprehend their synergy." With the invocation of her third soul skill, Celestial Fire's Triad Transformation, and her fifth soul skill, Blazing Slash, Tang Xing, acutely aware that this formidable technique could not be obstructed, shouted, "Quickly, come to my side." Tang Xing promptly unleashed his third soul skill, Spirit Light Transformation, followed by his first soul skill, Spirit Holy Light Wave. The collision of these two energies produced a formidable shockwave, distorting the surrounding air. However, this power did not completely thwart Bing Air's assault. Rather, it was devoured by her flames. Bing Air chuckled with delight, Haha. Do you truly believe you can block my attack with such feeble abilities? Such naivety. She intensified her fiery onslaught, aiming to vanquish Tang Xing and his companions in one fell swoop. At that moment, the two ancient figures beneath the eye of ice and fire sensed the commotion above. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the clash between Tang Xing and Bing Air. One of the elders murmured, "To think he could withstand the fifth soul skill of Crimson Flame. This young man is no ordinary foe." The other elder, with a glint of greed in his eyes, remarked, "Hee, if we could obtain his soul, we might just break through our own limitations and ascend to new heights." Shui Air, witnessing Tang Xing fend off Bing Air's attack, was taken aback. She realized that Tang Xing's strength far surpassed her previous expectations. Resolute, she decided to take matters into her own hands, eager to demonstrate her prowess to Tang Xing. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Fifth soul skill, Frost Soul Lullaby." As her voice resonated, the temperature plummeted sharply, and a thick layer of ice swiftly formed upon the ground. Tang Xing and his companions were enveloped by an icy chill, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They understood that the adversary they faced was formidable, and only with their utmost effort could they hope to prevail. Tang Xing gripped his weapon tightly, bracing himself to confront the impending assault from Bing Air. The frigid notes of her soul-subduing melody possessed the power to vanquish even the Soul Emperor, and Tang Xing found it challenging to withstand the force of his earlier attack. In that moment, Lan Xiu summoned her golden dragon martial soul, and a deep dragon's roar resonated throughout the expanse, causing the eye of ice and fire to begin to boil. She raised her golden dragon spear. As the golden dragon spiraled around her, exuding an aura of majesty and strength. Subsequently, Lan Xiu unleashed her fourth soul skill, the Golden Dragon Dance. As she moved, the golden dragon came to life, radiating a potent wave of energy that set everything around them into violent tremors. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the eye of ice and fire, and a colossal dragon, its body entirely white and emanating an icy aura, surged forth with a thunderous cry. Simultaneously, another massive dragon, its body of vivid crimson and exuding waves of heat, appeared in swift succession. Tang Xing was astounded by the scene before him and murmured to himself, could this truly be the legendary Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King? At that moment, the Ice Dragon King exhaled a frigid breath, gazing at Tang Xing with a look of intrigue and said, "This familiar aura. Could it be that you are the Golden Dragon?" Tang Xing hurriedly clarified, "No, I am not the Golden Dragon. I am Lan Xiu." At that moment, the Ice Dragon King had acclimated to the auras of Bing Air and Qi Yin, and its gaze softened. Bing Air instantly comprehended the reason behind this transformation and swiftly apologized to everyone, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you will forgive us. Please, allow Lan Xiu to remain with us, and rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions." Tang Xing glanced at Lan Xiu with a hint of concern, yet nodded in agreement, saying, "Lan Xiu, please take care of yourself. Remember to find us after your conversation." Bing Air led Tang Xing, Ain, and the others into a finely appointed cold abode, courteously stating, "Everyone, please remain calm here for the time being. My master has inquiries to make and will not pose any threat to you, so rest assured." The Ice Dragon King scrutinized Lan Xiu from various angles, prompting Lan Xiu to impatiently respond, "Senior, you are overstepping." The Ice Dragon King looked at Lan Xiu in disbelief, remarking, "You must be a soul beast transformed. Am I correct?" Lan Xiu, feeling exasperated, replied, "Indeed, I am a soul beast transformed. My true form is that of a golden dragon." The Fire Dragon King, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "That's right. This aura undoubtedly belongs to a soul beast. How could it possibly reside within a human? But why do you seek to undergo a rebirth?" At that moment, Lan Xiu felt like a rare creature being scrutinized by the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, and his patience was wearing thin. He retorted, "Senior, you are truly overstepping." The Ice Dragon King's gaze was filled with incredulity as he fixed his eyes on Lan Xiu, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. He softly inquired, "You must be a soul beast transformed, correct?" Lan Xiu's vexation intensified, and with a hint of resignation in his tone, he reiterated, "Indeed, I am a soul beast transformed. My true form is that of a golden dragon." The Fire Dragon King, now animated, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "That's right. This aura is undeniably that of a soul beast. How could it possibly be within a human? But why do you seek to undergo a rebirth?" Lan Xiu replied, "For myself, and also to attain divinity." The Ice Dragon King pressed further, "Do you still remember us?" Lan Xiu, perplexed, responded, "You are not the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King." The Fire Dragon King, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Wonderful! It seems our esteemed master still remembers us." Lan Qiu was taken aback, his mind flooded with confusion. "When did I become your esteemed master?" The Fire Dragon King lamented. "Then how do you know of us?" Lan Qiu, covering his face, replied in a low voice, "Someone mentioned it earlier." The Ice Dragon King discerned. "It seems you might have lost your memory. However, it matters not. We shall still follow your lead." Lan Qiu suddenly grew curious, asking, "What is your esteemed master like?" The Fire Dragon King immediately responded, "Our esteemed master possesses tremendous presence, exuding an aura of dominance akin to a towering mountain, insurmountable and majestic. Much like a brilliant star radiating immense light. He is revered as the sovereign of our clan." Lan Qiu remained unresponsive to this declaration. Tang Xing could no longer contain himself and anxiously implored, "I kindly ask you to report this. I wish to meet your revered master." Bai Yi, equally agitated, chimed in, "I wish to accompany you." Shuya swiftly approached the Ice Dragon King and respectfully stated, "Master, Tang Xing and the others seek an audience with you." After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Dragon King replied calmly, "Very well, take Lan Qiu back. I have matters to discuss with him." I so led Lan Qiu back to their humble abode and informed Tang Xing together. Tang Xing and Bai Yi made their way to the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King began, "I wish to inquire about the origin of your second martial soul." Tang Xing, with a hint of disdain, responded, "Of course. It is entirely my own." The Ice Dragon King's piercing gaze resembled a chilling blade, intensely scrutinizing Tang Xing as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Undeterred, Tang Xing straightened his posture and unleashed the imposing aura of his spirit martial soul. The Ice Dragon King, now fully aware, remarked, "This presence is unmistakable." "Very well. I have completed my inquiries. Is there anything else?" Bai Yi, resembling an eager rabbit, interjected, "Might I inquire, esteemed elder, if you have recently encountered a seven-colored spirit deer?" The Ice Dragon King, activating his dragon eye, discerned that this human was also a soul beast, and replied, "Indeed. I sensed the presence of a soul beast not long ago. However, it met an unfortunate demise. As for the remains," the Ice Dragon King manifested an ice coffin, within which lay the body of Bai Yi's brother. Though Bai Yi had prepared himself for this eventuality, the revelation struck him profoundly. Wiping away his tears, he asked, "Esteemed elder, may I know who is responsible for this fate?" The Ice Dragon King reflected, "In your terms. It was a group of malevolent soul masters who caused its demise here, a truly pitiable life." Tang Xing then inquired, "Might I take some immortal herbs with me?" The Ice Dragon King responded, "You may, but do leave a root for me." Tang Xing activated his spiritual eyes, utilizing his profound understanding of divine herbs to selectively gather only those that would benefit himself and his companions. With the consent of the Ice Dragon King, he commenced his cultivation at the Eye of Ice and Fire. During this process, a remarkable transformation occurred in the soul rings of his spiritual martial soul. The two originally yellow rings unexpectedly morphed into a resplendent golden hue, signifying an elevation in Tang Xing's martial prowess. Chapter 36, The Ninth Elder Hearing the Commotion. The Ice Dragon King emerged and, upon observing the color of Tang Xing's soul rings, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It would be prudent to conceal your soul rings." Understanding the Ice Dragon King's intent, Tang Xing agreed, recognizing that the brilliance of his rings could attract unwarranted attention. Without hesitation, he unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, transforming the color of his soul rings back to yellow. With a smile, he explained, "This is my new soul skill, or more accurately, a technique of my own creation." The Ice Dragon King nodded in approval. Subsequently, Tang Xing offered a fruit to the Ice Dragon King, saying, "Here, open your mouth." The Ice Dragon King obediently complied. And with a vigorous toss, Tang Xing sent the fruit into his mouth. Upon swallowing, the Ice Dragon King was immediately engulfed by a surge of formidable power. Closing his eyes, he quietly attuned himself to the changes within his body. In a short while, a magnificent aura erupted from the Ice Dragon King, his form shimmering with extraordinary light. Aware of the fruit's benefits, he seated himself and began to earnestly contemplate and absorb the newfound strength. At that moment, the Fire Dragon King burst onto the scene, inquiring loudly, "What is happening here?" With an expression of innocence, Tang Xing replied, "I merely gave it a fruit to eat, and it resulted in this transformation." The Fire Dragon King, eyes wide with excitement, immediately exclaimed, "Can I have one too?" Without hesitation, Tang Xing tossed a fruit to the Fire Dragon King. Upon receiving it, the Fire Dragon King swallowed it in one gulp and, like the Ice Dragon King, soon fell into a meditative state. As time passed, Both the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King gradually awakened. The Fire Dragon King, his face flushed with exhilaration, joyfully declared, "Wow, my cultivation has significantly advanced. This is truly marvelous. Thank you." He then cast a grateful glance at Tang Xing, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Tang Xing took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, as if silently contemplating the significance of the words he was about to utter. At last, he spoke, "Esteemed elders, I have discovered the purpose of my visit here. Now, I beseech you to grant my friends and me safe passage from this place." Upon hearing these words, the Ice Dragon King erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the cavern. His laughter, imbued with warmth and camaraderie, instilled a sense of ease in the atmosphere. Once the laughter subsided, the Ice Dragon King, with a serious expression, turned to Tang Xing and replied, "Certainly. We harbor no intention of preventing your departure. In fact, I have a modest request that I hope you will consider." Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Oh? I wonder what request this might be." The Ice Dragon King displayed a gentle smile, his gaze shifting to the two children beside him. He softly articulated, "I wish to ask you to take Binger and Yinner with you to explore the world beyond. They are still quite young and know nothing of the outside realm. Yet I firmly believe they possess the courage to confront the challenges that lie ahead. Might you be willing to accompany them on this journey?" Upon finishing, his eyes returned to Tang Xing, filled with anticipation for his response. Tang Xing furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Agreed. But they must join our sect." He was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess possessed by these two women. Their inclusion in the sect would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon. Without hesitation, the Ice Dragon King nodded in agreement, assuring that he would honor his promise. Tang Xing felt a quiet relief wash over him, for he recognized that he had made a prudent decision. Subsequently, he led the group back to Linghai City. However, just as they were nearing Yun's sect, a colossal shadow suddenly surged towards them from the distance, moving with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Tang Xing swiftly intercepted the assault of the dark mist. However, in the next moment, waves of black gas surged forth like a relentless tide. Without hesitation, Tang Xing transformed into her elven form and promptly unleashed the first technique, the light of all spirits, purifying the encroaching darkness one by one. Yet, the remaining black mist did not relent. It rapidly coalesced around an individual. The figure cloaked in black sneered, "How intriguing. You can purify my dark mist. It seems I cannot allow you to remain." No sooner had he spoken than he lunged toward Tang Xing with astonishing speed. Seeing this, Binger unhesitatingly released the formidable aura of the Soul King, while Li Fei and the others prepared to lend their support. However, at that moment, Qi Yin obstructed their path, brimming with confidence, stating, "He is not worthy of invoking your aid. Behold my fifth soul skill, Flame Slash." With that, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a blazing inferno, hurtling towards the figure in black. Unfazed by the impending strike, the dark-clad man immediately unleashed his third soul skill, the Fangs of the White Wolf. Enormous wolf fangs emerged behind him, exuding a menacing aura as they lunged toward Tang Xing. Just as the fangs were about to sink their teeth into her, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the fangs into oblivion. Following this, a young man clad in white descended gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. With striking brows and captivating eyes, he exuded an overwhelming presence. He glared at the figure in black and proclaimed loudly, "Feng Yao, do not flee. Today, I shall ensure your capture." The dark-clad man, Feng Yao, upon recognizing his pursuer, changed countenance and turned to flee, laughing heartily as he did so. "Mu Yun, let me tell you, capturing me is impossible. We have plenty of time ahead." With a deep sigh, Mu Yun shook his head in resignation, muttering, "Once again, he escapes." He then turned his gaze towards Tang Xing, his eyes revealing a blend of curiosity and caution. Tang Xing stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Greetings, Mr. Mu." Mu Yun scrutinized Tang Xing without any semblance of politeness and inquired, "May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Tang Xing promptly replied, "My surname is Tang." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, and his tone turned courteous. "Ah, it is Mr. Tang. My apologies for my earlier oversight. I am Mu Yun. Might I inquire if Mr. Tang would be inclined to forge a friendship with me?" Tang Xing inquired. "May I ask what you were just doing?" Mu Yun responded with a smile. "Are you familiar with the Ling Tian sect?" Just as Tang Xing was about to speak, Mu Yun continued, "The Ling Tian sect is a reclusive sect, yet they practice dark arts. I must attend to this matter. Mr. Tang, we may not meet again." Tang Xing watched as Mu Yun departed, and the surroundings reverted to normal. Jinyu, seeing Tang Xing and the others, exclaimed with excitement, "Little Xing." Tang Xing immediately noticed Jinyu and responded, "Sister Jinyu, what brings you here?" Jinyu, filled with astonishment, replied, "I am here to fulfill a task assigned by our sect." Upon understanding Jinyu's intent, Tang Xing expressed his decision with determination, "Sister Jinyu, last time you asked if I was interested in joining the sect, I have now made up my mind." Jinyu was overjoyed by Tang Xing's response, smiling brightly, "Wonderful. This way, I can provide a satisfactory report to the higher-ups in our sect." Tang Xing then inquired, "Sister Jinyu, I have 2 friends with me who also wish to join the sect. What do you think?" Jinyu firmly stated, "Since they are introduced by you, I trust them completely. Where are they?" Tang Xing promptly brought them over, and Jinyu asked, "Can both of you unleash your martial souls and soul rings? I need to make a record." Bing Er and Qi Yin simultaneously revealed their cold sound flute and radiant soul ring, which comprised 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black configuration. Jinyu noticed the uniqueness of the woman's martial soul and asked, "Is your martial soul of the fire element?" Qi Yin replied, "Yes." "May I ask what your martial soul is?" "My martial soul suggests a profound affinity with yours." Jinyu then showcased her martial soul. "My martial soul is the phoenix of fire. It is currently in a preliminary stable state, but the power within me is still beyond my control. It is simply too immense." Tang Xing then presented a celestial herb, tossing it into Jinyu's hands. "Sister Jinyu, this coxcomb phoenix sunflower is a gift I specially prepared for you. Please do not refuse it, as it may aid you greatly." Jin Lin, upon seeing it, exclaimed, "Coxcomb phoenix sunflower. This is a marvelous treasure. Sister, consume it quickly. I shall protect you, so do not worry. It is immensely nourishing for you." Jinyu promptly consumed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and her body began to warm up as power surged within her. Witnessing this, Jin Lin immediately released a sacred aura to assist Jinyu. With Jin Lin's support, Jinyu successfully transformed that power into her phoenix strength. And aided by Tang Xing's celestial herb, she broke through to the Soul King realm. Jin Lin joyfully leapt in excitement, saying, "Sister, let me take you to find your 5th soul ring." Jinyu quickly grasped Jin Lin's arm, saying, "Brother, there is no rush. Let us first take them back to the sect." Understanding he could not sway his sister, Jin Lin agreed. "Very well." Jinyu led Tang Xing and the others to the northeastern part of Ling Hai City, where a towering sign stood at the entrance. Jinyu called out, "Come in." Upon entering, they saw sect disciples engaged in sparring and training. Jinyu instructed Su Yin, "You may go to your room." She then turned to Lan Xiu and Li Fei, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, and softly said, "Would you both consider joining our sect?" Without hesitation, Li Fei replied, "Where the leader is, I shall be." Jinyu felt a sense of relief and satisfaction washed over her, beaming with a smile as she patted Li Fei's shoulder, conveying that their friendship was as solid as steel. He turned to Lan Xiu, the anticipation in his eyes deepening like the depths of a serene lake. He softly inquired, "What about you, Lan Xiu?" After a moment's hesitation, Lan Xiu stammered, "I'm sorry, but I must consult my master regarding this matter." Jinyu chuckled. "That is indeed a wise choice. Whenever you have made your decision, feel free to seek me out. Li Fei, you are to meet with senior sister Min. As Elder Jiao has requested you bring her the person she wishes to see." A disciple conveyed the message. Jinyu escorted Tang Xing and the others to Elder Jiao, who, upon their arrival, astonished Tang Xing with her unexpected presence. Chapter 37, Delivering the Celestial Herb. As Tang Xing cast her gaze upward, she instantly recognized the woman seated in a high position. It was her mother. The ninth elder greeted Tang Xing, saying, "Hello, we meet again, young Tang Xing." Tang Xing looked at Elder Jiao with a sense of astonishment, completely taken aback by the revelation that his mother was, in fact, the esteemed Elder Jiao of the Yun sect. This unexpected discovery filled him with profound surprise and shock. Tang Xing could not help but reminisce about his previous encounter with Elder Jiao, where they shared a unique bond. Now, upon discovering that Elder Jiao is his mother, his heart was awash with a myriad of complex emotions. He gazed at Elder Jiao, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Although he was taken aback by this revelation, he also felt a profound sense of comfort and joy at having found his mother. Elder Jiao smiled warmly at Tang Xing, her eyes reflecting a deep well of maternal love and concern. She understood the numerous hardships and challenges he had faced, and now, having finally reunited with him, she felt an overwhelming sense of solace. Tang Xing took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. He resolved to cherish this rare bond of kinship and to nurture his relationship with his mother, facing the future together. Jinyu spoke first, Elder Jiao. I have brought the individuals. With that, she stepped aside, allowing Bing Er and Qi Yin to come forward and meet Elder Jiao. The elder scrutinized them carefully, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, they are promising candidates. Let them stay. From now on, the Yun sect shall be their home. He then turned to Jin Yu and said, You Er, take them to rest and prepare for tomorrow's initiation ceremony. He further advised Bing Er and Qi Yin, make sure to rest well and adjust your states. Tomorrow will feature a simple initiation ceremony. In unison, they responded, Thank you, Elder. They then followed Jin Yu as they departed. As Tang Xing watched them depart, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of his next course of action. At that moment, Elder Jiao approached him with a warm smile and inquired, Star, do you wish to join our Yun sect? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly nodded, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Observing his reaction, Elder Jiao gently patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction, Very well, in that case. The sect will soon announce the return of Elder C, and you should join us. Although Tang Xing did not fully comprehend the significance of this, he obediently acquiesced. Tang Xing inquired with curiosity, The fourth elder? Who might that be? At that moment, the ninth elder made a shushing gesture towards Tang Xing, speaking in a tone laced with mystery, This is a secret. Just then, a melodious and solemn bell began to toll throughout the sect. Upon hearing the chime, all the disciples hurried in unison towards a common direction, ultimately gathering in the grand assembly hall. At the center of the stage stood the host of this assembly, Ru Jian. With a serious countenance and a booming voice, he proclaimed, Esteemed guests, please maintain silence. Today marks the return of our fourth elder to Yun sect. Let us extend the warmest applause and cheers to welcome her back. As Ru Jian's words echoed, the atmosphere transformed into a vibrant celebration. The disciples clapped and cheered, expressing their anticipation and respect for the fourth elder. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared in the sky, circling and emitting a cry. In the next moment, it descended to the center of the square, and as the flames dissipated, a figure clad in a black robe emerged before the onlookers. Wow, what is that? A phoenix? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting shock and curiosity. Jin Lin approached the speaker with an air of disdain, a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, I am the fourth elder of Yun sect. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the square, ensuring that all could hear him distinctly. As his words lingered in the air, an immense aura erupted from him, akin to an invisible tidal wave sweeping outward. This presence was filled with authority and dominance, evoking a sense of reverence among those present. The overwhelming force left everyone breathless, and even Elder Yang, who had intended to speak, hesitated in the face of Jin Lin's imposing demeanor. At that moment, the ninth elder stepped forward and announced, The matter concerning the fourth elder has reached a conclusion, and we can consider it settled. Furthermore, I have another significant announcement to make. With that, Tang Xing approached the center of the assembly hall. The ninth elder's voice grew deeper and more resonant as he continued, From this day forth, Tang Xing shall officially become a member of our Yun sect. Moreover, Tang Xing is under my tutelage. Should I be absent from the sect in the future, he will have the authority to assume my position. With the ninth elder's pronouncement, the assembly hall fell into a profound silence. The crowd exchanged glances, taken aback and puzzled by this unexpected decision. Yet, none dared to voice dissent or opposition, for they were acutely aware of the ninth elder's esteemed status and formidable strength within the Yun sect. Tang Xing stood in the chamber of the ninth elder of the Cloud sect, addressing Jiang Yu with earnestness. Mother, the matter has been resolved, and I believe it is time for me to return to school. After all, my studies hold great significance. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully and replied, Indeed. That sounds reasonable. However, you must take care of your safety, particularly while traveling. Would you like to rest here for a while before you depart? A trace of concern and affection shimmered in her eyes. Tang Xing smiled, acknowledging his mother's concern. However, he felt that he was not as fatigued as she imagined, and thus replied, It's all right, mother. I am not tired at all. Moreover, there is no rush to reach our destination. We can take our time. Seeing her son so resolute, Jiang Yu refrained from insisting further, merely advising, Very well, since you have made your decision, please take care on the road. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Tang Xing nodded and replied with a reassuring smile, Don't worry, mother. I will take good care of myself. Moreover, there is plenty of time, so you need not fret too much. He understood that his mother often worried excessively about him, and thus wished to ease her concerns. Subsequently, Tang Xing bid farewell to Jiang Yu, exited the room, and prepared for his journey home. He silently reflected that although his return to Yun Zone had been fraught with challenges, thankfully everything had been resolved. Looking ahead to the future, he was filled with anticipation, confident in his ability to achieve even greater accomplishments. Meanwhile, Qi Yin and Bing Er observed a senior brother practicing elemental techniques. Qi Yin watched with rapt attention, while Bing Er, with a keen eye, discerned that this individual's martial soul was extraordinary. She remarked, his martial soul must be the elemental fan, capable of manipulating the powers of the 5 elements. At that moment, Jinyu approached them and introduced, indeed, he is your master, Qianmo. Come here. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin could hardly believe her ears and exclaimed in astonishment, he is to be our master? Surely, this must be a mistake. What is your cultivation level? Without hesitation, Qianmo responded, Soul King. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin displayed a look of disdain, scoffing, a mere Soul King. What is so impressive about that? Qianmo, perceiving her attitude, provocatively challenged, what? You look down on me? Shall we have a match? Qi Yin, intrigued by this suggestion, readily accepted. All right, let us do it. They quickly assumed combat stances, when Qianmo suddenly recalled something, smiling as he said, by the order of seniority, you are technically my junior sister. As your senior, I shall allow you to strike first. Qi Yin smirked slightly, a hint of disdain gracing her lips as she replied, in that case, you must be prepared to receive my attack. 3rd soul skill, Heavenly Fire Transformation, 1st soul skill, Blazing Flames of Heaven. With that, she danced her hands, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth, creating a searing sea of fire that swept towards Qianmo. In response to Qi Yin's assault, Qianmo reacted swiftly, immediately releasing the water elemental power from his elemental fan, exclaiming, 3rd soul skill, Roar of Water. Instantly, a tumultuous surge of water erupted like a mighty dragon, colliding with Qi Yin's flames. The moment they met, the water and fire intertwined, producing hissing sounds reminiscent of boiling water, steam rising dramatically. Bing Er, observing the fierce duel, curiously inquired, Sister Jinyu, is Qianmo's martial soul an ultimate martial soul? Jinyu gently shook her head and replied, it is likely not. However, his martial soul is quite unique, possessing the powers of multiple elements, making it a remarkably rare martial soul. Bing Er stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she addressed Qianmo, senior brother Qianmo, what if the 2 of us joined forces and managed to defeat you? Her voice was clear and confident, as if she were fully prepared for the challenge. Qianmo slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. If I were to lose, I would become your personal guardian for a month. Conversely, if I win, you both shall heed my commands. What say you? His tone carried a hint of provocation, yet it also revealed a confidence in his own abilities. Bing Er nodded without hesitation, signifying her acceptance of the condition. She appeared undaunted by the prospect of battling Qianmo, and even seemed to anticipate this challenge with eagerness. Tang Xing, upon hearing the commotion nearby, hurried over and was thrilled to witness Bing Er and Qi Yin engaged in a contest. He could not help but shout with enthusiasm, keep it up. His voice resonated with encouragement and support as he hoped for their triumph. As Tang Xing's call echoed, a crowd began to gather, drawn to the unfolding competition. The atmosphere grew tense and fervent, with everyone eager to see who would emerge victorious from this clash. At the outset, Qianmo summoned the water element, surging like a tumultuous tide, attempting to suppress Qi Yin's fervor. In response, Bing Er swiftly conjured the frost flute, exclaiming delicately, 1st soul skill, Frost Inducement. In an instant, Qianmo's water element was encased in ice, resembling a magnificent ice sculpture. Qianmo, astonished to discover that Bing Er's martial soul was the ice flute, remarked, truly deserving of her name, as cold and enchanting as ice. Bing Er smiled faintly and replied, thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Allow me to settle this with one decisive move. 2nd soul skill, Melody of Cold. 5th soul skill, Frosty Soul Requiem. Qi Yin maintained the state of his 3rd soul skill, unleashing formidable power with his 5th soul skill, Blazing Slash. Qianmo swiftly unfurled his fan, intoning, Blade of Gold, Binding of Wood, Roar of Water, Incineration of Fire, Burial of Earth. His voice, akin to heavenly music, carried an air of mysterious potency. The explosive force of this strike was immense, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, sending both Qi Yin and Bing Er flying. Jinyu marveled, what progress? Tang Xing bid farewell to Jinyu and Qi Yin, soaring back to the school's thicket like a swift bird. Spotting Lan Qiu entering the grove, Tang Xing followed closely. Meng Yin, overjoyed at Lan Qiu's arrival, exclaimed, quick, let us indulge while the class leader and Li Fei are away. However, this was met with a chilling remark that sent shivers down their spines, as Zi Yin turned to see the class leader approaching. Tang Xing inquired with curiosity, What are you all up to? Ziyin, flustered like a startled rabbit, stammered in response, nothing much. Shortly thereafter, Li Fei arrived. And upon seeing the preparations made by Ziyin, he instantly lost his composure, roaring like an irate little lion. You, Ziyin. How dare you indulge in barbecue behind my back? What of your conscience? Tang Xing, wearing a wry smile, helplessly remarked, I was wondering what it could be. By the way, Ziyin, I happen to have a splendid Kiro tulip that would suit you perfectly. Ziyin, taken aback and delighted, chirped like a joyful little bird. Class monitor, I truly don't know how to repay you. Perhaps I should offer myself in gratitude? Tang Xing, somewhat astonished and resembling a startled fawn, stuttered. That is entirely unnecessary. Oh, and Li Fei, this splendid dawn gold sedge is for you. Li Fei, akin to a greedy little fox, accepted it without hesitation. Tang Xing gazed at Lin Qian and Huang Quan, gently proclaiming like a soft breeze, this wondrous celestial herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, along with the thunderstorm rain skin, is for you. Huang Quan, upon beholding the ethereal plant, expressed his joy as if he had discovered a treasure gem. Thank you, Tang Xing. Tang Xing then presented a celestial herb to Lan Qiu, warmly stating, this 9-yang heavenly flower is most suitable for you. Lan Qiu, utterly astounded by the priceless gift bestowed upon her by Tang Xing, repeatedly declined, exclaiming, no, it is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Tang Xing urged once more. Please, take it. Suddenly, as if by magic, a celestial herb materialized before Lan Qiu, leaving Tang Xing utterly astonished. Chapter 38. A single strike. Tang Xing gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene before him, murmuring to himself, the heartbreak red, has it truly acknowledged its master? As a gentle blush gradually dissipated, the once resplendent heartbreak red transformed into a radiant beam of crimson light, delicately descending into Lan Qiu's hands. It appeared to have found its sanctuary, resting quietly as if awaiting something. Lan Qiu, somewhat taken aback, contemplated the heartbreak red nestled in her palm. A wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. She tenderly caressed the petals and softly mused, is it declaring its allegiance to me? Very well, if so, I shall protect you for all eternity. Observing this exchange, Tang Xing promptly interjected, Lan Qiu, now is not the time for sentimentality. You must absorb the 9-sun celestial flower at once. Only then can its true powers be unlocked, enhancing your strength. His gaze remained fixed upon Lan Qiu, brimming with anticipation and encouragement. Upon returning to school, Ziyin eagerly searched for Tang Xing. At last, she spotted him alongside Lan Qiu and the others in the familiar grove. Ah, class monitor, you certainly made it difficult for me to find you, Ziyin panted, breathless from her exertions. Tang Xing looked at her with a hint of confusion and asked, what wrong? Has something happened? Ziyin suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment but mustered the courage to say, no, thank you for the celestial herb you gave me. It truly helped enhance my soul power. After speaking, Ziyin impulsively leaned in and bestowed a heartfelt kiss on Tang Xing's cheek. This unexpected scene left everyone astounded, especially Lan Qiu, whose heart sank in an instant, a wave of bitterness surging within him. As Ziyin's momentary impulse waned, she realized that her behavior had been somewhat inappropriate. She quickly stood up from Tang Xing, her face flushed, and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. After absorbing the powers of the celestial herb, Lin Qian exuded an imposing aura, as if he had transformed into someone extraordinary. To his astonishment, he discovered that the quality of his martial soul had indeed improved. Gratefully, he looked at Tang Xing and said, Class leader, thank you. If there is ever anything you need help with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost. Tang Xing chuckled helplessly and replied, no need to be so polite. It's merely my duty. Not only our team, but even our classmates have benefited from it. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan curiously inquired, Class leader, did you go gather herbs? With so many celestial herbs. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion, but he quickly became excited again, adding, however, my thunderstorm twin blades seem to have improved once more, and their power is even greater than before. Ziyin chimed in, indeed, my spiritual power has increased a notch. I might even surpass you, class leader. Upon finishing, Ziyin released her spiritual power. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Xing suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze sharp as he focused ahead, effortlessly breaking through Ziyin's spiritual power. Ziyin was astonished to find such a vast disparity in their spiritual powers and couldn't help but ask, Class leader, how do you possess such formidable spiritual power? Tang Xing smiled slightly and countered, have you heard of the purple extreme demon eye? Ziyin instantly understood everything and excitedly asked, can I join as well? Tang Xing answered without hesitation, Of course. Just then, Li Fei, who had been nearby, also awakened, exclaiming with excitement, "Wonderful! My martial soul has elevated a level, and my soul power has become more fluid." Meanwhile, Sui, who happened to overhear their conversation, snorted coldly, saying, "Oh, I look forward to your performances." Tang Xing instantly spotted Sui, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Sui's figure flicker and vanish without a trace. Tang Xing exclaimed, "So swift. His presence is utterly elusive." Lan Qiu inquired with concern, "Tang Xing, are you all right?" Tang Xing regained his composure and said, "I am fine. What about you, Lan Qiu?" Lan Qiu replied, "I have made a breakthrough and now require a soul ring. Would you accompany me tonight to hunt for one?" Tang Xing readily agreed, "Of course." The others gradually dispersed, leaving only Tang Xing and Lan Qiu, who were preparing to venture into the soul-hunting forest. Meanwhile, Sui reported to the teacher, "Teacher, after consuming the celestial herb, Tang Xing and the others have experienced a substantial enhancement in their soul power." Upon hearing this, the teacher's face broke into a smile, and he replied with satisfaction, "Excellent. Let us assign them a more challenging task tomorrow." He then turned to Sui, inquiring, "Sui, have you selected your candidates?" Sui respectfully responded, "Indeed, teacher. I have made my selections, and everything has been meticulously arranged." His tone exuded confidence and determination, as if he were brimming with faith in this undertaking. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Tang Xing gazed intently at the soul beast not far ahead. After a careful observation, he remarked, "It appears to be a 5-year-old lightning leopard. What are your thoughts, Lan Qiu?" Lan Qiu nodded in agreement and replied, "It is acceptable." Upon receiving a definitive answer, Tang Xing instantly transformed into an ethereal sprite, striking with the swiftness of lightning to effortlessly subdue and capture the lightning leopard. In swift succession, Lan Qiu advanced, commencing the process of absorbing the energy of the lightning leopard. In less than half an hour, she successfully completed the absorption. However, at that moment, Lan Qiu suddenly inquired, "Tang Xing, what type of girl do you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing displayed a hint of surprise on her face and, with a look of confusion, retorted, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Lan Qiu gently tugged at Tang Xing's hand, swaying it softly, her eyes glistening with a pitiful expression as she coaxingly implored, "Please tell me, I beg you." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, and with a deep sigh, he remarked, "The woman I admire must be one of unparalleled beauty, possessing the grace of a goddess and the allure that could captivate even the most discerning of hearts." Upon hearing these words, Lan Qiu's expression shifted dramatically, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, "Well, you certainly are something, Tang Xing. I have no desire to engage with you any longer." With that, she turned on her heel, preparing to depart. Tang Xing realized he had misspoken and hurriedly grasped Lan Qiu's hand, anxiously explaining, "Lan Qiu, please listen to me. I was merely teasing you." However, Lan Qiu took flight, and Tang Xing swiftly followed. The morning sunlight bathed the dormitory balcony, casting an exceptionally radiant glow. As Tang Xing opened his eyes, he felt as though the blinding light could pierce through anything. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he discovered that his purple extreme demon eye had ascended to a new realm, reaching the level of mustard seed. This ability to perceive the essence of all things filled him with immense exhilaration. Just then, the class bell rang, reminding him it was time to head to the classroom. He quickly gathered his belongings and made his way to the teaching building. Teacher Wu, as usual, awaited her students at the designated spot. Soon, the students arrived one after another. Observing their spirited demeanor, Teacher Wu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She solemnly addressed them, "Tang Xing, Li Fei, Su Yin, Zi Yin, Lan Qiu, Lin Qian, Huang Quan. The 7 of you have been chosen as the spirit masters representing the future and hope of our academy. Therefore, I will employ a unique teaching method to nurture you, and I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of the esteemed elders." She continued, "Now, the students I call upon, Nian Shui, Qing Yu, Chu Hao, Meng Yin, Nan Sheng, ZMO, Wan Ying. You 7 shall engage in a challenge match with Tang Xing and his group. Give it your all." Nian Shui fixed an intense gaze on Tang Xing and declared, "I ask that the class leader unleash his full strength." Upon hearing their demands, Tang Xing smiled faintly and immediately unleashed the formidable pressure of her spiritual martial soul. The crowd was taken aback by this overwhelming force, astonished by the astonishing level of her mental prowess. At that moment, Meng Yin stepped forward, her gaze sharpening as she met Tang Xing's spiritual energy head-on. Noticing the shift, Tang Xing unhesitatingly intensified her output of spiritual power. Suddenly, Meng Yin felt an immense force crashing against her, causing her to involuntarily stagger backward a few steps. With widened eyes and an expression of disbelief, she exclaimed, "What an incredible mental force!" Beside her, Qingyu and Chu Hao exchanged knowing glances, their minds in sync as they charged toward Tang Xing, determined to confront her formidable spiritual energy together. In the next instant, Su Yin and Li Fei emerged like impenetrable fortresses, blocking their path. Nian Shui, intending to assist them, was halted by a sudden bolt of lightning that barred her advance, akin to a ferocious beast preventing her from moving forward. Aware of Huang Quan's might, Nian Shui dared not act recklessly. Meng Yin, realizing that her minor misstep had inadvertently trapped her teammates in a perilous situation, promptly unleashed her first soul skill, Dolphin's Voice. The intense sound waves surged like tumultuous ocean waves, tormenting Li Fei and his companions, leaving them with throbbing headaches. Meanwhile, Tang Xing seemed to have anticipated this. As Su Yin swiftly switched her martial soul and unleashed her first soul skill, Emerald's Voice, the two waves of sound clashed like colossal dragons in the air, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, a massive fireball, akin to a blazing meteor, hurtled towards Su Yin. Ziyan shouted, "Be careful." Her voice resonated like thunder across the battlefield. Concurrently, she activated her fourth soul skill, Starshine Shield. A star-shaped barrier materialized before Su Yin, intercepting the fireball. Wanning felt a tinge of disappointment, muttering, "Phew. I still managed to block it for you." Wanqiu called out loudly, "Wanning, dare you to battle me?" Wanning responded by unleashing her second soul skill, Fiery Embodiment, followed by her third soul skill, Sacred Fire of the Crimson Flame, and her fourth soul skill, Divine Blazing Flame, charging toward Wanqiu. In response, Wanqiu adjusted her stance, gathering energy for a powerful strike, her fourth soul skill, Golden Overlord Slash. As Wanning surged forward, she was propelled away, leaving the onlookers astonished. Did she just take them out in an instant? Quick! Look at our class leader. Chapter 39. The dual training. Tang Xing and Su Yin unleashed their martial spirit fusion, Purple Spirit Divine Light. Upon witnessing this, Nanxing immediately activated his soul skills. He began with his first soul skill, Deer Spirit Possession, followed swiftly by his second soul skill, Horn of the Ming Deer. Then proceeded to his third soul skill, Blessing of the Deer Spirit, culminating in his fourth soul skill, Blessing of the Spirit Deer. However, the power of Tang Xing and his companions' martial spirit fusion proved overwhelmingly formidable, prompting Nanxing to employ even more potent techniques. He invoked his third soul skill, Amplification of Soul Power, followed by the release of his fourth soul skill, Power Augmentation. Tang Xing was taken aback by the scene before him. He exclaimed, "I never expected Nanxing to withstand our martial soul fusion attack. That is truly remarkable." At that moment, Zmo summoned his second martial soul and charged towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, promptly calling forth the Celestial Holy Spear to engage in an intense battle with Zmo. The two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Unwilling to concede, Zmo immediately unleashed his fourth soul skill, Serene Nine Heavens. Tang Xing unleashed the technique of the Spirit Holy Spear, the third form, sweeping through the thousands, followed by the first form, Spirit Heavenly Slash. Zmo was struck by Tang Xing's assault and collapsed to the ground in an instant. With a grave expression, Chu Hao addressed Qingyu. "Qingyu, initiate spirit fusion." Without hesitation, Qingyu leaped into action, completing the spirit fusion with Chu Hao. Together, they proclaimed, "Spirit fusion, sacred light, divine punishment." At that moment, Lan Xiu scoffed, "Do you truly believe our team possesses only one spirit fusion?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Fei eagerly interrupted, "Wait, allow me." Spirit fusion, radiant shadow moon. In an instant, Li Fei unleashed the formidable power of his spirit, and his fusion technique struck Chu Hao's spirit fusion with astonishing speed and force, causing it to shatter. In response to this spectacle, Li Fei exclaimed with exhilaration, "What a rush!" Meanwhile, Wu Xinheng wore a satisfied smile and nodded in approval, saying, "Very well, there has been progress." As the class leader, Tang Xing must exemplify leadership while also assisting her classmates. Do you understand? Tang Xing immediately grasped the essence of Wu Xinheng's words, replying respectfully, "Yes, Teacher Wu, I understand." Wu Xinheng continued, "Very well, since that is the case, let us proceed. Jiang Hao, your group shall go first." Although Jiang Hao felt a twinge of reluctance, he steeled himself to face the challenge. He glanced at Tang Xing, offering a wry smile as he said, "Xing Xing, do remember to show some mercy." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's team swiftly entered combat mode, adopting a stance of readiness. Observing this, Tang Xing too prepared herself for battle, not daring to exhibit any complacency. Thus, An intense confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Just as Jiang Hao revealed his spirit ring, the attention of Tang Xing and her companions shifted entirely towards him. Noticing this, Yuxian promptly unleashed a spirit technique. However, Tang Xing and her group reacted swiftly, sprouting a pair of wings from their backs and soaring beyond the reach of Yuxian's attack. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful gust of wind engulfed Tang Xing and the other 6. Tang Xing and Su Yin exchanged a glance, and Su Yin immediately comprehended his intent. Lin Qian swiftly summoned the rock dragon shield, closely guarding the other 4. Su Yin, in turn, harnessed her counterclockwise speed to mitigate the damage inflicted by the wind. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was fervently drawing upon the light elements within him, striving to consolidate his own power. Knight Xian, witnessing this unfolding scene, realized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, "This is bad. We must stop them at once." Tang Xing successfully transformed into an ethereal form, radiating a dazzling golden light. Adorned in resplendent golden armor, he sprouted a pair of shimmering wings from his back. He intoned the words, "Holy light wave of all spirits." Observing this, Sun Shekong and Su Chuan immediately dashed towards the whirlwind, striving to seize Su Yin. However, just as they were nearing the vortex, a violent explosion erupted from within it. Su Yin plummeted from the sky to the ground, declaring, "Tang Xing, my soul power has been utterly depleted." Tang Xing resolutely stood behind them and declared, "Do not worry. You all rest well. The forthcoming battle shall be entrusted to me." At that moment, Li Fei stepped forward and said, "Boss, I shall accompany you." Lan Xiu rose as well, stating, "And I will join too." The two then summoned their battle attire, positioning themselves steadfastly beside Tang Xing. Sun Shaokong nearly lost grip of the purple gold staff in his hands, silently marveling at the formidable strength of these 2 individuals. Su Chuan, observing the panic among the Chun family members, promptly exclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. They are but 3 in number. We are many and shall not be intimidated." Yet, as he spoke, he retreated behind the crowd. In that instant, Li Fei surged towards the Chun family with astonishing speed, a blur to the onlookers. Jin Yu swiftly summoned the Fire Phoenix, engaging in fierce combat with Li Fei. The Fire Phoenix unleashed torrents of flames, while Li Fei wielded his weapon with finesse, each side exchanging blows in a tumultuous struggle. Seeing this, Jiang Hao intended to assist Jin Yu but was halted by Lan Qiu. Lan Qiu emanated the formidable aura of the Golden Dragon, a roar that resonated through the skies, instilling terror. Jiang Hao, undeterred, summoned the Rainbow Spirit Horse, revealing his own prowess. The 2 powerful energies clashed in the air, creating a massive shockwave that left those nearby gasping for breath. With a mighty shout, Jiang Hao summoned the 7-colored spear and lunged fiercely towards Lan Qiu. Although Lan Qiu was strong, he found himself momentarily flustered by Jiang Hao's unexpected strike. The 2 engaged in a relentless exchange, neither yielding. At that moment, Tang Xing issued a challenge to Sun Shaokong. However, just as he was about to strike, a fan suddenly launched from behind in a stealthy assault. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, sidestepping Su Chuan's attack. Su Lu and He Xin, witnessing the unfolding situation, quickly moved to assist Sun Shaokong and Su Chuan. In that instant, Sun Shaokong and Su Chuan, bolstered by their allies, unleashed their most potent techniques, the Gale Slash and the Purple Gold Staff. Upon observing the situation, Tang Xing intoned incantations, Spirit Sacred Halberd, 3rd form, sweeping the 1,000 armies. 1st form, Spirit Heavenly Slash. With a flourish of his halberd, a fierce gale erupted. Su Chuan and Sun Xiaokong's offensive was swiftly dismantled, and Tang Xing followed with a heavy strike, rendering them unconscious upon the ground. Nearby, Jin Yu, witnessing this, unhesitatingly unleashed the Phoenix's might. Employing her 5th soul skill, Gaze of the Phoenix, Li Fei, acutely aware that he was no match for Jin Yu, called out fervently, "Martial Soul Fusion, Radiant Shadow Moon." Nonetheless, Li Fei ultimately found himself unable to withstand Jin Yu's onslaught, and together they were eliminated from the contest. Lan Qiu and Jiang Hao engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding to the other. Suddenly, Lan Qiu noticed the divine artifact in Jiang Hao's grasp and inwardly lamented the predicament. Defeating him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, Jiang Hao, brimming with confidence, taunted Lan Qiu. "Lan Qiu, you are simply no match for me. Perhaps it would be wise to concede." Undeterred by his provocation, Lan Qiu smirked disdainfully and retorted, "How can one know their limits without a trial?" 4th soul skill, Golden Overlord Dragon Slash. At that moment, Jiang Hao shook his head with a sigh, then tightened his grip on his weapon, releasing a technique known as the remnant soul of the colorful spirit horse. The power of this move was staggering, instantly sending Lan Qiu flying out of the competition. In the end, Only Jiang Hao, Ding Xin, and Tang Xing remained on the field. Observing the unfolding scene, Tang Xing called out, "Elder brother, why not allow them to take their turn first to preserve our camaraderie?" Jiang Hao acquiesced. "Very well, you may go first." Thus, Ding Xin and Sui stepped out of the arena. Now, only Jiang Hao and Tang Xing remained. Jiang Hao lunged towards Tang Xing with a swift stride, while Tang Xing retaliated with a powerful thrust, momentarily repelling Jiang Hao. The battle intensified, drawing the attention of all. Jiang Hao leaped, aiming a strike at Tang Xing, who raised his halberd overhead in defense but was forced back several paces. Realizing his spear techniques were insufficient, Tang Xing began to invoke Spirit Sacred Halberd, second form, Radiant Brilliance. A dazzling light erupted from his halberd, illuminating the entire battlefield. This brilliance was as scorching as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming pressure yet did not falter. He raised his long spear, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for Tang Xing's assault. A subtle smile graced his lips, exuding confidence. With a gentle sweep of his spear, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual light, so luminous that it illuminated the very air around them. Like a bolt of lightning, it surged towards Tang Xing. Colliding with his radiant energy, the two lights met in the air, producing a resounding clash. The intense energy created a shockwave, stirring the surrounding winds. Tang Xing's light gradually succumbed to Jiang Hao's spiritual radiance, ultimately vanishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's spiritual light surged forward, propelling Tang Xing back several dozen meters. Tang Xing spat blood, his body swaying precariously. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes were filled with astonishment and dread. He had never anticipated that Jiang Hao possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly overcoming his techniques. In that moment, he felt his own power dwindle to insignificance, as if all his efforts had been in vain. Unable to maintain even his ethereal form, Tang Xing found himself at a loss. Jiang Hao mockingly remarked, "Junior brother, is this all you are capable of? Where's your prowess? Stand up for me." Tang Xing struggled to rise to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with fury and resentment. He gripped the war spear tightly, poised to launch another assault. However, Jiang Hao denied Tang Xing the chance, swiftly charging towards him, the spear in his hand glinting with a chilling light. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing hastily raised his battle spear for defense. However, Jiang Hao's assault was remarkably swift, effortlessly breaching Tang Xing's defenses and striking his shoulder. Tang Xing coughed up blood once more, his body staggering backward. Jiang Hao remained rooted in place, gazing at the fallen Tang Xing, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He mockingly remarked, "Junior brother, weren't you quite formidable? Why do you appear so feeble now?" Tang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he rose from the ground. He glared at Jiang Hao, his eyes ablaze with fury. He understood that he could not be vanquished so easily. He was determined to demonstrate his prowess. Drawing in a deep breath, he launched another assault. This time, Tang Xing's strike was even more formidable than before. He wielded his war spear, unleashing a cascade of piercing light. These beams, akin to sharp swords, aimed to penetrate Jiang Hao's defenses. In the face of Tang Xing's onslaught, Jiang Hao exhibited no fear. He nimbly evaded Tang Xing's attacks while countering with his long spear. The two engaged in an intense duel upon the battlefield, each unwilling to yield an inch. After listening to Jiang Hao's words, Tang Xing rose once more, unleashing the primal power of his spirit, a martial soul, and the holy celestial spear. Gripping the spear tightly, he swung it fiercely toward Jiang Hao. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Jiang Hao immediately engaged Tang Xing in an intense duel. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Jiang Hao soon realized that Tang Xing's attacks were growing increasingly ferocious, each strike amplifying the pressure he felt. However, he refused to back down, fiercely defending against his opponent's onslaught. At that moment, Tang Xing suddenly identified a flaw and, without hesitation, thrust the holy celestial spear toward Jiang Hao. In response, Jiang Hao swiftly transitioned into a defensive stance, using the seven-colored divine spear to block Tang Xing's strike. He then summoned the seven-colored spirit horse martial soul, positioning it behind him. Not to be outdone, Tang Xing summoned his own spirit, facing Jiang Hao head-on. The collision of their formidable powers produced a dazzling radiance. As the holy celestial spear in Tang Xing's grasp reacted violently with Jiang Hao's seven-colored divine spear, as if they were tearing apart the very fabric of space. Their battle intensified, the surrounding air growing increasingly heated. In this breathtaking confrontation, the outcome became the focal point of everyone's attention, as both Tang Xing and Jiang Hao gave their utmost, showcasing their mightiest strengths. Chapter 40. A plan ahead of time. At that moment, the holy celestial spear, which had been firmly held by Tang Xing, suddenly began to tremble violently, and then it slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air. Simultaneously, the seven-colored divine spear in Jiang Hao's hand also broke free, ascending into the sky. The two artifacts began to emit their respective auras, confronting each other in midair. Surprisingly, the seven-colored divine spear gradually succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the holy celestial spear, retreating step by step. Ultimately, Jiang Hao himself was also thrust off the stage. The outcome of this contest was unequivocal. Tang Xing emerged victorious once again. However, what transpired next was even more unexpected. With a flash of light, the holy celestial spear transformed into the image of a handsome and dashing young man, clad in resplendent golden armor, with a pair of magnificent golden wings unfurling from his back, wielding a long spear that shimmered with a mysterious glow. Concurrently, Jiang Hao's seven-colored divine spear morphed into a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in a vibrant, colorful gown, holding a staff that radiated 7 hues of light. She gracefully descended to the ground and respectfully bowed to Jiang Hao, saying, "Qicai, I pay my respects to the young master." Jiang Hao cleared his throat softly, and Qicai immediately understood his intent, rushing excitedly toward the holy celestial spear and exclaiming, "Brother Jinling, is that you?" The holy celestial spear slowly opened its eyes and, upon seeing Qicai, exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Qicai, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in?" Before finishing his sentence, Jinling hastily unleashed spatial power, concealing their forms and obstructing the gaze of onlookers. Jinling looked at Qicai with confusion and asked, "Shouldn't you be in the divine realm? Why are you here?" With a deep sigh, Qicai lamented, "I initially accompanied my master into the tumultuous battles of the divine realm's outskirts, only to encounter the abyssal sovereign. We engaged in a fierce struggle, and just as we were about to capture him, he unexpectedly unleashed a barrier that transported the entire divine realm into the fringes of that realm, using it to threaten my master. However, a sudden and powerful spatial turbulence swept in, engulfing the divine realm. To our astonishment, a black hole emerged, pulling both my master and yours into its depths. As for my arrival here, I sought to quickly return and inform my mistress, but to my dismay, upon reaching this place, my soul had suffered grievous wounds, ultimately leading me to a desolate and savage land. After an extended period, a merchant brought me to his auction house. Thus, the events unfolded. And you? Suddenly, Wu Xinheng exclaimed, "Everyone should return at once. Leave this to Tang Xing." Upon hearing this, Jinling found herself at a loss for words, hesitating before she responded, "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely clear on the specifics either. However, my master entrusted me to him for a reason. Moreover, the aura surrounding him feels remarkably familiar." After a moment of contemplation, Qicai said, "Brother Jinling, you must be cautious." Jinling gently patted Qicai's head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. There is no one under heaven who can harm me." Subsequently, Jinling opened the barrier and bowed deeply to Tang Xing, saying, "Greetings. I am the spirit of the holy celestial spear, known as Jinling." Tang Xing, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, responded with a bewildered expression, "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to gift you a red scarf." With that, Tang Xing produced a vibrant red scarf from his person and personally tied it around Jinling's head. At that moment, Jin Mao suddenly leaped forth, exclaiming with excitement, "Ah, at last, I have a companion." However, Jinling immediately grew wary, sensing that Jin Mao was no ordinary creature, but rather a fierce beast. She urgently cautioned, "Be careful, he is a ferocious beast." Upon hearing this, Jin Mao became incensed, retorting loudly, "So what if I'm a fierce beast? I haven't provoked you. Why are you so upset?" As tensions rose and it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Tang Xing quickly intervened, raising his hands to separate the two, and shouted, "Stop. Both of you, cease this at once. No fighting or arguing, understood?" Jin Mao shrugged in response, saying, "I have no issue, but the problem lies with her." He then turned to Jinling. Tang Xing also turned to look, inquiring, "And what about you?" Jinling sighed in resignation and replied, "Very well, I shall acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt a sense of relief and turned to Jin Mao and Jinling, saying, "That is wonderful. You are both my friends, and such behavior should not continue henceforth." At that moment, Lan Qiu approached, expressing concern as she asked Tang Xing, "Tang Xing, are you all right?" Tang Xing smiled gently as she caressed Lan Qiu's hand, responding tenderly, "Of course, I am perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. But are you truly worried about me?" Lan Qiu playfully tapped Tang Xing's chest and pouted, "How annoying." She then gradually nestled into Tang Xing's warm embrace, relishing the tranquility and comfort. Tang Xing softly stroked Lan Qiu's hair and murmured, "Sweetheart, this isn't the best place for a nap. Let us return home to rest." Lan Qiu nodded slightly in agreement. In a serene courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Zhang Ruoying stood quietly, adorned in a flowing purple dress, radiating beauty akin to a blossoming violet. A gentle breeze caressed her silken hair, which cascaded onto her fair shoulders, swaying lightly and exuding a subtle fragrance. Su Lao gazed at her, a glimmer of surprise and anticipation in his eyes. He spoke softly, "Ruoying, your presence here signifies the conclusion of your seclusion. Do share with me the insights and accomplishments you have garnered during this time." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Zhang Ruoying's face, reminiscent of spring flowers unfurling. She bowed deeply to Su Lao, responding respectfully, "Thank you, Su Lao, for your unwavering concern and guidance. During my seclusion, I primarily focused on elevating my soul power to level 75. More importantly, I devoted my efforts to comprehending the 9-word mantra. Although I have only grasped the first 3 words, I shall persist in my endeavors." With that, she lowered her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. Su Lao smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Ruoying's shoulder. "Do not be disheartened, Ruoying. Understanding the first 3 words is already commendable. After all, this is an exceptionally profound soul technique that requires extensive cultivation and comprehension. While the remaining 6 words present greater challenges, I firmly believe that with perseverance, you will surely unravel their meaning." Zhang Ruoying nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Thank you for your encouragement, Su Lao. I will double my efforts and strive not to disappoint your expectations." Su Lao responded with a tranquil demeanor. The 9-word mantra encompasses exceedingly profound principles, the depth of which even I cannot fully fathom. However, a rare opportunity has arisen. You may accompany me on an expedition to broaden your horizons. Perhaps during this journey, you will encounter unforeseen opportunities that may lead to personal breakthroughs. Our original plans may require slight adjustments, but it seems we must implement them sooner than anticipated. Her gaze sparkled with anticipation and resolve. As another day quietly slipped away, Wu Xinheng received a summons from Linghai Pavilion and promptly made her way there. The pavilion was empty, with only the pavilion master awaiting her arrival. Wu Xinheng approached and said, "Pavilion master, I apologize for my tardiness." Xiaoming turned to her and replied, "No matter. I called you here to inquire about the training of the 7 spirit warriors." Wu Xinheng reported candidly, "Pavilion master. They have nearly completed their training. However, they lack the necessary experience." Xiaoming chuckled and said, "Very well. Xinheng, have you heard of the Tianhai project?" Dance Hard Hangda exclaimed, "I understand." Summer Ming continued, "Indeed, I am prepared to initiate this plan, and you shall be the operative for this endeavor. Recently, there have been slight disturbances in the southern wilderness, necessitating your leadership alongside the 7 spirit bearers and the heads of the Inner Academy to conduct an investigation. Shortly, the head of the Inner Academy will seek you out." Dance Hard Hang replied, "Understood." She promptly returned to the classroom and announced, "Tang Xing, gather your team of 6 and accompany me." Without a moment to spare, Tang Xing summoned Lan Qiu and the others, inquiring, "Teacher Wu, what is happening?" Dance Hard Hang turned to Tang Xing, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "This is your mission. Someone will come to guide you shortly. For now, please wait ahead while I procure something." Huang Quan furrowed his brow in confusion, resembling an inquisitive child as he asked, "Tang Xing, what task has the teacher assigned us?" Tang Xing found himself momentarily speechless, shrugging helplessly, "How would I know? But Teacher Wu mentioned that someone would meet us." Tang Xing gazed at Huang Quan, resembling a perplexed puppy, and with a hint of resignation, she shrugged her shoulders. "How could I possibly know? The dance instructor mentioned that someone would be meeting us." In the next moment, Huang Quan's attention was captured by a woman clad in a purple outfit, her tall and well-proportioned figure accentuated by her elongated legs. It seemed as though she was smiling directly at him. Su Yan rolled her eyes at Huang Quan and scoffed, "What a fickle-hearted fool." The woman Huang Quan spoke of approached him and inquired, "Hello, are you a student from class 1? Huang Quan, suppressing his emotions, replied, "Yes. What can I assist you with?" The woman merely smiled and said, "I need to speak with your class monitor." Upon hearing this, Huang Quan felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue and pointed at Tang Xing, exclaiming, "That would be him." Su Yan, who had just taken a sip of water, couldn't help but sputter, splashing it onto Huang Quan's face while laughing. "I can't. This is too funny. It hurts my stomach." "Haha." The woman then approached Tang Xing and said, "Hello. I need to speak with you. May I have a moment?" Tang Xing was taken aback. as if struck by a thunderclap. Chapter 41. The Perils of the Ancient Domain. After Tang Xing followed the woman to a tranquil location, she spoke first, saying, "You must be Tang Xing, the seventh spirit master. I have come to seek you out because I need to convey a special mission. But before that, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ring, the chief disciple of the inner court." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? So you are the senior sister. Greetings, senior sister." Zhang Ruing nodded and continued, "This mission is of great significance. You must stay close to me and not fall behind." With that, she led Tang Xing towards the site of their undertaking. Tang Xing, deep in thought, remarked, "Very well, my teammates are over there. I shall go inform them." Zhang Ruoying grasped Tang Xing's arm and urged, "It would be prudent for you to summon them here. There are too many prying eyes over there." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly made his way towards Lan Qiu and announced, "I have located our liaison. Please accompany me." Lan Qiu cleared his throat, rose to his feet, and called out loudly, "Everyone, rise and follow me." As Tang Xing observed Lan Qiu and the others approaching, he smiled and said, "Ah, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce our esteemed senior sister, Zhang Ring, the chief disciple of the Inner Academy." "Ah, it is the esteemed senior sister. Greetings," Huang Quan exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment as he swiftly clasped his hands in salute. Zhang Ruoying offered a gentle smile and cautioned, "Our journey to the southern wilderness is fraught with peril. You must stay close to me, understood?" The group nodded in unison, replying, "Understood." At that moment, Wu Xinhing also took note of Zhang Ruoying, silently astonished. "It is she." Zhang Ruoying, without further ado, summoned a soul-guiding vehicle and instructed the group, "Please, board the vehicle." Tang Xing gazed at Zhang Ruoying in astonishment. Incredulity etched across his face as he inquired, "Is it truly possible for a soul-guided vehicle to be stored within a spatial storage?" Zhang Ruoying smiled and nodded, responding with unwavering confidence, "Indeed, it is. My second profession is that of a blacksmith, and naturally, I possess the ability to forge the objects I cherish." She brimmed with pride in her craftsmanship. Tang Xing looked curiously at Zhang Ruoying, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of perplexity. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Senior, what does the term second profession signify?" Zhang Ruoying scrutinized Tang Xing thoughtfully, seemingly pondering how to elucidate the concept. She softly replied, "You are already in your third year, aren't you?" Tang Xing nodded in affirmation. Zhang Ruoying continued to elucidate, "The so-called second profession plays a pivotal role in determining the trajectory of your graduation. There exists a plethora of second professions, such as alchemy, potion making, blacksmithing, casting, design, and so forth. During the first semester of your third year, you will have the opportunity to finalize your choice of a second profession. And by the latter semester, you will commence your studies related to this chosen vocation. It is imperative to understand that admission to the Inner Academy also hinges upon the qualifications conferred by your second profession diploma, signifying the necessity of possessing adequate credentials and capabilities." Tang Xing gazed thoughtfully at the spirit-guided vehicle for a moment. Then suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt, and a multitude of serpents surged forth, causing Ziyin, who was aboard, to scream in alarm, "A swarm of snakes. What should we do?" Tang Xing hastily summoned his spiritual eye to assess the surroundings, his expression grave as he declared, "This area is infested with snakes for 100 miles. We are ambushed. And these snakes are highly venomous." Li Fei, filled with terror, shouted, "Boss, they are charging at us. They are coming." Tang Xing, in a state of urgency, queried, "Senior sister, can this vehicle take flight?" Zhang Ruoying awkwardly replied, "It probably can't." Tang Xing immediately cried out, "Hurry, everyone, get out of the vehicle. Huang Quan, move quickly." Huang Quan swiftly concentrated his soul power and recited an incantation for his second soul skill, light and agile little flying dumpling. Without hesitation, Zhang Ruoying stowed the spirit-guided vehicle into her storage space, causing the snakes to miss their target entirely. Tang Xing pondered silently, "If there are small snakes, then surely there must be larger ones as well. Activate mental detection." With Tang Xing's utmost effort in probing, he finally located his target. He excitedly informed Zhang Ruoying, "Senior sister, I have discovered the Snake King. I estimate its cultivation to be at least 25,000 years. I intend to capture it." Li Fei, eager to assist, immediately volunteered to scout ahead, but Tang Xing urgently called out, "Li Fei, come back." In a flash, Li Fei darted towards the Snake King at incredible speed, his dagger gleaming ominously as he thrust it towards the creature. However, to his astonishment, the Snake King did not evade. Instead, it opened its mouth wide, releasing a sluggish beam of light that struck Li Fei directly. Instantly, Li Fei felt his movements becoming extraordinarily sluggish, as if ensnared by an invisible force. At that moment, a massive serpent suddenly lunged from Li Fei's right side, gaping its enormous jaws to bite at him. Reacting swiftly, Li Fei plunged his dagger, shadow north, into the serpent's mouth. Yet, just as he believed the danger had passed, an even larger serpent erupted from his left, lunging at him with astonishing speed. Li Fei quickly summoned his radiant dagger to brace against the serpent's jaws. Tang Xing, witnessing Li Fei in dire straits, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety and unhesitatingly soared to his side to offer assistance. However, Zhang Ruoying grasped his arm, cautioning, "Wait. Those are the three serpents of the ancient domain. Their vulnerability lies in their aversion to light. You must proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's heart stirred with understanding. It was no wonder these serpents had materialized here. He nodded at Zhang Ruoying in acknowledgement. Turning his gaze toward Li Fei, he bellowed, "Li Fei, quickly unleash the aura of your radiant dagger." Upon hearing Tang Xing's call, Li Fei instantly comprehended his intention. He focused his mind, summoning all his strength to awaken the power of the radiant dagger, allowing its brilliance to erupt forth. The aura of the radiant dagger swiftly expanded, forming a formidable shield of light that illuminated everything in its vicinity. The two serpents adjacent to Li Fei, sensing the aura, were gripped by sheer terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their once ferocious onslaught abruptly ceased, and they collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The third serpent, perceiving the dire situation, promptly retreated underground. Yet, at that moment, the serpent lurking behind Li Fei began to stir, seemingly poised to launch an attack. Observing this, Tang Xing did not hesitate to summon the celestial holy spear, executing a technique, the second form, Radiance Unbounded. A dazzling sphere of golden light erupted instantaneously, enveloping all within a 100-mile radius. This sudden turn of events left Zhang Ruoying in awe, exclaiming, "How impressive! Has the Four-Ring Soul Sect truly become this formidable?" Tang Xing swiftly returned to the original location with Li Fei. Upon witnessing this, Huang Quan immediately set to work crafting a detoxifying shrimp dumpling, exclaiming, "Hurry, consume this." Without hesitation, Li Fei accepted the dumpling and devoured it. As the shrimp dumpling descended into his stomach, the toxins within him were expelled. Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly remarkable." Zhang Ruoying observed the martial soul in Huang Quan's hand and discovered it was, in fact, a dumpling. Curiously, she inquired, "Are you a food-type soul master?" Huang Quan replied, something along those lines. Tang Xing spoke up, "Senior sister, how much longer until we reach the southern wilderness?" Zhang Ruoying opened the map and replied, "Not much further, just over 2 more mountains." She then summoned the soul-guided vehicle, saying, "Hop in, I'm about to accelerate." A sense of unease washed over Tang Xing as she thought, "I have a foreboding feeling." Suddenly, the vehicle began to shake violently. Tang Xing, filled with anxiety, inquired, "Senior sister, what is happening?" "It's shaking uncontrollably." Zhang Ruoying, somewhat embarrassed, explained, "I apologize, the road ahead is rocky. It's bound to be a bit bumpy." As she spoke, she struggled to maintain control of the vehicle, but the rough terrain caused it to jolt severely. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Abruptly, Zhang Ruoying spotted a massive boulder ahead. In a panic, she slammed on the brakes and attempted to steer away from it. However, due to the high speed and treacherous road conditions, the vehicle spiraled out of control. Zhang Ruoying screamed in terror as the car lurched to one side, violently throwing the passengers against the windows. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu collided, letting out pain groans. Tang Xing lifted his gaze, resting it upon the enchanting visage of Lan Qiu, and could not help but softly exclaim, "Lan Qiu, you are truly exquisite. Like an angel descended from the heavens. You irresistibly draw one closer, inviting them to bask in your warmth and beauty." Upon hearing Tang Xing's praise, a delicate blush crept across Lan Qiu's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, utterly tempting. She lowered her head, shyly fiddling with her fingers, unable to meet Tang Xing's gaze. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing gently caressed Lan Qiu's cheek and inquired with genuine concern, "Lan Qiu, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell, perhaps running a fever? Would you like to see a doctor?" His tone was imbued with worry and affection, enveloping Lan Qiu in a comforting warmth. Her heart raced as she lifted her gaze shyly towards Tang Xing, responding softly, "I'm fine, really. I might just be a bit warm. Besides, there are others around. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to act this way." Her eyes shimmered with unease, as if apprehensive about their intimate gestures being noticed by those nearby. Zhang Ruoying shook her head and teased, "You two certainly know how to have fun. By the way, in 3 years, the Linghai Lake matchmaking event will take place. How about you both participate together? I guarantee I'll arrange a partner for each of you." The other girls chimed in unison. Senior sister. Huang Quan then interjected. "Is it really true that each of us will get a partner?" Zhang Ruoying exclaimed, "Of course. My word is my bond. You can rest assured." Suddenly, Zhang Ruoying pivoted unexpectedly. Tang Xing posed a profound question. "Senior sister, do you possess a driving license?" Zhang Ruoying, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I will obtain one when I return." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was utterly astonished. What? Chapter 42. Encounter in the southern wilderness. Zhang Ruoying drove the spirit-guided vehicle at a swift pace, traversing through cities and wild terrains until they finally arrived in the southern wilderness. As everyone disembarked, Zhang Ruoying stood firmly in place and declared with gravity, "All right. We have reached our destination. From this point onward, all actions must adhere to my command." Tang Xing stepped forward in the line. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Senior sister, what exactly is the danger you mentioned earlier?" Zhang Ruoying furrowed her brow and replied, "The objective of this mission is to annihilate the stronghold of the evil soul masters. However, according to credible intelligence, they appear to be plotting to capture the indigenous people for nefarious body refinement experiments. Even more concerning is the presence of a formidable soul saint among these evil soul masters, making them difficult to confront." Tang Xing continued to inquire, "So, senior sister, what is your cultivation level?" Zhang Ruoying hesitated for a moment before responding calmly, "As for me, I possess the strength of a soul sage. However, before we embark on our journey, we must first visit a place known as the Bibing Cave. Stay close to me." With that, she led the way toward the cave. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Wu Xian Hung was closely observing Zhang Ruoying and her companions, deep in contemplation, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. On another front, a group of malevolent soul masters was industriously constructing a sacrificial altar. One of the servants respectfully reporting, "Lord Inmu, the altar is nearing completion. But we have a few uninvited guests intruding." Inmu closed the notebook in his hand and replied calmly, "Seek out my brother. He will address this issue." The servant immediately understood his intent and swiftly departed to carry out the command. At the same time, Zhang Ruoying was utilizing radar equipment to locate the Bibing Cave. After considerable effort, she finally made a discovery and raised her hand to signal the others to look. Before them lay a pile of stones. Tang Xing curiously asked, "Senior sister, what is this situation?" Zhang Ruoying, pondering, responded, "According to the radar, the Bibing Cave should be right here." Lin Qian suddenly considered a possibility and spoke up. "Could it be that these stones are blocking the entrance?" Zhang Ruoying nodded in agreement. "That is very likely." With confidence, Lin Qian declared, "You two stand back. Let me give it a try." Tang Xing and Zhang Ruoying promptly stepped aside, and Lin Qian unleashed a powerful impact, instantly shattering the stones before him. With a resounding crash, the stones scattered, revealing bold characters on the ground. Bibing Cave. Zhang Ruoying recognized the place at once, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is it. Let us hurry inside." Consequently, the group entered the mysterious cave. Upon entering Bibing Cave, Tang Xing immediately employed her spiritual eyes to probe the depths, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a deep cave! Even my spiritual eyes cannot fully discern its depth and size. But fear not, I know the way forward. Everyone, stay close to me." Under Tang Xing's guidance, they skillfully evaded traps along the route and successfully arrived at the first cavern of the Bibing Cave. Tang Xing gazed at the walls adorned with inscriptions, pondering, could this be ancient text? The intricate script covered the walls of the cavern. Su Yan's eyes widened in shock. Her face a mask of astonishment. "This is indeed scripture, and it originates from 10,000 years ago. Allow me to try. Grant me a moment." With that, she closed her eyes and began to meticulously study the ancient text. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing endeavored to decipher the ancient texts, yet found them exceedingly perplexing. At that moment, Li Fei approached and gently tapped on several stones, and forthwith, a grand door gradually materialized before the group. Elated, Li Fei dashed back to Tang Xing's side, exclaiming with fervor, "Brother Tang, I have discovered the mechanism to open the door." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly instructed, "Splendid. You guard the door, and once Su Yan has unraveled the scriptures, we shall be able to depart from this place." Li Fei nodded vigorously and took his position at the door, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. After a brief interlude, Su Yan finally opened her eyes, murmuring in astonishment, "This is truly incredible. Tang Xing quickly inquired. What is it, Su Yan? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Su Yan replied. These scriptures recount that this locale was once a beautiful utopia, with villages and tribes flourishing. However, one fateful day, a black dragon descended upon this land, ravaging it beyond recognition, leaving it in a state of utter despair. Subsequently, a man clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, emerged and successfully repelled the black dragon. The locals revered this man as a deity and inscribed a single character, Zhe. Yet, what could this character signify? I require further contemplation to grasp its meaning. Upon hearing the character Zhe, Zhang Ruoying felt a stir within her heart, pondering silently, could this be related to my 9-character mantra? Su Yan glanced at the scriptures, expressing her resignation. As for these texts, they have surpassed my capacity to decipher. Tang Xing gently patted Su Yan's shoulder, reassuring her, it is all right. You have performed admirably. Let us proceed. Thus, Tang Xing and his companions continued deeper into the caverns. Upon entering the second cave, a hand gesture suddenly manifested upon the wall. Zhang Ruoying, upon observing this gesture, became exhilarated and could no longer remain seated. She began to mimic the gesture. Yet, no matter how she attempted, she invariably faltered at the final step, unable to complete the entire motion. Su Yan immediately recognized the gesture Zhang Ruoying was attempting and curiously asked, Senior sister, are you trying to comprehend the 9-character mantra? Zhang Ruoying responded, Indeed, but I keep failing, alas. Su Yan consoled her, Senior sister, with your talent, you will undoubtedly succeed. Well then, let us move on. Tang Xing promptly employed his spiritual and martial soul to explore the path ahead, but in the next moment, a formidable mental force abruptly emerged, forcefully interrupting Tang Xing's exploration, causing his body to sway. Observing this, Lan Xiu quickly stepped forward to steady Tang Xing, inquiring with concern. What has occurred? Tang Xing furrowed his brow and replied, a powerful mental force is obstructing my detection. Lan Xiu furrowed her brow, regarding Tang Xing with some doubt, yet chose to trust him. She nodded gently and said, Very well, let us venture to the next cave and test our fortune. No sooner had she spoken than a colossal statue silently appeared before them. Tang Xing's gaze suddenly transformed into one of resolute determination, as he felt a powerful intention surge within him, as if whispering that this statue was the very object of his relentless quest. Lan Xiu also sensed the peculiar atmosphere, leaning in closer to the statue, meticulously examining its intricate details. In contrast to the other sculptures, this one possessed an unmistakable uniqueness. It radiated a dazzling white light, imparting an aura of mystery and solemnity. Bathed in this luminous glow, the surrounding environment was rendered isolated, creating a distinct realm of its own. Tang Xing entered the alternate space without hesitation, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Upon stepping inside, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. A statue promptly knelt before him, respectfully declaring, Phoenix Envoy, I greet my master. A look of disbelief crossed Tang Xing's face as he hastily waved his hands, asserting, No, I am not your master. However, the Phoenix Envoy remained steadfast in his conviction, sincerely urging, Master, I assure you, I cannot be mistaken. The bloodline coursing through your veins resonates deeply within me, confirming that you are indeed my master. Tang Xing was left even more perplexed, asking vacantly, Huh? Upon hearing that he might be sent away, the Phoenix Envoy quickly pleaded, Master, please do not dismiss me. Allow me to remain by your side. Observing the pained expression on the Phoenix Envoy's face, Tang Xing relented, Very well. If it must be so, you may stay. However, do you know how to exit? The Phoenix Envoy responded immediately, Rest assured, Master, as long as you concentrate, I will do my utmost to assist you in finding a way out. With that, the Phoenix Envoy dissipated into the alternate space. Upon emerging from the otherworldly realm, Tang Xing immediately unleashed a formidable psychic force. At that moment, the Suzaku spirit manifested its abilities, instantaneously doubling Tang Xing's mental power. This unexpected enhancement left Tang Xing utterly astounded. He had never anticipated such a monumental breakthrough in his psychic capacity. As his mental strength surged, Tang Xing swiftly discerned the direction of the exit and excitedly exclaimed, Everyone, follow me. The group eagerly trailed behind him, encountering no peril along their path. At last, they arrived at the exit, only to be taken aback by the sight of an elderly man peacefully resting amidst a pile of grass. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing swiftly assisted the elderly man to his feet, expressing genuine concern as he inquired, Elder, what has befallen you? What has occurred? The old man, panting heavily, grasped Tang Xing's hand tightly and implored, I beseech you, save my grandson. Without hesitation, Tang Xing asked, could you describe your grandson's appearance? Trembling, the elder retrieved a photograph from his bosom and handed it to Tang Xing. Taking the photo, Tang Xing examined it closely before turning to Li Fei and the others, his eyes reflecting a silent query. In response, Li Fei and the others nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to assist in the search for the elder's grandson. Zhang Ruoying, with unwavering resolve, declared, our purpose here is to eradicate those vile creatures and rescue more souls. The elderly man, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly expressed his thanks. Subsequently, he provided a detailed account of the direction in which his grandson had been taken and indicated the route to the Wei Jitai. Tang Xing and his companions resolved to set forth immediately, determined to locate and rescue the elder's grandson. They arrived at the grassy stone embankment of the Wei Jitai, where Tang Xing briefly outlined their mission before everyone swiftly commenced their actions. One by one, the guards fell, and Tang Xing ventured deep into the enemy's territory as if traversing an uninhabited realm. As he progressed, a sense of unease crept into his mind. It was all too easy. Something was amiss. Yin Shui clapped his hands and said, Tang Xing, let me show you something. Yin Shui pointed to a figure beside him, leaving Tang Xing utterly astonished, as though struck by lightning. Chapter 43, No Way Out. Tang Xing gazed at Yin Shui and remarked, your ability to capture them speaks volumes of your formidable strength. Yin Shui chuckled softly and replied, listen, if you can best me in a contest, I shall release them. At that moment, Su Yin stirred awake and cried out, Tang Xing, do not engage with him, please. Tang Xing turned to Su Yin and assured her, do not worry, Su Yin, I will certainly rescue you all. With that, he fixed his determined gaze back on Yin Shui. Observing his resolve, Yin Shui swiftly brandished his weapon, Nightfall, and in an instant appeared before Tang Xing, brandishing a war spear aimed at him. Tang Xing reacted promptly, summoning the celestial spear of the elves to parry the strike. As Yin Shui revealed his 6 soul rings, Tang Xing expressed his surprise, a soul emperor, indeed. Now I am truly intrigued. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Xing vigorously swung the celestial spear, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Yin Shui reeling back into the shrouded mist. Tang Xing promptly closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the essence of Yin Shui. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, emanating a sacred aura that instantaneously dispelled the dark mist surrounding Yin Shui. Upon witnessing this, Yin Shui was utterly astonished. What? The weapon in your possession is an extraordinary artifact. Where on earth did you acquire it? Tang Xing let out a cold snort and replied, this is a matter you need not concern yourself with. With that, he brandished the spirit's sacred halberd and launched another assault, exclaiming, sweep away the myriad armies. In the face of Tang Xing's onslaught, Yin Shui dared not be negligent and immediately unleashed his soul skill, Royal Qilin Whirlwind. However, this strike was effortlessly shattered by Tang Xing. Yin Shui was compelled to summon the Qilin shield to barely withstand Tang Xing's attack. Yet even so, he paid a hefty price. Realizing he was outmatched, Yin Shui swiftly turned to threaten the hostage. In the next moment, Huang Quan executed a thunderstorm slash aimed at Yin Shui, causing him to spew blood from the impact of his war halberd. Meanwhile, the hostage had long since been rescued. Tang Xing, looking at Huang Quan, shouted in excitement, boss. This term of endearment filled Tang Xing with warmth, for he knew that only his acquaintance Li Fei would address him in such a manner. Tang Xing and Li Fei exchanged a fist bump when Yin Mu rushed over to assist Tang Xing, exclaiming, brother, are you all right? Upon recognizing a familiar face, Tang Xing expressed his astonishment. Isn't that Yin Mu? What brings you here? Yin Mu glared at Tang Xing, his voice laced with fury. It's you again. Did you inflict those injuries on my brother? Unfazed, Tang Xing retorted, indeed, it was I who caused it. But if you possess the skill, come and defeat me. Oh. By the way, I just recalled that you seem incapable of besting me. Yin Shui then rose once more, a menacing glint in his eyes as he declared, I haven't even unleashed my full power yet. Prepare to witness my might, 4th soul skill, Qi Huang Magic Void Restriction. Tang Xing once again wielded the celestial holy spear, unleashing the 3rd technique, the sweeping strike against myriad armies, a formidable force that sent Yin Mu staggering back. However, at that moment, a figure hurtled through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Lan Qiu and Zhang Ruoying were also knocked down by this figure, who happened to be Li Fei. Li Fei let out a pained cry. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Meanwhile, a flower palanquin slowly approached them. Yin Shui smirked with satisfaction and addressed the person within the palanquin. You are doomed, my lord. Please, make your appearance. As the words fell, The curtains of the palanquin were drawn back, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was enchanting, yet her demeanor was decidedly aloof. This was Qianyu, who coldly declared, "None of you present today shall leave this place." As Tang Xing beheld the appearance of Qianyu, a smile graced her lips. And just as she prepared to speak, Zhang Ruoying suddenly rose, her complexion pale, urgently exclaiming, "Run! A significant figure has arrived. Everyone flee." With that, she grasped Lan Qiu's hand and turned to escape the scene. A sense of urgency gripped Qianyu's heart, prompting her to unleash the lantern domain in an attempt to obstruct their pursuers. However, at that moment, a fierce sword aura surged toward the lantern domain. Qianyu, keenly aware of the assault on her domain, watched as it began to shatter. As the lantern domain crumbled, a familiar figure materialized before Tang Xing and the others. Li Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "It's Teacher Wu." Teacher Wu's expression was grave as he shouted, "Everyone, hurry and leave." His voice was imbued with urgency and concern, signaling the dire nature of the situation. Yin Shui reacted swiftly, activating a formidable protective shield that enveloped everyone, shielding them from harm. Meanwhile, Wu Xi and Heng seized the opportunity to address Zhang Ruoying, stating, "Ruoying, I will handle the one with the lantern." As Zhang Ruoying engaged in a fierce duel with Yin Shui, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from her opponent. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What is your martial soul?" A hint of a mysterious smile graced Yin Shui's lips as he replied, "Let me enlighten you. Watch closely." With that, he summoned his martial soul, leaving Zhang Ruoying astounded. It turned out that Yin Shui's martial soul was the Dark Qilin. Not to be outdone, Zhang Ruoying summoned her own martial soul. Yin Shui immediately recognized it, marveling, "It's the Holy Light Qilin. Come, I am finally ready for a battle." With that proclamation, he unleashed his third soul skill, Dark Night Demon Light. Zhang Ruoying, undeterred, responded with her first soul skill, Holy Light Dear Qilin Break. She wielded her weapon, launching a powerful attack that sent Yin Shui crashing to the ground. Just as Yin Mu prepared to assist Yin Shui, Li Fei suddenly blocked his path, taunting, "Allow me to have a word with you." With that, he lunged forward, dagger in hand, aiming at Yin Mu. However, Yin Mu reacted swiftly, gently pushing Li Fei's dagger aside with a single hand. Following that, he swiftly summoned the Black Tiger martial soul, which charged ferociously at Li Fei. Yet, Li Fei was no novice. He leaped into the air, evading the onslaught from the Black Tiger martial soul. Observing the unfolding situation, Zhang Ruoying wasted no time in unleashing her second soul skill, Dear Qilin Light. As the skill activated, Li Fei felt an immense surge of light elemental power infusing him, significantly enhancing his strength. Seizing this moment, Yin Mu unleashed his second soul skill, Black Shockwave. The force of this attack was overwhelming and formidable. Just as the Black Shockwave was about to strike Li Fei, he remained unperturbed, beginning to gather energy. Just as the Black Shockwave neared him, Li Fei finally made his move, executing his first soul skill, Radiant Slash. This strike was akin to a blinding beam of light, instantly severing Yin Mu's Black Tiger Shockwave. Meanwhile, the battle on Zhang Ruoying's side was drawing to a close. Yin Shui unleashed her sixth soul skill, Eternal Night Realm, along with her fifth soul skill, Qilin Celestial Destruction. As Zhang Ruoying found herself enveloped in Yin Shui's sixth soul skill, she suddenly sensed an impending danger from above and instantly became alert. Without hesitation, she summoned her fifth soul skill, Qilin Slaughter Divine Slash. A fierce sword aura erupted from the blade in her hand, imbued with boundless killing intent and power, cleaving upwards. This strike, akin to a thunderous force, tore open a breach in Yin Shui's most formidable attack. Yin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed her soul skill being effortlessly countered. Her complexion paled, and she collapsed to the ground, having lost her footing. Simultaneously, Wu Xi and Heng faced off against Qianyu. Qianyu, undeterred, promptly activated her seventh martial soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. As she recited her incantation, a powerful aura erupted from her, and her form began to enlarge, transforming into a colossal monster. Following this, Qianyu employed her fifth soul skill, Lantern of the Cage. A gigantic lantern materialized in her hand, emanating an eerie glow. She hurled the lantern towards Wu Xi and Heng, instantly creating an enclosed space that ensnared him within. However, Wu Xi and Heng was undaunted by Qianyu's onslaught. He immediately invoked his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. With the manifestation of his martial soul, his strength surged significantly. Wielding his sword, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Frost Sword of Heaven. The blade in his hand morphed into a massive sword, exuding a chilling aura, and struck fiercely at Qianyu's Lantern of the Cage. The collision produced a deafening sound as the giant sword clashed against the lantern. In the next moment, a torrent of sword rain erupted from the massive sword, descending like a torrential downpour. This hail of blades, sharp and merciless, relentlessly battered against Qianyu's lantern of the cage. To her astonishment, Qianyu realized that her lantern began to fracture under the onslaught, ultimately shattering into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xianheng broke free, but Qianyu was quick to deny him respite. She immediately unleashed her fourth soul skill, heart-piercing black lantern formation. Countless beams of black light shot forth from her hand, forming a complex array that ensnared Wu Xianheng within. He felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him, making his breathing labored. Yet, he steadfastly gripped his sword, preparing to confront Qianyu's next assault. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing immediately supported Wu Xinheng as a resounding drumbeat echoed in the air. Qianyu, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Did you not say you would not come? Yet here you are." "I had intended to refrain from attending, but my curiosity got the better of me," replied the woman seated in the palanquin with a clear voice. Qianyu boldly suggested, "Nayan, if we join forces, we shall undoubtedly overcome them." Nayan erupted into hearty laughter, departing from the palanquin and exuding an aura reminiscent of a soul Douluo. Wu Xinheng clutched her chest, her expression grave as she remarked, "This is troublesome." Meanwhile, Nayan shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you choose to surrender or face immediate execution?" Zhang Ruoying stepped forward, her face resolute as she declared, "Impossible. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on them. Divine warriors, assemble." Nayan's expression shifted to one of surprise. The 9-character mantra? Quite intriguing. But you still have much to learn. With that, she unleashed her third spirit skill, Death's Claw. The ferocity of Nayan's attack was akin to a tempest, shattering Zhang Ruoying's move. With a cold smirk, she taunted, "The 9-character mantra? You have yet to fully grasp its essence." Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, capturing Nayan's attention. Chapter 44. The cursed Sun Tang Xing and Lan Qiu were initiating the fusion of their martial souls. Lan Qiu called out, "Su Yan, come and join us in this martial soul fusion, and we kindly request everyone to safeguard us." Upon hearing this, Su Yan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately joined the fusion. The others around them summoned their soul power, forming a formidable protective barrier to shield the three engaged in the fusion. Nayan observed the martial soul fusion technique displayed by Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, and Su Yan. A flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes, quickly replaced by a look of disdain. She remarked, "A fusion technique among 3 souls? How intriguing. But do you really think this will defeat me? No one is allowed to intervene. I shall see just how powerful this strike truly is." With her arms crossed, she awaited the impending assault from the trio with quiet anticipation. Tang Xing, Su Yan, and Lan Qiu joined forces to unleash their most formidable attack, the fusion of their martial souls, transforming into the purple spirit butterfly dragon. As a deep dragon's roar reverberated through the air, a colossal golden dragon materialized in the sky. This magnificent creature shimmered with a violet glow, adorned with a pair of wings that exuded an air of majesty. It opened its cavernous jaws and emitted a thunderous roar directed at Nayan and her companions, as if it sought to devour the very heavens and earth. Following this, the golden dragon surged forth with an earth-shattering momentum towards Nayan. Feeling the overwhelming power of the impending strike, Nayan's heart raced with trepidation. After all, Tang Xing was a formidable adversary, and a moment's miscalculation could lead to her defeat. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she took a deep breath, channeling all her soul energy in preparation for the onslaught. With a cold smirk, she declared, "Do you truly believe that you, a mere mudfish, can vanquish me? How utterly foolish." Activating her fourth soul skill, the Eye of Death, her eyes transformed into a dark crimson hue, radiating an aura of terrifying dread. Tang Xing quickly regained his composure and activated his skill, the Might of Gold. As his voice fell, a powerful golden radiance erupted from his being, coalescing into a magnificent golden dragon. The dragon roared fiercely as it charged towards Nayan, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The two skills collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that distorted the surrounding space. Both Nayan and Tang Xing were jolted back a few steps. Yet they swiftly regained their footing, continuing their standoff. However, Tang Xing's face grew pale, for he realized that his soul power was depleting at a far more rapid rate than he had anticipated. Breathing heavily, he muttered, "The accursed disparity in soul power." The vermilion bird spirit looked grave as it spoke. "Master, I can assist you, but there are inherent risks." Tang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he replied, "Bring it on." Without hesitation, the vermilion bird spirit unleashed its primal fire, continuously infusing Tang Xing with energy. Lan Qiu and Su Yin felt a surge of potent energy coursing through their bodies, gradually enhancing their soul power. Meanwhile, the golden dragon began its evolution. Its initially ordinary wings became ragged, ultimately transforming into a pair of majestic dragon wings. Its form underwent a significant metamorphosis, radiating an unsettling aura. Upon witnessing this, Nayan exclaimed in astonishment, "How intriguing! Such a method indeed exists." She swiftly unleashed her seventh soul skill, True Spirit Manifestation, followed by her sixth soul skill, Heart Piercing across 10 domains, in an attempt to thwart Tang Xing's assault. However, Tang Xing had already prepared for this moment. He immediately summoned the vermilion bird spirit's primal fire, bellowing, "Phoenix Dragon 9 Heavens." He gathered all his light elements into a dazzling beam that fused with the primal fire. This strike contained immense power, effortlessly shattering Na Yun's sixth soul skill. Even her true spirit manifestation could not withstand the force, sending her hurtling backward. Tang Xing's blow was astonishing, leaving everyone present in awe. At that moment, the golden dragon's aura intensified, instilling immense pressure, causing Yin Shui, Yin Mu, and Xian Yu to flee in terror. They understood that Tang Xing's strength had surpassed their expectations, and remaining would only lead to peril. The golden dragon's presence was overwhelming, its massive form swirling in the air, emanating a suffocating aura of dominance. Li Fei shouted in excitement, "Boss, quickly release the martial soul fusion." However, the golden dragon seemed oblivious to his words and began thrashing wildly. Suddenly, it lashed its tail, flinging Lan Qiu and Su Yin away. They tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Xing also entered a frenzied state, his eyes turning crimson, and his aura growing ever more potent. The vermilion bird spirit realized the gravity of the situation, urgently calling out, "This is bad. The primal fire has ignited the master's wrath. We must awaken him quickly. Master, awaken. Do not let the primal fire consume your heart." As Tang Xing's consciousness gradually awakened, the golden dragon vanished into thin air. When Tang Xing plummeted swiftly toward the ground, Li Fei leaped forward and caught him securely. With urgency, he called out, "Boss! Boss! Tang Xing, please wake up." Zhang Ruoying hurried to Tang Xing's side, checked his pulse, and reassured, "Fortunately, he has merely exhausted his soul power. He needs to rest. I will summon the soul guide vehicle right away. Li Fei, you stay here to look after Tang Xing." At that moment, Lan Qiu approached and said, "Senior sister, allow me to care for Tang Xing." Zhang Ruoying nodded in agreement to her request. Subsequently, Zhang Ruoying led the others in preparations to obliterate the area. Just then, as Lan Qiu was about to assist, Li Fei interjected, "You should also take a break. You have expended quite a bit of energy. I will tend to the boss." After saying this, he appeared to recall something and added, "Oh right, I just remembered something. Lan Qiu, please keep an eye on him for me. I will be back shortly." Thus, Li Fei stepped outside. Lan Qiu approached Tang Xing, gently grasping his hand, her eyes filled with deep emotion as she confessed, "Actually, during the fusion of our martial souls just now, I recalled some past events, some of which I am reluctant to revisit." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a trembling voice, she continued, "Tang Xing, I am truly afraid that one day we may find ourselves on opposing sides." At that moment, Lan Qiu suddenly sensed someone approaching and promptly wiped her tears away. Just then, Li Fei entered, carrying a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Smiling as he said, "I obtained this chicken from the local natives. It has been simmered into a delicious soup." He handed the bowl to Lan Qiu. She eagerly accepted it, savoring a sip and exclaiming, "This is truly delightful. Thank you, Li Fei." Li Fei waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "It's just a small gesture. No need to thank me." At that moment, Huang Quan approached, drawn by the enticing aroma, and excitedly asked, "Wow, it smells incredible. What is this? Chicken soup?" Li Fei replied with a grin, "Yes, you all returned just in time. Come and taste it." He then offered a steaming bowl of chicken soup to Huang Quan. Upon receiving it, Huang Quan inhaled the fragrant steam, unable to contain his admiration. "It smells amazing." After taking a sip and relishing the flavor, he displayed a satisfied expression, praising, "This is truly delicious." Xian, well aware of Li Fei's culinary skills, regarded Huang Quan's praise with skepticism but was nonetheless intrigued enough to lift the bowl and drink it all in one go. After finishing, her eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Li Fei in disbelief. Zhang Ruoying took a hearty gulp from her bowl and remarked with a smile, "I never expected that not only is junior brother Li powerful, but he is also an exceptional cook. This truly opens my eyes." Satisfied, she licked her lips and continued, "All right, We should return to the academy now. This mission has concluded successfully. With that, she stood up and adjusted her attire. The others followed suit. Preparing to return to the academy, Nang emerged from a pile of stones, hastening towards headquarters without delay. As she entered the hall of the headquarters, an intangible pressure suddenly enveloped her, compelling her to kneel upon the ground. A commanding voice echoed, "Nayun, you have failed your mission, and yet you dare to return?" This emanated from the sovereign's formidable presence. Terrified, Nayun's complexion turned ashen, and she pleaded, "Esteemed lord, I acknowledge my faults. I beseech you to spare me." Seeing her in such a pitiable state, the sovereign reluctantly waved his hand and said, "Very well, return and reflect upon your misdeeds, Wujin." No sooner had he spoken than Wujin appeared, responding respectfully, "Your subordinate is present." The sovereign continued to issue commands. "You shall execute the next plan. Remember to prioritize your safety. If you encounter peril, do not engage recklessly. If you can flee, then flee. Remember, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood." Wujin stood resolutely in the center of the hall, his stature upright and his expression grave. Upon receiving the orders, he nodded vigorously, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. His right hand rested upon his chest as he slightly bowed, demonstrating reverence for his superior. Turning, Wujin walked away with firm and powerful strides, each step infused with resolve and a sense of duty, as though he were destined to accomplish a significant task. His figure gradually receded into the distance of the hall until he vanished at the entrance. The hall returned to tranquility. Yet Wujin's departure left behind an atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. The onlookers understood that he would advance with a mission, prepared to confront the unknown challenges and adversities ahead. In Wujin's heart, he comprehended the gravity of his responsibility. He would exert every effort, striving to live up to the trust and expectations of his superiors. His silhouette moved swiftly through the corridor, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating the path before him. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching, enveloping the entire world in a sweltering heat wave. Su Hao sat in the shade, incessantly fanning himself. Yet he could not evade the oppressive warmth. He felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, saturating his garments. "This sun is exceedingly harsh today." Su Hao could not help but exclaim, feeling as though he were trapped in a vast oven, his breathing becoming laborious. At that moment, Mu Yao approached, equally drenched in perspiration, remarking, "Su Lao, today's sun is indeed uncharacteristic. The elders have already turned on the air conditioning." Surprised by her words, Su Hao inquired, "They are quite diligent in their efforts. We should join them." Rising, he prepared to accompany Mu Yao to the air-conditioned refuge. The two traversed the corridor, passing room after room, until they finally arrived at the cool sanctuary. Upon entering, Su Hao immediately felt a refreshing breeze wash over him. He inhaled deeply, experiencing a remarkable sense of relief. In the air-conditioned room, Su Hao and Mu Yao settled down to rest, relishing the rare moments of coolness. Su Hao lamented, "Such unbearable weather makes one truly desperate. Without air conditioning, I cannot fathom how to endure." Mu Yao nodded in agreement, gazing out at the relentless sun, silently praying for the swift passage of this oppressive heat wave. After a brief respite in the air-conditioned room, they felt a noticeable alleviation of the sweltering atmosphere. Su Hao pondered that in such sweltering conditions, everyone must be suffering. He resolved to seek counsel with the elders, hoping to devise a means to mitigate the oppressive heat. Thus, Su Hao and Mu Yao departed the cool sanctuary and made their way to the elders' gathering. Upon their arrival, they discovered the elders engaged in earnest discussion. Su Hao articulated his purpose, proposing measures to lower the temperature, such as the installation of additional shade structures throughout the city and the provision of refreshing beverages. The elders attentively considered Su Hao's suggestions and expressed their willingness to deliberate further. Both Su Hao and Mu Yao felt a sense of relief, hoping these initiatives would render the sweltering days a touch more bearable for the populace. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoying and Tang Xing were hastily making their way to the Linghai Academy in Linghai City. Tang Xing slowly awakened, rubbing her eyes, and with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Lan Qiu, noticing Tang Xing's return to consciousness, replied, "You're awake. We have departed from the southern wilderness, and we are now en route back to the academy." Tang Xing, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Lan Qiu's enchanting visage, her eyes reflecting a tinge of melancholy, as if admiring a splendid work of art. Observing Tang Xing's silence, Lan Qiu waved her hand before her. "Tang Xing, Tang Xing." Her call, like a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, drew Tang Xing back to the present. Tang Xing revealed a mysterious smile to Lan Qiu and said, "I just thought of something quite amusing." A sense of unease washed over Lan Qiu, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Upon arriving in Linghai City, Tang Xing and his companions were astonished to find the sun exhibiting peculiar abnormalities, concentrating his soul force in his eyes. Tang Xing scrutinized the sun with the diligence of a devoted researcher. He spoke slowly. This sun has been ensnared by a special enchantment, imperceptible to the average observer. However, my purple extreme demon eyes have transcended to the realm of the seed, allowing me to pierce through all illusions. The reason it remains unnoticed by most is due to this formidable spell, which magnifies the sun's flames like a lens, causing it to burn incessantly until it is utterly consumed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers froze, as if struck by an invisible force. Chapter 45. Breaking the spell. Zhang Ring swiftly pressed the accelerator, and the soul-guided vehicle surged towards the academy like an arrow in flight. Wu Jin, do you truly believe this is sufficient? Nayan inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. A hint of uncertainty flickered across Wu Jin's face. You dare question me? Are you not aware of the tale of how the sun god conjured two suns by his own might? One sun embodies goodness, while the other symbolizes malevolence. The sun in the sky represents the manifestation of benevolence, whereas the malevolent sun was so wicked that the sun god personally vanquished it. And I am that embodiment of evil. Thus, I must personally obliterate the demon god, allowing him to witness with his own eyes the demise of those detestable humans by my hand. Only then can I plunge him into despair and anguish. Upon returning to school, Tang Xing was greeted by a wave of warmth that left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He furrowed his brow and employed his mental faculties to sense the surrounding environment. However, to his astonishment, he could detect no presence of others. A hint of perplexity welled up within him as he cautiously took a step forward, only to be abruptly transported inward by a formidable force. When Tang Xing opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The entire room was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, the cold piercing to the bone. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the sight of numerous Caucasians joyfully engaging in play. Some were engaging in snowball fights, while others glided gracefully on ice, their laughter echoing across the frozen expanse. Tang Xing blinked, attempting to comprehend the scene before him. Gradually regaining his senses, he murmured to himself, is this truly a grand estate? Nevertheless, it is rather refreshing. As he spoke, he felt the chill of the surrounding air, and a profound curiosity for this mysterious and extraordinary place began to blossom within him. A strikingly attractive woman approached Tang Xing, her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she inquired, Senior, would you care to join me for some ice skating? Just as Tang Xing was about to respond, Lan Qiu suddenly appeared, linking her arm with his and casting a fierce glare at the young woman. Without hesitation, she declared, he is not interested. Besides, if he wishes to skate, I can teach him, right, Tang Xing? Intimidated by Lan Qiu's assertiveness, Tang Xing found himself at a loss for words. Lan Qiu tightened her grip on his hand, issuing a stern warning, you are not permitted to flirt with other girls unless they are acquainted with me. Do you understand? Tang Xing stared blankly at her, momentarily unsure how to react. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lan Qiu's cheeks flushed. Yet she maintained a facade of composure as she reiterated, do you understand? Finally snapping back to reality, Tang Xing asked, why can't I interact with other girls? At this, Lan Qiu's temper flared, and she shouted, then go seek out your little fairy. I won't concern myself with you. With that, she stormed off, leaving Tang Xing standing there, bewildered and alone. Within the Linghai Pavilion, the members were engaged in hushed discussions regarding the sun, the atmosphere buzzing with noise. Two elder members sat above, their brows furrowed in evident distress. Suddenly, Xiaming slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, is there truly no solution? That sun has reached an uncontrollable state. As his words echoed, one member rose to speak. Leader, I have a plan, but it requires your approval. Another member instantly countered. Third junior sister, please sit down. However, the one referred to as third junior sister stood her ground, retorting, second senior brother, please trust me. Recognizing her resolute determination, Xiaming addressed her, Mu Yao, if that is the case, you must exercise caution. At that moment, Elder Su also stepped forward, offering to accompany Mu Yao on her endeavor. Xiaming expressed his gratitude, earnestly advising, please ensure your safety. Soon after, Elder Su and Mu Yao arrived at the sun's location, and Elder Su, drenched in sweat, remarked, it's so hot. Observing his discomfort, Mu Yao requested, Elder Su, please lend me your strength, freeze it for 1,000 miles. Elder Su unleashed a surge of true energy towards her. Watching their attempts to break the spell, Wu Jin smirked, you think you can succeed? Dream on. Subsequently, Wu Jin activated the incantation. as Mu Yao was in the midst of dispelling the curse. She noticed the sun gradually melting the ice surrounding it. The sun then unleashed a fierce flame that struck Mu Yao, causing her body to feel searing heat as she plummeted downward. Seeing this, Elder Su rushed to her aid, using his fan to propel Mu Yao upwards while he himself plunged into the sea. Concealed in the shadows, Wu Jin reveled in his triumph, thinking, "You brought this upon yourselves." After rescuing Mu Yao, Elder Su promptly summoned Elder Shu to assist. Elder Shu meticulously examined Mu Yao's condition, his brow furrowed in concern. He shook his head and sighed, remarking that Mu Yao had lost the previous burning sensation, yet she had fallen victim to the venomous heat of the sun. This particular poison was unfamiliar to him, and he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Elder Su, anxious, inquired, "Why has this happened?" Elder Shu regarded him thoughtfully and slowly replied, "Do you recall the era from which you came?" Elder Su's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the implication. Could it be that such venomous heat existed in your time? Elder Su hastily pressed, "Do you possess an antidote?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder Shu responded, "I do not have a definitive solution at present, but I have heard that the Yun sect may hold the key to its resolution." Without delay, Elder Su communicated this urgent message to the Yun sect. Upon receiving the news, the Yun sect acted promptly, dispatching individuals to provide aid. Elder Shu inquired again, "What news?" Elder Su informed him, "The Yun sect has sent people." Following this, Elder Shu exerted his life force once more in an attempt to heal the wounds, though it proved to be but a drop in the ocean. At that moment, Yufeng rushed in to report, "Elder Shu, Elder Su, the 5th elder and the 9th elder of the Yun sect have arrived." Upon hearing this, Elder Su expressed confusion. "The 5th elder? That name sounds familiar. Could it be that he has returned?" Yufeng nodded, and Elder Su's excitement surged. "Quickly, invite them in." Before long, Jin Lin and Jiang Yu entered the room. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Elder Su beamed, "Sister Jiang, it has been far too long." Jiang Yu responded with a warm smile, "Indeed, it has been quite a while. By the way, I heard that the venomous heat has reemerged." Elder Shu stepped forward, his expression grave as he stated, "Senior, it is true that the venomous heat has appeared, and we find ourselves at a loss as to how to confront it." Jiang Yu smiled gently and replied, "In this world, all things exist in a balance of mutual restraint. Elder Shu, do you know the method to counteract it?" Elder Shu looked at her in astonishment, then suddenly enlightened. "Could it be that light dispels darkness?" Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Precisely. I know of someone who can unravel the venomous heat, and that is Tang Xing." While lost in thought, Tang Xing suddenly sneezed, murmuring to himself, "Who is speaking of me?" At that moment, a member of the Linghai Pavilion hurriedly approached, respectfully stating, "Tang Xing, Elder Su requests your presence." Tang Xing paused in surprise but soon rose to follow the member into the pavilion. As he entered the room, he immediately spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed in delight, "Mother, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu approached Tang Xing, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she tenderly stroked his head, softly saying, "It has been a long time." Little Tang Xing looked up, a puzzled expression on his face, and asked, "Mother, what are you doing here?" Jiang Yu cleared her throat, her tone turning somber as she explained, "Child, the one lying on the bed is your senior sister. She has been afflicted by a potent toxin and is in grave danger. Only you can save her. Tell me, to what level have you cultivated your spirit form?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he solemnly replied, "Mother, I have cultivated my spirit form to the 4th level." Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yu's face broke into a smile of relief, and she nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, my child. You must unleash your 4th tier skill and do your utmost to save your senior sister." Jiang Yu had always held high hopes for Tang Xing. Whenever she spoke, Tang Xing would not hesitate to comply. This occasion was no exception, as Tang Xing promptly took action, manifesting her spirit form skill to commence the healing of her senior sister. As time passed, after a lengthy wait, Tang Xing finally completed the treatment. At that moment, Elder Shu stepped forward to check the patient's pulse, his face lighting up with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! She has escaped the clutches of death. The poison has been contained, and with a few days of recuperation, she will regain her health." Elder Su, somewhat surprised, remarked, "If she can eliminate the toxic fire, does that not imply that the solar curse outside could potentially be broken by her as well?" Jiang Yu immediately grasped the implication. "It seems so." Subsequently, Tang Xing led the 6 companions towards the source of the sun. Upon their arrival at the sun, Tang Xing could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed swelteringly hot here. We must hasten to complete our task and return." With that, she began the process of lifting the sun's curse. Meanwhile, A disciple sent by Elder Shu had already returned to the academy to report, "We have found it." Upon hearing these words, Elder Shu rushed towards the designated stronghold. However, the black golden bird sensed something amiss and hastened towards the location of the sun. Just as Wu Jin departed, Elder Shu arrived at the stronghold. After a thorough search, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, the children may be in danger. I say, they sent us to assist you in breaking the curse. Yet in the end, we have accomplished nothing," Li Fei jested. Lan Qiu gazed ahead, a wave of inexplicable tension surging within him. He furrowed his brow and spoke in a hushed tone, "Everyone, be cautious." His voice cut through the air like a chilling breeze, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Chapter 46. The Great Battle Against Wu Jin. Li Fei bellowed, "Lin Qian, protect the leader, and Huang Quan. The rest of you, follow me into battle." His voice was filled with unwavering resolve and determination. Yet, Wu Jin merely scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes as he declared, "Do you insignificant wretches dare to challenge me? Truly, you overestimate your abilities." With that, Wu Jin unleashed his formidable martial soul, enveloping himself in a blazing inferno that formed a searing shield around him. With a sudden, forceful punch, Wu Jin propelled himself towards Li Fei and his companions with fierce momentum. The impact was tremendous, scattering Li Fei and the others in all directions. Observing this, Su Yin immediately stepped forward to block Wu Jin's path. Wu Jin glared at her, roaring, "Stand aside, or face the consequences." Su Yin calmly replied, "Not a chance." Her gaze was resolute and daring, showing no signs of retreat. Infuriated by Su Yin's obstinacy, Wu Jin's rage ignited. He wasted no time, unleashing his primal power to conjure a ferocious attack aimed squarely at Su Yin. In a swift response, Ziyin promptly activated her fourth soul skill, Starshine Shield. A protective shield enveloped Su Yin as Li Fei launched a powerful strike, inciting an explosive fury in Wu Jin. In an instant, Wu Jin exuded an aura reminiscent of a soul warrior, revealing his 8 soul rings and entering a mode of relentless slaughter. He unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Ziyin, sending her careening far away. Observing this, Li Fei swiftly caught Ziyin in his arms. However, at that moment, Wu Jin unexpectedly aimed a lethal blow at her. Enraged, Li Fei unleashed a formidable aura of light to suppress Wu Jin, only to be astonished to discover that it had no effect on him whatsoever. Without hesitation, Li Fei resolutely grasped his luminous dagger and lunged fiercely at Wu Jin, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Radiant Slash." The strike landed squarely on Wu Jin's shoulder, to which Wu Jin responded with a cold smirk, remarking, "Not bad." This strike subtly approaches the level of a soul emperor, yet it remains woefully inadequate. With that, Wu Jin seized Li Fei with a swift motion and hurled him into the air. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jin's left hand pierced through Li Fei's body like a bolt of lightning, causing blood to spatter everywhere. Tang Xing gazed in disbelief as Li Fei was pierced through the chest by that ominous dark light, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His eyes wide with shock. Tang Yun's body trembled slightly, unable to comprehend the horrific scene unfolding before him. Li Fei had succumbed to the hands of the malevolent Wu Jin. A tempest of rage and sorrow surged within Tang Yun, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling from his fingertips. "Damn it," he hissed through gritted teeth, his voice laced with unending fury and grief. His gaze sharpened with resolve, the fire of vengeance igniting within him like a volcano poised to erupt. He vowed to make Wu Jin pay dearly, to avenge Li Fei's tragic demise. At that moment, Huang Quan suddenly interjected, "Tang Xing, hurry and break the curse. I will hold him off." With that, he charged towards Wu Jin, his hands shimmering with light, intent on halting Wu Jin's advance. However, Wu Jin effortlessly breached Huang Quan's defenses, continuing his relentless assault towards Tang Yun and the others. Simultaneously, Lin Qian's defenses crumbled before Wu Jin, his complexion pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly suffering severe injuries. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Qian's eyes as he swung his sword, emboldened with roaring lightnings, unleashing a cross-shaped sword energy towards the foe. This blade of energy sliced through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning, wielding tremendous might as it aimed directly at Wu Jin. Yet, in the face of such a fierce attack, Wu Jin remained unfazed. He met the sword energy head-on with his weapon, and with a resounding crash, the cross-shaped energy was shattered into countless fragments that dissipated into the ether. At that very moment, Lin Qian caught sight of Huang Quan in grave peril. Wu Jin was preparing to deliver a lethal blow. And as it seemed inevitable that Huang Quan would be struck, Lin Qian's heart tightened. In a critical instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. as a massive halberd hurtled towards Wu Jin with astonishing speed, sending him reeling back several meters. At this juncture, Tang Xing, clad in golden battle attire, wielded the sacred spear of the elves, his eyes resolute and filled with deadly intent as he fixed his gaze upon the adversary. Wu Jin sneered at Tang Xing, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation, seemingly underestimating Tang Xing's capabilities. Infuriated beyond measure, Tang Xing gripped the spear tightly and charged at Wu Jin. Unfazed, Wu Jin assumed a defensive stance, prepared to counter Tang Xing's assault. Tang Xing charged forward with unwavering momentum, each step exuding an unparalleled force, as if he intended to trample the entire world beneath his feet. However, Wu Jin remained composed, effortlessly neutralizing Tang Xing's onslaught. Just as Tang Xing reached Wu Jin, the latter unleashed a sudden and ferocious inferno fist, instantly repelling Tang Xing. Tang Xing was hurled before the sun, and before he could even comprehend the situation, a fiery spear lunged toward him. His eyes widened in despair. He understood that there was no escape. Yet, he clung to the faint hope of a miracle. However, when he discerned that the assailant was none other than Lan Qiu, his heart sank. No! Tang Xing suddenly roared, his voice resonating throughout the expanse. Simultaneously, his mental state underwent a profound transformation. His once serene visage twisted grotesquely, and two piercing beams of light flickered in his eyes. Wu Jin, immersed in his own elation, was startled by Tang Xing's sudden shift. He quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and sought to flee, but it was too late. A potent wave of mental energy radiated from Tang Xing, obliterating Wu Jin's own psychic force in an instant. Wu Jin's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated Tang Xing's formidable strength. Just then, Tang Xing's gaze turned chillingly cold, as if all vitality had been extinguished within him. This icy aura swiftly permeated the air, disintegrating Wu Jin's mental defenses. Filled with dread, Wu Jin gazed at Tang Xing, terror gripping his heart. He realized that if this continued, he might face the specter of death. Without hesitation, he unleashed his murderous intent in a desperate attempt to counter Tang Xing's onslaught. As Wu Jin's aura of slaughter intensified, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify. Meanwhile, Tang Xing's eyes again shimmered with a golden divine light, akin to flames roaring to life, leaving all who beheld it utterly astonished. Tang Xing brandished the celestial spirit halberd in his grasp, charging towards Wu Jin with an unparalleled momentum. Each swing resonated with a formidable surge of energy, as if it could rend the very fabric of the void. Wu Jin's aura of lethal intent intensified, suggesting he was on the verge of an uncontrollable rampage. The distance between Tang Xing and Wu Jin diminishes, their gazes intertwining in the air, igniting fierce sparks. An exhilarating battle is on the verge of unfolding. Who shall emerge victorious in the end? Tang Xing concentrated all his strength into the elven sacred spear held firmly in his grasp, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. With a fierce roar, the elven sacred spear radiated a blinding brilliance, unleashing its most formidable strike, the elven judgment. In that moment, a colossal spirit surged forth from the spear. Wielding a sword of judgment, its immense might aimed directly at Wu Jin. Wu Jin, sensing the terrifying force of the impending blow, turned ashen, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Just then, a mysterious figure materialized, intercepting the lethal strike. Enraged, Tang Xing's fury intensified, and he bellowed, "No matter who attempts to thwart me, it is futile. Elven style, first form, light of all spirits." Instantly, an overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted from him, akin to a volcanic eruption, radiating outward. This formidable energy not only devastated those who came to his aid, but also struck Wu Jin, exacerbating his injuries. Tang Xing's eyes had transformed entirely into a deep crimson, as if his reason had been devoured by fury. His body emanated an overwhelming aura, suggesting a potential to obliterate the entire world. Meanwhile, Wu Jin gazed at this fearsome man with a visage filled with terror, acutely aware that should Tang Xing unleash another assault, his demise would be inevitable. Trembling, Wu Jin stammered, "He-Ming," before he could finish his sentence. He-Ming materialized, saying, "It's all right. I too have sustained injuries." I did not anticipate the ferocity of his strike. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Jin collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, He hurriedly approached to examine Wu Jin, feeling his body and shaking him, only to discover that he had succumbed into unconsciousness. Consequently, she swiftly transported Wu Jin back to headquarters. Upon their arrival, He-Ming gently laid Wu Jin in the hall, then recounted the entire sequence of events to the Patriarch. "Patriarch, this is how it transpired." The Patriarch immediately perceived that He-Ming was also injured and, with concern, stated, "Very well, I understand. You two are wounded. Come here so that I may tend to your injuries." Subsequently, the patriarch extended his hands, channeling powerful energy into both of their bodies to assist in their healing. Tang Xing held Lan Qiu tightly, his eyes brimming with despair and sorrow. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, "No, do not die. I beg you, please do not leave us. Wake up." Simultaneously, he exerted himself to lift Li Fei, channeling his own life force in a desperate attempt to save them. However, at that moment, the ancient tree suddenly appeared, sensing an exceedingly potent vitality ebbing away. In shock, it exclaimed, "This is disastrous. If this continues, he will perish." Tang Xing, disregarding his own safety, continued to transfer his life force ceaselessly to Li Fei and Lan Qiu. His complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Observing this scene, Elder Shu promptly unleashed his 8th soul skill, Life Bloom. A tremendous and warm surge of life energy emanated from Elder Shu, flowing forth like a crystalline spring, continuously nourishing Tang Xing. Tang Xing felt an overwhelming surge of vitality, and a trace of gratitude flickered across his face. He summoned all his strength to address the ancient tree, saying, thank you, Elder Tree. Please take good care of Li Fei and the others. I need to rest for a while." As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished, and his body slowly succumbed to weakness, ultimately collapsing gently to the ground. The Elder Tree hurriedly stepped forward to catch Tang Xing, internally lamenting, "This foolish child, so deeply devoted and loyal. Fear not, I shall not allow you to perish so easily." The Elder Tree then carried Tang Xing and his companions back, beginning to suspend Tang Xing's life with the ancient golden tree, while using the golden fruit to safeguard his heart's pulse. The Elder Tree commenced the release of the 9th soul skill. Tang Xing's complexion was as pale as parchment, his body weakened to the utmost degree. His breath was faint, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Elder Shu's gaze was resolute. He understood that Tang Xing's life had reached a critical juncture. He had to exert every ounce of his strength to save Tang Xing's life. His 9th spirit ability was slowly unleashed, emanating a powerful vitality from his being. This 9th ability, known as life revitalization, was a formidable healing skill capable of restoring life's essence. As Elder Shu released this technique, Tang Xing's body began to gradually recover. His complexion grew rosy, and his breath stabilized. Observing Tang Xing's gradual restoration, Elder Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that Tang Xing's life had been salvaged. However, at that moment, Elder Shu suddenly noticed an anomaly in Tang Xing's condition. Tang Xing's pallor returned. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Elder Shu immediately realized that Tang Xing might be unable to assimilate the essence of the golden fruit. Without hesitation, he forcefully transferred the essence to the spirit sea lake, the core of his cultivation and the sanctuary of his soul. Elder Shu hoped that by relocating the essence to the spirit sea lake, it would aid Tang Xing in better digestion. Yet, Tang Xing's spirit sea lake failed to fully process the essence of the golden fruit. The essence stirred the surface of the lake into golden ripples, radiating waves of potent energy. Elder Shu understood that if he could not swiftly assist Tang Xing in digesting this essence, his body might suffer even greater harm. He promptly activated his soul ring, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual power. The soul ring gleamed with a blue luminescence, illuminating the entirety of the spirit sea lake. The power of the soul ring permeated Tang Xing's spirit sea lake, merging with the essence of the golden fruit. Elder Shu's spiritual energy intertwined with Tang Xing's, jointly aiding in the assimilation of the essence. Just as Tang Xing was on the verge of recovery, Jiangyu and Elder Su arrived at the spirit sea lake. Upon seeing them, Elder Shu immediately apprised them of Tang Xing's condition. Jiangyu and Elder Su were taken aback by the news. Astonished that Tang Xing was unable to digest the essence of the golden fruit, Jiangyu promptly employed the power of Taiji to assist Tang Xing in this process. Elder Su also summoned his own martial spirit to support Jiangyu. Their combined forces brought tranquility to Tang Xing, and with their assistance, he began to recover more swiftly. His health improved, and his complexion regained its rosy hue. Elder Shu, witnessing Tang Xing's gradual restoration, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Tang Xing's life had indeed been saved. He resolved to pay closer attention to Tang Xing's cultivation in the future, ensuring he could successfully digest the essence of the golden fruit. Simultaneously, he brimmed with anticipation for Tang Xing's future, believing that with the aid of Jiangyu and Elder Su, he would undoubtedly become a formidable cultivator. The perseverance and efforts of all were not lost on the golden tree, which shed a single tear upon Tang Xing, prompting his body to surge with power and undergo a monumental transformation. His soul power swiftly ascended, reaching an astonishing level of 48. This sudden surge of strength left Tang Xing himself in a state of amazement, for he understood that it was a gift from the golden tree. He felt his body becoming increasingly formidable, as if boundless energy surged within him. His soul power crashed against him like relentless waves, each one elevating his prowess further. With his eyes closed, he savored this formidable soul power, his heart brimming with gratitude. He recognized this as the golden tree's acknowledgement and support. Bolstered by this immense soul power, Tang Xing began to radiate a brilliant light. His aura grew ever more potent, as if he had become the sovereign of this realm. The onlookers gazed at Tang Xing, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. They understood that he had transformed into a powerful entity, his future teeming with limitless possibilities. Elder Su beheld Tang Xing's first soul ring, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary talent! The first soul ring of a millennium! And it boasts a configuration of 3 purple and 1 black. This is his initial martial soul. Astonishingly, his second martial soul possesses a configuration of 2 purple and 2 black. Who in the entirety of Douluo continent can claim such a monstrous soul ring configuration?" Elder Shu, equally astounded, remarked, "Indeed, it is remarkable. This prodigy must be nurtured swiftly." Suddenly, Xiaoming appeared behind them, stating, "We must cultivate such talent without delay." Elder Shu and Elder Su immediately bowed respectfully to Xiaoming, who then inquired, "Have the other elders been notified?" Elder Shu responded, "They have been informed and should arrive shortly." Xiaoming continued, "What weapon does he excel in?" Elder Shu replied, "It seems to be a long spear." Xiaoming appeared resolute as he declared, "Very well, I shall personally mentor Tang Xing and Lan Qiu. The remaining 5 spiritualists may each take 1 disciple. If they feel capable, they may take on 2. Su Yin, visibly discontent, protested, "Lord, why not include me? The 3 of us can achieve martial soul fusion." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion, saying, "Since you can achieve martial soul fusion, why not become my wife's disciples? Her name is Lin Jin, and her martial soul resembles your second martial soul." He then turned to Lin Jin, who emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of authority as she retorted, "Who is your wife? How shameless." She then glanced at Su Yin, her tone softening somewhat. "However, sister, our martial souls do indeed share similarities. If you wish to join my tutelage, I assure you will not be treated poorly." Su Yin hesitated but eventually nodded, responding, "Very well, Su Yin pays her respects to master." Lin Jin exhibited a hint of surprise and smiled, "Oh, you're quite agreeable. Then let us proceed." Su Hao's gaze was fixed upon Li Fei, a profound expression evident in his eyes as he softly inquired, "Li Fei, would you be willing to become my junior disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Li Fei was immediately overcome with surprise and emotion, his face betraying an unmistakable exhilaration. He swiftly rose to his feet, approached Su Hao, and bowed deeply, declaring, "Master Su." "No, master. I wish to be your disciple. Please accept me as your student." Su Hao smiled gently, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly recalled something. He turned to look at Zi Yin, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Excitedly, he suggested to Su Hao, "Master, if that is the case, why not also accept Zi Yin as your disciple? It would be splendid for us to learn martial arts together under your guidance." Su Hao, upon hearing this, smiled softly, his lips curling upward as he replied, "Very well, I agree." His voice was warm and resolute, as if bestowing a promise upon Li Fei. Overjoyed, Li Fei nodded, fully aware that this was not merely a rare opportunity, but also a weighty responsibility. From that moment onward, they would embark together on the path of martial arts. Hand in hand, Pu Xian regarded Lin Qian and Huang Quan, his eyes glimmering with hopeful anticipation as he slowly spoke, "Would you two consider becoming my disciples?" His voice carried a blend of authority and affection. Huang Quan quickly responded with respect, "Vice Pavilion Master Pu, you honor me too greatly. I wish to become Sister Ling's disciple, if that is permissible." His gaze radiated sincerity and earnest desire. Ling Shuang appeared somewhat taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, that would be wonderful, but why do you wish to join my sect?" A hint of confusion crossed her beautiful face. Huang Quan, smiling, began to articulate his thoughts with fervor, stating, "I have long admired Sister Ling. First, I was captivated by your beauty, and second, I hold deep respect for your medical expertise. I wish to learn the art of healing from you, for my second profession is that of a physician, Sister Ling." His gaze was steadfast and fervent, as though ablaze with passion. Ling Shuang, after a moment of contemplation, nodded slightly and said, "Very well, henceforth you shall be my disciple. Let us be on our way." With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Huang Quan, filled with excitement, eagerly followed in her footsteps, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. Together, They vanished into the distance, embarking on a new journey as master and disciple. Old Tree slowly shook his head, a hint of weariness gracing his features. Noticing this, Xiaoming promptly inquired, "Old Tree, how long until Tang Xing awakens?" Old Tree's gaze remained fixed on Tang Xing as he softly replied, "It will be soon. He has just fully absorbed the effects of the golden fruit, and his body now requires some time to recuperate and rest. Please do not worry, Master. Tang Xing will awaken by tomorrow morning at the latest. I kindly suggest that you return and rest as well." With that, Old Tree gently closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. Summer Ming quietly stood to the side, his gaze fixed upon Tang Xing's serene visage, silently praying for her swift recovery. The night sky was as clear as crystal, with moonlight casting a silvery glow that danced upon the surface of Linghai Lake, creating a shimmering spectacle. By the banks of Linghai Lake stood an unparalleled beauty. Su Yin suddenly sensed a presence and, with heightened alertness, inquired, "Who is it?" Lan Xiao, having heard the commotion and that familiar voice, felt a stir within her heart and replied, "Is that you, Su Yin?" Su Yin recognized the voice as familiar yet hesitated to confirm, "Lan Xiao, is it truly you?" Lan Xiao chuckled softly. Who else could it be? A sigh of relief washed over Su Yin as she approached Lan Xiao's side, curiosity prompting her to ask, "What brings you here?" Lan Xiao retorted, "I was just about to ask you the same." The two exchanged knowing smiles, each aware that the other harbored their own intentions for being there. At that moment, the surface of Linghai Lake began to roil, waves surging forth as if something were striving to emerge from its depths. Su Yin and Lan Xiao gazed in astonishment at the lake, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the water, enveloped by cascading waves, before breaking free from their aquatic confines. The birth of Tang Xing left both Lan Xiao and Su Yin utterly astonished, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Wow!" as Su Yin marveled at the scene before her. Tang Xing, upon awakening from his stupor, immediately set his gaze upon Lan Xiao and Su Yin, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "What are you doing here?" Before he could fully grasp the situation, Lan Xiao, overwhelmed with emotion, leapt into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Tang Xing, why were you so foolish? You actually used your own vitality to prolong my life. Oh, you truly are a big fool." Tang Xing held Lan Xiao tightly, gently proclaiming, "It is because I cannot bear the thought of your demise, and I refuse to accept the loss of you, that I will do everything in my power to ensure your survival." Touched by his words, Lan Xiao forcefully pushed Tang Xing away, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him and declared, "Very well, I shall not permit you to perish either. Do you hear me?" Tang Xing nodded repeatedly, fearing that Lan Xiao might be displeased, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I understand." Beside them, Su Yin observed their intimate interaction and couldn't help but emit a sound of surprise. Tang Xing and Lan Xiao swiftly realized the awkwardness and quickly distanced themselves. With a beaming smile, Su Yin turned to Tang Xing and announced, "I have wonderful news for you, Tang Xing. The master of Ling Hai Pavilion has officially accepted you as a closed-door disciple. Moreover, Lan Xiao has also become the master's second closed-door disciple. This means that henceforth, you and Lan Xiao, no, we should say, the 7 spirit practitioners, can officially enter the inner courtyard." Tang Xing, upon hearing Su Yan's words, inquired with astonishment, "Have you all truly chosen a second profession?" Su Yin and Lan Xiao nodded vigorously, affirming his query. A wave of elation washed over Tang Xing as he felt immensely fortunate, promptly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ladies." He understood that without their assistance, such a precious opportunity might have eluded him. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was quite late and suggested it was time for them to rest. Upon hearing the prospect of parting ways for the night, Lan Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. She shyly cast her gaze upon Tang Xing, occasionally lowering her head as if burdened by an unspoken matter. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Tang Xing inquired if she required any assistance. Summoning her courage, Lan Xiao softly uttered, "Tang Xing, may we share a bed?" This declaration left both Tang Xing and Su Yin momentarily speechless. Su Yin, in disbelief, widened her eyes, questioning whether she had misheard, while Tang Xing found himself taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. After a pause, he stammered, "Lan Xiao, that may not be quite appropriate." Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao pouted, her expression turning to one of anger as she glared at Tang Xing, accusing him of finding her undesirable. With that, she turned on her heel, taking Su Yin with her, leaving Tang Xing standing there, bewildered. He realized he had inadvertently upset Lan Xiao but was at a loss as to how to mend the rift. Tang Xing sat quietly by the lakeshore, his gaze fixed upon the tranquil surface of Linghai Lake. The water, crystal clear, mirrored the sky and the surrounding mountains. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to sense the flow of energy within him. Suddenly, he was astonished to discover that his soul rings had undergone a transformation. The original purple ring had deepened in hue, while the black ring had intensified in richness. Tang Xing excitedly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "My soul rings have transformed into 2 purple and 2 black. How is this possible?" He meticulously examined his body, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing within him. He understood that this signified a monumental enhancement of his strength. Subsequently, he noticed that his spiritual and martial soul had undergone astonishing alterations as well. The original purple soul rings had changed to 3 purple and 1 black, each emanating an exhilarating aura. Overwhelmed with joy, Tang Xing could hardly contain himself, whispering, "My spiritual and martial soul rings have actually transformed into 3 purple and 1 black. This is simply marvelous." The morning sun was particularly radiant as Tang Xing arrived early at the Spirit Sea Pavilion, eager to pay his respects to the pavilion master. Upon entering, he was filled with reverence. He bowed respectfully to the master, expressing his willingness to accept guidance. Xiaoming readily agreed, indicating his willingness to take Tang Xing as his disciple. Ecstatic, Tang Xing knelt in gratitude, but Xiaoming kindly assisted him to his feet, assuring him that such formality was unnecessary. Afterward, Tang Xing rose and entered the pavilion alongside Xiaoming. They exchanged insights and experiences regarding cultivation, and Tang Xing found himself greatly enlightened. Xiaoming was equally pleased with Tang Xing's performance, believing him to be a promising talent. Ultimately, Xiaoming invited Tang Xing to share a meal, and as they savored the delicacies, their discussion of the path of cultivation continued. After the meal, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu retreated to the back garden to practice their martial skills. Tang Xing showcased his exquisite spear techniques, while Lan Qiu adeptly evaded his attacks with agile movements. Their sparring was intense yet imbued with camaraderie and a spirit of mutual learning. At that moment, Xia Ming approached quietly, observing their exchange for a while before speaking. "You two, come here for a moment." Tang Xing and Lan Qiu promptly halted their contest and approached him. Xia Ming smiled at them, saying, "Both of you performed admirably, especially you, Tang Xing. Your spear techniques have seen significant improvement. However, there remain areas for enhancement. Next, I will impart to you a new spear technique." With that, Xia Ming began to elaborate on the principles and techniques of the spear art in detail. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu listened attentively, nodding in understanding. As time passed, Xia Ming's explanations grew increasingly profound, and their comprehension deepened correspondingly. Ultimately, they mastered the new spear technique and could wield it with proficiency. Xia Ming nodded in satisfaction, informing them they could return to rest. Meanwhile, Huang Quan diligently studied medicine under Ling Shuang. He picked up an herb, squeezed it in his hands, inhaled its scent, and tasted it, wrinkling his brow as he remarked, "What kind of herb is this? It's exceedingly bitter." Simultaneously, Lin Xian was nearby, munching on an apple while squatting in a horse stance, his face expressing a mix of lament and impatience as he asked, "Master, how much longer must I endure this?" Pu Xian leisurely sat, rocking in his chair, and replied, "Just hold on a little longer. Keep it up." On the other side, Li Fei was being tormented by Su Hao's Xianfeng array, feeling as though he was on the brink of collapse. He exclaimed, "I say, old Su, please do not toy with me like this. It is as if you wish to exhaust me to death." At that moment, Mu Yao approached with a smile and remarked, "Li Fei, old Su does not even extend such treatment to his own grandson. You should count your blessings." Upon hearing this, Li Fei's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted, "I say, Sister Mu, the Xianfeng array does not relent for a moment. It is truly about to wear me out completely." However, old Su remained unfazed, sipping his tea before encouraging him, "Persevere, Li Fei, with your talent, you shall surely prevail." Meanwhile, Su Yin had been learning a profound skill known as the Path of Life from Lin Jin. Upon discovering this, Lin Jin was astonished and could not help but exclaim, "What? I had no idea your talent was so remarkable that you could comprehend the Path of Life." Su Yin, intrigued, inquired, "The Path of Life? What is that?" Lin Jin smiled and explained, "The Path of Life is one of the highest realms of understanding vitality, allowing you to master more powerful techniques in the application of life force." Suddenly, a series of firm knocks echoed from the door. When Su Yin opened it, she found Tang Xing standing there. Su Yin asked, "Tang Xing, is there something you need?" Tang Xing's face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple, as he stammered, "Yes. I wish to borrow a book." Tang Xing declared with unwavering determination, I wish to visit your home. Upon hearing this, Su Yin was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she inquired, What? Why? Tang Xing gazed at her with a look of confusion, questioning. Did you not mention that your family are adventurers and archaeologists? It was then that Su Yin comprehended the situation, her understanding dawning as she exclaimed, Oh, I see what you intend to do. Please wait a moment. Let us go together tomorrow, shall we? Tang Xing, feeling a surge of excitement, nodded enthusiastically and replied, All right. I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned and departed. After a night had passed, on the following morning, Tang Xing called for Su Yin, and the two set off on their adventure. As they journeyed, Su Yin glanced around restlessly, seemingly searching for something. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Tang Xing inquired, What are you looking for? Su Yin displayed a hint of perplexity as she responded, Where is Lanqiu? Why didn't you bring her along? Tang Xing, however, maintained an air of calmness and replied serenely, I am accompanying you to your home to study classical literature. Besides, even if I bring them along, I might not comprehend them. Rest assured, I have already requested leave from the master. Let us depart promptly. Su Yin, fully aware of the situation, realized that further discussion would be futile, so she could only reluctantly acquiesce. Very well, but the journey is quite lengthy. Tang Xing curiously inquired, How far is it? Su Yin playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Xing and, with a cheerful smile, replied, It lies in the farthest west of Tianling City. Tang Xing was taken aback. Is it really that far? How long will it take to get there? However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, All right. Shall we travel by vehicle or take to the skies? As he spoke, he waved the soul guide he had obtained from his senior sister. Upon hearing the word fly, Su Yin expressed her astonishment. What? Fly? Tang Xing promptly clarified, This is a newly developed flying soul guide from my senior sister. It can cover 1,000 miles in a day. Doesn't your second martial soul have the ability to fly? Let us race to see who can soar faster. Su Yin, contemplating, responded, As far as I know, your second martial soul also possesses flying capabilities. Tang Xing, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and said, I merely wish to test the efficacy of this soul guide. After a brief moment of silence, Su Yin decisively replied, Very well, let us commence. With that, she swiftly summoned her wings and ascended into the sky. Not to be outdone, Tang Xing promptly activated the flying soul guide and closely pursued Su Yin. However, she accelerated her pace, prompting Tang Xing to unhesitatingly engage the propulsion mode of the soul guide. As they reached a considerable altitude, the soul guide suddenly emitted an alarm, indicating low power. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Tang Xing hastily removed the soul guide and activated the fairy light wings. He muttered to himself, I knew this would happen. There is indeed an issue. At that moment, Su Yin flew over and inquired, What is wrong? Tang Xing, with a sense of resignation, replied, It has run out of power. There is quite a significant problem. Tang Xing felt an extraordinary sensation coursing through her wings, as if a powerful force was surging within. Simultaneously, Su Yin's wings exhibited a similar response, resonating with Tang Xing's. This prompted her to exclaim in astonishment, What is happening? Tang Xing felt a profound surprise. Yet at that moment, he suddenly realized that the restless energy within him had seemingly calmed. This abrupt change left him utterly perplexed. Su Yin gazed at Tang Xing with concern and inquired, Tang Xing, are you all right? He shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and urged, I'm okay. Let us hurry and leave. With that, he quickened his pace, taking Su Yin along as they departed from the place. Their figures traced an arc in the air, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. Su Yin guided Tang Xing westward, ultimately arriving at the bustling city of Ziyue, located in the western part of Tianling City. Observing the vibrant scene before him, Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, This place is truly lively. Su Yin smiled in response, Indeed. Ziyue City is bustling like this every day. She then added, By the way, don't you want to change your attire? Tang Xing looked down at his clothing in bewilderment and asked, I think this outfit is quite fine. Why should I change? Su Yin chuckled softly and explained, It is because I am rather discerning. I maintain an icy demeanor towards everyone. Even when the Lord or the King visits, I treat them with courtesy. The attire I have prepared for you complements my own temperament beautifully, and I believe it will suit you much better. Tang Xing picked up the garment, and Su Yin eagerly urged him to don it, exclaiming, Hurry up. Let me see. Hesitantly, Tang Xing approached Su Yin, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, Su Yin, what kind of clothing is this? It feels somewhat sticky. Upon witnessing Tang Xing in the attire, Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "My goodness, how can it be so stunning? I should have acted sooner. Alas, it seems that Lan Xiao has beaten me to it." With a resigned shake of her head, Su Yan said, "Let us go," leading Tang Xing to her home. She pointed at the door and declared, "This is my house. Do be sharp when we enter." Gently tapping on the door, it unexpectedly swung open. Tang Xing was taken aback by the spectacle, exclaiming, "Wow, this is truly magnificent." Just then, a figure appeared, smiling warmly as he greeted them. "Ah, little Yin has brought a friend. Welcome, welcome, please come in." Upon hearing this voice, Su Yan's face displayed a mix of surprise and embarrassment, pondering to herself, "Why is my brother personally welcoming guests today? Could it be because he finds the young man too handsome?" Su Ting, observing the boy beside his sister, wore a perplexed expression and asked, "Little Yin, who is this?" Su Yin hurriedly explained, "Brother, this is my class monitor, Tang Xing." At her words, her face flushed crimson. Su Ting immediately comprehended, chuckling, "Oh, I see. You must be weary from your journey. Let us discuss this inside." With that, he turned and entered the house. Su Yan, slightly anxious, grasped Su Ting's arm, whispering, "Brother, please do not make things difficult for him." Su Ting glanced back at his sister, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he teased, "You, already siding with an outsider before we even crossed the threshold." Su Yan's face turned beet red as she pouted playfully, "I won't talk to you anymore." At that moment, Tang Xing bowed deeply to Su Ting, respectfully stating, "Hello, Lord Su." Su Ting, intrigued, inquired, "How did you know my identity?" Tang Xing recounted his observations and deductions throughout his journey, leaving Su Ting utterly astonished. "Lord, I have come seeking to borrow ancient scriptures. May I have your permission?" Tang Xing earnestly requested. Upon hearing that Tang Xing wished to borrow ancient texts, Su Ting's mind sparked with an idea. A subtle smile crept across his face as he glanced at Su Yan, saying, "Ah, my sister is quite knowledgeable in this area. If you have any questions, feel free to consult her, right, little sister?" Su Yan, caught off guard by her brother's words, blushed deeply, playfully glaring at him as she scolded, "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" She lowered her gaze, fiddling shyly with the hem of her clothing. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Ting couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned back to Tang Xing, confidently assuring him, "Rest assured, Brother Tang, feel free to borrow the scriptures. If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask either me or my sister. We will do our utmost to assist you." Su Yan hurriedly took Tang Xing to the underground library, saying, "This place is filled with numerous historical records. You should take a look." Tang Xing gazed upon the multitude of books and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He began to meticulously examine these volumes, hoping to uncover some clues within their pages. Tang Xing found himself amidst the vast ocean of books within the library, his gaze eagerly sweeping across row upon row of shelves. His fingers delicately turned the pages, as if he were in pursuit of a long-lost treasure. His eyes were focused and resolute, leaving no corner unexamined that might conceal the coveted volume he sought. Time slipped away unnoticed as he perused, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his forehead, yet his fervor remained undiminished. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a particular cover, which happened to be the very book he had longed for. His heart raced with exhilaration, joy radiating from his expression. He carefully retrieved the book from the shelf, cradling it as though it were a precious artifact. As he gently opened the pages, a subtle aroma of ink wafted into the air, intoxicating him with its allure. Tang Xing voraciously absorbed the words within the pages, his thoughts oscillating with the unfolding narrative. Immersed in the world of the book, he became oblivious to his surroundings. This tome seemed custom-tailored for him, each word resonating deeply within his soul. In the tranquil library, Tang Xing spent a delightful interlude in the company of literature, discovering not only the book he sought but also a profound sense of inner peace and fulfillment. The story unfolds a century ago. An unremarkable soul master ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, he was besieged by 10 formidable adversaries. Yet, this soul master, undeterred, fought valiantly against all 10, growing ever more formidable in his resolve, leaving his assailants battered and bruised. In a climactic moment, he coughed up blood, and sensing victory, the 10 adversaries swiftly moved to deliver the final blow. However, unbeknownst to them, the soul master unleashed an immense surge of soul power, forcibly taking 5 of his attackers with him. Thus, he fell into the depths of the fallen soul valley, a place reputed to be one of no return. It is said that those who enter the valley seldom emerge alive. Even the 10 strong men had struck him down at the outer rim, while he himself had persevered to the very depths against all odds. Tang Xing was profoundly astonished after watching She realized that the determination of the soul master was truly formidable. With deep admiration, she remarked, "What an impressive willpower. If only I could possess such tenacity. I too could transcend my limits." Tang Xing sat at his desk, cradling the enigmatic tome in his hands, continuing to peruse its pages. His gaze was intensely focused, as if he were profoundly captivated by the contents within. With each turn of the page, a look of astonishment gradually graced his features. He discovered that this book was not only visually appealing, but also rich with fascinating ancient texts. Tang Xing's curiosity was thoroughly ignited, prompting him to meticulously delve into the ancient scriptures contained within the book. He perused each word and phrase, striving to grasp the profound meanings embedded within. Every passage felt like a riddle, awaiting his unraveling. Immersed in the realm of ancient texts, Tang Xing lost track of the passage of time. His fingers gently caressed the characters on the pages, as if engaging in a timeless dialogue with the ancients. The wisdom and philosophy found within the scriptures enriched him immensely, and he often paused to reflect, intertwining the teachings with his own life experiences. In Tang Xing's study, an atmosphere of tranquility and focus pervaded, punctuated only by the sound of pages turning and the occasional soft murmur. He was entirely absorbed in the joy of exploring ancient scriptures, relishing these moments of intimate engagement with knowledge. As time passed, Tang Xing's comprehension of the ancient texts deepened significantly. He began to annotate the books, recording his insights and reflections. These notes would become invaluable treasures, aiding his continued growth in both learning and life. In Tang Xing's heart, this book had transcended the realm of mere literature. It had evolved into a veritable repository for his quest for knowledge and wisdom. He resolved to delve further into the ancient scriptures, hoping to glean more inspiration and insights from them. At that moment, his keen gaze suddenly fixed upon an intriguing sight. He recognized the book before him. Curiously, Tang Xing inquired, "What is it?" The Phoenix envoy informed him, "It appears that some of these books may have been left behind from millennia ago." Tang Xing felt a jolt of surprise. He understood that this implied these texts could harbor significant historical truths and secrets. Eagerly, he asked, "Which one?" The Phoenix envoy pointed decisively. "The third one from the center of the middle shelf." Without hesitation, Tang Xing approached the central bookshelf and carefully retrieved the aged tome. As he opened its tattered pages, a sense of perplexity and curiosity filled his heart. The Phoenix Knight assessed the atmosphere and remarked, "Though it appears worn, the essence within remains," indicating that the methods contained herein are still alive. However, those who have come before were unable to unlock this door, for it is sealed with a barrier that only those possessing special abilities or sufficient strength can breach. "Fear not, my master, I shall guard you," allowing you to delve peacefully into the teachings within. Tang Xing nodded slightly, then approached the door, gently placing his hand upon it. Instantly, he felt a surge of formidable energy emanating from the door, enveloping him entirely. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and began to comprehend the techniques concealed within. As time elapsed, vivid images and text gradually materialized in his mind, all pertaining to the knowledge contained within the door. Simultaneously, Su Yin slowly entered the room. Upon seeing Tang Xing standing at the door, she softly inquired, "Brother Tang Xing, what are you doing?" Observing this, Shke, the Phoenix hero, immediately transmitted a thought to Tang Xing. "Master, Su Yin has returned." Hearing this, Tang Xing's heart raced, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He understood that if Su Yin discovered him delving into the techniques within the door, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Just then, Su Yin approached the door, preparing to open it. Tang Xing felt a sense of urgency, uncertain of how to navigate this precarious situation. Chapter 49. Heritage. Su Yin gently opened the door to the room and immediately spotted Tang Xing quietly seated at his desk, engrossed in a book. She tiptoed over to his side and tenderly asked, "How is it? Is there anything you do not understand?" Tang Xing raised his head and gazed at Su Yin, responding with a smile, "It's not too bad, but there are some aspects I find rather perplexing." He then extended the book in his hand towards Su Yin. Su Yin Chun accepted the book and examined the section Tang Xing had indicated closely. Leaning in towards Tang Xing's cheek, she earnestly began to elucidate the matter. Tang Xing was taken aback by Su Yin Chun's sudden proximity, yet he quickly focused his attention on her explanation, captivated by her words. Su Yin patiently elaborated, her finger gently tracing the text on the page. As